It is in this manner that language becomes more simple in its rudiments and principles, just in proportion as it grows more complex in 323 its composition, and the same thing has happened in it, which commonly happens with regard to mechanical engines. All machines are generally, when first invented, extremely complex in their principles, and there is often a particular principle of motion for every particular movement which it is intended they should perform. Succeeding improvers observe that one principle may be so applied as to produce several of those movements, and thus the machine becomes gradually more and more simple and produces its effects with fewer wheels and fewer principles of motion. In language, in the same manner, every case of every noun and every tense of every verb was originally expressed by a particular distinct word, which served for this purpose and for no other. But succeeding observations discovered that one set of words was capable of supplying the place of all that infinite number, and that 4 or 5 prepositions and half a dozen auxiliary verbs were capable of answering the end of all the declensions and of all the conjugations in the ancient languages. But this simplification of languages, though it arises, perhaps, from similar causes, has by no means similar effects with the correspondent simplification of machines. The simplification of machines renders them more and more perfect, but this simplification of the rudiments of languages renders them more and more imperfect and less proper for many of the purposes of language, and this for the following reasons. First of all, languages are by this simplification rendered more prolix, several words having become necessary to express what could have been expressed by a single word before. Thus the words de and dio in the Latin sufficiently show, without any addition, what relation the object signified is understood to stand in to the objects expressed by the other words in the sentence. But to express the same relation in English and in all other modern languages, we must make use of at least 2 words and say of God to God. So far as the declensions are concerned, therefore, the modern languages are much more prolix than the ancient. The difference is still greater with regard to the conjugations. What a Roman expressed by the single word amivisum, an Englishman is obliged to express by 4 different words, I should have loved. It is unnecessary to take any pains to show how much this prolixness must enervate the eloquence of all modern languages. How much the beauty of any expression depends upon its conciseness is well known to those who have any experience in composition. Secondly, this simplification of the principles of languages renders them less agreeable to the ear. The variety of termination in the Greek and Latin, occasioned by their declensions and conjugations, gives a sweetness to their language altogether unknown to ours, and a variety unknown to any other modern language. In point of sweetness, the Italian, perhaps, may surpass the Latin and almost equal the Greek, but in point of variety, it is greatly inferior to both. 324. Thirdly, this simplification not only renders the sounds of our language less agreeable to the ear, but it also restrains us from disposing such sounds as we have, in the manner that might be most agreeable. It ties down many words to a particular situation, though they might often be placed in another with much more beauty. In the Greek and Latin, though the adjective and substantive were separated from one another, the correspondence of their terminations still showed their mutual reference, and the separation did not necessarily occasion any sort of confusion. Thus, in the first line of Virgil, Titar tu, patel a recubans sub tegmen fagi. We easily see that tu refers to recubans and patel a to fagi, though the related words are separated from one another by the intervention of several others, because the terminations, showing the correspondence of their cases, determine their mutual reference. But if we were to translate this line literally into English and say, Tityrus, thou of spreading reclining under the shade beach, Oedipus himself could not make sense of it, because there is here no difference of termination to determine which substantive each adjective belongs to. It is the same case with regard to verbs. In Latin, the verb may often be placed, without any inconveniency or ambiguity, in any part of the sentence. But in English, its place is almost always precisely determined. It must follow the subjective and precede the objective member of the phrase in almost all cases. Thus in Latin, whether you say Joannam verba ravit Robertas or Robertas verba ravit Joannam, the meaning is precisely the same, and the termination fixes John to be the sufferer in both cases. But in English, John beat Robert and Robert beat John have by no means the same signification. The place, therefore, of the three principal members of the phrase is in the English, and for the same reason in the French and Italian languages, almost always precisely determined, whereas in the ancient languages a greater latitude is allowed, and the place of those members is often, in a great measure, indifferent. We must have recourse to Horace in order to interpret some parts of Milton's literal translation. Who now enjoys the credulous all gold, who always vacant, always amiable, hopes thee of flattering gales, unmindful, are verses which it is impossible to interpret by any rules of our language. There are no rules in our language by which any man could discover that in the first line credulous referred to who and not to thee, or that all gold referred to anything, or that in the fourth line unmindful referred to who in the second and not to thee in the third, or on the contrary that in the second line always vacant, always amiable referred to thee in the third, and not to who in the same line with it. In the Latin, indeed, all this is abundantly plain. 325. Qui nunc te, fruta credulus aurea, qui semper vacuum, semper amabilum, sperat te, necius or a fallacis. Because the terminations in the Latin determine the reference of each adjective to its proper substantive, which it is impossible for anything in the English to do. How much this power of transposing the order of their words must have facilitated the compositions of the ancients, both in verse and prose, can hardly be imagined. That it must greatly have facilitated their versification, it is needless to observe. And in prose, whatever beauty depends upon the arrangement and construction of the several members of the period, must to them have been acquirable with much more ease, and to much greater perfection than it can be to those whose expression is constantly confined by the prolixness, constraint, and monotony of modern languages. The principles which lead and direct. Philosophical enquiries. As illustrated by the history of astronomy. Wonder, surprise, and admiration are words which, though often confounded, denote in our language sentiments that are indeed allied, but that are in some respects different also and distinct from one another. What is new and singular excites that sentiment which, in strict propriety, is called wonder, what is unexpected, surprise, and what is great or beautiful, admiration. We wonder at all extraordinary and uncommon objects, at all the rarer phenomena of nature, at meteors, comets, eclipses, at singular plants and animals, and at everything, in short, with which we have before been either little or not at all acquainted, and we still wonder, though forewarned of what we are to see. We are surprised at those things which we have seen often, but which we least of all expected to meet with in the place where we find them. We are surprised at the sudden appearance of a friend, whom we have seen 1,000 times, but whom we did not at all imagine we were to see then. We admire the beauty of a plain or the greatness of a mountain. 326, though we have seen both often before, and though nothing appears to us in either but what we had expected with certainty to see. Whether this criticism upon the precise meaning of these words be just is of little importance. I imagine it is just, though I acknowledge that the best writers in our language have not always made use of them according to it. Milton, upon the appearance of death to Satan, says that the feigned what this might be admired, not feared. But if this criticism be just, the proper expression should have been wondered. Dryden, upon the discovery of Iphigenia sleeping, says that the fool of nature stood with stupid eyes and gaping mouth that testified surprise. But what Simmon must have felt upon this occasion could not so much be surprise as wonder and admiration. All that I contend for is that the sentiments excited by what is new, by what is unexpected, and by what is great and beautiful are really different. However, the words made use of to express them may sometimes be confounded. Even the admiration which is excited by beauty is quite different, as will appear more fully hereafter, from that which is inspired by greatness, though we have but one word to denote them. These sentiments, like all others when inspired by one and the same object, mutually support and enliven one another. An object with which we are quite familiar, and which we see every day, produces, though both great and beautiful, but a small effect upon us, because our admiration is not supported either by wonder or by surprise. And if we have heard a very accurate description of a monster, our wonder will be the less when we see it, because our previous knowledge of it will in a great measure prevent our surprise. It is the design of this essay to consider particularly the nature and causes of each of these sentiments, whose influence is of far wider extent than we should be apt upon a careless view to imagine. I shall begin with surprise. SEC. Of the effect of unexpectedness or of surprise. When an object of any kind, which has been for some time expected and foreseen, presents itself, whatever be the emotion which it is by nature fitted to excite, the mind must have been prepared for it, and must even in some measure have conceived it beforehand, because the idea of the object having been so long present to it must have beforehand excited some degree of the same emotion which the object itself would excite. The change, therefore, which its presence produces comes thus to be less considerable, and the emotion or passion which it excites glides gradually and easily into the heart, without violence, pain, or difficulty. 327. But the contrary of all this happens when the object is unexpected. The passion is then poured in all at once upon the heart, which is thrown, if it is a strong passion, into the most violent and convulsive emotions, such as sometimes cause immediate death, sometimes, by the suddenness of the ecstasy, so entirely disjoint the whole frame of the imagination, that it never after returns to its former tone and composure, but falls either into a frenzy or habitual lunacy, and such as almost always occasion a momentary loss of reason, or of that attention to other things which our situation or our duty requires. How much we dread the effects of the more violent passions, when they come suddenly upon the mind, appears from those preparations which all men think necessary when going to inform any one of what is capable of exciting them. Who would choose all at once to inform his friend of an extraordinary calamity that had befallen him, without taking care beforehand, by alarming him with an uncertain fear, to announce, if one may say so, his misfortune, and thereby prepare and dispose him for receiving the tidings? Those panic terrors which sometimes seize armies in the field or great cities when an enemy is in the neighborhood, and which deprive for a time the most determined of all deliberate judgments, are never excited but by the sudden apprehension of unexpected danger. Such violent consternations, which at once confound whole multitudes, benumb their understandings, and agitate their hearts with all the agony of extravagant fear, can never be produced by any foreseen danger, how great soever. Fear, though naturally a very strong passion, never rises to such excesses, unless exasperated both by wonder, from the uncertain nature of the danger, and by surprise, from the suddenness of the apprehension. Surprise, therefore, is not to be regarded as an original emotion of a species distinct from all others. The violent and sudden change produced upon the mind, when an emotion of any kind is brought suddenly upon it, constitutes the whole nature of surprise. But when not only a passion and a great passion comes all at once upon the mind, but when it comes upon it while the mind is in the mood most unfit for conceiving it, the surprise is then the greatest. Surprises of joy when the mind is sunk into grief, or of grief when it is elated with joy, are therefore the most unsupportable. The change is in this case the greatest possible. Not only a strong passion is conceived all at once, but a strong passion the direct opposite of that which was before in possession of the soul. When a load of sorrow comes down upon the heart that is expanded and elated with gaiety and joy, it seems not only to damp and oppress it, but almost to crush and bruise it, as a real weight would crush and bruise the body. On the contrary, when from an unexpected change of fortune, a tide of gladness seems, if I may say so, to spring up all at once within it, when 328 depressed and contracted with grief and sorrow, it feels as if suddenly extended and heaved up with violent and irresistible force, and is torn with pangs of all others most exquisite, and which almost always occasion faintings, deliriums, and sometimes instant death. For it may be worthwhile to observe that though grief be a more violent passion than joy, as indeed all uneasy sensations seem naturally more pungent than the opposite agreeable ones, yet of the two, surprises of joy are still more insupportable than surprises of grief. We are told that after the battle of Thrasymnus, while a Roman lady, who had been informed that her son was slain in the action, was sitting alone bemoaning her misfortunes, the young man who escaped came suddenly into the room to her, and that she cried out and expired instantly in a transport of joy. Let us suppose the contrary of this to have happened, and that in the midst of domestic festivity and mirth, he had suddenly fallen down dead at her feet. Is it likely that the effects would have been equally violent? I imagine not. The heart springs to joy with a sort of natural elasticity. It abandons itself to so agreeable an emotion as soon as the object is presented. It seems to pant and leap forward to meet it, and the passion in its full force takes at once entire and complete possession of the soul. But it is otherwise with grief. The heart recoils from and resists the first approaches of that disagreeable passion, and it requires some time before the melancholy object can produce its full effect. Grief comes on slowly and gradually, nor ever rises at once to that height of agony to which it is increased after a little time. But joy comes rushing upon us all at once like a torrent. The change produced, therefore, by a surprise of joy is more sudden, and upon that account more violent and apt to have more fatal effects than that which is occasioned by a surprise of grief. There seems, too, to be something in the nature of surprise, which makes it unite more easily with the brisk and quick motion of joy than with the slower and heavier movement of grief. Most men who can take the trouble to recollect will find that they have heard of more people who died or became distracted with sudden joy than with sudden grief. Yet from the nature of human affairs, the latter must be much more frequent than the former. A man may break his leg or lose his son, though he has had no warning of either of these events, but he can hardly meet with an extraordinary piece of good fortune without having had some foresight of what was to happen. Not only grief and joy, but all the other passions are more violent when opposite extremes succeed each other. Is any resentment so keen as what follows the quarrels of lovers, or any love so passionate as what attends their reconcilement? Even the objects of the external senses affect us in a more lively manner when opposite extremes succeed to or are placed beside each other. Moderate warmth seems intolerable heat if felt after extreme 329 cold. What is bitter will seem more so when tasted after what is very sweet. A dirty white will seem bright and pure when placed by a jet black. The vivacity, in short, of every sensation, as well as of every sentiment, seems to be greater or less in proportion to the change made by the impression of either upon the situation of the mind or organ. But this change must necessarily be the greatest when opposite. Sentiments and sensations are contrasted or succeed immediately to one another. Both sentiments and sensations are then the liveliest, and this superior vivacity proceeds from nothing but their being brought upon the mind or organ when in a state most unfit for conceiving them. As the opposition of contrasted sentiments heightens their vivacity, so the resemblance of those which immediately succeed each other renders them more faint and languid. A parent who has lost several children immediately after one another will be less affected with the death of the last than with that of the first, though the loss in itself be, in this case, undoubtedly greater. But his mind being already sunk into sorrow, the new misfortune seems to produce no other effect than a continuance of the same melancholy, and is by no means apt to occasion such transports of grief as are ordinarily excited by the first calamity of the kind. He receives it, though with great dejection, yet with some degree of calmness and composure, and without anything of that anguish and agitation of mind which the novelty of the misfortune is apt to occasion. Those who have been unfortunate through the whole course of their lives are often indeed habitually melancholy, and sometimes peevish and splenetic, yet upon any fresh disappointment, though they are vexed and complain a little, they seldom fly out into any more violent passion, and never fall into those transports of rage or grief, which often, upon like occasions, distract the fortunate and successful. Upon this are founded, in a great measure, some of the effects of habit and custom. It is well known that custom deadens the vivacity of both pain and pleasure, abates the grief we should feel for the one, and weakens the joy we should derive from the other. The pain is supported without agony, and the pleasure enjoyed without rapture, because custom and the frequent repetition of any object comes at last to form and bend the mind or organ to that habitual mood and disposition which fits them to receive its impression without undergoing any very violent change. SCC, II of wonder or of the effects of novelty. It is evident that the mind takes pleasure in observing the resemblances that are discoverable betwixt different objects. It is by means of such observations that it endeavors to arrange and methodize all its ideas, and to reduce them into proper classes and assortments. Where it can observe but one single quality that is common to a great 330 variety of otherwise widely different objects, that single circumstance will be sufficient for it to connect them all together, to reduce them to one common class, and to call them by one general name. It is thus that all things endowed with a power of self-motion, beasts, birds, fishes, insects, are classed under the general name of animal, and that these again, along with those which want that power, are arranged under the still more general word substance. And this is the origin of those assortments of objects and ideas which in the schools are called genera and species, and of those abstract and general names, which in all languages are made use of to express them. The further we advance in knowledge and experience, the greater number of divisions and subdivisions of those genera and species we are both inclined and obliged to make. We observe a greater variety of particularities amongst those things which have a gross resemblance, and having made new divisions of them, according to those newly observed particularities, we are then no longer to be satisfied with being able to refer an object to a remote genus, or very general class of things, to many of which it has but a loose and imperfect resemblance. A person, indeed, unacquainted with botany may expect to satisfy your curiosity by telling you that such a vegetable is a weed, or perhaps in still more general terms, that it is a plant. But a botanist will neither give nor accept of such an answer. He has broke and divided that great class of objects into a number of inferior assortments, accord to those varieties which his experience has discovered among them, and he wants to refer each individual plant to some tribe of vegetables, with all of which it may have a more exact resemblance than with many things comprehended under the extensive genus of plants. A child imagines that it gives a satisfactory answer when it tells you that an object whose name it knows not is a thing, and fancies that it informs you of something, when it thus ascertains to which of the two most obvious and comprehensive classes of objects a particular impression ought to be referred, to the class of realities or solid substances, which it calls things, or to that of appearances, which it calls nothings. Whatever, in short, occurs to us, we are fond of referring to some species or class of things, with all of which it has a nearly exact resemblance, and though we often know no more about them than about it, yet we are apt to fancy that by being able to do so, we show ourselves to be better acquainted with it, and to have a more thorough insight into its nature. But when something quite new and singular is presented, we feel ourselves incapable of doing this. The memory cannot, from all its stores, cast up any image that nearly resembles this strange appearance. If by some of its qualities it seems to resemble, and to be connected with a species which we have before been acquainted with, it is by others separated and detached from that, and from all the 331 other assortments of things we have hitherto been able to make. It stands alone and by itself in the imagination, and refuses to be grouped or confounded with any set of objects whatever. The imagination and memory exert themselves to no purpose, and in vain look around all their classes of ideas in order to find one under which it may be arranged. They fluctuate to no purpose from thought to thought, and we remain still uncertain and undetermined where to place it, or what to think of it. It is this fluctuation and vain recollection, together with the emotion or movement of the spirits that they excite, which constitute the sentiment properly called wonder, and which occasion that staring, and sometimes that rolling of the eyes, that suspension of the breath, and that swelling of the heart, which we may all observe, both in ourselves and others, when wondering at some new object, and which are the natural symptoms of uncertain and undetermined thought. What sort of a thing can that be? What is that like? Are the questions which, upon such an occasion, we are all naturally disposed to ask. If we can recollect many such objects which exactly resemble this new appearance, and which present themselves to the imagination naturally, and as it were of their own accord, our wonder is entirely at an end. If we can recollect but a few, and which it requires some trouble to be able to call up, our wonder is indeed diminished, but not quite destroyed. If we can recollect none, but are quite at a loss, it is the greatest possible. With what curious attention does a naturalist examine a singular plant, or a singular fossil, that is presented to him. He is at no loss to refer it to the general genus of plants or fossils, but this does not satisfy him, and when he considers all the different tribes or species of either with which he has hitherto been acquainted, they all, he thinks, refuse to admit the new object among them. It stands alone in his imagination, and as it were detached from all the other species of that genus to which it belongs. He labors, however, to connect it with some one or other of them. Sometimes he thinks it may be placed in this, and sometimes in that other assortment, nor is he ever satisfied till he has fallen upon one which, in most of its qualities, it resembles. When he cannot do this, rather than it should stand quite by itself, he will enlarge the precincts, if I may say so, of some species in order to make room for it, or he will create a new species on purpose to receive it and call it a play of nature, or give it some other appellation, under which he arranges all the oddities that he knows not what else to do with. But to some class or other of known objects he must refer it, and betwixt it and them he must find out some resemblance or ether, before he can get rid of that wonder, that uncertainty and anxious curiosity excited by its singular appearance, and by its dissimilitude with all the objects he had hitherto observed. As single and individual objects thus excite our wonder when, by 332, their uncommon qualities and singular appearance, they make us uncertain to what species of things we ought to refer them. So a succession of objects which follow one another in an uncommon train or order will produce the same effect, though there be nothing particular in any one of them taken by itself. When one accustomed object appears after another, which it does not usually follow, it first excites, by its unexpectedness, the sentiment properly called surprise, and afterwards, by the singularity of the succession or order of its appearance, the sentiment properly called wonder. We start and are surprised at seeing it there, and then wonder how it came there. The motion of a small piece of iron along a plain table is in itself no extraordinary object, yet the person who first saw it begin, without any visible impulse, in consequence of the motion of a lodestone at some little distance from it, could not behold it without the most extreme surprise, and when that momentary emotion was over, he would still wonder how it came to be conjoined to an event with which, according to the ordinary train of things, he could have so little suspected it to have any connection. When two objects, however unlike, have often been observed to follow each other, and have constantly presented themselves to the senses in that order, they come to be connected together in the fancy, that the idea of the one seems, of its own accord, to call up and introduce that of the other. If the objects are still observed to succeed each other as before, this connection, or, as it has been called, this association of their ideas, becomes stricter and stricter, and the habit of the imagination to pass from the conception of the one to that of the other grows more and more riveted and confirmed. As its ideas move more rapidly than external objects, it is continually running before them, and therefore anticipates, before it happens, every event which falls out according to this ordinary course of things. When objects succeed each other in the same train in which the ideas of the imagination have thus been accustomed to move, and in which, though not conducted by that chain of events presented to the senses, they have acquired a tendency to go on of their own accord, such objects appear all closely connected with one another, and the thought glides easily along them, without effort and without interruption. They fall in with the natural career of the imagination, and as the ideas which represented such a train of things would seem all mutually to introduce each other, every last thought to be called up by the foregoing, and to call up the succeeding, so when the objects themselves occur, every last event seems, in the same manner, to be introduced by the foregoing and to introduce the succeeding. There is no break, no stop, no gap, no interval. The ideas excited by so coherent a chain of things seem, as it were, to float through the mind of their own accord, without obliging it to exert itself, or to make any effort in order to pass from one of them to another. 333. But if this customary connection be interrupted, if one or more objects appear in an order quite different from that to which the imagination has been accustomed, and for which it is prepared, the contrary of all this happens. We are at first surprised by the unexpectedness of the new appearance, and when that momentary emotion is over, we still wonder how it came to occur in that place. The imagination no longer feels the usual facility of passing from the event which goes before to that which comes after. It is an order or law of succession to which it has not been accustomed, and which it therefore finds some difficulty in following or in attending to. The fancy is stopped and interrupted in that natural movement or career, according to which it was proceeding. Those two events seem to stand at a distance from each other. It endeavors to bring them together, but they refuse to unite, and it feels, or imagines it feels, something like a gap or interval betwixt them. It naturally hesitates, and, as it were, pauses upon the brink of this interval. It endeavors to find out something which may fill up the gap, which, like a bridge, may so far at least unite those seemingly distant objects, as to render the passage of the thought betwixt them smooth, and natural, and easy. The supposition of a chain of intermediate, though invisible, events, which succeed each other in a train similar to that in which the imagination has been accustomed to move, and which links together those two disjointed appearances, is the only means by which the imagination can fill up this interval, is the only bridge which, if one may say so, can smooth its passage from the one object to the other. Thus, when we observe the motion of the iron, in consequence of that of the lodestone, we gaze and hesitate, and feel a want of connection betwixt two events which follow one another in so unusual a train. But when, with Descartes, we imagine certain invisible effluvia to circulate round one of them, and by their repeated impulses to impel the other, both to move towards it, and to follow its motion, we fill up the interval betwixt them, we join them together by a sort of bridge, and thus take off that hesitation and difficulty which the imagination felt in passing from the one to the other, that the iron should move after the lodestone seems, upon this hypothesis, in some measure according to the ordinary course of things. Motion after impulse is an order of succession with which of all things we are the most familiar. Two objects which are so connected seem, to our mind, no longer to be disjointed, and the imagination flows smoothly and easily along them. Such is the nature of this second species of wonder, which arises from an unusual succession of things. The stop, which is thereby given to the career of the imagination, the difficulty which it finds in passing along such disjointed objects, and the feeling of something like a gap or interval betwixt them, constitute the whole essence of this emotion. Upon the clear discovery of a connecting chain of intermediate events, 334, it vanishes altogether. What obstructed the movement of the imagination is then removed. Who wonders at the machinery of the opera house who has once been admitted behind the scenes? In the wonders of nature, however, it rarely happens that we can discover so clearly this connecting chain. With regard to few even of them, indeed, we seem to have been really admitted behind the scenes, and our wonder accordingly is entirely at an end. Thus the eclipses of the sun and moon, which once, more than all the other appearances in the heavens, excited the terror and amazement of mankind, seem now no longer to be wonderful, since the connecting chain has been found out which joins them to the ordinary course of things. Nay, in those cases in which we have been less successful, even the vague hypothesis of Descartes and the yet more indeterminate notions of Aristotle have, with their followers, contributed to give some coherence to the appearances of nature, and might diminish, though they could not destroy, their wonder. If they did not completely fill up the interval betwixt the two disjointed objects, they bestowed upon them, however, some sort of loose connection which they wanted before. That the imagination feels a real difficulty in passing along two events which follow one another in an uncommon order, may be confirmed by many obvious observations. If it attempts to attend beyond a certain time to a long series of this kind, the continual efforts it is obliged to make, in order to pass from one object to another, and thus follow the progress of the succession, soon fatigue it, and if repeated too often, disorder and disjoint its whole frame. It is thus that too severe an application to study sometimes brings on lunacy and frenzy, in those especially who are somewhat advanced in life, but whose imaginations, from being too late in applying, have not got those habits which dispose them to follow easily the reasonings in the abstract sciences. Every step of a demonstration, which to an old practitioner is quite natural and easy, requires from them the most intense application of thought. Spurred on, however, either by ambition or by admiration for the subject, they still continue till they become, first confused, then giddy, and at last distracted. Could we conceive a person of the soundest judgment, who had grown up to maturity, and whose imagination had acquired those habits, and that mold, which the constitution of things in this world necessarily impresses upon it, to be all at once transported alive to some other planet, where nature was governed by laws quite different from those which take place here, as he would be continually obliged to attend to events, which must to him appear in the highest degree jarring, irregular, and discordant, he would soon feel the same confusion and giddiness begin to come upon him, which would at last end in the same manner, in lunacy and distraction. Neither, to produce this effect, is it necessary that the objects should be either 335 great, or interesting, or even uncommon in themselves. It is sufficient that they follow one another in an uncommon order. Let any one attempt to look over even a game of cards, and to attend particularly to every single stroke, and if he is unacquainted with the nature and rules of the games, that is, with the laws which regulate the succession of the cards, he will soon feel the same confusion and giddiness begin to come upon him, which, were it to be continued for days and months, would end in the same manner, in lunacy and distraction. But if the mind be thus thrown into the most violent disorder, when it attends to a long series of events, which follow one another in an uncommon train, it must feel some degree of the same disorder, when it observes even a single event fall out in this unusual manner. For the violent disorder can arise from nothing but the too frequent repetition of this smaller uneasiness. That it is the unusualness alone of the succession which occasions this stop and interruption in the progress of the imagination, as well as the notion of an interval betwixt the two immediately succeeding objects, to be filled up by some chain of intermediate events, is not less evident. The same orders of succession, which to one set of men seem quite according to the natural course of things, and such as require no intermediate events to join them, shall to another appear altogether incoherent and disjointed, unless some such events be supposed, and this for no other reason, but because such orders of succession are familiar to the one and strange to the other. When we enter the workhouses of the most common artisans, such as dyers, brewers, distillers, we observe a number of appearances which present themselves in an order that seems to us very strange and wonderful. Our thought cannot easily follow it. We feel an interval betwixt every two of them, and require some chain of intermediate events to fill it up and link them together. But the artisan himself, who has been for many years familiar with the consequences of all the operations of his art, feels no such interval. They fall in with what custom has made the natural movement of his imagination. They no longer excite his wonder, and if he is not a genius superior to his profession, so as to be capable of making the very easy reflection that those things, though familiar to him, may be strange to us, he will be disposed rather to laugh at than sympathize with our wonder. He cannot conceive what occasion there is for any connecting events to unite those appearances, which seem to him to succeed each other very naturally. It is their nature, he tells us, to follow one another in this order, and that accordingly they always do so. In the same manner bread has, since the world begun, been the common nourishment of the human body, and men have so long seen it, every day, converted into flesh and bones, substances in all respects so unlike it, that they have seldom had the curiosity to inquire by what process of 336 intermediate events this change is brought about. Because the passage of the thought from the one object to the other is by custom become quite smooth and easy, almost without the supposition of any such process. Philosophers, indeed, who often look for a chain of invisible objects to join together two events that occur in an order familiar to all the world, have endeavored to find out a chain of this kind betwixt the two events I have just now mentioned, in the same manner as they have endeavored, by a like intermediate chain, to connect the gravity, the elasticity, and even the cohesion of natural bodies with some of their other qualities. These, however, are all of them such combinations of events as give no stop to the imaginations of the bulk of mankind, as excite no wonder, nor any apprehension that there is wanting the strictest connection between them. But as in those sounds, which to the greater part of men seem perfectly agreeable to measure and harmony, the nicer ear of a musician will discover a want, both of the most exact time and of the most perfect coincidence, so the more practiced thought of a philosopher, who has spent his whole life in the study of the connecting principles of nature, will often feel an interval betwixt two objects, which, to more careless observers, seem very strictly conjoined. By long attention to all the connections which have ever been presented to his observation, by having often compared them with one another, he has, like the musician, acquired, if one may so, a nicer ear and a more delicate feeling with regard to things of this nature. And as to the one, that music seems dissonance which falls short of the most perfect harmony, so to the other, those events seem altogether separated and disjoined, which may fall short of the strictest and most perfect connection. Philosophy is the science of the connecting principles of nature. Nature, after the largest experience that common observation can acquire, seems to abound with events which appear solitary and incoherent with all that go before them, which therefore disturb the easy movement of the imagination, which makes its ideas succeed each other, if one may say so, by irregular starts and sallies, and which thus tend, in some measure, to introduce those confusions and distractions we formerly mentioned. Philosophy, by representing the invisible chains which bind together all these disjointed objects, endeavors to introduce order into this chaos of jarring and discordant appearances, to allay this tumult of the imagination, and to restore it, when it surveys the great revolutions of the universe, to that tone of tranquility and composure, which is both most agreeable in itself and most suitable to its nature. Philosophy, therefore, may be regarded as one of those arts which address themselves to the imagination, and whose theory and history, upon that account, fall properly within the circumference of our subject. Let us endeavor to trace it, from its first origin, up to that summit of perfection to which it is at present 337 supposed to have arrived, and to which, indeed, it has equally been supposed to have arrived in almost all former times. It is the most sublime of all the agreeable arts, and its revolutions have been the greatest, the most frequent, and the most distinguished of all those that have happened in the literary world. Its history, therefore, must, upon all accounts, be the most entertaining and the most instructive. Let us examine, therefore, all the different systems of nature, which, in these western parts of the world, the only parts of whose history we know anything, have successively been adopted by the learned and ingenious, and without regarding their absurdity or probability, their agreement or inconsistency with truth and reality, let us consider them only in that particular point of view which belongs to our subject, and content ourselves with inquiring how far each of them was fitted to soothe the imagination, and to render the theatre of nature a more coherent, and therefore a more magnificent spectacle than otherwise it would have appeared to be. According as they have failed or succeeded in this, they have constantly failed or succeeded in gaining reputation and renown to their authors, and this will be found to be the clue that is most capable of conducting us through all the labyrinths of philosophical history, for in the mean time it will serve to confirm what has gone before, and to throw light upon what is to come after, that we observe, in general, that no system, how well soever in other respects supported, has ever been able to gain any general credit on the world, whose connecting principles were not such as were familiar to all mankind. Why has the chemical philosophy in all ages crept along in obscurity and been so disregarded by the generality of mankind, while other systems, less useful and not more agreeable to experience, have possessed universal admiration for whole centuries together. The connecting principles of the chemical philosophy are such as the generality of mankind know nothing about, have rarely seen, and have never been acquainted with, and which to them, therefore, are incapable of smoothing the passage of the imagination betwixt any two seemingly disjointed objects. Salts, sulfurs, and mercuries, acids and alkalis are principles which can smooth things to those only who live about the furnace, but whose most common operations seem, to the bulk of mankind, as disjointed as any two events which the chemists would connect together by them. Those artists, however, naturally explained things to themselves by principles that were familiar to themselves. As Aristotle observes, that the early Pythagoreans, who first studied arithmetic, explained all things by the properties of numbers, and Cicero tells us that Aristoxenus, the musician, found the nature of the soul to consist in harmony. In the same manner, a learned physician lately gave a system of moral philosophy upon the principles of his own art, in which wisdom and virtue were the healthful state of the soul, the different vices and follies, the different diseases 338 to which it was subject, in which the causes and symptoms of those diseases were ascertained, and in the same medical strain, a proper method of cure prescribed. In the same manner also, others have written parallels of painting and poetry, of poetry and music, of music and architecture, of beauty and virtue, of all the fine arts, systems which have universally owed their origin to the lucubrations of those who were acquainted with the one art, but ignorant of the other, who therefore explained to themselves the phenomena in that which was strange to them, by those in that which was familiar, and with whom, upon that account, the analogy, which in other writers gives occasion to a few ingenious similitudes, became the great hinge upon which everything turned. Sect of the origin of philosophy. Mankind, in the first ages of society, before the establishment of law, order, and security, have little curiosity to find out those hidden chains of events which bind together the seemingly disjointed appearances of nature. A savage whose subsistence is precarious, whose life is every day exposed to the rudest dangers, has no inclination to amuse himself with searching out what, when discovered, seems to serve no other purpose than to render the theater of nature a more connected spectacle to his imagination. Many of these smaller incoherences, which in the course of things perplex philosophers, entirely escape his attention. Those more magnificent irregularities, whose grandeur he cannot overlook, call forth his amazement. Comets, eclipses, thunder, lightning, and other meteors, by their greatness, naturally overawe him, and he views them with a reverence that approaches to fear. His inexperience and uncertainty with regard to everything about them, how they came, how they are to go, what went before, what is to come after them, exasperate his sentiment into terror and consternation. But our passions, as Father Malebranche observes, all justify themselves, that is, suggest to us opinions which justify them. As those appearances terrify him, therefore, he is disposed to believe everything about them which can render them still more the objects of his terror. That they proceed from some intelligent, though invisible causes, of whose vengeance and displeasure they are either the signs or the effects, is the notion of all others most capable of enhancing this passion, and is that, therefore, which he is most apt to entertain. To this, too, that cowardice and pusillanimity, so natural to man in his uncivilized state, still more disposes him. Unprotected by the laws of society, exposed, defenseless, he feels his weakness upon all occasions, his strength and security upon none. But all the irregularities of nature are not of this awful or terrible kind. Some of them are perfectly beautiful and agreeable. These, 339 therefore, from the same impotence of mind, would be beheld with love and complacency, and even with transports of gratitude, for whatever is the cause of pleasure naturally excites our gratitude. A child caresses the fruit that is agreeable to it, as it beats the stone that hurts it. The notions of a savage are not very different. The ancient Athenians, who solemnly punished the acts which had accidentally been the cause of the death of a man, erected altars and offered sacrifices to the rainbow. Sentiments not unlike these may sometimes, upon such occasions, begin to be felt even in the breasts of the most civilized, but are presently checked by the reflection that the things are not their proper objects. But a savage, whose notions are guided altogether by wild nature and passion, waits for no other proof that a thing is the proper object of any sentiment than that it excites it. The reverence and gratitude with which some of the appearances of nature inspire him convince him that they are the proper objects of reverence and gratitude, and therefore proceed from some intelligent beings who take pleasure in the expressions of those sentiments. With him, therefore, every object of nature, which by its beauty or greatness, its utility or hurtfulness, is considerable enough to attract his attention, and whose operations are not perfectly regular, is supposed to act by the direction of some invisible and designing power. The sea is spread out into a calm, or heaved into a storm, according to the good pleasure of Neptune. Does the earth pour forth an exuberant harvest? It is owing to the indulgence of Ceres. Does the vine yield a plentiful vintage? It flows from the bounty of Bacchus. Do either refuse their presence? It is ascribed to the displeasure of those offended deities. The tree which now flourishes and now decays is inhabited by a dryad, upon whose health or sickness its various appearances depend. The fountain, which sometimes flows in a copious and sometimes in a scanty stream, which appears sometimes clear and limpid, and at other times muddy and disturbed, is affected in all its changes by the naiad who dwells within it. Hence the origin of polytheism, and of that vulgar superstition which ascribes all the irregular events of nature to the favor or displeasure of intelligent, though invisible beings, to gods, demons, witches, genii, fairies. For it may be observed that in all polytheistic religions, among savages, as well as in the early ages of heathen antiquity, it is the irregular events of nature only that are ascribed to the agency and power of their gods. Fire burns and water refreshes, heavy bodies descend, and lighter substances fly upwards by the necessity of their own nature. Nor was the invisible hand of Jupiter ever apprehended to be employed in those matters. But thunder and lightning, storms and sunshine, those more irregular events, were ascribed to his favor or his anger. Man, the only designing power with which they were acquainted, never acts but either to stop or to alter the course which natural events would take, if left to themselves. 340 Those other intelligent beings, whom they imagined but knew not, were naturally supposed to act in the same manner, not to employ themselves in supporting the ordinary course of things, which went on of its own accord, but to stop, to thwart, and to disturb it. And thus, in the first ages of the world, the lowest and most pusillanimous superstition supplied the place of philosophy. But when law has established order and security, and subsistence ceases to be precarious, the curiosity of mankind is increased, and their fears are diminished. The leisure which they then enjoy renders them more attentive to the appearances of nature, more observant of her smallest irregularities, and more desirous to know what is the chain which links them together. That some such chain subsists betwixt all her seemingly disjointed phenomena, they are necessarily led to conceive, and that magnanimity and cheerfulness, which all generous natures acquire who are bred in civilized societies, where they have so few occasions to feel their weakness, and so many to be conscious of their strength and security, renders them less disposed to employ, for this connecting chain, those invisible beings whom the fear and ignorance of their rude forefathers had engendered. Those of liberal fortunes, whose attention is not much occupied either with business or with pleasure, can fill up the void of their imagination, which is thus disengaged from the ordinary affairs of life, no other way than by attending to that train of events which passes around them. While the great objects of nature thus pass in review before them, many things occur in an order to which they have not been accustomed. Their imagination, which accompanies with ease and delight the regular progress of nature, is stopped and embarrassed by those seeming incoherences. They excite their wonder and seem to require some chain of intermediate events, which, by connecting them with something that has gone before, may thus render the whole course of the universe consistent and of a piece. Wonder, therefore, and not any expectation of advantage from its discoveries, is the first principle which prompts mankind to the study of philosophy, of that science which pretends to lay open the concealed connections that unite the various appearances of nature. And they pursue this study for its own sake, as an original pleasure or good in itself, without regarding its tendency to procure them the means of many other pleasures. Greece and the Greek colonies in Sicily, Italy, and the Lesser Asia were the first countries which, in these western parts of the world, arrived at a state of civilized society. It was in them, therefore, that the first philosophers, of whose doctrine we have any distinct account, appeared. Law and order seem indeed to have been established in the great monarchies of Asia and Egypt, long before they had any footing in Greece. Yet, after all that has been said concerning the learning of the Chaldeans and Egyptians, whether there ever was in those nations 341 anything which deserved the name of science, or whether that despotism which is more destructive of security and leisure than anarchy itself, and which prevailed over all the East, prevented the growth of philosophy, is a question which, for want of monuments, cannot be determined with any degree of precision. The Greek colonies having been settled amid nations either altogether barbarous or altogether unwarlike, over whom, therefore, they soon acquired a very great authority, seem, upon that account, to have arrived at a considerable degree of empire and opulence before any state in the parent country had surmounted that extreme poverty, which, by leaving no room for any evident distinction of ranks, is necessarily attended with the confusion and misrule which flows from a want of all regular subordination. The Greek islands being secure from the invasion of land armies, or from naval forces, which were in those days but little known, seem, upon that account too, to have got before the continent in all sorts of civility and improvement. The first philosophers, therefore, as well as the first poets, seem all to have been natives either of their colonies or of their islands. It was from thence that Homer, Archilochus, Stesichorus, Simonides, Sappho, Anacreon derived their birth. Thales and Pythagoras, the founders of the two earliest sects of philosophy, arose, the one in an Asiatic colony, the other in an island, and neither of them established his school in the mother country. What was the particular system of either of those two philosophers, or whether their doctrine was so methodized as to deserve the name of a system, the imperfection, as well as the uncertainty of all the traditions that have come down to us concerning them, make it impossible to determine. The school of Pythagoras, however, seems to have advanced further in the study of the connecting principles of nature than that of the Ionian philosopher. The accounts which are given of Anaximander, Anaximenes, Anaxagoras, Archelaus, the successors of Thales, represent the doctrines of those sages as full of the most inextricable confusion. Something, however, that approaches to a composed and orderly system may be traced in what is delivered down to us concerning the doctrine of Empedocles, of Archytas, of Tim-Os, and of Ocellus the Lucanian, the most renowned philosophers of the Italian school. The opinions of the two last coincide pretty much, the one with those of Plato, the other with those of Aristotle, nor do those of the two first seem to have been very different, of whom the one was the author of the doctrine of the four elements, the other the inventor of the categories, who therefore may be regarded as the founders, the one of the ancient physics, the other of the ancient dialectic, and how closely these were connected will appear hereafter. It was in the school of Socrates, however, from Plato and Aristotle, that philosophy first received that form, which introduced her, if 342 may say so, to the general acquaintance of the world. It is from them, therefore, that we shall begin to give her history in any detail. Whatever was valuable in the former systems, which was at all consistent with their general principles, they seem to have consolidated into their own. From the Ionian philosophy, I have not been able to discover that they derived anything. From the Pythagorean school, both Plato and Aristotle seem to have derived the fundamental principles of almost all their doctrines. Plato, too, appears to have borrowed something from two other sects of philosophers, whose extreme obscurity seems to have prevented them from acquiring themselves any extensive reputation. The one was that of Cratylus and Heraclitus, the other was Xenophanes, Parmenides, Melissus, and Zeno. To pretend to rescue the system of any of those anti-Socratic sages from that oblivion which at present covers them all would be a vain and useless attempt. What seems, however, to have been borrowed from them shall sometimes be marked as we go along. There was still another school of philosophy, earlier than Plato, from which, however, he was so far from borrowing anything that he seems to have bent the whole force of his reason to discredit and expose its principles. This was the philosophy of Leucippus, Democritus, and Protagoras, which accordingly seems to have submitted to his eloquence, to have lain dormant, and to have been almost forgotten for some generations, till it was afterwards more successfully revived by Epicurus. SEC IV. The History of Astronomy. Of all the phenomena of nature, the celestial appearances are, by their greatness and beauty, the most universal objects of the curiosity of mankind. Those who surveyed the heavens with the most careless attention necessarily distinguished in them three different sorts of objects: the sun, the moon, and the stars. These last appearing always in the same situation and at the same distance with regard to one another, and seeming to revolve every day round the earth in parallel circles, which widened gradually from the poles to the equator, were naturally thought to have all the marks of being fixed, like so many gems, in the concave side of the firmament, and of being carried round by the diurnal revolutions of that solid body. For the azure sky, in which the stars seemed to float, was readily apprehended, upon account of the uniformity of their apparent motions, to be a solid body, the roof or outer wall of the universe, to whose inside all those little sparkling objects were attached. The sun and moon, often changing their distance and situation in regard to the other heavenly bodies, could not be apprehended to be attached to the same sphere with them. They assigned, therefore, to 343 each of them a sphere of its own, that is, supposed each of them to be attached to the concave side of a solid and transparent body, by whose revolutions they were carried round the earth. There was not, indeed, in this case, the same ground for the supposition of such a sphere as in that of the fixed stars, for neither the sun nor the moon appear to keep always at the same distance with regard to any one of the other heavenly bodies. But as the motion of the stars had been accounted for by an hypothesis of this kind, it rendered the theory of the heavens more uniform, to account for that of the sun and moon in the same manner. The sphere of the sun they placed above that of the moon, as the moon was evidently seen in eclipses to pass betwixt the sun and the earth. Each of them was supposed to revolve by a motion of its own, and at the same time to be affected by the motion of the fixed stars. Thus, the sun was carried round from east to west by the communicated movement of this outer sphere, which produced his diurnal revolutions and the vicissitudes of day and night. But at the same time he had a motion of his own, contrary to this, from west to east, which occasioned his annual revolution, and the continual shifting of his place with regard to the fixed stars. This motion was more easy, they thought, when carried on edgeways, and not in direct opposition to the motion of the outer sphere, which occasioned the inclination of the axis of the sphere of the sun to that of the sphere of the fixed stars. This again produced the obliquity of the ecliptic and the consequent changes of the seasons. The moon, being placed below the sphere of the sun, had both a shorter course to finish, and was less obstructed by the contrary movement of the sphere of the fixed stars, from which she was farther removed. She finished her period, therefore, in a shorter time, and required but a month, instead of a year, to complete it. The stars, when more attentively surveyed, were some of them observed to be less constant and uniform in their motions than the rest, and to change their situations with regard to the other heavenly bodies, moving generally eastward, yet appearing sometimes to stand still, and sometimes even to move westwards. These, to the number of 5, were distinguished by the name of planets or wandering stars, and marked with the particular appellations of Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury. As like the sun and moon, they seemed to accompany the motion of the fixed stars from east to west, but at the same time to have a motion of their own, which is generally from west to east. They were each of them, as well as those 2 great lamps of heaven, apprehended to be attached to the inside of a solid concave and transparent sphere, which had a revolution of its own, that was almost directly contrary to the revolution of the outer heaven, but which, at the same time, was hurried along by the superior violence and greater rapidity of this last. This is the system of concentric spheres, the first regular system of 344 astronomy, which the world beheld, as it was taught in the Italian school before Aristotle, and his 2 contemporary philosophers, Eudoxus and Callippus, had given it all the perfection which it is capable of receiving. Though rude and inartificial, it is capable of connecting together, in the imagination, the grandest and the most seemingly disjointed appearances in the heavens. The motions of the most remarkable objects in the celestial regions, the sun, the moon, the fixed stars, are sufficiently connected with one another by this hypothesis. The eclipses of these two great luminaries are, though not so easily calculated, as easily explained upon this ancient as upon the modern system. When these early philosophers explained to their disciples the very simple causes of those dreadful phenomena, it was under the seal of the most sacred secrecy, that they might avoid the fury of the people, and not incur the imputation of impiety, when they thus took from the gods the direction of those events, which were apprehended to be the most terrible tokens of their impending vengeance. The obliquity of the ecliptic, the consequent changes of the seasons, the vicissitudes of day and night, and the different lengths of both days and nights in the different seasons, correspond too, pretty exactly, with this ancient doctrine. And if there had been no other bodies discoverable in the heavens, besides the sun, the moon, and the fixed stars, this hypothesis might have stood the examinations of all ages and gone down triumphant to the remotest posterity. If it gained the belief of mankind by its plausibility, it attracted their wonder and admiration, sentiments that still more confirmed their belief by the novelty and beauty of that view of nature which it presented to the imagination. Before this system was taught in the world, the earth was regarded as, what it appears to the eye, a vast, rough, and irregular plain, the basis and foundation of the universe, surrounded on all sides by the ocean, and whose roots extended themselves through the whole of that infinite depth which is below it. The sky was considered as a solid hemisphere, which covered the earth, and united with the ocean at the extremity of the horizon. The sun, the moon, and all the heavenly bodies rose out of the eastern, climbed up the convex side of the heavens, and descended again into the western ocean, and from thence, by some subterraneous passages, returned to their first chambers in the east. Nor was this notion confined to the people, or to the poets who painted the opinions of the people. It was held by Xenophanes, founder of the Eleatic philosophy, after that of the Ionian and Italian schools, the earliest that appeared in Greece. Thales of Miletus too, who, according to Aristotle, represented the earth as floating upon an immense ocean of water, may have been nearly of the same opinion, notwithstanding what we are told by Plutarch and Apuleius concerning his astronomical discoveries, all of which must plainly have been of a much later date. To those 345 who had no other idea of nature, besides what they derived from so confused an account of things, how agreeable must that system have appeared, which represented the earth as distinguished into land and water, self-balanced and suspended in the center of the universe, surrounded by the elements of air and ether, and covered by 8 polished and crystalline spheres, each of which was distinguished by one or more beautiful and luminous bodies, and all of which revolved round their common center, by varied, but by equable and proportionable motions. It seems to have been the beauty of this system that gave Plato the notion of something like an harmonic proportion, to be discovered in the motions and distances of the heavenly bodies, and which suggested to the earlier Pythagoreans the celebrated fancy of the music of the spheres, a wild and romantic idea, yet such as does not ill correspond with that admiration, which so beautiful a system, recommended too by the graces of novelty, is apt to inspire. Whatever are the defects which this account of things labors under, they are such as to the first observers of the heavens could not readily occur. If all the motions of the 5 planets cannot, the greater part of them may, be easily connected by it, they in all their motions are the least remarkable objects in the heavens, the greater part of mankind take no notice of them at all, and a system, whose only defect lies in the account which it gives of them, cannot thereby be much disgraced in their opinion. If some of the appearances too of the sun and moon, the sometimes accelerated and again retarded motions of those luminaries, but ill correspond with it, these, too, are such as cannot be discovered but by the most attentive observation, and such as we cannot wonder that the imaginations of the first inquirers should slur over, if one may say so, and take little notice of. It was, however, to remedy those defects that Eudoxus, the friend and auditor of Plato, found it necessary to increase the number of the celestial spheres. Each planet is sometimes observed to advance forward in that eastern course which is peculiar to itself, sometimes to retire backwards, and sometimes again to stand still. To suppose that the sphere of the planet should by its own motion, if one may say so, sometimes roll forwards, sometimes roll backwards, and sometimes do neither the one nor the other, is contrary to all the natural propensities of the imagination, which accompanies with ease and delight any regular and orderly motion, but feels itself perpetually stopped and interrupted when it endeavors to attend to one so desultory and uncertain. It would pursue, naturally and of its own accord, the direct or progressive movement of the sphere, but is every now and then shocked, if one may say so, and turned violently out of its natural career by the retrograde and stationary appearances of the planet, betwixt which and its more usual motion, the fancy feels a want of connection, a gap or interval which it cannot fill up, but by supposing 346, some chain of intermediate events to join them. The hypothesis of a number of other spheres revolving in the heavens, besides those in which the luminous bodies themselves were infixed, was the chain with which Eudoxus endeavored to supply it. He bestowed 4 of these spheres upon each of the 5 planets, one in which the luminous body itself revolved, and 3 others above it. Each of these had a regular and constant, but a peculiar movement of its own, which it communicated to what was properly the sphere of the planet, and thus occasioned that diversity of motions observable in those bodies. One of these spheres, for example, had an oscillatory motion, like the circular pendulum of a watch. As when you turn round a watch, like a sphere upon its axis, the pendulum will, while turned round along with it, still continue to oscillate and communicate to whatever body is comprehended within it, both its own oscillations and the circular motion of the watch. So this oscillating sphere, being itself turned round by the motion of the sphere above it, communicated to the sphere below it, that circular, as well as its own oscillatory motions, produced by the one the daily revolutions, by the other the direct, stationary, and retrograde appearances of the planet, which derived from a third sphere that revolution, by which it performed its annual period. The motions of all these spheres were in themselves constant and equable, such as the imagination could easily attend to and pursue, and which connected together that otherwise incoherent diversity of movements observable in the sphere of the planet. The motions of the sun and moon being more regular than those of the 5 planets, by assigning 3 spheres to each of them, Eudoxus imagined he could connect together all the diversity of movements discoverable in either. The motion of the fixed stars being perfectly regular, one sphere he judged sufficient for them all, so that, according to this account, the whole number of celestial spheres amounted to 27. Callippus, though somewhat younger, the contemporary of Eudoxus, found that even this number was not enough to connect together the vast variety of movements which he discovered in those bodies, and therefore increased it to 34. Aristotle, upon a yet more attentive observation, found that even all these spheres would not be sufficient, and therefore added 22 more, which increased their number to 56. Later observers discovered still new motions and new inequalities in the heavens. New spheres were therefore still to be added to the system, and some of them to be placed even above that of the fixed stars. So that in the 16th century, when Fracastorio, smit with the eloquence of Plato and Aristotle, and with the regularity and harmony of their system, in itself perfectly beautiful, though it corresponds but inaccurately with the phenomena, endeavored to revive this ancient astronomy, which had long given place to that of Ptolemy and Hipparchus, he found it necessary to multiply 347 the number of celestial spheres to 72. Neither were all these found to be enough. This system had now become as intricate and complex as those appearances themselves, which it had been invented to render uniform and coherent. The imagination, therefore, found itself but little relieved from that embarrassment into which those appearances had thrown it by so perplexed an account of things. Another system, for this reason, not long after the days of Aristotle, was invented by Apollonius, which was afterwards perfected by Hipparchus, and has since been delivered down to us by Ptolemy, the more artificial system of eccentric spheres and epicycles. In this system, they first distinguished between the real and apparent motion of the heavenly bodies. These, they observed, upon account of their immense distance, must necessarily appear to revolve in circles concentric with the globe of the earth, and with one another, but that we cannot, therefore, be certain that they really revolve in such circles, since, though they did not, they would still have the same appearance. By supposing, therefore, that the sun and the other planets revolved in circles, whose centers were very distant from the center of the earth, that consequently, in the progress of their revolution, they must sometimes approach nearer and sometimes recede further from it, and must to its inhabitants appear to move faster in the one case and slower in the other. Those philosophers imagined they could account for the apparently unequal velocities of all those bodies by supposing that in the solidity of the sphere of each of the 5 planets there was formed another little sphere, called an epicycle, which revolved round its own center, at the same time that it was carried round the center of the earth by the revolution of the great sphere, betwixt whose concave and convex sides it was enclosed, in the same manner as we might suppose a little wheel enclosed within the outer circle of a great wheel, and which whirled about several times upon its own axis, while its center was carried round the axis of the great wheel. They imagined they could account for the retrograde and stationary appearances of those most irregular objects in the heavens. The planet, they supposed, was attached to the circumference, and whirled round the center of this little sphere, at the same time that it was carried round the earth by the movement of the great sphere. The revolution of this little sphere or epicycle was such that the planet, when in the upper part of it, that is, when furthest off and least sensible to the eye, was carried round in the same direction with the center of the epicycle or with the sphere in which the epicycle was enclosed. But when in the lower part, that is, when nearest and most sensible to the eye, it was carried round a direction contrary to that of the center of the epicycle, in the same manner as every point in the upper part of the outer circle of a coach wheel revolves forward in the 348 same direction with the axis, while every point in the lower part revolves backwards in a contrary direction to the axis. The motions of the planet, therefore, surveyed from the earth, appeared direct, when in the upper part of the epicycle, and retrograde, when in the lower. When again it either descended from the upper part to the lower, or ascended from the lower to the upper, it appeared stationary. But though by the eccentricity of the great sphere, they were thus able, in some measure, to connect together the unequal velocities of the heavenly bodies, and by the revolutions of the little sphere, the direct, stationary, and retrograde appearances of the planets, there was another difficulty that still remained. Neither the moon nor the 3 superior planets appear always in the same part of the heavens, when at their periods of most retarded motion, or when they are supposed to be at the greatest distance from the earth. The apogeum, therefore, or the point of greatest distance from the earth, in the spheres of each of those bodies, must have a movement of its own, which may carry it successively through all the different points of the ecliptic. They supposed, therefore, that while the great eccentric sphere revolved eastwards round its center, that its center too revolved westwards in a circle of its own, round the center of the earth, and thus carried its apogeum through all the different points of the ecliptic. But with all those combined and perplexed circles, though the patrons of this system were able to give some degree of uniformity to the real directions of the planets, they found it impossible so to adjust the velocities of those supposed spheres to the phenomena, as that the revolution of any one of them, when surveyed from its own center, should appear perfectly equable and uniform. From that point, the only point in which the velocity of what moves in a circle can be truly judged of, they would still appear irregular and inconstant, and such as tended to embarrass and confound the imagination. They invented, therefore, for each of them, a new circle called the equalizing circle, from whose center they should all appear perfectly equable. That is, they so adjusted the velocities of these spheres as that, though the revolution of each of them would appear irregular when surveyed from its own center, there should, however, be a point comprehended within its circumference, from whence its motions should appear to cut off, in equal times, equal portions of the circle, of which that point was supposed to be the center. Nothing can more evidently show how much the repose and tranquility of the imagination is the ultimate end of philosophy than the invention of this equalizing circle. The motions of the heavenly bodies had appeared inconstant and irregular, both in their velocities and in their directions. They were such, therefore, as tended to embarrass and confound the imagination whenever it attempted to trace them. The invention of eccentric spheres, of epicycles, and of the 349 revolution of the centers of the eccentric spheres tended to allay this confusion, to connect together those disjointed appearances, and to introduce harmony and order into the mind's conception of the movements of those bodies. It did this, however, but imperfectly. It introduced uniformity and coherence into their real directions. But their velocities, when surveyed from the only point in which the velocity of what moves in a circle can be truly judged of, the center of that circle, still remained, in some measure, inconstant as before, and still, therefore, embarrassed the imagination. The mind found itself somewhat relieved from this embarrassment when it conceived that how irregular soever the motions of each of those circles might appear, when surveyed from its own center, there was, however, in each of them a point from whence its revolution would appear perfectly equable and uniform, and such as the imagination could easily follow. Those philosophers transported themselves, in fancy, to the centers of these imaginary circles, and took pleasure in surveying from thence all those fantastical motions, arranged according to that harmony and order which it had been the end of all their researches to bestow upon them. Here, at last, they enjoyed that tranquility and repose which they had pursued through all the mazes of this intricate hypothesis, and here they beheld this, the most beautiful and magnificent part of the great theatre of nature, so disposed and constructed that they could attend, with delight, to all the revolutions and changes that occurred in it. These, the system of concentric and that of eccentric spheres, seem to have been the two systems of astronomy that had most credit and reputation with that part of the ancient world, who applied themselves particularly to the study of the heavens. Cleans, however, and the other philosophers of the Stoical sect who came after him appear to have had a system of their own, quite different from either. But though justly renowned for their skill in dialectic, and for the security and sublimity of their moral doctrines, those sages seem never to have had any high reputation for their knowledge of the heavens. Neither is the name of any one of them ever counted in the catalogue of the great astronomers and studious observers of the stars among the ancients. They rejected the doctrine of the solid spheres, and maintained that the celestial regions were filled with a fluid ether of too yielding a nature to carry along with it, by any motion of its own, bodies so immensely great as the sun, moon, and 5 planets. These, therefore, as well as the fixed stars, did not derive their motion from the circumambient body, but had each of them, in itself, and peculiar to itself, a vital principle of motion, which directed it to move with its own peculiar velocity and its own peculiar direction. It was by this internal principle that the fixed stars revolved directly from east to west in circles parallel to the equator, greater or less, according to their distance or nearness to the poles, and with velocities so proportioned, 350, that each of them finished its diurnal period in the same time, in something less than 23 hours and 56 minutes. It was by a principle of the same kind that the sun moved westward, for they allowed of no eastward motion in the heavens, but with less velocity than the fixed stars, so as to finish his diurnal period in 24 hours, and consequently to fall every day behind them, by a space of the heavens nearly equal to that which he passes over in 4 minutes, that is, nearly equal to a degree. This revolution of the sun, too, was neither directly westwards nor exactly circular, but after the summer solstice, his motion began gradually to decline a little southwards, appearing in his meridian today further south than yesterday, and tomorrow still further south than today, and thus continuing every day to describe a spiral line round the earth, which carried him gradually further and further southwards, till he arrived at the winter solstice. Here this spiral line began to change its direction, and to bring him gradually, every day, further and further northwards, till it again restored him to the summer solstice. In the same manner they accounted for the motion of the moon and that of the 5 planets, by supposing that each of them revolved westwards, but with directions and velocities that were both different from one another and continually varying, generally, however, in spherical lines and somewhat inclined to the equator. This system seems never to have had the vogue. The system of concentric as well as that of eccentric spheres gives some sort of reason, both for the constancy and equability of the motion of the fixed stars and for the variety and uncertainty of that of the planets. Each of them bestows some sort of coherence upon those apparently disjointed phenomena, but this other system seems to leave them pretty much as it found them. Ask a Stoic why all the fixed stars perform their daily revolutions in circles parallel to each other, though of very different diameters, and with velocities so proportioned that they all finish their period at the same time, and through the whole course of it preserve the same distance and situation with regard to one another. He can give no other answer, but that the peculiar nature, or if one may say so, the caprice of each star directs it to move in that peculiar manner. His system affords him no principle of connection, by which he can join together, in his imagination, so great a number of harmonious revolutions. But either of the other two systems, by the supposition of the solid firmament, affords this easily. He is equally at a loss to connect together the peculiarities that are observed in the motions of the other heavenly bodies, the spiral motion of them all, their alternate progression from north to south and from south to north, the sometimes accelerated and again retarded motions of the sun and moon, the direct retrograde and stationary appearances of the planets. All these have, in his system, 351 no bond of union, but remain as loose and incoherent in the fancy as they at first appeared to the senses before philosophy had attempted, by giving them a new arrangement, by placing them at different distances, by assigning to each some peculiar but regular principle of motion, to methodize and dispose them into an order that should enable the imagination to pass as smoothly, and with as little embarrassment, along them, as along the most regular, most familiar, and most coherent appearances of nature. Such were the systems of astronomy that, in the ancient world, appear to have been adopted by any considerable party. Of all of them, the system of eccentric spheres was that which corresponded most exactly with the appearances of the heavens. It was not invented till after those appearances had been observed with some accuracy for more than a century together, and it was not completely digested by Ptolemy till the reign of Antoninus, after a much longer course of observations. We cannot wonder, therefore, that it was adapted to a much greater number of the phenomena than either of the other two systems, which had been formed before those phenomena were observed with any degree of attention, which therefore could connect them together only while they were thus regarded in the gross, but which, it could not be expected, should apply to them when they came to be considered in the detail. From the time of Hipparchus, therefore, this system seems to have been pretty generally received by all those who attended particularly to the study of the heavens. That astronomer first made a catalogue of the fixed stars, calculated for 600 years, the revolutions of the sun, moon, and 5 planets, marked the places in the heavens in which, during all that period, each of those bodies should appear, ascertained the times of the eclipses of the sun and moon, and the particular places of the earth in which they should be visible. His calculations were founded upon this system, and as the events corresponded to his predictions with a degree of accuracy which, though inferior to what astronomy has since arrived at, was greatly superior to anything which the world had then known, they ascertained, to all astronomers and mathematicians, the preference of his system, above all those which had been current before. It was, however, to astronomers and mathematicians only that they ascertained this, for notwithstanding the evident superiority of this system to all those with which the world was then acquainted, it was never adopted by one sect of philosophers. Philosophers, long before the days of Hipparchus, seem to have abandoned the study of nature, to employ themselves chiefly in ethical, rhetorical, and dialectical questions. Each party of them, too, had by this time completed their peculiar system or theory of the universe, and no human consideration could then have induced them to give up any part of it. That supercilious and ignorant contempt, too, with 352 which, at this time, they regarded all mathematicians, among whom they counted astronomers, seems even to have hindered them from inquiring so far into their doctrines as to know what opinions they held. Neither Cicero nor Seneca, who have so often occasion to mention the ancient systems of astronomy, takes any notice of that of Hipparchus. His name is not to be found in the writings of Seneca. It is mentioned but once in those of Cicero, in a letter to Atticus, but without any note of approbation, as a geographer and not as an astronomer. Plutarch, when he counts up, in his second book, concerning the opinions of philosophers, all the ancient systems of astronomy, never mentions this, the only tolerable one which was known in his time. Those 3 authors, it seems, conversed only with the writings of philosophers. The elder Pliny, indeed, a man whose curiosity extended itself equally to every part of learning, describes the system of Hipparchus, and never mentions its author, which he has occasion to do often, without some note of that high admiration which he had so justly conceived for his merit. Such profound ignorance in those professed instructors of mankind, with regard to so important a part of the learning of their own times, is so very remarkable, that I thought it deserved to be taken notice of, even in this short account of the revolutions of the philosophy of the ancients. Systems in many respects resemble machines. A machine is a little system created to perform, as well as to connect together, in reality, those different movements and effects which the artist has occasion for. A system is an imaginary machine invented to connect together in the fancy those different movements and effects which are already in reality performed. The machines that are first invented to perform any particular movement are always the most complex, and succeeding artists generally discover that, with fewer wheels, with fewer principles of motion than had originally been employed, the same effects may be more easily produced. The first systems, in the same manner, are always the most complex, and a particular connecting chain, or principle, is generally thought necessary to unite every two seemingly disjointed appearances. But it often happens that one great connecting principle is afterwards found to be sufficient to bind together all the discordant phenomena that occur in a whole species of things. How many wheels are necessary to carry on the movements of this imaginary machine, the system of eccentric spheres, the westward diurnal revolution of the firmament, whose rapidity carries all the other heavenly bodies along with it, requires one. The periodical eastward revolutions of the sun, moon, and 5 planets require, for each of those bodies, another. Their differently accelerated and retarded motions require that those wheels or circles should neither be concentric with the firmament, nor with one another, which, more than anything, seems to disturb the harmony of the universe. The 353 retrograde and stationary appearance of the 5 planets, as well as the extreme inconstancy of the moon's motion, require, for each of them, an epicycle, another little wheel attached to the circumference of the great wheel, which still more interrupts the uniformity of the system. The motion of the apogeum of each of those bodies requires, in each of them, still another wheel, to carry the centers of their eccentric spheres round the center of the earth. And thus, this imaginary machine, though perhaps more simple and certainly better adapted to the phenomena than the 56 planetary spheres of Aristotle, was still too intricate and complex for the imagination to rest in it with complete tranquility and satisfaction. It maintained its authority, however, without any diminution of reputation, as long as science was at all regarded in the ancient world. After the reign of Antoninus, and indeed after the age of Hipparchus, who lived almost 300 years before Antoninus, the great reputation which the earlier philosophers had acquired so imposed upon the imaginations of mankind that they seemed to have despaired of ever equaling their renown. All human wisdom, they supposed, was comprehended in the writings of those elder sages. To abridge, to explain, and to comment upon them, and thus show themselves, at least, capable of understanding some of their sublime mysteries, became now the only road to reputation. Proclus and Theon wrote commentaries upon the system of Ptolemy, but to have attempted to invent a new one would then have been regarded not only as presumption, but as impiety to the memory of their so much revered predecessors. Ruin of the empire of the Romans, and along with it, the subversion of all law and order, which happened a few centuries afterwards, produced the entire neglect of that study of the connecting principles of nature, to which leisure and security can alone give occasion. After the fall of those great conquerors and civilizers of mankind, the empire of the caliphs seems to have been the first state under which the world enjoyed that degree of tranquility which the cultivation of the sciences requires. It was under the protection of those generous and magnificent princes that the ancient philosophy and astronomy of the Greeks were restored and established in the East. That tranquility, which their mild, just, and religious government diffused over their vast empire, revived the curiosity of mankind to inquire into the connecting principles of nature. The fame of the Greek and Roman learning, which was then recent in the memories of men, made them desire to know, concerning these abstruse subjects, What were the doctrines of the so much renowned sages of those two nations? They translated, therefore, into the Arabian language and studied with great eagerness the works of many Greek philosophers, particularly of Aristotle, Ptolemy, Hippocrates, and Galen. The superiority which they easily discovered in them, above the rude essays which 354 their own nation had yet had time to produce, and which were such, we may suppose, as arise everywhere in the first infancy of science, necessarily determined them to embrace their systems, particularly that of astronomy. Neither were they ever afterwards able to throw off their authority. For though the munificence of the Abbasides, the second race of the caliphs, is said to have supplied the Arabian astronomers with larger and better instruments than any that were known to Ptolemy and Hipparchus, the study of the sciences seems, in that mighty empire, to have been either of too short or too interrupted a continuance, to allow them to make any considerable correction in the doctrines of those old mathematicians. The imaginations of mankind had not yet got time to grow so familiar with the ancient systems as to regard them without some degree of that astonishment which their grandeur and novelty excited, a novelty of a peculiar kind, which had at once the grace of what was new and the authority of what was ancient. They were still, therefore, too much enslaved to those systems to dare to depart from them, when those confusions which shook and at last overturned the peaceful throne of the caliphs banished the study of the sciences from that empire. They had, however, before this, made some considerable improvements. They had measured the obliquity of the ecliptic with more accuracy than had been done before. The tables of Ptolemy had, by the length of time, and by the inaccuracy of the observations upon which they were founded, become altogether wide of what was the real situation of the heavenly bodies, as he himself, indeed, had foretold they would do. It became necessary, therefore, to form new ones, which was accordingly executed by the orders of the Caliph Almaman, under whom, too, was made the first mensuration of the earth that we know of, after the commencement of the Christian era, by two Arabian astronomers, who, in the plain of Sennaar, measured 2 degrees of its circumference. Victorious arms of the Saracens carried into Spain the learning, as well as the gallantry of the East, and along with it, the tables of Almaman and the Arabian translations of Ptolemy and Aristotle, and thus Europe received a second time, from Babylon, the rudiments of the science of the heavens. The writings of Ptolemy were translated from Arabic into Latin, and the peripatetic philosophy was studied in Averroes and Avicenna with as much eagerness and as much submission to its doctrines in the West as it had been in the East. The doctrine of the solid spheres had originally been invented in order to give a physical account of the revolutions of the heavenly bodies, according to the system of concentric circles, to which that doctrine was very easily accommodated. Those mathematicians who invented the doctrine of eccentric circles and epicycles contented themselves with showing how, by supposing the heavenly bodies to revolve in such orbits, the phenomena might be connected together, 355, and some sort of uniformity and coherence be bestowed upon their real motions. The physical causes of those motions they left to the consideration of the philosophers, though, as appears from some passages of Ptolemy, they had some general apprehension that they were to be explained by a like hypothesis. But though the system of Hipparchus was adopted by all astronomers and mathematicians, it never was received, as we have already observed, by any one sect of philosophers among the ancients. No attempt, therefore, seems to have been made amongst them to accommodate to it any such hypothesis. The schoolmen who received at once from the Arabians the philosophy of Aristotle and the astronomy of Hipparchus were necessarily obliged to reconcile them to one another and to connect together the revolutions of the eccentric circles and epicycles of the one by the solid spheres of the other. Many different attempts of this kind were made by many different philosophers, but of them all, that of Purbach in the 15th century was the happiest and the most esteemed. Though his hypothesis is the simplest of any of them, it would be in vain to describe it without a scheme. Neither is it easily intelligible with one. For if the system of eccentric circles and epicycles was before too perplexed and intricate for the imagination to rest in it with complete tranquility and satisfaction, it became much more so when this addition had been made to it. The world, justly indeed, applauded the ingenuity of that philosopher, who could unite, so happily, two such seemingly inconsistent systems. His labors, however, seem rather to have increased than to have diminished the causes of that dissatisfaction, which the learned soon began to feel with the system of Ptolemy. He, as well as all those who had worked upon the same plan before, by rendering this account of things more complex, rendered it more embarrassing than it had been before. Neither was the complexness of this system the sole cause of the dissatisfaction, which the world in general began, soon after the days of Purbach, to express for it. The tables of Ptolemy having, upon account of the inaccuracy of the observations on which they were founded, become altogether wide of the real situation of the heavenly bodies, those of Olmerman in the 9th century were upon the same hypothesis, composed to correct their deviations. These again, a few ages afterwards, became, for the same reason, equally useless. In the 13th century, Alphonsus, the philosophical king of Castile, found it necessary to give orders for the composition of those tables, which bear his name. It is he who is so well known for the whimsical impiety of using to say that, had he been consulted at the creation of the universe, he could have given good advice, an apophthegm which is supposed to have proceeded from his dislike to the intricate system of Ptolemy. In the 15th century, the deviation of the Alpensine tables began to be as sensible as those of Ptolemy and Olmerman had been before. It appeared evident, therefore, that, though the system of Ptolemy might, in the main, be true, certain corrections were necessary to be made in it before it could be brought to correspond with exact precision to the phenomena. For the revolution of his eccentric circles and epicycles, supposing them to exist, could not, it was evident, be precisely such as he represented them, since the revolutions of the heavenly bodies deviated, in a short time, so widely from what the most exact calculations that were founded upon his hypothesis represented them. It had plainly, therefore, become necessary to correct, by more accurate observations, both the velocities and directions of all the wheels and circles of which his hypothesis is composed. This, accordingly, was begun by Purbach and carried on by Regiomontanus, the disciple, the continuator, and the perfecter of the system of Purbach, and one whose untimely death, amidst innumerable projects for the recovery of old and the invention and advancement of new sciences, is, even at this day, to be regretted. When you have convinced the world that an established system ought to be corrected, it is not very difficult to persuade them that it should be destroyed. Not long, therefore, after the death of Regiomontanus, Copernicus began to meditate a new system which should connect together the new appearances in a more simple as well as a more accurate manner than that of Ptolemy. The confusion, in which the old hypothesis represented the motions of the heavenly bodies, was, he tells us, what first suggested to him the design of forming a new system, that these, the noblest works of nature, might no longer appear devoid of that harmony and proportion which discover themselves in her meanest productions. What most of all dissatisfied him was the notion of the equalizing circle, which, by representing the revolutions of the celestial spheres as equable only, when surveyed from a point that was different from their centers, introduced a real inequality into their motions, contrary to that most natural and indeed fundamental idea, with which all the authors of astronomical systems, Plato, Eudoxus, Aristotle, even Hipparchus and Ptolemy themselves, had hitherto set out, that the real motions of such beautiful and divine objects must necessarily be perfectly regular, and go on in a manner as agreeable to the imagination as the objects themselves are to the senses. He began to consider, therefore, whether, by supposing the heavenly bodies to be arranged in a different order from that in which Aristotle and Hipparchus has placed them, this so much sought for uniformity might not be bestowed upon their motions. To discover this arrangement, he examined all the obscure traditions delivered down to us, concerning every other hypothesis which the ancients had invented for the same purpose. He found in Plutarch that some old Pythagoreans had represented the earth as revolving in the center of the universe, like a wheel round its own axis, and that 357 others of the same sect had removed it from the center and represented it as revolving in the ecliptic like a star round the central fire. By this central fire, he supposed they meant the sun, and though in this he was very widely mistaken, it was, it seems, upon this interpretation, that he began to consider how such an hypothesis might be made to correspond to the appearances. The supposed authority of these old philosophers, if it did not originally suggest to him his system, seems, at least, to have confirmed him in an opinion, which it is not improbable that he had beforehand other reasons for embracing, notwithstanding what he himself would affirm to the contrary. Then occurred to him that if the earth was supposed to revolve every day round its axis, from west to east, all the heavenly bodies would appear to revolve, in a contrary direction from east to west. The diurnal revolution of the heavens, upon this hypothesis, might be only apparent. The firmament, which has no other sensible motion, might be perfectly at rest, while the sun, the moon, and the 5 planets might have no other movement beside that eastward revolution, which is peculiar to themselves. That by supposing the earth to revolve with the planets round the sun in an orbit which comprehended within it the orbits of Venus and Mercury, but was comprehended within those of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, he could, without the embarrassment of epicycles, connect together the apparent annual revolutions of the sun and the direct, retrograde, and stationary appearances of the planets, that while the earth really revolved round the sun on one side of the heavens, the sun would appear to revolve round the earth on the other, that while she really advanced in her annual course, he would appear to advance eastward in that movement which is peculiar to himself. That by supposing the axis of the earth to be always parallel to itself, not to be quite perpendicular, but somewhat inclined to the plane of her orbit, and consequently to present to the sun the one pole when on the one side of him, and the other when on the other, he would account for the obliquity of the ecliptic, the sun's seemingly alternate progression from north to south, and from south to north, the consequent change of the seasons, and different lengths of the days and nights in the different seasons. If this new hypothesis thus connected together all these appearances as happily as that of Ptolemy, there were others which it connected together much better. The 3 superior planets, when nearly in conjunction with the sun, appear always at the greatest distance from the earth, are smallest, and least sensible to the eye, and seem to revolve forward in their direct motion with the greatest rapidity. On the contrary, when in opposition to the sun, that is, when in their meridian about midnight, they appear nearest the earth, are largest, and most sensible to the eye, and seem to revolve backwards in their retrograde motion. To explain these appearances, the system of Ptolemy supposed each of these planets to be at the upper part of their several epicycles in the one case, and at the lower in the other. But it afforded no satisfactory principle of connection, which could lead the mind easily to conceive how the epicycles of those planets, whose spheres were so distant from the sphere of the sun, should thus, if one may say so, keep time to his motion. The system of Copernicus afforded this easily, and like a more simple machine, without the assistance of epicycles, connected together, by fewer movements, the complex appearances of the heavens. When the superior planets appear nearly in conjunction with the sun, they are then in the side of their orbits, which is almost opposite to, and most distant from the earth, and therefore appear smallest, and least sensible to the eye. But as they then revolve in a direction which is almost contrary to that of the earth, they appear to advance forward with double velocity, as a ship that sails in a contrary direction to another appears from that other to sail both with its own velocity and the velocity of that from which it is seen. On the contrary, when those planets are in opposition to the sun, they are on the same side of the sun with the earth, are nearest it, most sensible to the eye, and revolve in the same direction with it. But as their revolutions round the sun are slower than that of the earth, they are necessarily left behind by it, and therefore seem to revolve backwards, as a ship which sails slower than another, though it sails in the same direction, appears from that other to sail backwards. After the same manner, by the same annual revolution of the earth, he connected together the direct and retrograde motions of the 2 inferior planets, as well as the stationary appearances of all the 5. There are some other particular phenomena of the 2 inferior planets, which correspond still better to this system and still worse to that of Ptolemy. Venus and Mercury seem to attend constantly upon the motion of the sun, appearing, sometimes on the one side and sometimes on the other, of that great luminary, Mercury being almost always buried in his rays, and Venus never receding above 48 degrees from him, contrary to what is observed in the other three planets, which are often seen in the opposite side of the heavens at the greatest possible distance from the Sun. The system of Ptolemy accounted for this, by supposing that the centers of the epicycles of these two planets were always in the same line with those of the Sun and the Earth, that they appeared therefore in conjunction with the Sun, when either in the upper or lower part of their epicycles, and at the greatest distance from him, when in the sides of them. It assigned, however, no reason why the epicycles of these two planets should observe so different a rule from that which takes place in those of the other three, nor for the enormous epicycle of Venus, whose sides must have been 48 degrees distant from the Sun, while its center was in conjunction with him, and whose diameter must have covered more than a quadrant of the great circle. But how easily all these appearances coincide with the hypothesis, which represents those two inferior planets revolving round the Sun in orbits comprehended within the orbit of the Earth, is too obvious to require an explanation. Thus far did this new account of things render the appearances of the heavens more completely coherent than had been done by any of the former systems. It did this, too, by a more simple and intelligible, as well as more beautiful machinery. It represented the Sun, the great enlightener of the universe, whose body was alone larger than all the planets taken together, as established immovable in the center, shedding light and heat on all the worlds that circulated around him in one uniform direction, but in longer or shorter periods, according to their different distances. It took away the diurnal revolution of the firmament, whose rapidity, upon the old hypothesis, was beyond what even thought could conceive. It not only delivered the imagination from the embarrassment of epicycles, but from the difficulty of conceiving these two opposite motions going on at the same time, which the system of Ptolemy and Aristotle bestowed upon all the planets, I mean, their diurnal westward and periodical eastward revolutions. The Earth's revolution round its own axis took away the necessity for supposing the first, and the second was easily conceived when by itself. The five planets, which seem, upon all other systems, to be objects of a species by themselves, unlike to everything to which the imagination has been accustomed, when supposed to revolve along with the Earth round the Sun, were naturally apprehended to be objects of the same kind with the Earth, habitable, opaque, and enlightened only by the rays of the Sun. And thus this hypothesis, by classing them in the same species of things, with an object that is of all others the most familiar to us, took off that wonder and that uncertainty which the strangeness and singularity of their appearance had excited, and thus far, too, better answered the great end of philosophy. Neither did the beauty and simplicity of this system alone recommend it to the imagination. The novelty and unexpectedness of that view of nature, which it opened to the fancy, excited more wonder and surprise than the strangest of those appearances, which it had been invented to render natural and familiar, and these sentiments still more endeared it. For though it is the end of philosophy to allay that wonder, which either the unusual or seemingly disjointed appearances of nature excite, yet she never triumphs so much, as when, in order to connect together a few, in themselves, perhaps, inconsiderable objects, she has, if I may say so, created another constitution of things, more natural indeed, and such as the imagination can more easily attend to, but more new, more contrary to common opinion and expectation than any of those appearances themselves, as in the instance before us, in order to connect together some seeming irregularities in the motions of 360 the planets, the most inconsiderable objects in the heavens, and of which the greater part of mankind have no occasion to take any notice. During the whole course of their lives, she has, to talk in the hyperbolical language of Tycho Brahe, moved the earth from its foundations, stopped the revolution of the firmament, made the sun stand still, and subverted the whole order of the universe. Such were the advantages of this new hypothesis, as they appeared to its author when he first invented it. But though that love of paradox, so natural to the learned, and that pleasure, which they are so apt to take in exciting by the novelties of their supposed discoveries, the amazement of mankind may, notwithstanding what one of his disciples tells us to the contrary, have had its weight in prompting Copernicus to adopt this system. Yet, when he had completed his treatise of revolutions and began coolly to consider what a strange doctrine he was about to offer to the world, he so much dreaded the prejudice of mankind against it, that by a species of continence, of all others the most difficult to a philosopher, he detained it in his closet for 30 years together. At last, in the extremity of old age, he allowed it to be extorted from him, but he died as soon as it was printed, and before it was published to the world. When it appeared in the world, it was almost universally disapproved of, by the learned as well as by the ignorant. The natural prejudices of sense, confirmed by education, prevailed too much with both to allow them to give it a fair examination. A few disciples only, whom he himself had instructed in his doctrine, received it with esteem and admiration. One of them, Reinholdus, formed, upon this hypothesis, larger and more accurate astronomical tables than what accompanied the treatise of revolutions, in which Copernicus had been guilty of some errors in calculation. It soon appeared that these Prutenic tables, as they were called, corresponded more exactly with the heavens than the tables of Alphonsus. This ought naturally to have formed a prejudice in favor of the diligence and accuracy of Copernicus in observing the heavens. But it ought to have formed none in favor of his hypothesis, since the same observations and the result of the same calculations might have been accommodated to the system of Ptolemy without making any greater alteration in that system than what Ptolemy had foreseen and had even foretold should be made. It formed, however, a prejudice in favor of both, and the learned began to examine, with some attention, an hypothesis which afforded the easiest methods of calculation, and upon which the most exact predictions had been made. The superior degree of coherence, which it bestowed upon the celestial appearances, the simplicity and uniformity which it introduced into the real directions and velocities of the planets, soon disposed many astronomers first to favor, and at last to embrace a system, which thus connected together so happily 361 the most disjointed of those objects that chiefly occupied their thoughts. Nor can anything more evidently demonstrate how easily the learned give up the evidence of their senses to preserve the coherence of the ideas of their imagination, than the readiness with which this, the most violent paradox in all philosophy, was adopted by many ingenious astronomers, notwithstanding its inconsistency with every system of physics then known in the world, and notwithstanding the great number of other more real objections, to which, as Copernicus left it, this account of things was most justly exposed. It was adopted, however, nor can this be wondered at by astronomers only. The learned in all other sciences continued to regard it with the same contempt as the vulgar. Even astronomers were divided about its merit, and many of them rejected a doctrine which not only contradicted the established system of natural philosophy, but which, considered astronomically only, seemed to them to labor under several difficulties. Some of the objections against the motion of the earth that were drawn from the prejudices of sense, the patrons of this system, indeed, easily enough got over. They represented that the earth might really be in motion, though to its inhabitants it seemed to be at rest, and that the sun and fixed stars might really be at rest, though from the earth they seemed to be in motion, in the same manner as a ship, which sails through a smooth sea, seems to those who are in it to be at rest, though really in motion, while the objects which she passes along seem to be in motion, though really at rest. But there were some other objections, which, though grounded upon the same natural prejudices, they found it more difficult to get over. The earth had always presented itself to the senses, not only as at rest, but as inert, ponderous, and even averse to motion. The imagination had always been accustomed to conceive it as such, and suffered the greatest violence when obliged to pursue and attend it in that rapid motion which the system of Copernicus bestowed upon it. To enforce their objection, the adversaries of this hypothesis were at pains to calculate the extreme rapidity of this motion. They represented that the circumference of the earth had been computed to be above 20,000 miles. If the earth, therefore, was supposed to revolve every day round its axis, every point of it near the equator would pass over above 23,000 miles in a day, and consequently near 1,000 miles in an hour, and about 16 miles in a minute, a motion more rapid than that of a cannonball, or even than the swifter progress of sound. The rapidity of its periodical revolution was yet more violent than that of its diurnal rotation. How, therefore, could the imagination ever conceive so ponderous a body to be naturally endowed with so dreadful a movement? The peripatetic philosophy, the only philosophy then known in the world, still further confirmed this prejudice. That philosophy, by a very natural, though perhaps groundless distinction, divided all motion into natural and violent. Natural motion was that which flowed from an innate tendency in the body, as when a stone fell downwards. Violent motion, that which arose from external force, and which was, in some measure, contrary to the natural tendency of the body, as when a stone was thrown upwards or horizontally. No violent motion could be lasting, for being constantly weakened by the natural tendency of the body, it would soon be destroyed. The natural motion of the earth, as was evident in all its parts, was downwards, in a straight line to the center, as that of fire and air was upwards, in a straight line from the center. It was the heavens only that revolved naturally in a circle. Neither, therefore, the supposed revolution of the earth round its own center, nor that round the sun, could be natural motions. They must therefore be violent, and consequently could be of no long continuance. It was in vain that Copernicus replied that gravity was, probably, nothing else besides a tendency in the different parts of the same planet to unite themselves to one another, that this tendency took place, probably, in the parts of the other planets, as well as in those of the earth, that it could very well be united with a circular motion, that it might be equally natural to the whole body of the planet, and to every part of it, that his adversaries themselves allowed that circular motion was natural to the heavens, whose diurnal revolution was infinitely more rapid than even that motion which he had bestowed upon the earth, that though a like motion was natural to the earth, it would still appear to be at rest to its inhabitants, and all the parts of it to tend in a straight line to the center, in the same manner as at present. But this answer, how satisfactory soever it may appear to be now, neither did nor could appear to be satisfactory then. By admitting the distinction betwixt natural and violent motions, it was founded upon the same ignorance of mechanical principles with the objection. The systems of Aristotle and Hipparchus supposed, indeed, the diurnal motion of the heavenly bodies to be infinitely more rapid than even that dreadful movement which Copernicus bestowed upon the earth. But they supposed, at the same time, that those bodies were objects of a quite different species from any we are acquainted with near the surface of the earth, and to which, therefore, it was less difficult to conceive that any sort of motion might be natural. Those objects, besides, had never presented themselves to the senses as moving otherwise or with less rapidity than these systems represented them. The imagination, therefore, could feel no difficulty in following a representation which the senses had rendered quite familiar to it. But when the planets came to be regarded as so many earths, the case was quite altered. The imagination had been accustomed to conceive such objects as tending rather to rest than motion, and this idea of their natural inertness encumbered, if one may say so, and clogged its flight whenever it endeavored to pursue them in their periodical courses, and to conceive them as continually rushing through the celestial spaces with such violent and unremitting rapidity. Nor were the first followers of Copernicus more fortunate in their answers to some other objections, which were founded indeed in the same ignorance of the laws of motion, but which, at the same time, were necessarily connected with that way of conceiving things, which then prevailed universally in the learned world. If the earth, it was said, revolved so rapidly from west to east, a perpetual wind would set in from east to west, more violent than what blows in the greatest hurricanes. A stone thrown westwards would fly to a much greater distance than one thrown with the same force eastwards, as what moved in a direction contrary to the motion of the earth would necessarily pass over a greater portion of its surface than what, with the same velocity, moved along with it. A bowl, it was said, dropped from the mast of a ship under sail, does not fall precisely at the foot of the mast, but behind it, and in the same manner, a stone dropped from a high tower would not, upon the supposition of the earth's motion, fall precisely at the bottom of the tower, but west of it, the earth being, in the meantime, carried away eastward from below it. It is amusing to observe by what subtle and metaphysical evasions the followers of Copernicus endeavored to elude this objection, which before the doctrine of the composition of motion had been explained by Galileo, was altogether unanswerable. They allowed that a ball dropped from the mast of a ship under sail would not fall at the foot of the mast, but behind it, because the ball, they said, was no part of the ship, and because the motion of the ship was natural neither to itself nor to the ball. But the stone was a part of the earth, and the diurnal and annual revolutions of the earth were natural to the whole, and to every part of it, and therefore to the stone. The stone, therefore, having naturally the same motion with the earth, fell precisely at the bottom of the tower. But this answer could not satisfy the imagination, which still found it difficult to conceive how these motions could be natural to the earth, or how a body, which had always presented itself to the senses as inert, ponderous, and averse to motion, should naturally be continually wheeling about both its own axis and the sun with such violent rapidity. It was besides argued by Tycho Brahe, upon the principles of the same philosophy which had afforded both the objection and the answer, that even upon the supposition that any such motion was natural to the whole body of the earth, yet the stone, which was separated from it, could no longer be actuated by that motion. The limb, which is cut off from an animal, loses those animal motions which were natural to the whole. The branch, which is cut off from the trunk, loses that vegetative 364 motion which is natural to the whole tree. Even the metals, minerals, and stones, which were dug out from the bosom of the earth, lose those motions which occasioned their production and increase, and which were natural to them in their original state. Though the diurnal and annual motion of the earth, therefore, had been natural to them while they were contained in its bosom, it could no longer be so when they were separated from it. Tycho Brahe, the great restorer of the science of the heavens, who had spent his life and wasted his fortune upon the advancement of astronomy, whose observations were both more numerous and more accurate than those of all the astronomers who had gone before him, was himself so much affected by the force of this objection that, though he had never mentioned the system of Copernicus without some note of high admiration he had conceived for its author, he could never himself be induced to embrace it, yet all his astronomical observations tended to confirm it. They demonstrated that Venus and Mercury were sometimes above and sometimes below the sun, and that, consequently, the sun, and not the earth, was the center of their periodical revolutions. They showed that Mars, when in his meridian at midnight, was nearer to the earth than the earth is to the sun, though when in conjunction with the sun, he was much more remote from the earth than that luminary, a discovery which was absolutely inconsistent with the system of Ptolemy, which proved that the sun, and not the earth, was the center of the periodical revolutions of Mars, as well as of Venus and Mercury, and which demonstrated that the earth was placed betwixt the orbits of Mars and Venus. They made the same thing probable with regard to Jupiter and Saturn, that they too revolved round the sun, and that therefore the sun, if not the center of the universe, was at least that of the planetary system. They proved that comets were superior to the moon, and moved through the heavens in all possible directions, an observation incompatible with the solid spheres of Aristotle and Purbach, and which therefore overturned the physical part, at least, of the established systems of astronomy. All these observations, joined to his aversion to the system, and perhaps, notwithstanding the generosity of his character, some little jealousy for the fame of Copernicus, suggested to Tycho the idea of a new hypothesis, in which the earth continued to be, as in the old account, the immovable center of the universe, round which the firmament revolved every day from east to west, and by some secret virtue carried the sun, the moon, and the 5 planets along with it, notwithstanding their immense distance, and notwithstanding that there was nothing betwixt it and them but the most fluid ether. But although all these 7 bodies thus obeyed the diurnal revolution of the firmament, they had each of them, as in the old system, too, a 365 contrary periodical eastward revolution of their own, which made them appear to be every day, more or less, left behind by the firmament. The sun was the center of the periodical revolutions of the 5 planets, the earth, that of the sun and moon. The 5 planets followed the sun in his periodical revolution round the earth, as they did the firmament in its diurnal rotation. The 3 superior planets comprehended the earth within the orbit in which they revolved round the sun, and had each of them an epicycle to connect together, in the same manner as in the system of Ptolemy, their direct, retrograde, and stationary appearances. As, notwithstanding their immense distance, they followed the sun in his periodical revolution round the earth, keeping always at an equal distance from him, they were necessarily brought much nearer to the earth when in opposition to the sun than when in conjunction with him. Mars, the nearest of them, when in his meridian at midnight, came within the orbit which the sun described round the earth, and consequently was then nearer to the earth than the earth was to the sun. The appearances of the two inferior planets were explained in the same manner as in the system of Copernicus, and consequently required no epicycle to connect them. The circles in which the 5 planets performed their periodical revolutions round the sun, as well as those in which the sun and moon performed theirs round the earth, were, as both in the old and new hypothesis, eccentric circles to connect together their differently accelerated and retarded motions. Such was the system of Tycho Brahe, compounded, as is evident, out of these of Ptolemy and Copernicus, happier than that of Ptolemy in the account which it gives of the motions of the 2 inferior planets, more complex by supposing the different revolutions of all the 5 to be performed round 2 different centers, the diurnal round the earth, the periodical round the sun, but in every respect more complex and more incoherent than that of Copernicus. Such, however, was the difficulty that mankind felt in conceiving the motion of the earth, that it long balanced the reputation of that otherwise more beautiful system. It may be said that those who considered the heavens only favored the system of Copernicus, which connected so happily all the appearances which presented themselves there, but that those who looked upon the earth adopted the account of Tycho Brahe, which, leaving it at rest in the center of the universe, did less violence to the usual habits of the imagination. The learned were, indeed, sensible of the intricacy and of the many incoherences of that system, that it gave no account why the sun, moon, and 5 planets should follow the revolution of the firmament, or why the 5 planets, notwithstanding the immense distance of the 3 superior ones, should obey the periodical motion of the sun, or why the earth, though placed between the orbits of Mars and Venus, should remain immovable in the center 366 of the firmament, and constantly resist the influence of whatever it was, which carried bodies that were so much larger than itself, and that were placed on all sides of it, periodically round the sun. Tycho Brahe died before he had fully explained his system. His great and merited renown disposed many of the learned to believe that, had his life been longer, he would have connected together many of these incoherences and new methods of adapting his system to some other appearances, with which none of his followers could connect it. The objection to the system of Copernicus, which was drawn from the nature of motion, and that was most insisted on by Tycho Brahe, was at last fully answered by Galileo. Not, however, till about 30 years after the death of Tycho and about 100 after that of Copernicus. It was then that Galileo, by explaining the nature of the composition of motion, by showing, both from reason and experience, that a ball dropped from the mast of a ship under sail would fall precisely at the foot of the mast, and by rendering this doctrine, from a great number of other instances, quite familiar to the imagination, took off, perhaps, the principal objection which had been made to this hypothesis of the astronomers. Several other astronomical difficulties which encumbered this account of things were removed by the same philosopher. Copernicus, after altering the center of the world and making the earth and all the planets revolve round the sun, was obliged to leave the moon to revolve round the earth as before. But no example of any such secondary planet having then been discovered in the heavens, there seemed still to be this irregularity remaining in the system. Galileo, who first applied telescopes to astronomy, discovered by their assistance the satellites of Jupiter, which, revolving round that planet, at the same time that they were carried along with it in its revolution round either the earth or the sun, made it seem less contrary to the analogy of nature that the moon should both revolve round the earth and accompany her in her revolution round the sun. It had been objected to Copernicus that if Venus and Mercury revolved round the sun in an orbit comprehended within the orbit of the earth, they would show all the same phases with the moon, present, sometimes their darkened, and sometimes their enlightened sides to the earth, and sometimes part of the one and part of the other. He answered that they undoubtedly did all this, but that their smallness and distance hindered us from perceiving it. This very bold assertion of Copernicus was confirmed by Galileo. His telescopes rendered the phases of Venus quite sensible, and thus demonstrated, more evidently than had been done, even by the observations of Tycho Brahe, the revolutions of these two planets round the Sun, as well as so far destroyed the system of Ptolemy. The mountains and seas, which, by the help of the same instrument, 367 he discovered, or imagined he had discovered in the Moon, rendering that planet, in every respect similar to the Earth, made it seem less contrary to the analogy of nature, that, as the Moon revolved round the Earth should revolve round the Sun. The spots which, in the same manner, he discovered in the Sun, demonstrating, by their motion, the revolution of the Sun round his axis, made it seem less improbable that the Earth, a body so much smaller than the Sun, should likewise revolve round her axis in the same manner. Succeeding telescopical observations discovered, in each of the 5 planets, spots not unlike those which Galileo had observed in the Moon, and thereby seemed to demonstrate what Copernicus had only conjectured, that the planets were naturally opaque, enlightened only by the rays of the Sun, habitable, diversified by seas and mountains, and in every respect, bodies of the same kind with the Earth, and thus added one other probability to this system, by discovering, too, that each of the planets revolved round its own axis, at the same time that it was carried round either the Earth or the Sun. They made it seem quite agreeable to the analogy of nature, that the Earth, which in every other respect resembled the planets, should, like them too, revolve round its own axis, and at the same time perform its periodical motion round the Sun. While in Italy, the unfortunate Galileo was adding so many probabilities to the system of Copernicus, there was another philosopher employing himself in Germany to ascertain, correct, and improve it, Kepler, with great genius, but without the taste, or the order and method of Galileo, possessed, like all his other countrymen, the most laborious industry, joined to that passion for discovering proportions and resemblances betwixt the different parts of nature, which, though common to all philosophers, seems, in him, to have been excessive. He had been instructed, by M. Aslinus, in the system of Copernicus, and his first curiosity was, as he tells us, to find out why the planets, the Earth being counted for one, were 6 in number, why they were placed at such irregular distances from the Sun, and whether there was any uniform proportion betwixt their several distances and the times employed in their periodical revolutions. Till some reason or proportion of this kind could be discovered, the system did not appear to him to be completely coherent. He endeavored first to find it in the proportions of numbers and plane figures, afterwards in those of the regular solids, and last of all, in those of the musical divisions of the octave. Whatever was the science which Kepler was studying, he seems constantly to have pleased himself with finding some analogy betwixt it and the system of the universe, and thus arithmetic and music, plane and solid geometry, came all of them by turns to illustrate the doctrine of the sphere, in the explaining of which he was, by his 368 profession, principally employed. Tycho Brahe, to whom he had presented one of his books, though he could not but disapprove of his system, was pleased, however, with his genius, and with his indefatigable diligence in making the most laborious calculations. That generous and magnificent Dane invited the obscure and indigent Kepler to come and live with him, and communicated to him, as soon as he arrived, his observations upon Mars, in the arranging and methodizing of which his disciples were at that time employed. Kepler, upon comparing them with one another, found that the orbit of Mars was not a perfect circle, that one of its diameters was somewhat longer than the other, and that it approached to an oval or an ellipse, which had the Sun placed in one of its foci. He found, too, that the motion of the planet was not equable, that it was swiftest when nearest the Sun, and slowest when furthest from him, and that its velocity gradually increased or diminished according as it approached or receded from him. The observations of the same astronomer discovered to him, though not so evidently, that the same things were true of all the other planets, that their orbits were elliptical, and that their motions were swiftest when nearest the Sun, and slowest when furthest from him. They showed the same things, too, of the Sun, if supposed to revolve round the Earth, and consequently of the Earth, if it also was supposed to revolve round the Sun. That the motions of all the heavenly bodies were perfectly circular had been the fundamental idea upon which every astronomical hypothesis, except the irregular one of the Stoics, had been built. A circle, as the degree of its curvature is everywhere the same, is of all curved lines the simplest and the most easily conceived. Since it was evident, therefore, that the heavenly bodies did not move in straight lines, the indolent imagination found that it could most easily attend to their motions if they were supposed to revolve in perfect circles. It had, upon this account, determined that a circular motion was the most perfect of all motions, and that none but the most perfect motion could be worthy of such beautiful and divine objects. And it had, upon this account, so often, in vain, endeavored to adjust to the appearances so many different systems, which all supposed them to revolve in this perfect manner. The equality of their motions was another fundamental idea, which, in the same manner, and for the same reason, was supposed by all the founders of astronomical systems. For an equal motion can be more easily attended to than one that is continually either accelerated or retarded. All inconsistency, therefore, was declared to be unworthy those bodies which revolved in the celestial regions, and to be fit only for inferior and sublunary things. The calculations of Kepler overturned, with regard to the planets, both these natural prejudices of the imagination, destroyed their circular orbits, and introduced into their 369 real motions such an equality as no equalizing circle would remedy. It was, however, to render their motion perfectly equable, without even the assistance of an equalizing circle, that Copernicus, as he himself assures us, had originally invented his system. Since the calculations of Kepler, therefore, overturned what Copernicus had principally in view in establishing his system, we cannot wonder that they should at first seem rather to embarrass than improve it. It is true, by these elliptical orbits and unequal motions, Kepler disengaged the system from the embarrassment of those small epicycles, which Copernicus, in order to connect the seemingly accelerated and retarded movements of the planets with their supposed real equality, had been obliged to leave in it. For it is remarkable that though Copernicus had delivered the orbits of the planets from the enormous epicycles of Hipparchus, that though in this consisted the great superiority of his system above that of the ancient astronomers, he was yet obliged himself to abandon, in some measure, this advantage, and to make use of some small epicycles to join together those seeming irregularities. His epicycles, indeed, like the irregularities for whose sake they were introduced, were but small ones, and the imaginations of his first followers seem, accordingly, either to have slurred them over altogether or scarcely to have observed them. Neither Galileo nor Gassendi, the two most eloquent of his defenders, take any notice of them. Nor does it seem to have been generally attended to that there was any such thing as epicycles in the system of Copernicus, till Kepler, in order to vindicate his own elliptical orbits, insisted that even according to Copernicus, the body of the planet was to be found, but at two different places in the circumference of that circle which the center of its epicycle described. It is true, too, that an ellipse is, of all curved lines after a circle, the simplest and most easily conceived. And it is true, besides all this, that, while Kepler took from the motion of the planets the easiest of all proportions, that of equality, he did not leave them absolutely without one, but ascertained the rule by which their velocities continually varied. For a genius so fond of analogies, when he had taken away one, would be sure to substitute another in its room. Notwithstanding all this, notwithstanding that his system was better supported by observations than any system had ever been before, yet, such was the attachment to the equal motions and circular orbits of the planets, that it seems, for some time, to have been in general but little attended to by the learned, to have been altogether neglected by philosophers, and not much regarded even by astronomers. Gassendi, who began to figure in the world about the latter days of Kepler, and who was himself no mean astronomer, seems indeed to have conceived a good deal of esteem for his diligence and accuracy in accommodating the observations of Tycho Brahe to the system of 370 Copernicus. But Gassendi appears to have had no comprehension of the importance of those alterations which Kepler had made in that system, as is evident from his scarcely ever mentioning them in the whole course of his voluminous writings upon astronomy. Descartes, The contemporary and rival of Gassendi seems to have paid no attention to them at all, but to have built his theory of the heavens without any regard to them. Even those astronomers, whom a serious attention had convinced of the justness of his corrections, were still so enamored with the circular orbits and equal motion that they endeavored to compound his system with those ancient but natural prejudices. Thus Ward endeavored to show that, though the planets moved in elliptical orbits, which had the sun in one of their foci, and though their velocities in the elliptical line were continually varying, yet, if a ray was supposed to be extended from the center of any one of them to the other focus, and to be carried along by the periodical motion of the planet, it would make equal angles in equal times, and consequently cut off equal portions of the circle of which that other focus was the center. To one, therefore, placed in that focus, the motion of the planet would appear to be perfectly circular and perfectly equable, in the same manner as in the equalizing circles of Ptolemy and Hipparchus. Thus Boillard, who censured this hypothesis of Ward, invented another of the same kind, infinitely more whimsical and capricious. The planets, according to that astronomer, always revolve in circles. For that being the most perfect figure, it is impossible they should revolve in any other. No one of them, however, continues to move in any one circle, but is perpetually passing from one to another, through an infinite number of circles, in the course of each revolution. For an ellipse, said he, is an oblique section of a cone, and in a cone, betwixt the two vortices of the ellipse, there is an infinite number of circles out of the infinitely small portions of which the elliptical line is compounded. The planet, therefore, which moves in this line, is in every point of it moving in an infinitely small portion of a certain circle. The motion of each planet, too, according to him, was necessarily, for the same reason, perfectly equable, an equable motion being the most perfect of all motions. It was not, however, in the elliptical line that it was equable, but in any one of the circles that were parallel to the base of that cone, by whose section this elliptical line had been formed. For if a ray was extended from the planet to any one of those circles, and carried along by its periodical motion, it would cut off equal portions of that circle in equal times. Another most fantastical equalizing circle, supported by no other foundation besides the frivolous connection between a cone and an ellipse, and recommended by nothing but the natural passion for circular orbits and equable motions. It may be regarded as the last effort of this passion, and may serve to show the force of that principle which could thus oblige this accurate observer and great improver of the theory of the heavens to adopt so strange an hypothesis. Such was the difficulty and hesitation with which the followers of Copernicus adopted the corrections of Kepler. The rule, indeed, which Kepler ascertained for determining the gradual acceleration or retardation in the movement of the planets, was intricate and difficult to be comprehended. It could therefore but little facilitate the progress of the imagination in tracing those revolutions which were supposed to be conducted by it. According to that astronomer, if a straight line was drawn from the center of each planet to the sun and carried along by the periodical motion of the planet, it would describe equal areas in equal times, though the planet did not pass over equal spaces. And the same rule, he found, took place nearly with regard to the moon. The imagination, when acquainted with the law by which any motion is accelerated or retarded, can follow and attend to it more easily than when at a loss, and as it were, wandering in uncertainty with regard to the proportion which regulates its varieties. The discovery of this analogy, therefore, no doubt, rendered the system of Kepler more agreeable to the natural taste of mankind. It was, however, an analogy too difficult to be followed or comprehended to render it completely so. Kepler, besides this, introduced another new analogy into the system, and first discovered that there was one uniform relation observed betwixt the distances of the planets from the sun and the times employed in their periodical motions. He found that their periodical times were greater than in proportion to their distances and less than in proportion to the squares of those distances, but that they were nearly as the mean proportionals betwixt their distances and the squares of their distances, or, in other words, that the squares of their periodical times were nearly as the cubes of their distances, an analogy which, though like all others, it no doubt rendered the system somewhat more distinct and comprehensible, was, however, as well as the former, of too intricate a nature to facilitate very much the effort of the imagination in conceiving it. The truth of both these analogies, intricate as they were, was at last fully established by the observations of Cassini. That astronomer first discovered that the secondary planets of Jupiter and Saturn revolved round their primary ones, according to the same laws which Kepler had observed in the revolutions of the primary ones round the Sun and that of the Moon round the Earth, that each of them described equal areas in equal times, and that the squares of their periodic times were as the cubes of their distances. When these two last abstruse analogies, which, when Kepler at first observed them, were but little regarded, had been thus found to take place in the revolutions of the 4 satellites of Jupiter, and in those of the 5 of Saturn, they were 372 now thought not only to confirm the doctrine of Kepler, but to add a new probability to the Copernican hypothesis. The observations of Cassini seem to establish it as a law of the system that when one body revolved round another, it described equal areas in equal times, and that, when several revolved round the same body, the squares of their periodic times were as the cubes of their distances. If the Earth and the 5 planets were supposed to revolve round the Sun, these laws, it was said, would take place universally. But if, according to the system of Ptolemy, the Sun, Moon, and 5 planets were supposed to revolve round the Earth, the periodical motions of the Sun and Moon would, indeed, observe the first of these laws, would each of them describe equal areas in equal times. But they would not observe the second. The squares of their periodic times would not be as the cubes of their distances, and the revolutions of the 5 planets would observe neither the one law nor the other. Or if, according to the system of Tycho Brahe, the 5 planets were supposed to revolve round the Sun, while the Sun and Moon revolved round the Earth, the revolutions of the 5 planets round the Sun would, indeed, observe both these laws, but those of the Sun and Moon round the Earth would observe only the first of them. The analogy of nature, therefore, could be preserved completely, according to no other system but that of Copernicus, which, upon that account, must be the true one. This argument is regarded by Voltaire and the Cardinal of Polignac as an irrefragable demonstration. Even 1000 Lauren, who is more capable of judging, nay, Newton himself, seems to mention it as one of the principal evidences for the truth of that hypothesis. Yet an analogy of this kind, it would seem, far from a demonstration, could afford, at most, but the shadow of a probability. It is true that though Cassini supposed the planets to revolve in an oblong curve, it was in a curve somewhat different from that of Kepler. In the ellipse, the sum of the 2 lines which are drawn from any one point in the circumference to the 2 foci is always equal to that of those which are drawn from any other point in the circumference to the same foci. In the curve of Cassini, it is not the sum of the lines, but the rectangles which are contained under the lines, that are always equal. As this, however, was a proportion more difficult to be comprehended by astronomers than the other, the curve of Cassini has never had the vogue. Nothing now embarrassed the system of Copernicus, but the difficulty which the imagination felt in conceiving bodies so immensely ponderous as the Earth and the other planets revolving round the Sun with such incredible rapidity. It was in vain that Copernicus pretended that, notwithstanding the prejudices of sense, this circular motion might be as natural to the planets as it is to a stone to fall to the ground. The imagination had been accustomed to conceive such 373 objects as tending rather to rest than motion. This habitual idea of their natural inertness was incompatible with that of their natural motion. It was in vain that Kepler, in order to assist the fancy in connecting together this natural inertness with their astonishing velocities, talked of some vital and immaterial virtue, which was shed by the Sun into the surrounding spaces, which was whirled about with his revolution round his own axis, and which, taking hold of the planets, forced them, in spite of their ponderousness and strong propensity to rest, thus to whirl about the center of the system. The imagination had no hold of this immaterial virtue, and could form no determinate idea of what it consisted in. The imagination, indeed, felt a gap, or interval, betwixt the constant motion and the supposed inertness of the planets, and had in this, as in all other cases, some general idea or apprehension that there must be a connecting chain of intermediate objects to link together these discordant qualities. Wherein this connecting chain consisted, it was, indeed, at a loss to conceive, nor did the doctrine of Kepler lend it any assistance in this respect. That doctrine, like almost all those of the philosophy in fashion during his time, bestowed a name upon this invisible chain, called it an immaterial virtue, but afforded no determinate idea of what was its nature. Descartes was the first who attempted to ascertain precisely wherein this invisible chain consisted, and to afford the imagination a train of intermediate events, which, succeeding each other in an order that was of all others the most familiar to it, should unite those incoherent qualities, the rapid motion, and the natural inertness of the planets. Descartes was the first who explained wherein consisted the real inertness of matter, that it was not in an aversion to motion or in a propensity to rest, but in a power of continuing indifferently either at rest or in motion, and of resisting, with a certain force, whatever endeavored to change its state from the one to the other. According to that ingenious and fanciful philosopher, the whole of infinite space was full of matter, for with him matter and extension were the same, and consequently there could be no void. This immensity of matter he supposed to be divided into an infinite number of very small cubes, all of which, being whirled about upon their own centers, necessarily gave occasion to the production of two different elements. The first consisted of those angular parts, which, having been necessarily rubbed off, and grinded yet smaller by their mutual friction, constituted the most subtle and movable part of matter. The second consisted of those little globules that were formed by the rubbing off of the first. The interstices betwixt these globules of the second element was filled up by the particles of the first. But in the infinite collisions, which must occur in an infinite space filled with matter, and all in motion, it must necessarily happen that many of the globules of the second element should be broken and grinded down into the first. The quantity 374 of the first element having been thus increased beyond what was sufficient to fill up the interstices of the second, it must, in many places, have been heaped up together, without any mixture of the second along with it. Such, according to Descartes, was the original division of matter. Upon this infinitude of matter thus divided, a certain quantity of motion was originally impressed by the Creator of all things, and the laws of motion were so adjusted as always to preserve the same quantity in it, without increase and without diminution. Whatever motion was lost by one part of matter was communicated to some other, and whatever was acquired by one part of matter was derived from some other, and thus, through an eternal revolution, from rest to motion, and from motion to rest, in every part of the universe, the quantity of motion in the whole was always the same. But as there was no void, no one part of matter could be moved without thrusting some other out of its place, nor that without thrusting some other, and so on. To avoid, therefore, an infinite progress, he supposed that the matter which any body pushed before it rolled immediately backwards, to supply the place of that matter which flowed in behind it. And as we may observe in the swimming of a fish, that the water which it pushes before it immediately rolls backward, to supply the place of what flows in behind it, and thus forms a small circle or vortex round the body of the fish. It was, in the same manner, that the motion originally impressed by the Creator upon the infinitude of matter necessarily produced in it an infinity of greater and smaller vortices or circular streams, and the law of motion being so adjusted as always to preserve the same quantity of motion in the universe, those vortices either continued forever, or by their dissolution gave birth to others of the same kind. There was, thus, at all times, an infinite number of greater and smaller vortices or circular streams revolving in the universe. But whatever moves in a circle is constantly endeavoring to fly off from the center of its revolution, for the natural motion of all bodies is in a straight line. All the particles of matter, therefore, in each of those greater vortices, were continually pressing from the center to the circumference, with more or less force, according to the different degrees of their bulk and solidity. The larger and more solid globules of the second element forced themselves upwards to the circumference, while the smaller, more yielding, and more active particles of the first, which could flow, even through the interstices of the second, were forced downwards to the center. They were forced downwards to the center, notwithstanding their natural tendency was upwards to the circumference, for the same reason that a piece of wood, when plunged in water, is forced upwards to the surface, notwithstanding its natural tendency is downwards to the bottom, because its tendency downwards is less strong than that of the particles of water, which therefore 375, if one may say so, press in before it, and thus force it upwards. But there being a greater quantity of the first element than what was necessary to fill up the interstices of the second, it was necessarily accumulated in the center of each of these great circular streams, and formed there the fiery and active substance of the sun. For according to that philosopher, the solar systems were infinite in number, each fixed star being the center of one, and he is among the first of the moderns who thus took away the boundaries of the universe, even Copernicus and Kepler themselves having confined it within what they supposed to be the vault of the firmament. The center of each vortex being thus occupied by the most active and movable parts of matter, there was necessarily among them a more violent agitation than in any other part of the vortex, and this violent agitation of the center cherished and supported the movement of the whole. But among the particles of the first element, which fill up the interstices of the second, there are many which, from the pressure of the globules on all sides of them, necessarily receive an angular form, and thus constitute a third element of particles less fit for motion than those of the other two. As the particles, however, of this third element were formed in the interstices of the second, they are necessarily smaller than those of the second, and are therefore, along with those of the first, urged down towards the center, where, when a number of them happen to take hold of one another, they form such spots upon the surface of the accumulated particles of the first element, as are often discovered by telescopes upon the face of that sun, which enlightens and animates our particular system. Those spots are often broken and dispelled by the violent agitation of the particles of the first element, as has hitherto happily been the case with those which have successively been formed upon the face of our sun. Sometimes, however, they encrust the whole surface of that fire which is accumulated in the center, and the communication betwixt the most active and the most inert parts of the vortex being thus interrupted, the rapidity of its motion immediately begins to languish, and can no longer defend it from being swallowed up and carried away by the superior violence of some other like circular stream. And in this manner, what was once a sun becomes a planet. Thus, the time was, according to this system, when the moon was a body of the same kind with the sun, the fiery center of a circular stream of ether, which flowed continually round her, but her face having been crusted over by a congeries of angular particles, the motion of this circular stream began to languish, and could no longer defend itself from being absorbed by the more violent vortex of the earth, which was then, too, a sun, and which chanced to be placed in its neighborhood. The moon, therefore, became a planet, and revolved round the earth. In process of time, the same fortune, which had thus befallen the moon, befell also 376 the earth. Its face was encrusted by a gross and inactive substance. The motion of its vortex began to languish, and it was absorbed by the greater vortex of the sun. But though the vortex of the earth had thus become languid, it still had force enough to occasion both the diurnal revolution of the earth and the monthly motion of the moon. For a small circular stream may easily be conceived as flowing round the body of the earth, at the same time that it is carried along by that great ocean of ether which is continually revolving round the sun. In the same manner as in a great whirlpool of water, one may often see several small whirlpools, which revolve round centers of their own, and at the same time are carried round the center of the great one. Such was the cause of the original formation and consequent motions of the planetary system. When a solid body is turned round its center, those parts of it which are nearest and those which are remotest from the center complete their revolutions in one and the same time. But it is otherwise with the revolutions of a fluid. The parts of it which are nearest the center complete their revolutions in a shorter time than those which are remoter. The planets, therefore, all floating in that immense tide of ether which is continually setting in from west to east round the body of the sun, complete their revolutions in a longer or a shorter time, according to their nearness or distance from him. There was, however, according to Descartes, no very exact proportion observed betwixt the times of their revolutions and their distances from the centre. For that nice analogy, which Kepler had discovered betwixt them, having not yet been confirmed by the observations of Cassini, was, as I before took notice, entirely disregarded by Descartes. According to him, too, their orbits might not be perfectly circular, but be longer the one way than the other, and thus approach to an ellipse. Nor yet was it necessary to suppose that they described this figure with geometrical accuracy, or even that they described always precisely the same figure. It rarely happens that nature can be mathematically exact with regard to the figure of the objects she produces, upon account of the infinite combinations of impulses, which must conspire to the production of each of her effects. No two planets, no two animals of the same kind, have exactly the same figure, nor is that of any one of them perfectly regular. It was in vain, therefore, that astronomers labored to find that perfect constancy and regularity in the motions of the heavenly bodies, which is to be found in no other parts of nature. These motions, like all others, must either languish or be accelerated, according as the cause which produces them, the revolution of the vortex of the sun, either languishes or is accelerated, and there are innumerable events which may occasion either the one or the other of those changes. It was thus that Descartes endeavored to render familiar to the imagination the greatest difficulty in the Copernican system, the rapt motion of the enormous bodies of the planets. When the fancy had thus been taught to conceive them as floating in an immense ocean of ether, it was quite agreeable to its usual habits to conceive that they should follow the stream of this ocean, how rapid soever. This was an order of succession to which it had been long accustomed, and with which it was, therefore, quite familiar. This account, too, of the motions of the heavens was connected with a vast and immense system, which joined together a greater number of the most discordant phenomena of nature than had been united by any other hypothesis, a system in which the principles of connection, though perhaps equally imaginary, were however more distinct and determinate than any that had been known before, and which attempted to trace to the imagination not only the order of succession by which the heavenly bodies were moved, but that by which they, and almost all other natural objects, had originally been produced. The Cartesian philosophy begins now to be almost universally rejected, whilst the Copernican system continues to be universally received. Yet it is not easy to imagine how much probability and coherence this admired system was long supposed to derive from that exploded hypothesis. Till Descartes had published his principles, the disjointed and incoherent system of Tycho Brahe, though it was embraced heartily and completely by scarce anybody, was yet constantly talked of by all the learned, as, in point of probability, upon a level with Copernicus. They took notice, indeed, of its inferiority with regard to coherence and connection, expressing hopes, however, that these defects might be remedied by some future improvements. But when the world beheld that complete and almost perfect coherence which the philosophy of Descartes bestowed upon the system of Copernicus, the imaginations of mankind could no longer refuse themselves the pleasure of going along with so harmonious an account of things. The system of Tycho Brahe was every day less and less talked of, till at last it was forgotten altogether. The system of Descartes, however, though it connected together the real motions of the heavenly bodies according to the system of Copernicus, more happily than had been done before, did so only when they were considered in the gross, but did not apply to them when they were regarded in the detail. Descartes, as was said before, had never himself observed the heavens with any particular application. Though he was not ignorant, therefore, of any of the observations which had been made before his time, he seems to have paid them no great degree of attention, which probably proceeded from his own inexperience in the study of astronomy. So far, therefore, from accommodating his system to all the minute irregularities which Kepler had ascertained in the movements of the planets, or from showing, particularly, how these irregularities, and no other, should arise from it, he contented himself with observing that perfect uniformity could not 378 be expected in their motions. From the nature of the causes which produced them, that certain irregularities might take place in them for a great number of successive revolutions, and afterwards gave way to others of a different kind, a remark which happily relieved him from the necessity of applying his system to the observations of Kepler and the other astronomers. But when the observations of Cassini had established the authority of those laws, which Kepler had first discovered in the system, the philosophy of Descartes, which could afford no reason why such particular laws should be observed, might continue to amuse the learned in other sciences, but could no longer satisfy those that were skilled in astronomy. Sir Isaac Newton first attempted to give a physical account of the motions of the planets, which should accommodate itself to all the constant irregularities which astronomers had ever observed in their motions. The physical connection by which Descartes had endeavored to bind together the movements of the planets was the laws of impulse, of all the orders of succession, those which are most familiar to the imagination, as they all flow from the inertness of matter. After this quality, there is no other with which we are so well acquainted as that of gravity. We never act upon matter, but we have occasion to observe it. The superior genius and sagacity of Sir Isaac Newton, therefore, made the most happy, and we may now say, the greatest and most admirable improvement that was ever made in philosophy, when he discovered that he could join together the movements of the planets by so familiar a principle of connection, which completely removed all the difficulties the imagination had hitherto felt in attending to them. He demonstrated that, if the planets were supposed to gravitate towards the sun and to one another, and at the same time to have had a projecting force originally impressed upon them, the primary ones might all describe ellipses in one of the foci of which that great luminary was placed, and the secondary ones might describe figures of the same kind round their respective primaries, without being disturbed by the continual motion of the centers of their revolutions. That if the force, which retained each of them in their orbits, was like that of gravity and directed towards the sun, they would, each of them, describe equal areas in equal times. That if this attractive power of the sun, like all other qualities which are diffused in rays from a center, diminished in the same proportion as the squares of the distances increased, their motions would be swiftest when nearest the sun, and slowest when farthest off from him, in the same proportion in which, by observation, they are discovered to be, and that upon the same supposition of this gradual diminution of their respective gravities, their periodic times would bear the same proportion to their distances, which Kepler and Cassini had established betwixt them. Having thus shown that gravity might be the 379 connecting principle which joined together the movements of the planets, he endeavored next to prove that it really was so. Experience shows us what is the power of gravity near the surface of the earth, that it is such as to make a body fall in the first second of its descent through about 15 Parisian feet. The moon is about 60 semi-diameters of the earth distant from its surface. If gravity, therefore, was supposed to diminish, as the squares of the distance increase, a body at the moon would fall towards the earth in a minute, that is, in 60 seconds through the same space which it falls near its surface in 1 second. But the arch which the moon describes in a minute falls, by observation, about 15 Parisian feet below the tangent drawn at the beginning of it. So far, therefore, the moon may be conceived as constantly falling towards the earth. The system of Sir Isaac Newton corresponded to many other irregularities which astronomers had observed in the heavens. It assigned a reason why the centers of the revolutions of the planets were not precisely in the center of the sun, but in the common center of gravity of the sun and the planets. From the mutual attraction of the planets, it gave a reason for some other irregularities in their motions, irregularities which are quite sensible in those of Jupiter and Saturn, when those planets are nearly in conjunction with one another. But of all the irregularities in the heavens, those of the moon had hitherto given the greatest perplexity to astronomers, and the system of Sir Isaac Newton corresponded, if possible, yet more accurately with them than with any of the other planets. The moon, when either in conjunction or in opposition to the sun, appears furthest from the earth, and nearest to it when in her quarters. According to the system of that philosopher, when she is in conjunction with the sun, she is nearer the sun than the earth is, consequently more attracted to him, and therefore more separated from the earth. On the contrary, when in opposition to the sun, she is further from the sun than the earth. The earth, therefore, is more attracted to the sun, and consequently, in this case, too, further separated from the moon. But on the other hand, when the moon is in her quarters, the earth and the moon, being both at equal distance from the sun, are equally attracted to him. They would not, upon this account alone, therefore, be brought nearer to one another. As it is not in parallel lines, however, that they are attracted towards the sun, but in lines which meet in his center, they are thereby still further approached to one another. Sir Isaac Newton computed the difference of the forces with which the moon and the earth ought, in all those different situations, according to his theory, to be impelled towards one another, and found that the different degrees of their approaches, as they had been observed by astronomers, corresponded exactly to his computations. As the attraction of the sun, in the conjunctions and oppositions, diminishes the gravity of 380 the moon towards the earth, and consequently makes her necessarily extend her orbit, and therefore require a longer periodical time to finish it. But when the moon and the earth are in that part of the orbit which is nearest the sun, this attraction of the sun will be the greatest. Consequently, the gravity of the moon towards the earth will there be most diminished, her orbit be most extended, and her periodic time be, therefore, the longest. This is also agreeable to experience, and in the very same proportion in which, by computation from these principles, it might be expected. The orbit of the moon is not precisely in the same plane with that of the earth, but makes a very small angle with it. The points of intersection with those two planes are called the nodes of the moon. These nodes of the moon are in continual motion, and in 18 or 19 years revolve backwards from east to west through all the different points of the ecliptic. For the moon, after having finished her periodical revolution, generally intersects the orbit of the earth somewhat behind the point where she had intersected it before. But though the motion of the nodes is thus generally retrograde, it is not always so, but is sometimes direct, and sometimes they appear even stationary. The moon generally intersects the plane of the earth's orbit behind the point where she had intersected it in her former revolution, but she sometimes intersects it before that point, and sometimes in the very same point. It is the situation of those nodes which determines the times of eclipses, and their motions had, upon this account, at all times, been particularly attended to by astronomers. Nothing, however, had perplexed them more than to account for these so inconsistent motions, and at the same time preserve their so much sought-for regularity in the revolutions of the moon. For they had no other means of connecting the appearances together than by supposing the motions which produced them to be, in reality, perfectly regular and equable. The history of astronomy, therefore, gives an account of a greater number of theories invented for connecting together the motions of the moon than for connecting together those of all the other heavenly bodies taken together. The theory of gravity, connected together in the most accurate manner by the different actions of the sun and the earth, all those irregular motions, and it appears by calculation that the time, the quantity, and the duration of those direct and retrograde motions of the nodes, as well as of their stationary appearances, might be expected to be exactly such as the observations of astronomers have determined them. The same principle, the attraction of the sun, which thus accounts for the motions of the nodes, connects, too, another very perplexing irregularity in the appearances of the moon, the perpetual variation in the inclination of her orbit to that of the earth. As the moon revolves in an ellipse, which has the center of the 381 earth in one of its foci, the longer axis of its orbit is called the line of its apsides. This line is found, by observation, not to be always directed towards the same points of the firmament, but to revolve forwards from west to east, so as to pass through all the points of the ecliptic, and to complete its period in about 9 years. Another irregularity, which had very much perplexed astronomers, but which the theory of gravity sufficiently accounted for. The earth had hitherto been regarded as perfectly globular, probably for the same reason which had made men imagine that the orbits of the planets must necessarily be perfectly circular. But Sir Isaac Newton, from mechanical principles, concluded that, as the parts of the earth must be more agitated by her diurnal revolution at the equator than at the poles, they must necessarily be somewhat elevated at the first and flattened at the second. The observation that the oscillations of pendulums were slower at the equator than at the poles, seeming to demonstrate that gravity was stronger at the poles and weaker at the equator, proved, he thought, that the equator was further from the center than the poles. All the measures, however, which had hitherto been made of the earth, seemed to show the contrary, that it was drawn out towards the poles and flattened towards the equator. Newton, however, preferred his mechanical computations to the former measures of geographers and astronomers, and in this he was confirmed by the observations of astronomers on the figure of Jupiter, whose diameter at the pole seems to be to his diameter at the equator, as 12 to 13, a much greater inequality than could be supposed to take place betwixt the correspondent diameters of the earth, but which was exactly proportioned to the superior bulk of Jupiter and the superior rapidity with which he performs his diurnal revolutions. The observations of astronomers at Lapland and Peru have fully confirmed Sir Isaac's system and have not only demonstrated that the figure of the earth is, in general, such as he supposed it, but that the proportion of its axis to the diameter of its equator is almost precisely such as he had computed it. And of all the proofs that have ever been adduced of the diurnal revolution of the earth, this perhaps is the most solid and most satisfactory. Hipparchus, by comparing his own observations with those of some former astronomers, had found that the equinoctial points were not always opposite to the same part of the heavens, but that they advanced gradually eastward by so slow a motion, as to be scarce sensible in 100 years, and which would require 36,000 to make a complete revolution of the equinoxes and to carry them successively through all the different points of the ecliptic. More accurate observations discovered that this precession of the equinoxes was not so slow as Hipparchus had imagined it, and that it required somewhat less than 26,000 years to give them a complete 382 revolution. While the ancient system of astronomy, which represented the earth as the immovable center of the universe, took place, this appearance was necessarily accounted for by supposing that the firmament, besides its rapid diurnal revolution round the poles of the equator, had likewise a slow periodical one round those of the ecliptic. And when the system of Hipparchus was by the schoolmen united with the solid spheres of Aristotle, they placed a new crystalline sphere above the firmament in order to join this motion to the rest. In the Copernican system, this appearance had hitherto been connected with the other parts of that hypothesis by supposing a small revolution in the Earth's axis from east to west. Sir Isaac Newton connected this motion by the same principle of gravity by which he had united all the others, and showed how the elevation of the parts of the earth at the equator must, by the attraction of the sun, produce the same retrograde motion of the nodes of the ecliptic, which it produced of the nodes of the moon. He computed the quantity of motion which could arise from this action of the sun, and his calculations here too corresponded with the observations of astronomers. Comets have hitherto, of all the appearances in the heavens, been the least attended to by astronomers. The rarity and inconstancy of their appearance seemed to separate them entirely from the constant, regular, and uniform objects in the heavens, and to make them resemble more the inconstant, transitory, and accidental phenomena of those regions that are in the neighborhood of the earth. Aristotle, Eudoxus, Hipparchus, Ptolemy, and Purbach, therefore, had all degraded them below the moon, and ranked them among the meteors of the upper regions of the air. The observations of Tycho Brahe demonstrated that they ascended into the celestial regions and were often higher than Venus or the Sun. Descartes, at random, supposed them to be always higher than even the orbit of Saturn, and seems, by the superior elevation he thus bestowed upon them, to have been willing to compensate that unjust degradation which they had suffered for so many ages before. The observations of some later astronomers demonstrated that they too revolved about the sun, and might therefore be parts of the solar system. Newton, accordingly, applied his mechanical principle of gravity to explain the motions of these bodies. That they described equal areas in equal times had been discovered by the observations of some later astronomers, and Newton endeavored to show how from this principle and those observations the nature and position of their several orbits might be ascertained, and their periodic times determined. His followers have, from his principles, ventured even to predict the returns of several of them, particularly of one which is to make its appearance in 1758. One we must wait for that time 383 before we can determine whether his philosophy corresponds as happily to this part of the system as to all the others. In the meantime, however, The ductility of this principle, which applied itself so happily to these, the most irregular of all the celestial appearances, and which has introduced such complete coherence into the motions of all the heavenly bodies, has served not a little to recommend it to the imaginations of mankind. It must be observed that the whole of this essay was written previous to the date here mentioned, and that the return of the comet happened agreeably to the prediction. But of all the attempts of the Newtonian philosophy, that which would appear to be the most above the reach of human reason and experience is the attempt to compute the weights and densities of the sun and of the several planets. An attempt, however, which was indispensably necessary to complete the coherence of the Newtonian system. The power of attraction which, according to the theory of gravity, each body possesses is in proportion to the quantity of matter contained in that body. But the periodic time in which one body, at a given distance, revolves round another that attracts it is shorter in proportion as this power is greater, and consequently as the quantity of matter in the attracting body. If the densities of Jupiter and Saturn were the same with that of the Earth, the periodic times of their several satellites would be shorter than by observation they are found to be, because the quantity of matter, and consequently the attracting power of each of them, would be as the cubes of their diameters. By comparing the bulks of those planets and the periodic times of their satellites, it is found that, upon the hypothesis of gravity, the density of Jupiter must be greater than that of Saturn, and the density of the Earth greater than that of Jupiter. This seems to establish it as a law in the system, that the nearer the several planets approach to the Sun, the density of their matter is the greater. A constitution of things which seems to be the most advantageous of any that could have been established, as water of the same density with that of our Earth would freeze under the equator of Saturn and boil under that of Mercury. Such is the system of Sir Isaac Newton, a system whose parts are all more strictly connected together than those of any other philosophical hypothesis. Allow his principle, the universality of gravity, and that it decreases as the squares of the distance increase, and all the appearances, which he joins together by it, necessarily follow. Neither is their connection merely a general and loose connection, as that of most other systems, in which either these appearances or some such like appearances might indifferently have been expected. It is everywhere the most precise and particular that can be imagined, and ascertains the time, the place, the quantity, the duration of each individual phenomenon to be exactly such as, by observation, they have been determined to be. Neither are the principles of union, which it employs, such as the imagination can find any difficulty in going along with. The gravity of matter is, of all its qualities, after its inertness, 384, that which is most familiar to us. We never act upon it without having occasion to observe this property. The law, too, by which it is supposed to diminish as it recedes from its center, is the same which takes place in all other qualities which are propagated in rays from a center, in light, and in everything else of the same kind. It is such that we not only find that it does take place in all such qualities, but we are necessarily determined to conceive that, from the nature of the thing, it must take place. The opposition which was made in France, and in some other foreign nations, to the prevalence of this system, did not arise from any difficulty which mankind naturally felt in conceiving gravity as an original and primary mover in the constitution of the universe. The Cartesian system, which had prevailed so generally before it, had accustomed mankind to conceive motion as never beginning, but in consequence of impulse, and had connected the descent of heavy bodies near the surface of the Earth and the other planets by this more general bond of union. And it was the attachment the world had conceived for this account of things, which indisposed them to that of Sir Isaac Newton. His system, however, now prevails over all opposition, and has advanced to the acquisition of the most universal empire that was ever established in philosophy. His principles, it must be acknowledged, have a degree of firmness and solidity that we should in vain look for in any other system. The most skeptical cannot avoid feeling this. They not only connect together most perfectly all the phenomena of the heavens, which had been observed before his time, but those also which the persevering industry and more perfect instruments of later astronomers have made known to us, have been either easily and immediately explained by the application of his principles, or have been explained in consequence of more laborious and accurate calculations from these principles that had been instituted before. And even we, while we have been endeavoring to represent all philosophical systems as mere inventions of the imagination, to connect together the otherwise disjointed and discordant phenomena of nature, have insensibly been drawn in to make use of language expressing the connecting principles of this one, as if they were the real chains which nature makes use of to bind together her several operations. Can we wonder, then, that it should have gained the general and complete approbation of mankind, and that it should now be considered not as an attempt to connect in the imagination the phenomena of the heavens, but as the greatest discovery that ever was made by man, the discovery of an immense chain of the most important and sublime truths, all closely connected together by one capital fact of the reality of which we have daily experience. Note by the editors. The author, at the end of this essay, left some notes and memorandums from which it appears that he considered this last part of his history of astronomy as imperfect and needing several additions. The editors, however, chose rather to publish than suppress it. It must be viewed not as a history or account of Sir Isaac Newton's astronomy, but chiefly as an additional illustration of those principles in the human mind which Mr. Smith has pointed out to be the universal motives of philosophical researches. The principles which lead and direct. Philosophical ENQIRIS. Chapter 99, illustrated by the History of the Ancient Physics. From arranging and methodizing the system of the heavens, philosophy descended to the consideration of the inferior parts of nature, of the earth, and of the bodies which immediately surround it. If the objects which were here presented to its view were inferior in greatness or beauty, and therefore less apt to attract the attention of the mind, they were more apt, when they came to be attended to embarrass and perplex it by the variety of their species, and by the intricacy and seeming irregularity of the laws or orders of their succession. The species of objects in the heavens are few in number. The sun, the moon, the planets, and the fixed stars are all which those philosophers could distinguish. All the changes, too, which are ever observed in these bodies, evidently arise from some difference in the velocity and direction of their several motions. But the variety of meteors in the air, of clouds, rainbows, thunder, lightning, winds, rain, hail, snow, is vastly greater, and the order of their succession seems to be still more irregular and inconstant. The species of fossils, minerals, plants, animals, which are found in the waters and near the surface of the earth, are still more intricately diversified, and if we regard the 386 different manners of their production, their mutual influence in altering, destroying, supporting one another, the orders of their succession seem to admit of an almost infinite variety. If the imagination, therefore, when it considered the appearances in the heavens, was often perplexed and driven out of its natural career, it would be much more exposed to the same embarrassment when it directed its attention to the objects which the earth presented to it, and when it endeavored to trace their progress and successive revolutions. To introduce order and coherence into the mind's conception of this seeming chaos of dissimilar and disjointed appearances, it was necessary to deduce all their qualities, operations, and laws of succession from those of some particular things with which it was perfectly acquainted and familiar, and along which its imagination could glide smoothly and easily and without interruption. But as we would in vain attempt to deduce the heat of a stove from that of an open chimney, unless we could show that the same fire which was exposed in the one lay concealed in the other, so it was impossible to deduce the qualities and laws of succession observed in the more uncommon appearances of nature from those of such as were more familiar, if those customary objects were not supposed, however disguised in their appearance, to enter into the composition of those rarer and more singular phenomena. To render, therefore, this lower part of the great theatre of nature a coherent spectacle to the imagination, it became necessary to suppose, first, that all the strange objects of which it consisted were made up out of a few, with which the mind was extremely familiar, and secondly, that all their qualities, operations, and rules of succession were no more than different diversifications of those to which it had long been accustomed in these primary and elementary objects. Of all the bodies of which these inferior parts of the universe seem to be composed, those with which we are most familiar are the earth, which we tread upon, the water which we every day use, the air which we constantly breathe, and the fire whose benign influence is not only required for preparing the common necessaries of life, but for the continual support of that vital principle which actuates both plants and animals. These therefore were by Empedocles and the other philosophers of the Italian school supposed to be the elements out of which, at least, all the inferior parts of nature were composed. The familiarity of those bodies to the mind naturally disposed it to look for some resemblance to them in whatever else was presented to its consideration. The discovery of some such resemblance united the new object to an assortment of things with which the imagination was perfectly acquainted. And if any analogy could be observed betwixt the operations and laws of succession of the compound and those of the simple objects, the movement of the fancy, in tracing their progress, 387 became quite smooth and natural and easy. This natural anticipation, too, was still more confirmed by such a slight and inaccurate analysis of things as could be expected in the infancy of science, when the curiosity of mankind, grasping at an account of all things before it had got full satisfaction with regard to anyone, hurried on to build, in imagination, the immense fabric of the universe. The heat observed in both plants and animals seemed to demonstrate that fire made a part of their composition. Air was not less necessary for the subsistence of both, and seemed, too, to enter into the fabric of animals by respiration, and into that of plants by some other means. The juices which circulated through them showed how much of their texture was owing to water, and their resolution into earth by putrefaction discovered that this element had not been left out in their original formation. A similar analysis seemed to show the same principles in most of the other compound bodies. The vast extent of those bodies seemed to render them, upon another account, proper to be the great stores out of which nature compounded all the other species of things. Earth and water divide almost the whole of the terrestrial globe between them. The thin, transparent covering of the air surrounds it to an immense height upon all sides. Fire, with its attendant light, seems to descend from the celestial regions, and might therefore either be supposed to be diffused through the whole of those ethereal spaces, as well as to be condensed and conglobated in those luminous bodies which sparkle across them as by the Stoics, or to be placed immediately under the sphere of the moon in the region next below them, as by the Peripatetics, who could not reconcile the devouring nature of fire with the supposed unchangeable essence of their solid and crystalline spheres. The qualities, too, by which we are chiefly accustomed to characterize and distinguish natural bodies are all of them found in the highest degree in those four elements. The great divisions of the objects near the surface of the earth are those into hot and cold, moist and dry, light and heavy. These are the most remarkable properties of bodies, and it is upon them that many of their other most sensible qualities and powers seem to depend. Of these, heat and cold were naturally enough regarded by those first inquirers into nature as the active, moisture and dryness as the passive qualities of matter. It was the temperature of heat and cold which seemed to occasion the growth and dissolution of plants and animals, as appeared evident from the effects of the change of the seasons upon both. A proper degree of moisture and dryness was not less necessary for these purposes, as was evident from the different effects and productions of wet and dry seasons and soils. It was the heat and cold, however, which actuated and determined those two otherwise inert qualities of things to a state either of rest or motion. Gravity and levity were regarded as the two principles of motion, which directed all sublunary things to their proper place, and all those six qualities, taken together, were, upon such an inattentive view of nature as must be expected in the beginnings of philosophy, readily enough apprehended to be capable of connecting together the most remarkable revolutions which occur in these inferior parts of the universe. Heat and dryness were the qualities which characterized the element of fire, heat and moisture that of air, moisture and cold that of water, cold and dryness that of earth. The natural motion of two of these elements, earth and water, was downwards, upon account of their gravity. This tendency, however, was stronger in the one than in the other, upon account of the superior gravity of earth. The natural motion of the two other elements, fire and air, was upwards, upon account of their levity, and this tendency, too, was stronger in the one than in the other, upon account of the superior levity of fire. Let us not despise those ancient philosophers, for thus supposing that these two elements had a positive levity or a real tendency upwards. Let us remember that this notion has an appearance of being confirmed by the most obvious observations, that those facts and experiments which demonstrate the weight of the air, and which no superior sagacity, but chance alone, presented to the moderns, were altogether unknown to them, and that what might in some measure have supplied the place of those experiments, the reasonings concerning the causes of the ascent of bodies in fluids specifically heavier than themselves, seem to have been unknown in the ancient world till Archimedes discovered them long after their system of physics was completed and had acquired an established reputation, that those reasonings are far from being obvious, and that by their inventor they seem to have been thought applicable only to the ascent of solids in water, and not even to that of solids in air, much less to that of one fluid in another. But it is this last only which could explain the ascent of flame, vapors, and fiery exhalations, without the supposition of a specific levity. Thus, each of those four elements had, in the system of the universe, a place which was peculiarly allotted to it, and to which it naturally tended. Earth and water rolled down to the center, the air spread itself above them, while the fire soared aloft, either to the celestial region or to that which was immediately below it. When each of those simple bodies had thus obtained its proper sphere, there was nothing in the nature of any one of them to make it pass into the place of the other, to make the fire descend into the air into the water, or the water into the earth, or on the contrary, to bring up the earth into the place of the water into that of the air, or the air into that of the fire. All sublunary things, therefore, if left to themselves, would have remained in an eternal repose. The revolution of the heavens, those of the sun, moon, and 5 planets, 389 by producing the vicissitudes of day and night, and of the seasons, prevented this torpor and inactivity from reigning through the inferior parts of nature, inflamed by the rapidity of their circumvolutions the element of fire, and forced it violently downwards into the air, into the water, and into the earth, and thereby produced those mixtures of the different elements which kept up the motion and circulation of the lower parts of nature, occasioned, sometimes, the entire transmutation of one element into another, and sometimes the production of forms and species different from them all, and in which, though the qualities of them all might be found, they were so altered and attempered by the mixture, as scarce to be distinguishable. Thus, if a small quantity of fire was mixed with a great quantity of air, the moisture and moderate warmth of the one entirely surmounted and changed into their own essence the intense heat and dryness of the other, and the whole aggregate became air. The contrary of which happened, if a small quantity of air was mixed with a great quantity of fire. The whole, in this case, became fire. In the same manner, if a small quantity of fire was mixed with a great quantity of water, then either the moisture and cold of the water might surmount the heat and dryness of the fire, so that the whole should become water, or the moisture of the water might surmount the dryness of the fire, while in its turn the heat of the fire surmounted the coldness of the water, so as that the whole aggregate, its qualities being heat and moisture, should become air, which was regarded as the more natural and easy metamorphosis of the two. In the same manner, they explained how like changes were produced by the different mixtures of fire and earth, earth and water, water and air, air and earth, and thus they connected together the successive transmutations of the elements into one another. Every mixture of the elements, however, did not produce an entire transmutation. They were sometimes so blended together that the qualities of the one, not being able to destroy, served only to attemper those of the other. Thus fire, when mixed with water, produced sometimes a watery vapor, whose qualities were heat and moisture, which partook at once of the levity of the fire and of the gravity of the water, and which was elevated by the first into the air, but retained by the last from ascending into the region of fire. The relative cold, which they supposed prevailed in the middle region of the air, upon account of its equal distance, both from the region of fire and from the rays that are reflected by the surface of the earth, condensed this vapor into water, the fire escaped it and flew upwards, and the water fell down in rain, or, according to the different degrees of cold that prevailed in the different seasons, was sometimes congealed into snow, and sometimes into hail. In the same manner, fire, when mixed with earth, produced sometimes a fiery exhalation, whose qualities 390 were heat and dryness, which being elevated by the levity of the first into the air condensed by the cold, so as to take fire, and being at the same time surrounded by watery vapors, burst forth into thunder and lightning and other fiery meteors. Thus they connected together the different appearances in the air by the qualities of their four elements, and from them, too, in the same manner, they endeavored to deduce all the other qualities in the other homogeneous bodies that are near the surface of the earth. Thus, to give an example, with regard to the hardness and softness of bodies, heat and moisture, they observed, were the great softeners of matter. Whatever was hard, therefore, owed that quality either to the absence of heat or to the absence of moisture. Ice, crystal, lead, gold, and almost all metals owed their hardness to the absence of heat, and were therefore dissolvable by fire. Rock salt, niter, alum, and hard clay owed that quality to the absence of moisture, and were therefore dissolvable in water. And in the same manner, they endeavored to connect together most of the other tangible qualities of matter. Their principles of union, indeed, were often such as had no real existence, and were always vague and undetermined in the highest degree. They were such, however, as might be expected in the beginnings of science, and such as, with all their imperfections, could enable mankind both to think and to talk, with more coherence, concerning those general subjects, than without them they would have been capable of doing. Neither was their system entirely devoid either of beauty or magnificence. Each of the four elements, having a particular region allotted to it, had a place of rest, to which it naturally tended by its motion, either up or down in a straight line, and where, when it had arrived, it naturally ceased to move. Earth descended till it arrived at the place of earth, water till it arrived at that of water, and air till it arrived at that of air, and there each of them tended to a state of eternal repose and inaction. The spheres consisted of a fifth element, which was neither light nor heavy, and whose natural motion made it tend neither to the center nor from the center, but revolve round it in a circle. As by this motion they could never change their situation with regard to the center, they had no place of repose, no place to which they naturally tended more than to any other, but revolved round and round forever. This fifth element was subject neither to generation nor corruption, nor alteration of any kind, for whatever changes may happen in the heavens, the senses can scarce perceive them, and their appearance is the same in one age as in another. The beauty, too, of their supposed crystalline spheres seemed still more to entitle them to this distinction of unchangeable immortality. It was the motion of those spheres which occasioned the mixtures of the elements, and from hence the production of all the forms and species that diversify the world. It was the approach of the sun and of the 391 other planets to the different parts of the earth, which, by forcing down the element of fire, occasioned the generation of those forms. It was the recess of those bodies, which, by allowing each element to escape to its proper sphere, brought about, in an equal time, their corruption. It was the periods of those great lights of heaven, which measured out to all sublunary things the term of their duration, of their growth, and of their decay, either in one or in a number of seasons, according as the elements of which they were composed were either imperfectly or accurately blended and mixed with one another. Immortality they could bestow upon no individual form, because the principles out of which it was formed, all tending to disengage themselves, and to return to their proper spheres necessarily at last, brought about its dissolution. But though all individuals were thus perishable, and constantly decaying, every species was immortal, because the subject matter out of which they were made, and the revolution of the heavens, the cause of their successive generations, continued to be always the same. In the first ages of the world, the seeming incoherence of the appearances of nature so confounded mankind that they despaired of discovering in her operations any regular system. Their ignorance and confusion of thought necessarily gave birth to that pusillanimous superstition which ascribes almost every unexpected event to the arbitrary will of some designing, though invisible beings, who produced it for some private and particular purpose. The idea of an universal mind, of a God of all, who originally formed the whole, and who governs the whole by general laws, directed to the conservation and prosperity of the whole, without regard to that of any private individual, was a notion to which they were utterly strangers. Their gods, though they were apprehended to interpose, upon some particular occasions, were so far from being regarded as the creators of the world, that their origin was apprehended to be posterior to that of the world. The earth, according to Hesiod, was the first production of the chaos. The heavens arose out of the earth, and from both together all the gods who afterwards inhabited them. Nor was this notion confined to the vulgar, and to those poets who seem to have recorded the vulgar theology. Of all the philosophers of the Ionian school, Anaxagoras, it is well known, was the first who supposed that mind and understanding were requisite to account for the first origin of the world, and who, therefore, compared with the other philosophers of his time, talked, as Aristotle observes, like a sober man. Among drunkards, but whose opinion was, at the time, so remarkable that he seems to have got a surname from it. The same notion of the spontaneous origin of the world was embraced, too, as the same author tells, by the early Pythagoreans, a sect which, in the ancient world, was never regarded as irreligious. Mind and understanding, and consequently deity, being 392 the most perfect, were necessarily, according to them, the last productions of nature. For in all other things, what was most perfect, they observed, always came last. As in plants and animals, it is not the seed that is most perfect, but the complete animal with all its members in the one, and the complete plant with all its branches, leaves, flowers, and fruits in the other. This notion, which could take place only while nature was still considered, as in some measure disorderly and inconsistent in her operations, was necessarily renounced by those philosophers, when, upon a more attentive survey, they discovered, or imagined they had discovered, more distinctly, the chain which bound all her different parts to one another. As soon as the universe was regarded as a complete machine, as a coherent system governed by general laws and directed to general ends, viz., its own preservation and prosperity, and that of all the species that are in it, the resemblance which it evidently bore to those machines which are produced by human art necessarily impressed those sages with a belief that in the original formation of the world there must have been employed an art resembling the human art, but as much superior to it as the world is superior to the machines which that art produces. The unity of the system, which, according to this ancient philosophy, is most perfect, suggested the idea of the unity of that principle by whose art it was formed, and thus, as ignorance begot superstition, science gave birth to the first theism that arose among those nations who were not enlightened by divine revelation. According to Tim O's, who was followed by Plato, that intelligent being who formed the world endowed it with a principle of life and understanding, which extends from its center to its remotest circumference, which is conscious of all its changes, and which governs and directs all its motions to the great end of its formation. This soul of the world was itself a god, the greatest of all the inferior and created deities, of an essence that was indissoluble by any power but by that of him who made it, and which was united to the body of the world so as to be inseparable by every force but his who joined them, from the exertion of which his goodness secured them. The beauty of the celestial spheres, attracting the admiration of mankind, the constancy and regularity of their motions seeming to manifest peculiar wisdom and understanding. They were each of them supposed to be animated by an intelligence of a nature that was, in the same manner, indissoluble and immortal, and inseparably united to that sphere which it inhabited. All the mortal and changeable beings which people the surface of the earth were formed by those inferior deities, for the revolutions of the heavenly bodies seemed plainly to influence the generation and growth of both plants and animals, whose frail and fading forms bore the too evident marks of the weakness of those inferior causes, which joined their different parts to one another. According to Plato and Tim O's, neither the 393 universe, nor even those inferior deities who govern the universe, were eternal, but were formed in time by the great author of all things, out of that matter which had existed from all eternity. This at least their words seem to import, and thus they are understood by Cicero and by all the other writers of earlier antiquity, though some of the later Platonists have interpreted them differently. Notwithstanding this prejudice, however, I will venture to affirm that, when there is no envy in the case, our propensity to sympathize with joy is much stronger than our propensity to sympathize with sorrow, and that our fellow feeling for the agreeable emotion approaches much more nearly to the vivacity of what is naturally felt by the persons principally concerned than that which we conceive for the painful one. We have some indulgence for that excessive grief which we cannot entirely go along with. We know what a prodigious effort is requisite before the sufferer can bring down his emotions to complete harmony and concord with those of the spectator. Though he fails, therefore, we easily pardon him. But we have no such indulgence for the intemperance of joy, because we are not conscious that any such vast effort is requisite to bring it down to what we can entirely enter into. The man who, under the greatest calamities, can command his sorrow seems worthy of the highest admiration, but he who, in the fullness of prosperity, can in the same manner master his joy seems hardly to deserve any praise. We are sensible that there is a much wider interval in the one case than in the other, between what is naturally felt by the person principally concerned and what the spectator can entirely go along with. What can be added to the happiness of the man who is in health, who is out of debt, and has a clear conscience? To one in this situation, all accessions of fortune may properly be said to be superfluous, and if he is much elevated on account of them, it must be the effect of the most frivolous levity. This situation, however, may very well be called the natural and ordinary state of mankind. Notwithstanding the present misery and depravity of the world, so justly lamented, this really is the state of the greater part of men. The greater part of men, therefore, cannot find any great difficulty in elevating themselves to all the joy which any accession to this situation can well excite in their companion. But though little can be added to this state, much may be taken fro it. Though between this condition and the highest pitch of human prosperity, the interval is but a trifle, between it and the lowest depth of misery, the distance is immense and prodigious. Adversity, on this account, necessarily depresses the mind of the sufferer much more below its natural state than prosperity can elevate him above it. Spectator, therefore, must find it much more difficult to sympathize entirely and keep perfect time with his sorrow than thoroughly to enter into his joy, and must depart much further from his own natural and ordinary temper of mind in the one case than in the other. It is on this account that though our sympathy with sorrow is often a more pungent sensation than our sympathy with joy, it always falls much more short of the violence of what is naturally felt by the person principally concerned. It is agreeable to sympathize with joy, and wherever envy does not oppose it, our heart abandons itself with satisfaction to the highest transports of that delightful sentiment. But it is painful to go along with grief, and we always enter into it with reluctance. When we attend to the representation of a tragedy, we struggle against that sympathetic sorrow which the entertainment inspires as long as we can, and we give way to it at last only when we can no longer avoid it. We even then endeavor to cover our concern from the company. If we shed any tears, we carefully conceal them, and are afraid lest the spectators, not entering into this excessive tenderness, should regard it as effeminacy and weakness. The wretch whose misfortunes call upon our compassion feels with what reluctance we are likely to enter into his sorrow, and therefore proposes his grief to us with fear and hesitation. He even smothers the half of it, and is ashamed, upon account of this hard-heartedness of mankind, to give vent to the fullness of his affliction. It is otherwise with the man who riots in joy and success. Wherever envy does not interest us against him, he expects our completest sympathy. He does not fear, therefore, to announce himself with shouts of exultation, in full confidence that we are heartily disposed to go along with H. It has been objected to me that as I found the sentiment of approbation, which is always agreeable, upon sympathy, it is inconsistent with my system to admit any disagreeable sympathy. I answer that in the sentiment of approbation there are two things to be taken notice of. First, the sympathetic passion of the spectator, and secondly, the emotion which arises from his observing the perfect coincidence between this sympathetic passion in himself and the original passion in the person principally concerned. This last emotion, in which the sentiment of approbation properly consists, is always agreeable and delightful. The other may either be agreeable or disagreeable, according to the nature of the original passion, whose features it must always, in some measure, retain. Why should we be more ashamed to weep than to laugh before company? We may often have as real occasion to do the one as to do the other, but we always feel that the spectators are more likely to go along with us in the agreeable than in the painful emotion. It is 45 always miserable to complain, even when we are oppressed by the most dreadful calamities. But the triumph of victory is not always ungraceful. Prudence, indeed, would often advise us to bear our prosperity with more moderation, because prudence would teach us to avoid that envy which this very triumph is, more than anything, apt to excite. How hearty are the acclamations of the mob, who never bear any envy to their superiors at a triumph or a public entry, and how sedate and moderate is commonly their grief at an execution. Our sorrow at a funeral generally amounts to no more than an affected gravity, but our mirth at a christening or a marriage is always from the heart and without any affectation. Upon these and all such joyous occasions, our satisfaction, though not so durable, is often as lively as that of the persons principally concerned. Whenever we cordially congratulate our friends, which, however, to the disgrace of human nature, we do but seldom, their joy literally becomes our joy. We are, for the moment, as happy as they are. Our heart swells and overflows with real pleasure. Joy and complacency sparkle from our eyes and animate every feature of our countenance and every gesture of our body. But on the contrary, when we condole with our friends in their afflictions, how little do we feel in comparison of what they feel. We sit down by them, we look at them, and while they relate to us the circumstances of their misfortune, we listen to them with gravity and attention. But while their narration is every moment interrupted by those natural bursts of passion, which often seem almost to choke them in the midst of it, how far are the languid emotions of our hearts from keeping time to the transports of theirs? We may be sensible, at the same time, that their passion is natural, and no greater than what we ourselves might feel upon the like occasion. We may even inwardly reproach ourselves with our own want of sensibility, and perhaps, on that account, work ourselves up into an artificial sympathy, which, however, when it is raised, is always the slightest and most transitory imaginable, and generally, as soon as we have left the room, vanishes and is gone forever. Nature, it seems, when she loaded us with our own sorrows, thought they were enough, and therefore did not command us to take any further share in those of others than what was necessary to prompt us to relieve them. It is on account of this dull sensibility to the afflictions of others that magnanimity amidst great distress appears always so divinely graceful. His behavior is genteel and agreeable who can maintain his cheerfulness amidst a number of frivolous disasters. But he appears to be more than mortal who can support in the same manner the most dreadful calamities. We feel what an immense effort is requisite to silence those violent emotions which naturally agitate and distract those in his situation. We are amazed to find that he can command himself so entirely. His firmness at the same time, perfectly 46, coincides with our insensibility. He makes no demand upon us for that more exquisite degree of sensibility which we find, and which we are mortified to find, that we do not possess. There is the most perfect correspondence between his sentiments and ours, and on that account the most perfect propriety in his behavior. It is a propriety, too, which, from our experience of the usual weakness of human nature, we could not reasonably have expected he should be able to maintain. We wonder with surprise and astonishment at that strength of mind which is capable of so noble and generous an effort. The sentiment of complete sympathy and approbation, mixed and animated with wonder and surprise, constitutes what is properly called admiration, as has already been more than once taken notice of. Cato, surrounded on all sides by his enemies, unable to resist them, disdaining to submit to them, and reduced, by the proud maxims of that age, to the necessity of destroying himself, yet never shrinking from his misfortunes, never supplicating with the lamentable voice of wretchedness those miserable sympathetic tears which we are always so unwilling to give, but on the contrary, arming himself with manly fortitude, and the moment before he executes his fatal resolution, giving, with his usual tranquillity, all necessary orders for the safety of his friends, appears to Seneca, that great preacher of insensibility, a spectacle which even the gods themselves might behold with pleasure and admiration. Whenever we meet, in common life, with any examples of such heroic magnanimity, we are always extremely affected. We are more apt to weep and shed tears for such as, in this manner, seem to feel nothing for themselves, than for those who give way to all the weakness of sorrow, and in this particular case, the sympathetic grief of the spectator appears to go beyond the original passion in the person principally concerned. The friends of Socrates all wept when he drank the last potion, while he himself expressed the gayest and most cheerful tranquility. Upon all such occasions, the spectator makes no effort, and has no occasion to make any, in order to conquer his sympathetic sorrow. He is under no fear that it will transport him to anything that is extravagant and improper. He is rather pleased with the sensibility of his own heart, and gives way to it with complacence and self-approbation. He gladly indulges, therefore, the most melancholy views which can naturally occur to him concerning the calamity of his friend, for whom, perhaps, he never felt so exquisitely before, the tender and tearful passion of love. But it is quite otherwise with the person principally concerned. He is obliged, as much as possible, to turn away his eyes from whatever is either naturally terrible or disagreeable in his situation. Too serious an attention to those circumstances, he fears, might make so violent an impression upon him that he could no longer keep within the bounds of moderation, or render himself the object of the complete sympathy and approbation of the spectators. 47. He fixes his thoughts, therefore, upon those only which are agreeable, the applause and admiration which he is about to deserve by the heroic magnanimity of his behavior. To feel that he is capable of so noble and generous an effort, to feel that in this dreadful situation he can still act as he would desire to act, animates and transports him with joy, and enables him to support that triumphant gaiety which seems to exult in the victory he thus gains over his misfortunes. On the contrary, he always appears in some measure mean and despicable, who is sunk in sorrow and dejection upon account of any calamity of his own. We cannot bring ourselves to feel for him what he feels for himself, and what, perhaps, we should feel for ourselves if in his situation. We therefore despise him, unjustly perhaps, if any sentiment could be regarded as unjust, to which we are by nature irresistibly determined. The weakness of sorrow never appears in any respect agreeable, except when it arises from what we feel for ourselves. A son, upon the death of an indulgent and respectable father, may give way to it without much blame. His sorrow is chiefly founded upon a sort of sympathy with his departed parent, and we readily enter into his humane emotion. But if he should indulge the same weakness upon account of any misfortune which affected himself only, he would no longer meet with any such indulgence. If he should be reduced to beggary and ruin, if he should be exposed to the most dreadful dangers, if he should even be led out to a public execution, and there shed one single tear upon the scaffold, he would disgrace himself forever in the opinion of all the gallant and generous part of mankind. Their compassion for him, however, would be very strong and very sincere, but as it would still fall short of this excessive weakness, they would have no pardon for the man who could thus expose himself in the eyes of the world. His behavior would affect them with shame rather than with sorrow, and the dishonor which he had thus brought upon himself would appear to them the most lamentable circumstance in his misfortune. How did it disgrace the memory of the intrepid Duke of Bayern, who had so often braved death in the field, that he wept upon the scaffold, when he beheld the state to which he was fallen, and remembered the favor and the glory from which his own rashness had so unfortunately thrown him. Chap II of the origin of ambition and of the distinction of ranks. It is because mankind are disposed to sympathize more entirely with our joy than with our sorrow, that we make parade of our riches and conceal our poverty. Nothing is so mortifying as to be obliged to expose our distress to the view of the public, and to feel that though 48 our situation is open to the eyes of all mankind, no mortal conceives for us the half of what we suffer. Nay, it is chiefly from this regard to the sentiments of mankind that we pursue riches and avoid poverty. For to what purpose is all the toil and bustle of this world? What is the end of avarice and ambition, of the pursuit of wealth, of power and preeminence? Is it to supply the necessities of nature? The wages of the meanest laborer can supply them. We see that they can afford him food and clothing, the comfort of a house and of a family. If we examine his economy with rigor, we should find that he spends a great part of them upon conveniences, which may be regarded as superfluities, and that, upon extraordinary occasions, he can give something even to vanity and distinction. What then is the cause of our aversion to his situation, and why should those who have been educated in the higher ranks of life regard it as worse than death, to be reduced to live, even without labor, upon the same simple fare with him, to dwell under the same lowly roof, and to be clothed in the same humble attire? Do they imagine that their stomach is better or their sleep sounder in a palace than in a cottage? The contrary has been so often observed, and indeed is so very obvious, though it had never been observed, that there is nobody ignorant of it. From whence, then, arises that emulation which runs through all the different ranks of men, and what are the advantages which we propose by the great purpose of human life, which we call bettering our condition? To be observed, to be attended to be taken notice of with sympathy, complacency, and approbation, are all the advantages which we can propose to derive from it. It is the vanity, not the ease or the pleasure, which interests us, but vanity is always founded upon the belief of our being the object of attention and approbation. The rich man glories in his riches because he feels that they naturally draw upon him the attention of the world, and that mankind are disposed to go along with him in all those agreeable emotions with which the advantages of his situation so readily inspire him. At the thought of this, his heart seems to swell and dilate itself within him, and he is fonder of his wealth upon this account than for all the other advantages it procures him. The poor man, on the contrary, is ashamed of his poverty. He feels that it either places him out of the sight of mankind, or that if they take any notice of him, they have, however, scarce any fellow feeling with the misery and distress which he suffers. He is mortified upon both accounts, for though to be overlooked and to be disapproved of are things entirely different, yet as obscurity covers us from the daylight of honor and approbation, to feel that we are taken no notice of necessarily damps the most agreeable hope and disappoints the most ardent desire of human nature. The poor man goes out and comes in unheeded, and when in the midst of a crowd is in the same obscurity as if shut up in his own hovel. Those humble 49 cares and painful attentions which occupy those in his situation afford no amusement to the dissipated and the gay. They turn away their eyes from him. If the extremity of his distress forces them to look at him, it is only to spurn so disagreeable an object from among them. The fortunate and the proud wonder at the insolence of human wretchedness, that it should dare to present itself before them, and with the loathsome aspect of its misery presume to disturb the serenity of their happiness. The man of rank and distinction, on the contrary, is observed by all the world. Everybody is eager to look at him, and to conceive, at least by sympathy, that joy and exultation with which his circumstances naturally inspire him. His actions are the objects of the public care. Scarce a word, scarce a gesture, can fall from him that is altogether neglected. In a great assembly, he is the person upon whom all direct their eyes. It is upon him that their passions seem to wait with expectation, in order to receive that movement and direction which he shall impress upon them. And if his behavior is not altogether absurd, he has, every moment, an opportunity of interesting mankind, and of rendering himself the object of the observation and fellow feeling of everybody about him. It is this which, notwithstanding the restraint it imposes, notwithstanding the loss of liberty with which it is attended, renders greatness the object of envy, and compensates, in the opinion of mankind, all that toil, all that anxiety, all those mortifications which must be undergone in the pursuit of it. And what is of yet more consequence, all that leisure, all that ease, all that careless security, which are forfeited forever by the acquisition. When we consider the condition of the great, in those delusive colors in which the imagination is apt to paint it, it seems to be almost the abstract idea of a perfect and happy state. It is the very state which, in all our waking dreams and idle reveries, we had sketched out to ourselves as the final object of our desires. We feel, therefore, a peculiar sympathy with the satisfaction of those who are in it. We favor all their inclinations and forward all their wishes. What pity, we think, that anything should spoil and corrupt so agreeable a situation. We could even wish them immortal, and it seems hard to us that death should at last put an end to such perfect enjoyment. It is cruel, we think, in nature to compel them from their exalted stations to that humble but hospitable home which she has provided for all her children. Great King, live forever. is the compliment which, after the manner of Eastern adulation, we should readily make them, if experience did not teach us its absurdity. Every calamity that befalls them, every injury that is done them, excites in the breast of the spectator 10 times more compassion and resentment than he would have felt, had the same things happened to other men. It is the misfortune of kings only which afford the proper subjects for tragedy. They resemble 50 in this respect, the misfortunes of lovers. Those two situations are the chief which interest us upon the theatre, because, in spite of all that reason and experience can tell us to the contrary, the prejudices of the imagination attached to these two states a happiness superior to any other. To disturb or to put an end to such perfect enjoyment seems to be the most atrocious of all injuries. The traitor who conspires against the life of his monarch is thought a greater monster than any other murderer. All the innocent blood that was shed in the civil wars provoked less indignation than the death of Charles I, a stranger to human nature, who saw the indifference of men about the misery of their inferiors, and the regret and indignation which they feel for the misfortunes and sufferings of those above them, would be apt to imagine that pain must be more agonizing, and the convulsions of death more terrible to persons of higher rank than they are to those of meaner stations. Upon this disposition of mankind, to go along with all the passions of the rich and the powerful, is founded the distinction of ranks and the order of society. Our obsequiousness to our superiors more frequently arises from our admiration for the advantages of their situation than from any private expectations of benefit from their goodwill. Their benefits can extend but to a few, but their fortunes interest almost everybody. We are eager to assist them in completing a system of happiness that approaches so near to perfection, and we desire to serve them for their own sake, without any recompense but the vanity or the honor of obliging them. Neither is our deference to the inclinations founded chiefly or altogether upon a regard to the utility of such submission and to the order of society which is best supported by it. Even when the order of society seems to require that we should oppose them, we can hardly bring ourselves to do it. That kings are servants of the people, to be obeyed, resisted, deposed, or punished, as the public conveniency may require, is the doctrine of reason and philosophy, but it is not the doctrine of nature. Nature would teach us to submit to them for their own sake, to tremble and bow down before their exalted station, to regard their smile as a reward sufficient to compensate any services, and to dread their displeasure, though no other evil were to follow from it, as the severest of all mortifications. To treat them in any respect as men, to reason and dispute with them upon ordinary occasions, requires such resolution that there are few men whose magnanimity can support them in it, unless they are likewise assisted by similarity and acquaintance. The strongest motives, the most furious passions, fear, hatred, and resentment, are scarce sufficient to balance this natural disposition to respect them, and their conduct must, either justly or unjustly, have excited the highest degree of those passions, before the bulk of the people can be brought to oppose them with violence, or to desire to see thee either punished or deposed. Even when the people have been brought this length, they are apt to relent every moment, and easily relapse into their habitual state of deference to those whom they have been accustomed to look upon as their natural superiors. They cannot stand the mortification of their monarch. Compassion soon takes the place of resentment. They forget all past provocations, their old principles of loyalty revive, and they run to re-establish the ruined authority of their old masters, with the same violence with which they had opposed it. The death of Charles I brought about the restoration of the royal family. Compassion for James II, when he was seized by the populace in making his escape on shipboard, had almost prevented the revolution, and made it go on more heavily than before. Do the great seem insensible of the easy price at which they may acquire the public admiration? Or do they seem to imagine that to them, as to other men, it must be the purchase either of sweat or of blood? By what important accomplishments is the young nobleman instructed to support the dignity of his rank, and to render himself worthy of that superiority over his fellow citizens, to which the virtue of his ancestors had raised them? Is it by knowledge, by industry, by patience, by self-denial, or by virtue of any kind? As all his words, as all his motions are attended to, He learns an habitual regard to every circumstance of ordinary behavior and studies to perform all those small duties with the most exact propriety. As he is conscious how much he is observed and how much mankind are disposed to favor all his inclinations, he acts, upon the most indifferent occasions, with that freedom and elevation which the thought of this naturally inspires. His air, his manner, his deportment, all mark that elegant and graceful sense of his own superiority, which those who are born to inferior stations can hardly ever arrive at. These are the arts by which he proposes to make mankind more easily submit to his authority and to govern their inclinations according to his own pleasure, and in this he is seldom disappointed. These arts, supported by rank and preeminence, are upon ordinary occasions sufficient to govern the world. Lewis, Letter 2179, Letter 2173. During the greater part of his reign, was regarded, not only in France, but over all Europe, as the most perfect model of a great prince. But what were the talents and virtues by which he acquired this great reputation? Was it by the scrupulous and inflexible justice of all his undertakings, by the immense dangers and difficulties with which they were attended, or by the unwearied and unrelenting application with which he pursued them? Was it by his extensive knowledge, by his exquisite judgment, or by his heroic valor? It was by none of these qualities. But he was, first of all, the most powerful prince in Europe, and consequently held the highest rank among kings. And then, says his historian, he surpassed all his courtiers in the gracefulness of his shape and the majestic beauty of his features. The 52 sound of his voice, noble and affecting, gained those hearts which his presence intimidated. He had a step and a deportment which could suit only him and his rank, and which would have been ridiculous in any other person. The embarrassment which he occasioned to those who spoke to him flattered that secret satisfaction with which he felt his own superiority. The old officer, who was confounded and faltered in asking him a favor, and not being able to conclude his discourse, said to him, "Sir, your Majesty, I hope, will believe that I do not tremble thus before your enemies," had no difficulty to obtain what he demanded. These frivolous accomplishments, supported by his rank, and no doubt, too, by a degree of other talents and virtues, which seems, however, not to have been much above mediocrity, established this prince in the esteem of his own age, and have drawn, even from posterity, a good deal of respect for his memory. Compared with these, in his own times, and in his own presence, no other virtue, it seems, appeared to have any merit. Knowledge, industry, valor, and beneficence trembled, were abashed, and lost all dignity before them. But it is not by accomplishments of this kind that the man of inferior rank must hope to distinguish himself. Politeness is so much the virtue of the great that it will do little honor to anybody but themselves. The coxcomb, who imitates their manner and affects to be eminent by the superior propriety of his ordinary behavior, is rewarded with a double share of contempt for his folly and presumption. Why should the man, whom nobody thinks it worthwhile to look at, be very anxious about the manner in which he holds up his head, or disposes of his arms while he walks through a room? He is occupied surely with a very superfluous attention, and with an attention, too, that marks a sense of his own importance, which no other mortal can go along with. The most perfect modesty and plainness, joined to as much negligence as is consistent with the respect due to the company, ought to be the chief characteristics of the behavior of a private man. If ever he hopes to distinguish himself, it must be by more important virtues. He must acquire dependence to balance the dependence of the great, and he has no other fund to pay them from but the labor of his body and the activity of his mind. He must cultivate these, therefore. He must acquire superior knowledge in his profession and superior industry in the exercise of it. He must be patient in labor, resolute in danger, and firm in distress. These talents he must bring into public view by the difficulty, importance, and at the same time good judgment of his undertakings, and by the severe and unrelenting application with which he pursues them. Probity and prudence, generosity and frankness must characterize his behavior upon all ordinary occasions, and he must, at the same time, be forward to engage in all those situations in which it requires the greatest talents and virtues to act with propriety, but in which the greatest applause is to be acquired by those who can 53 acquit themselves with honor. With what impatience does the man of spirit and ambition, who is depressed by his situation, look round for some great opportunity to distinguish himself. No circumstances which can afford this appear to him undesirable. He even looks forward with satisfaction to the prospect of foreign war or civil dissension, and, with secret transport and delight, sees through all the confusion and bloodshed which attend them, the probability of those wished-for occasions presenting themselves, in which he may draw upon himself the attention and admiration of mankind. The man of rank and distinction, on the contrary, whose whole glory consists in the propriety of his ordinary behavior, who is contented with the humble renown which this can afford him, and has no talents to acquire any other, is unwilling to embarrass himself with what can be attended either with difficulty or distress. To figure at a ball is his great triumph, and to succeed in an intrigue of gallantry his highest exploit. He has an aversion to all public confusions, not from the love of mankind, for the great never look upon their inferiors as their fellow creatures, nor yet from want of courage, for in that he is seldom defective, but from a consciousness that he possesses none of the virtues which are required in such situations, and that the public attention will certainly be drawn away from him by others. He may be willing to expose himself to some little danger, and to make a campaign when it happens to be the fashion. But he shudders with horror at the thought of any situation which demands the continual and long exertion of patience, industry, fortitude, and application of thought. These virtues are hardly ever to be met with in men who are born to those high stations. In all governments, accordingly, even in monarchies, the highest offices are generally possessed, and the whole detail of the administration conducted by men who are educated in the middle and inferior ranks of life, who have been carried forward by their own industry and abilities, though loaded with the jealousy and opposed by the resentment of all those who were born their superiors, and to whom the great, after having regarded them first with contempt and afterwards with envy, are at last contented to truckle with the same abject meanness with which they desire that the rest of mankind should behave to themselves. It is the loss of this easy empire over the affections of mankind which renders the fall from greatness so insupportable. When the family of the king of Macedon was led in triumph by Paulus Amilius, their misfortunes, it is said, made them divide with their conqueror the attention of the Roman people. The sight of the royal children, whose tender age rendered them insensible of their situation, struck the spectators, amidst the public rejoicings and prosperity, with the tenderest sorrow and compassion. The king appeared next in the procession, and seemed like one confounded and astonished and bereft of a sentiment by the greatness of his calamities. His friends and ministers followed after him. As they moved along, they often cast their eyes upon their fallen sovereign and always burst into tears at the sight, their whole behavior demonstrating that they thought not of their own misfortunes, but were occupied entirely by the superior greatness of his. The generous Romans, on the contrary, beheld him with disdain and indignation, and regarded as unworthy of all compassion the man who could be so mean-spirited as to bear to live under such calamities. Yet what did those calamities amount to? According to the greater part of historians, he was to spend the remainder of his days under the protection of a powerful and humane people, in a state which in itself should seem worthy of envy, a state of plenty, ease, leisure, and security, from which it was impossible for him, even by his own folly, to fall. But he was no longer to be surrounded by that admiring mob of fools, flatterers, and dependents, who had formerly been accustomed to attend upon all his motions. He was no longer to be gazed upon by multitudes, nor to have it in his power to render himself the object of their respect, their gratitude, their love, their admiration. The passions of nations were no longer to mold themselves upon his inclinations. This was that insupportable calamity which bereaved the king of all sentiment, which made his friends forget their own misfortunes, and which the Roman magnanimity could scarce conceive how any man could be so mean-spirited as to bear to survive. Love, says my Lord Rochefoucauld, is commonly succeeded by ambition, but ambition is hardly ever succeeded by love. That passion, when once it has got entire possession of the breast, will admit neither a rival nor a successor. To those who have been accustomed to the possession, or even to the hope of public admiration, all other pleasures sicken and decay. Of all the discarded statesmen who for their own ease have studied to get the better of ambition, and to despise those honors which they could no longer arrive at, how few have been able to succeed. The greater part have spent their time in the most listless and insipid indolence, chagrined at the thoughts of their own insignificancy, incapable of being interested in the occupations of private life, without enjoyment except when they talked of their former greatness, and without satisfaction except when they were employed in some vain project to recover it. Are you in earnest resolved never to barter your liberty for the lordly servitude of a court, but to live free, fearless, and independent? There seems to be one way to continue in that virtuous resolution, and perhaps but one. Never enter the place from whence so few have been able to return, never come within the circle of ambition, nor ever bring yourself into comparison with those masters of the earth who have already engrossed the attention of half mankind before you. Of such mighty importance does it appear to be, in the imaginations 55 of men, to stand in that situation which sets them most in the view of general sympathy and attention, and thus place that great object which divides the wives of older men is the end of half the labors of human life, and is the cause of all the tumult and bustle, all the rapine and injustice, which avarice and ambition have introduced into this world. People of sense, it is said, indeed despise place. That is, they despise sitting at the head of the table, and are indifferent who it is that is pointed out to the company by that frivolous circumstance, which the smallest advantage is capable of overbalancing. But rank, distinction, preeminence, no man despises, unless he is either raised very much above or sunk very much below the ordinary standard of human nature, unless he is either so confirmed in wisdom and real philosophy as to be satisfied that, while the propriety of his conduct renders him the just object of approbation, it is of little consequence though he be neither attended to nor approved of, or so habituated to the idea of his own meanness, so sunk in slothful and sottish indifference, as entirely to have forgot the desire and almost the very wish for superiority over his fellows. According to Aristotle, who seems to have followed the doctrine of Ocellus, the world was eternal, the eternal effect of an eternal cause. He found it difficult, it would seem, to conceive what could hinder the first cause from exerting his divine energy from all eternity. At whatever time he began to exert it, he must have been at rest during all the infinite ages of that eternity which had passed before it. To what obstruction, from within or from without, could this be owing? Or how could this obstruction, if it ever had subsisted, have ever been removed? His idea of the nature and manner of existence of this first cause, as it is expressed in the last book of his Physics, and the 5 last chapters of his Metaphysics, is indeed obscure and unintelligible in the highest degree, and has perplexed his commentators more than any other parts of his writings. Thus far, however, he seems to express himself plainly enough, that the first heavens, that of the fixed stars, from which are derived the motions of all the rest, is revolved by an eternal, immovable, unchangeable, unextended being, whose essence consists in intelligence, as that of a body consists in solidity and extension, and which is therefore necessarily and always intelligent, as a body is necessarily and always extended. That this being was the first and supreme mover of the universe. That the inferior planetary spheres derived each of them its peculiar revolution from an inferior being of the same kind, eternal, immovable, unextended, and necessarily intelligent. That the sole object of the intelligences of those beings was their own essence, and the revolution of their own spheres, all other inferior things being unworthy of their consideration, and that therefore whatever was below the moon was abandoned by the gods to the direction of nature, and chance, and necessity. For though those celestial beings were, by the revolutions of their several spheres, the original causes of the generation and corruption of all sublunary forms, they were causes who neither knew nor intended the effects which they produced. This renowned philosopher seems, in his theological notions, to have been directed by prejudices which, though extremely natural, are not very philosophical. The revolutions of the heavens, by their grandeur and constancy, excited his admiration, and seemed, upon that account, to be effects not unworthy a divine intelligence. Whereas the meanness of many things, the disorder and confusion of all things below, exciting no such agreeable emotion, seemed to have no marks of being directed by that supreme understanding. Yet though this opinion saps the foundations of human worship, and must have the 394 same effects upon society as atheism itself, one may easily trace, in the metaphysics upon which it is grounded, the origin of many of the notions, or rather of many of the expressions in the scholastic theology to which no notions can be annexed. The Stoics, the most religious of all the ancient sects of philosophers, seem in this, as in most other things, to have altered and refined upon the doctrine of Plato. The order, harmony, and coherence which this philosophy bestowed upon the universal system struck them with awe and veneration. As in the rude ages of the world, whatever particular part of nature excited the admiration of mankind was apprehended to be animated by some particular divinity. So the whole of nature having, by their reasonings, become equally the object of admiration, was equally apprehended to be animated by a universal deity, to be itself a divinity, an animal, a term which to our ears seems by no means synonymous with the foregoing, whose body was the solid and sensible parts of nature, and whose soul was that ethereal fire which penetrated and actuated the whole. For of all the four elements, out of which all things were composed, fire or ether seemed to be that which bore the greatest resemblance to the vital principle which informs both plants and animals, and therefore most likely to be the vital principle which animated the universe. This infinite and unbounded ether, which extended itself from the center beyond the remotest circumference of nature, and was endowed with the most consummate reason and intelligence, or rather was itself the very essence of reason and intelligence, had originally formed the world and had communicated a portion, or ray, of its own essence to whatever was endowed with life and sensation, which, upon the dissolution of those forms, either immediately or some time after, was again absorbed into that ocean of deity from whence it had originally been detached. In this system, the sun, the moon, the planets, and the fixed stars were each of them also inferior divinities, animated by a detached portion of that ethereal essence which was the soul of the world. In the system of Plato, the intelligence which animated the world was different from that which originally formed it. Neither were these which animated the celestial spheres, nor those which informed inferior terrestrial animals, regarded as portions of this plastic soul of the world. Upon the dissolution of animals, therefore, their souls were not absorbed in the soul of the world, but had a separate and eternal existence, which gave birth to the notion of the transmigration of souls. Neither did it seem unnatural that, as the same matter which had composed one animal body might be employed to compose another, that the same intelligence which had animated one such being should again animate another. But in the system of the Stoics, the intelligence which originally formed and that which animated the world were one and the same. All inferior intelligences were detached portions 395 of the Great One, and therefore, in a longer or in a shorter time, were all of them, even the gods themselves, who animated the celestial bodies, to be at last resolved into the infinite essence of this almighty Jupiter, who at a distant period should, by an universal conflagration, wrap up all things in that ethereal and fiery nature out of which they had originally been deduced, again to bring forth a new heaven and a new earth, new animals, new men, new deities, all of which would again, at a fated time, be swallowed up in a like conflagration, again to be reproduced, and again to be redestroyed, and so on without end. The principles which lead and direct. Philosophical Enquiries. Chapter 99, illustrated by the history of the ancient logics and metaphysics. In every transmutation, either of one element into another, or of one compound body either into the elements out of which it was composed, or into another compound body, it seemed evident that both in the old and in the new species there was something that was the same, and something that was different. When fire was changed into air, or water into earth, the stuff, or subject matter of this air and this earth, was evidently the same with that of the former fire or water, but the nature or species of those new bodies was entirely different. When in the same manner, a number of fresh, green, and odoriferous flowers were thrown together in a heap, they in a short time entirely changed their nature, became putrid and loathsome, and dissolved into a confused mass of ordure, which bore no resemblance, either in sensible qualities or in its effects, to their former beautiful appearance. But how different soever the species, the subject matter of the flowers and of the ordure was, in this case too, evidently the same. In every body, therefore, whether simple or mixed, there were evidently two principles, whose combination constituted the whole nature of that particular body. The first was the stuff or subject matter out of which it was made. The second was the species, the specific essence, the essential, or, as the schoolmen have called it, the substantial form of the body. 396. The first seemed to be the same in all bodies, and to have neither qualities nor powers of any kind, but to be altogether inert and imperceptible by any of the senses, till it was qualified and rendered sensible by its union with some species or essential form. All the qualities and powers of bodies seemed to depend upon their species or essential forms. It was not the stuff or matter of fire, or air, or earth, or water, which enabled those elements to produce their several effects, but that essential form which was peculiar to each of them. For it seemed evident that fire must produce the effects of fire, by that which rendered it fire, air by that which rendered it air, and that in the same manner all other simple and mixed bodies must produce their several effects, by that which constituted them such or such bodies, that is, by their specific essence or essential forms. But it is from the effects of bodies upon one another that all the changes and revolutions in the material world arise. Since these, therefore, depend upon the specific essences of those bodies, it must be the business of philosophy, that science which endeavors to connect together all the different changes that occur in the world, to determine wherein the specific essence of each object consists, in order to foresee what changes or revolutions may be expected from it. But the specific essence of each individual object is not that which is peculiar to it as an individual, but that which is common to it, with all other objects of the same kind. Thus the specific essence of the water, which now stands before me, does not consist in its being heated by the fire or cooled by the air in such a particular degree, in its being contained in a vessel of such a form or of such dimensions. These are all accidental circumstances, which are altogether extraneous to its general nature, and upon which none of its effects as water depend. Philosophy, therefore, in considering the general nature of water, takes no notice of those particularities which are peculiar to this water, but confines itself to those things which are common to all water. If, in the progress of its inquiries, it should descend to consider the nature of water that is modified by such particular accidents, it still would not confine its consideration to this water contained in this vessel, and thus heated at this fire, but would extend its views to water in general, contained in such kind of vessels and heated to such a degree at such a fire. In every case, therefore, species or universals, and not individuals, are the objects of philosophy, because whatever effects are produced by individuals, whatever changes can flow from them, must all proceed from some universal nature that is contained in them. As it was the business of physics or natural philosophy to determine wherein consisted the nature and essence of every particular species of things, in order to connect together all the different events that occur in the material world, so there were two other sciences, which, though they had originally arisen out of that system of natural philosophy I have just 397 been describing, were however apprehended to go before it, in the order in which the knowledge of nature ought to be communicated. The first of these, metaphysics, considered the general nature of universals, and the different sorts or species into which they might be divided. The second of these, logics, was built upon this doctrine of metaphysics, and from the general nature of universals, and of the sorts into which they were divided, endeavored to ascertain the general rules by which we might distribute all particular objects into general classes, and determine to what class each individual object belonged. For in this, they justly enough apprehended, consisted the whole art of philosophical reasoning. As the first of these two sciences, metaphysics, is altogether subordinate to the second, logic, they seem, before the time of Aristotle, to have been regarded as one, and to have made up between them that ancient dialectic of which we hear so much, and of which we understand so little. Neither does this separation seem to have been much attended to, either by his own followers, the ancient peripatetics, or by any other of the old sects of philosophers. The later schoolmen, indeed, have distinguished between ontology and logic, but their ontology contains but a small part of what is the subject of the metaphysical books of Aristotle, the greater part of which, the doctrines of universals, and everything that is preparatory to the arts of defining and dividing, has, since the days of Porphyry, been inserted into their logic. According to Plato and Tim O's, the principles out of which the deity formed the world, and which were themselves eternal, were three in number: the subject matter of things, the species or specific essences of things, and what was made out of these, the sensible objects themselves. These last had no proper or durable existence, but were in perpetual flux and succession. For as Heraclitus had said that no man ever passed the same river twice, because the water which he had passed over once was gone before he could pass over it a second time. So, in the same manner, no man ever saw, or heard, or touched the same sensible object twice. When I look at the window, for example, the visible species which strikes my eyes this moment, though resembling, is different from that which struck my eyes the immediately preceding moment. When I ring the bell, the sound, or audible species, which I hear this moment, though resembling in the same manner, is different, however, from that which I heard the moment before. When I lay my hand on the table, the tangible species which I feel this moment, though resembling in the same manner, is numerically different too from that which I felt the moment before. Our sensations, therefore, never properly exist or endure one moment, but in the very instant of their generation, perish and are annihilated forever. Nor are the causes of those sensations more permanent. No corporeal substance is ever exactly the 398 same, either in whole or in any assignable part, during two successive moments, but by the perpetual addition of new parts, as well as loss of old ones, is in continual flux and succession. Things of so fleeting a nature can never be the objects of science, or of any steady or permanent judgment. While we look at them in order to consider them, they are changed and gone and annihilated forever. The objects of science, and of all the steady judgments of the understanding, must be permanent, unchangeable, always existent, and liable neither to generation nor corruption, nor alteration of any kind. Such are the species or specific essences of things. Man is perpetually changing every particle of his body, and every thought of his mind is in continual flux and succession. But humanity, or human nature, is always existent, is always the same, is never generated, and is never corrupted. This, therefore, is the object of science, reason, and understanding, as man is the object of sense, and of those inconstant opinions which are founded upon sense. As the objects of sense were apprehended to have an external existence, independent of the act of sensation, so these objects of the understanding were much more supposed to have an external existence independent of the act of understanding. Those external essences were, according to Plato, the exemplars, according to which the deity formed the world, and all the sensible objects that are in it. The deity comprehended within his infinite essence all these species or external exemplars in the same manner as he comprehended all sensible objects. Plato, however, seems to have regarded the first of those as equally distinct with the second from what we would now call the ideas or thoughts of the divine mind, and even to have supposed that they had a particular place of existence beyond the sphere of the visible 399 corporeal world, though this has been much controverted, both by the later Platonists and by some very judicious modern critics who have followed the interpretation of the later Platonists as what did most 400 honor to the judgment of that renowned philosopher. All the objects in this world, continued he, are particular and individual. Here, therefore, the human mind has no opportunity of seeing any species or universal nature. Whatever ideas it has, therefore, of such beings, for it plainly has them, it must derive from the memory of what it has seen in some former period of its existence, when it had an opportunity of visiting the place or sphere of universals. For some time after it is immersed in the body, during its infancy, its childhood, and a great part of its youth, the violence of those passions which it derives from the body, and which are all directed to the particular and individual objects of this world, hinder it from turning its attention to those universal natures with which it had been conversant in the world from whence it came. The ideas of these, therefore, seem, in this first period of its existence here, to be overwhelmed in the confusion of those turbulent emotions, and to be almost entirely wiped out of its remembrance. During the continuance of this state, it is incapable of reasoning, science, and philosophy, which are conversant about universals. Its whole attention is turned towards particular objects, concerning which, being directed by no general notions, it forms many vain and false opinions, and is filled with error, perplexity, and confusion. But when age has abated the violence of its passions and composed the confusion of its thoughts, it then becomes more capable of reflection and of turning its attention to those almost forgotten ideas of things with which it had been conversant in the former state of its existence. All the particular objects in this sensible world, being formed after the eternal exemplars in that intellectual world, awaken, upon account of their resemblance, insensibly, and by slow degrees, the almost obliterated ideas of these last. The beauty which is shared in different degrees among terrestrial objects revives the same idea of that universal nature of beauty which exists in the intellectual world. Particular acts of justice, of the universal nature of justice, particular reasonings, and particular sciences, of the universal nature of science and reasoning, particular roundnesses, of the universal nature of roundness, particular squares, of the universal nature of squareness. Thus science, which is conversant about universals, is derived from memory, and to instruct any person concerning the general nature of any subject is no more than to awaken in him the remembrance of what he formerly knew about it. This both Plato and Socrates imagined they could still further confirm by the fallacious experiment 401, which showed that a person might be led to discover himself without any information, any general truth, of which he was before ignorant, merely by being asked a number of properly arranged and connected questions concerning it. One he calls them, indeed, ideas, a word which, in him, in Aristotle, and all the other writers of earlier antiquity, signifies a species, and is perfectly synonymous with that other word epsilon iota delta omicron sigma, more frequently made use of by Aristotle. As by some of the later sects of philosophers, particularly by the Stoics, all species or specific essences were regarded as mere creatures of the mind, formed by abstraction, which had no real existence external to the thoughts that conceived them. The word idea came by degrees to its present signification to mean first an abstract thought or conception, and afterwards a thought or conception of any kind, and thus became synonymous with that other Greek word epsilon nu omicron iota alpha, from which it had originally a very different meaning. When the later Platonists, who lived at a time when the notion of the separate existence of specific essences was universally exploded, began to comment upon the writings of Plato, and upon that strange fancy that in his writings there was a double doctrine, and that they were intended to seem to mean one thing, while at bottom they meant a very different, which the writings of no man in his senses ever were, or ever could be intended to do. They represented his doctrine as meaning no more than that the deity formed the world after what we would now call an idea, or plan conceived in his own mind, in the same manner as any other artist. But if Plato had meant to express no more than this most natural and simple of all notions, he might surely have expressed it more plainly, and would hardly, one would think, have talked of it with so much emphasis, as of something which it required the utmost reach of thought to comprehend. According to this representation, Plato's notion of species or universals was the same with that of Aristotle. Aristotle, however, does not seem to understand it as such. He bestows a great part of his metaphysics upon confuting it and opposes it in all his other works, nor does he in any one of them give the least hint or insinuation as if it could be suspected that, by the ideas of Plato, was meant the thoughts or conceptions of the divine mind. Is it possible that he, who was 20 years in his school, should during all that time have misunderstood him, especially when his meaning was so very plain and obvious? Neither is this notion of the separate existence of species, distinct both from the mind which conceives them and from the sensible objects which are made to resemble them, one of those doctrines which Plato would but seldom have occasion to talk of. However it may be interpreted, it is the very basis of his philosophy. Neither is there a single dialogue in all his works which does not refer to it. Shall we suppose that that great philosopher, who appears to have been so much superior to his master in everything but eloquence, willfully, and upon all occasions, misrepresented not one of the deep and mysterious doctrines of the philosophy of Plato, but the first and most fundamental principle of all his reasonings. When the writings of Plato were in the hands of everybody, when his followers and disciples were spread all over Greece, when almost every Athenian of distinction that was nearly of the same age with Aristotle must have been bred in his school, when Speusippus, the nephew and successor of Plato, as well as Xenocrates, who continued the school in the academy, at the same time that Aristotle held his in the Lyceum, must have been ready, at all times, to expose and affront him for such gross disingenuity. Does not Cicero, does not Seneca understand this doctrine in the same manner as Aristotle has represented it? Is there any author in all antiquity who seems to understand it otherwise, earlier than Plutarch, an author who seems to have been as bad a critic in philosophy as in history, and to have taken everything at second hand in both, and who lived after the origin of that eclectic philosophy from whence the later Platonists arose, and who seems himself to have been one of that sect? Is there any one passage in any Greek author, near the time of Aristotle and Plato, in which the word idea is used in its present meaning to signify a thought or conception? Are not the words, which in all languages express reality or existence, directly opposed to those which express thought or conception only? Or is there any other difference betwixt a thing that exists and a thing that does not exist, except this, that the one is a mere conception, and that the other is something more than a conception? With what propriety, therefore, could Plato talk of those eternal species, as of the only things which had any real existence, if they were no more than the conceptions of the divine mind? Had not the deity, according to Plato, as well as according to the Stoics, from all eternity, the idea of every individual, as well as of every species, and of the state in which every individual was to be in each different instance of its existence? Were not all the divine ideas, therefore, of each individual, or of all the different states, which each individual was to be in during the course of its existence, equally eternal and unalterable with those of the species? With what sense, therefore, could Plato say that the first were eternal, because the deity had conceived them from all eternity, since he had conceived the others from all eternity too, and since his ideas of the species could, in this respect, have no advantage of those of the individual? Does not Plato, in many different places, talk of the ideas of species or universals as innate, and having been impressed upon the mind in its state of pre-existence, when it had an opportunity of viewing these species as they are in themselves, and not as they are expressed in their copies or representatives upon earth? But if the only place of the existence of those species was the divine mind, will not this suppose that Plato either imagined, like Father Malebranche, that in its state of pre-existence the mind saw all things in God, or that it was itself an emanation of the divinity? That he maintained the first opinion will not be pretended by anybody who is at all versed in the history of science. That enthusiastic notion, though it may seem to be favored by some passages in the Fathers, was never, it is well known, coolly and literally maintained by anybody before that Cartesian philosopher. That the human mind was itself an emanation of the divine, though it was the doctrine of the Stoics, was by no means that of Plato, though upon the notion of a pretended double doctrine, the contrary has lately been asserted. According to Plato, the deity formed the soul of the world out of that substance which is always the same, that is, out of species or universals, out of that which is always different, that is, out of corporeal substances, and out of a substance that was of a middle nature between these, which it is not easy to understand what he meant by. Out of a part of the same composition, he made those inferior intelligences who animated the celestial spheres, to whom he delivered the remaining part of it, to form from thence the souls of men and animals. The souls of those inferior deities, though made out of a similar substance or composition, were not regarded as parts or emanations of that of the world, nor were those of animals, in the same manner, regarded as parts or emanations of those inferior deities. Much less were any of them regarded as parts or emanations of the great author of all things. The more the soul was accustomed to the consideration of those universal natures, the less it was attached to any particular and individual objects. it approached the nearer to the original perfection of its nature, from which, according to this philosophy, it had fallen. Philosophy, which accustoms it to consider the general essence of things only, and to abstract from all their particular and sensible circumstances, was, upon this account, regarded as the great purifier of the soul. As death separated the soul from the body, and from the bodily senses and passions, it restored it to that intellectual world from whence it had originally descended, where no sensible species called off its attention from those general essences of things. Philosophy, in this life, habituating it to the same considerations, brings it, in some degree, to that state of happiness and perfection, to which death restores the souls of just men in a life to come. Such was the doctrine of Plato concerning the species or specific essence of things. This, at least, is what his words seem to import, and thus he is understood by Aristotle, the most intelligent and the most renowned of all his disciples. It is a doctrine which, like many of the other doctrines of abstract philosophy, is more coherent in the expression than in the idea, and which seems to have arisen more from the nature of language than from the nature of things. With all its imperfections, it was excusable in the beginnings of philosophy, and is not a great deal more remote from the truth than many others which have since been substituted in its room by some of the greatest pretenders to accuracy and precision. Mankind have had, at all times, a strong propensity to realize their own abstractions, of which we shall immediately see an example in the notions of that very philosopher who first exposed the ill-grounded foundation of those ideas, or universals, of Plato and Timaeus. To explain the nature, and to account for the origin of general ideas, is, even at this day, the greatest difficulty in abstract philosophy. How the human mind, when it reasons concerning the general nature of triangles, should either conceive, as Mr. Plantagenet it does, the idea of a triangle, which is neither obtusangular, nor rectangular, nor acutangular, but which was at once both none and of all those together, or should, as Malebranche thinks necessary for this purpose, comprehend at once, within its finite capacity, all possible triangles of all possible forms and dimensions, which are infinite in number, is a question to which it is surely not easy to give a satisfactory answer. Malebranche, to solve it, had recourse to the enthusiastic and unintelligible notion of the intimate union of the human mind with the divine, in whose infinite 402 essence the immensity of such species could alone be comprehended, and in which alone, therefore, all finite intelligences could have an opportunity of viewing them. If after more than 2,000 years reasoning about this subject, this ingenious and sublime philosopher was forced to have recourse to so strange a fancy, in order to explain it, can we wonder that Plato, in the very first dawnings of science, should, for the same purpose, adopt an hypothesis, which has been thought, without much reason indeed, to have some affinity to that of Malebranche, and which is not more out of the way? What seems to have misled those early philosophers was the notion, which appears at first natural enough, that those things, out of which any object is composed, must exist antecedent to that object. But the things out of which all particular objects seem to be composed are the stuff or matter of those objects, and the form or specific essence, which determines them to be of this or that class of things. These, therefore, it was thought, must have existed antecedent to the object which was made up between them. Plato, who held that the sensible world, which, according to him, is the world of individuals, was made in time, necessarily conceived, that both the universal matter, the object of spurious reason, and the specific essence, the object of proper reason and philosophy out of which it was composed, must have had a separate existence from all eternity. This intellectual world, very different from the intellectual world of Cudworth, though much of the language of the one has been borrowed from that of the other, was necessarily and always existent, whereas the sensible world owed its origin to the free will and bounty of its author. A notion of this kind, as long as it is expressed in very general language, as long as it is not much rested upon, nor attempted to be very particularly and distinctly explained, passes easily enough through the indolent imagination accustomed to substitute words in the room of ideas, and if the words seem to hang easily together, requiring no great precision in the ideas, it vanishes, indeed, is discovered to be altogether incomprehensible, and eludes the grasp of the imagination upon an attentive consideration. It requires, however, an attentive consideration, and if it had been as fortunate as many other opinions of the same kind and about the same subject, it might, without examination, have continued to be the current philosophy for a century or two. Aristotle, however, seems immediately to have discovered that it was impossible to conceive as actually existent either that general matter which was not determined by any particular species, or those species which were not embodied, if one may say so, in some particular portion of matter. Aristotle, too, held, as we have already observed, the eternity of the sensible world. Though he held, therefore, that all sensible objects were made up of two principles, both of which he calls equally substances, the matter and the specific essence, he was 403 not obliged to hold, like Plato, that those principles existed prior in the order of time to the objects which they afterwards composed. They were prior, he said, in nature, but not in time, according to a distinction which was of use to him upon some other occasion. He distinguished, too, betwixt actual and potential existence. By the first, he seems to have understood what is commonly meant by existence or reality, by the second, the bare possibility of existence. His meaning, I say, seems to amount to this, though he does not explain it precisely in this manner. Neither the material essence of body could, according to him, exist actually without being determined by some specific essence, to some particular class of things, nor any specific essence without being embodied in some particular portion of matter. Each of these two principles, however, could exist potentially in this separate state. That matter existed potentially, which, being endowed with a particular form, could be brought into actual existence, and that form, which, by being embodied in a particular portion of matter, could, in the same manner, be called forth into the class of complete realities. This potential existence of matter and form he sometimes talks of in expressions which resemble those of Plato, to whose notion of separate essence it bears a very great affinity. Aristotle, who seems in many things original, and who endeavored to seem to be so in all things, added the principle of privation to those of matter and form, which he had derived from the ancient Pythagorean school. When water is changed into air, the transmutation is brought about by the material principle of those two elements being deprived of the form of water, and then assuming the form of air. Privation, therefore, was a third principle opposite to form, which entered into the generation of every species, which was always from some other species. It was a principle of generation, but not of composition, as is most obvious. The Stoics, whose opinions were, in all the different parts of philosophy, either the same with or very nearly allied to those of Aristotle and Plato, though often disguised in very different language, held that all things, even the elements themselves, were compounded of two principles, upon one of which depended all the active, and upon the other all the passive, powers of these bodies. The last of these they called matter, the first the cause, by which they meant the very same thing which Aristotle and Plato understood by their specific essences. Matter, according to the Stoics, could have no existence separate from the cause or efficient principle which determined it to some particular class of things. Neither could the efficient principle exist separately from the material, in which it was always necessarily embodied. Their opinion, therefore, so far coincided with that of the old Peripatetics. The efficient principle, they said, was the deity, by which they meant that it was a detached portion of the ethereal and divine nature, 404, which penetrated all things, that constituted what Plato would have called the specific essence of each individual object. And so far their opinion coincides pretty nearly with that of the latter Platonists, who held that the specific essences of all things were detached portions of their created deity, the soul of the world, and with that of some of the Arabian and scholastic commentators of Aristotle, who held that the substantial forms of all things descended from those divine essences which animated the celestial spheres. Such was the doctrine of the four principal sects of the ancient philosophers, concerning the specific essences of things, of the old Pythagoreans, of the academical, the peripatetic, and the stoical sects. As this doctrine of specific essences seems naturally enough to have arisen from that ancient system of physics, which I have above described, and which is by no means devoid of probability, so many of the doctrines of that system, which seems to us, who have been long accustomed to another, the most incomprehensible necessarily flow from this metaphysical notion. Such are those of generation, corruption, and alteration, of mixture, condensation, and rarefaction. A body was generated or corrupted when it changed its specific essence and passed from one denomination to another. It was altered when it changed only some of its qualities, but still retained the same specific essence and the same denomination. Thus, when a flower was withered, it was not corrupted. Though some of its qualities were changed, it still retained the specific essence and therefore justly passed under the denomination of a flower. But when, in the further progress of its decay, it crumbled into earth, it was corrupted. It lost the specific essence or substantial form of the flower and assumed that of the earth, and therefore justly changed its denomination. The specific essence, or universal nature, that was lodged in each particular class of bodies was not itself the object of any of our senses, but could be perceived only by the understanding. It was by the sensible qualities, however, that we judged of the specific essence of each object. Some of these sensible qualities, therefore, we regarded as essential, or such as showed, by their presence or absence, the presence or absence of that essential form from which they necessarily flowed. Others were accidental, or such whose presence or absence had no such necessary consequences. The first of these two sorts of qualities was called properties, the second, accidents. In the specific essence of each object itself, they distinguished two parts, one of which was peculiar and characteristical of the one class of things of which that particular object was an individual. The other was common to it with some other higher classes of things. These two parts were, to the specific essence, pretty much what the matter and the specific essence were to each individual body. The one, which was called the genus, was modified and determined by the other, 405, which was called the specific difference, pretty much in the same manner as the universal matter contained in each body was modified and determined by the specific essence of that particular class of bodies. These four, with the specific essence or species itself, made up the number of the five universals, so well known in the schools by the names of genus, species, differentia, proprium, and accidens. Of the nature of that imitation, which takes place in what are called the imitative arts. Part I. The most perfect imitation of an object of any kind must in all cases, it is evident, be another object of the same kind, made as exactly as possible after the same model. What, for example, would be the most perfect imitation of the carpet which now lies before me? Another carpet, certainly, wrought as exactly as possible after the same pattern. But whatever might be the merit or beauty of this second carpet, it would not be supposed to derive any from the circumstance of its having been made in imitation of the first. This circumstance of its being not an original, but a copy, would even be considered as some diminution of that merit, a greater or smaller, in proportion as the object was of a nature to lay claim to a greater or smaller degree of admiration. It would not much diminish the merit of a common carpet, because in such trifling objects, which at best can lay claim to so little beauty or merit of any kind, we do not always think it worthwhile to affect originality. It would diminish a good deal that of a carpet of very exquisite workmanship. In objects of still greater importance, this exact, or as it would be called, this servile imitation, would be considered as the most unpardonable blemish. To build another St. Peter's or St. Paul's Church, of exactly the same dimensions, proportions, and ornaments with the present buildings at Rome or London, would be supposed to argue such a miserable barrenness of genius and invention in the architect as would disgrace the most expensive magnificence. The exact resemblance of the correspondent parts of the same object 406 is frequently considered as a beauty, and the want of it as a deformity, as in the correspondent members of the human body, in the opposite wings of the same building, in the opposite trees of the same alley, in the correspondent compartments of the same piece of carpetwork or of the same flower garden, in the chairs or tables which stand in the correspondent parts of the same room, etc. But in objects of the same kind, which in other respects are regarded as altogether separate and unconnected, this exact resemblance is seldom considered as a beauty, nor the want of it as a deformity. A man, and in the same manner a horse, is handsome or ugly, each of them, on account of his own intrinsic beauty or deformity, without any regard to their resembling or not resembling, the one another man, or the other another horse. A set of coach horses, indeed, is supposed to be handsomer when they are all exactly matched, but each horse is, in this case, considered not as a separated and unconnected object or as a whole by himself, but as a part of another whole, to the other parts of which he ought to bear a certain correspondence. Separated from the set, he derives neither beauty from his resemblance, nor deformity from his unlikeness to the other horses which compose it. Even in the correspondent parts of the same object, we frequently require no more than a resemblance in the general outline. If the inferior members of those correspondent parts are too minute to be seen distinctly, without a separate and distinct examination of each part by itself, as a separate and unconnected object, we should sometimes even be displeased if the resemblance was carried beyond this general outline. In the correspondent parts of a room, we frequently hang pictures of the same size. Those pictures, however, resemble one another in nothing but the frame, or perhaps in the general character of the subject. If the one is a landscape, the other is a landscape too. If the one represents a religious or a bacchanalian subject, its companion represents another of the same kind. Nobody ever thought of repeating the same picture in each correspondent frame. The frame and the general character of 2 or 3 pictures is as much as the eye can comprehend at one view or from one station. Each picture, in order to be seen distinctly and understood thoroughly, must be viewed from a particular station and examined by itself as a separate and unconnected object. In a hall or portico, adorned with statues, the niches, or perhaps the pedestals, may exactly resemble one another, but the statues are always different, even the masks, which are sometimes carried upon the different keystones of the same arcade, or of the correspondent doors and windows of the same front, though they may all resemble one another in the general outline, yet each of them has always its own peculiar features and a grimace of its own. There are some Gothic buildings in which the correspondent windows resemble one another only in the general outline, and not in the smaller 407 ornaments and subdivisions. These are different in each, and the architect had considered them as too minute to be seen distinctly without a particular and separate examination of each window by itself, as a separate and unconnected object. A variety of this sort, however, I think, is not agreeable. In objects which are susceptible only of a certain inferior order of beauty, such as the frames of pictures, the niches, or the pedestals of statues, and c. There seems frequently to be affectation in the study of variety, of which the merit is scarcely ever sufficient to compensate the want of that perspicuity and distinctness, of that easiness to be comprehended and remembered, which is the natural effect of exact uniformity. In a portico of the Corinthian or Ionic order, each column resembles every other, not only in the general outline, but in all the minutest ornaments, though some of them, in order to be seen distinctly, may require a separate and distinct examination in each column and in the entablature of each intercolumnation. In the inlaid tables, which, according to the present fashion, are sometimes fixed in the correspondent parts of the same room, the pictures only are different in each. All the other more frivolous and fanciful ornaments are commonly, so far at least as I have observed the fashion, the same in them all. Those ornaments, however, in order to be seen distinctly, require a distinct examination of each table. The extraordinary resemblance of 2 natural objects of twins, for example, is regarded as a curious circumstance, which, though it does not increase, yet does not diminish the beauty of either, considered as a separate and unconnected object. But the exact resemblance of 2 productions of art seems to be always considered as some diminution of the merit of at least one of them, as it seems to prove that one of them, at least, is a copy either of the other or of some other original. One may say, even of the copy of a picture, that it derives its merit not so much from its resemblance to the original, as from its resemblance to the object which the original was meant to resemble. The owner of the copy, so far from setting any high value upon its resemblance to the original, is often anxious to destroy any value or merit which it might derive from this circumstance. He is often anxious to persuade both himself and other people that it is not a copy, but an original, of which what passes for the original is only a copy. but whatever merit a copy may derive from its resemblance to the original, an original can derive none from the resemblance of its copy. But though a production of art seldom derives any merit from its resemblance to another object of the same kind, it frequently derives a great deal from its resemblance to an object of a different kind, whether that object be a production of art or of nature. A painted cloth, the work of some laborious Dutch artist, so curiously shaded and colored as to represent the pile and softness of a woolen one, might derive some merit from its resemblance even to the sorry carpet, which now 408 lies before me. The copy might, and probably would, in this case, be of much greater value than the original. But if this carpet was represented as spread, either upon a floor or upon a table, and projecting from the background of the picture with exact observation of perspective and of light and shade, the merit of the imitation would be still even greater. In painting, a plain surface of one kind is made to resemble not only a plain surface of another, but all the three dimensions of a solid substance. In statuary and sculpture, a solid substance of one kind is made to resemble a solid substance of another. The disparity between the object imitating and the object imitated is much greater in the one art than in the other, and the pleasure arising from the imitation seems greater in proportion as this disparity is greater. In painting, the imitation frequently pleases, though the original object be indifferent or even offensive. In statuary and sculpture it is otherwise. The imitation seldom pleases unless the original object be in a very high degree either great or beautiful or interesting. A butcher's stall or a kitchen dresser, with the objects which they commonly present, are not certainly the happiest subjects, even for painting. They have, however, been represented with so much care and success by some Dutch masters that it is impossible to view the pictures without some degree of pleasure. They would be most absurd subjects for statuary or sculpture, which are, however, capable of representing them. The picture of a very ugly or deformed man, such as Aesop or Scarron, might not make a disagreeable piece of furniture. The statue certainly would. Even a vulgar ordinary man or woman, engaged in a vulgar ordinary action, like what we see with so much pleasure in the pictures of Rembrandt, would be too mean a subject for statuary. Jupiter, Hercules, and Apollo, Venus and Diana, the nymphs and the graces, Bacchus, Mercury, Antinous, and Meleager, the miserable death of Laocoon, the melancholy fate of the children of Niobe, the wrestlers, the fighting, the dying gladiator, the figures of gods and goddesses, heroes and heroines, the most perfect forms of the human body, placed either in the noblest attitudes or in the most interesting situations which the human imagination is capable of conceiving, are the proper, and therefore have always been the favorite, subjects of statuary. That art cannot, without degrading itself, stoop to represent anything that is offensive or mean or even indifferent. Painting is not so disdainful, and though capable of representing the noblest objects, it can, without forfeiting its title to please, submit to imitate those of a much more humble nature. The merit of the imitation alone, and without any merit in the imitated object, is capable of supporting the dignity of painting. It cannot support that of statuary. There would seem, therefore, to be more merit in the one species of imitation than in the other. 409. In statuary, scarcely any drapery is agreeable. The best of the ancient statues were either altogether naked or almost naked, and those of which any considerable part of the body is covered are represented as clothed in wet linen, a species of clothing which most certainly never was agreeable to the fashion of any country. This drapery, too, is drawn so tight as to express beneath its narrow foldings the exact form and outline of any limb and almost of every muscle of the body. The clothing which thus approached the nearest to no clothing at all had, it seems, in the judgment of the great artists of antiquity, been that which was most suitable to statuary. A great painter of the Roman school, who had formed his manner almost entirely upon the study of the ancient statues, imitated at first their drapery in his pictures, but he soon found that in painting it had the air of meanness and poverty, as if the persons who wore it could scarce afford clothes enough to cover them, and that larger folds and a looser and more flowing drapery were more suitable to the nature of his art. In painting, the imitation of so very inferior an object as a suit of clothes is capable of pleasing, And in order to give this object all the magnificence of which it is capable, it is necessary that the folds should be large, loose, and flowing. It is not necessary in painting that the exact form and outline of every limb and almost of every muscle of the body should be expressed beneath the folds of the drapery. It is sufficient if these are so disposed as to indicate in general the situation and attitude of the principal limbs. Painting, by the mere force and merit of its imitation, can venture, without the hazard of displeasing, to substitute, upon many occasions, the inferior in the room of the superior object, by making the one, in this manner, cover and entirely conceal a great part of the other. Statuary can seldom venture to do this, but with the utmost reserve and caution, and the same drapery, which is noble and magnificent in the one art, appears clumsy and awkward in the other. Some modern artists, however, have attempted to introduce into statuary the drapery which is peculiar to painting. It may not, perhaps, upon every occasion, be quite so ridiculous as the marble periwigs in Westminster Abbey, but if it does not always appear clumsy and awkward, it is at best always insipid and uninteresting. It is not the want of coloring which hinders many things from pleasing in statuary which please in painting. It is the want of that degree of disparity between the imitating and the imitated object, which is necessary in order to render interesting the imitation of an object which is itself not interesting. Coloring, when added to statuary, so far from increasing, destroys almost entirely the pleasure which we receive from the imitation, because it takes away the great source of that pleasure, the disparity between the imitating and the imitated object. That one solid and colored object should exactly resemble another solid and colored object seems to be a matter of no 410 great wonder or admiration. A painted statue, though it may resemble a human figure much more exactly than any statue which is not painted, is generally acknowledged to be a disagreeable and even an offensive object. And so far are we from being pleased with this superior likeness that we are never satisfied with it. And after viewing it again and again, we always find that it is not equal to what we are disposed to imagine it might have been. Though it should seem to want scarce anything but the life, we could not pardon it for thus wanting what it is altogether impossible it should have. The works of Mrs. Wright, a self-taught artist of great merit, are perhaps more perfect in this way than anything I have ever seen. They do admirably well to be seen now and then as a show, but the best of them we shall find, if brought home to our own house, and placed in a situation where it was to come often into view, would make, instead of an ornamental, a most offensive piece of household furniture. Painted statues, accordingly, are universally reprobated, and we scarce ever meet with them. To color the eyes of statues is not altogether so uncommon. Even this, however, is disapproved by all good judges. I cannot bear it. A gentleman used to say, of great knowledge and judgment in this art, I cannot bear it. I always want them to speak to me. Artificial fruits and flowers sometimes imitate so exactly the natural objects which they represent, that they frequently deceive us. We soon grow weary of them, however, and though they seem to want nothing but the freshness and the flavor of natural fruits and flowers, we cannot pardon them in the same manner for thus wanting what it is altogether impossible they should have. But we do not grow weary of a good flower and fruit painting. We do not grow weary of the foliage of the Corinthian Capitol or of the flowers which sometimes ornament the frieze of that order. Such imitations, however, never deceive us. Their resemblance to the original objects is always much inferior to that of artificial fruits and flowers. Such as it is, however, we are contented with it, and where there is such disparity between the imitating and the imitated objects, we find that it is as great as it can be, or as we expect that it should be. Paint that foliage and those flowers with the natural colors, and instead of pleasing more, they will please much less. The resemblance, however, will be much greater, but the disparity between the imitating and the imitated objects will be so much less that even this superior resemblance will not satisfy us. Where the disparity is so very great, on the contrary, we are often contented with the most imperfect resemblance, with the very imperfect resemblance, for example, both as to the figure and the color, of fruits and flowers in shellwork. It may be observed, however, that, though in sculpture the imitation of flowers and foliage pleases as an ornament of architecture, as a part of the dress which is to set off the beauty of a different and a more 411 important object, it would not please alone, or as a separate and unconnected object, in the same manner as a fruit and flower painting pleases. Flowers and foliage, how elegant and beautiful soever, are not sufficiently interesting. They have not dignity enough, if I may say so, to be proper subjects for a piece of sculpture, which is to please alone, and not to appear as the ornamental appendage of some other object. In tapestry and needlework, in the same manner as in painting, a plain surface is sometimes made to represent all the three dimensions of a solid substance. But both the shuttle of the weaver and the needle of the embroiderer are instruments of imitation so much inferior to the pencil of the painter, that we are not surprised to find a proportionable inferiority in their productions. We have all more or less experience that they usually are much inferior, and in appreciating a piece of tapestry or needlework, we never compare the imitation of either with that of a good picture, for it never could stand that comparison, but with that of other pieces of tapestry or needlework. We take into consideration not only the disparity between the imitating and the imitated object, but the awkwardness of the instruments of imitation. And if it is as well as anything that can be expected from these, if it is better than the greater part of what actually comes from them, we are often not only contented, but highly pleased. A good painter will often execute in a few days a subject which would employ the best tapestry weaver for many years, though in proportion to his time, therefore, the latter is always much worse paid than the former, yet his work in the end comes commonly much dearer to market. The great expense of good tapestry, the circumstance which confines it to the palaces of princes and of great lords, gives it, in the eyes of the greater part of the people, an air of riches and magnificence, which contributes still further to compensate the imperfection of its imitation. In arts which address themselves not to the prudent and the wise, but to the rich and the great, to the proud and the vain, we ought not to wonder if the appearances of great expense, of being what few people can purchase, of being one of the surest characteristics of great fortune, should often stand in the place of exquisite beauty and contribute equally to recommend their productions. As the idea of expense seems often to embellish, so that of cheapness seems as frequently to tarnish the luster even of very agreeable objects. The difference between real and false jewels is what even the experienced eye of a jeweler can sometimes with difficulty distinguish. Let an unknown lady, however, come into a public assembly with a headdress which appears to be very richly adorned with diamonds, and let a jeweler only whisper in our ear that they are false stones. Not only the lady will immediately sink in our imagination from the rank of a princess to that of a very ordinary woman, but the 412 headdress, from being an object of the most splendid magnificence, will at once become an impertinent piece of tawdry and tinsel finery. It was some years ago the fashion to ornament a garden with yew and holly trees, clipped into the artificial shapes of pyramids and columns and vases and obelisks. It is now the fashion to ridicule this taste as unnatural. The figure of a pyramid or obelisk, however, is not more unnatural to a yew tree than to a block of porphyry or marble. When the yew tree is presented to the eye in this artificial shape, the gardener does not mean that it should be understood to have grown in that shape. He means, first, to give it the same beauty of regular figure, which pleases so much in porphyry and marble, and secondly, to imitate in a growing tree the ornaments of those precious materials. He means to make an object of one kind resembling another object of a very different kind, and to the original beauty of figure to join the relative beauty of imitation. But the disparity between the imitating and the imitated object is the foundation of the beauty of imitation. It is because the one object does not naturally resemble the other that we are so much pleased with it, when by art it is made to do so. The shears of the gardener, it may be said, indeed, are very clumsy instruments of sculpture. They are so, no doubt, when employed to imitate the figures of men or even of animals, but in the simple and regular forms of pyramids, vases, and obelisks, even the shears of the gardener do well enough. Some allowance, too, is naturally made for the necessary imperfection of the instrument in the same manner as in tapestry and needlework. In short, the next time you have an opportunity of surveying those out-of-fashion ornaments, endeavor only to let yourself alone, and to restrain for a few minutes the foolish passion for playing the critic, and you will be sensible that they are not without some degree of beauty, that they give the air of neatness and correct culture at least to the whole garden, and that they are not unlike what the retired leisure, that, as Milton says, in trim gardens takes his pleasure might be amused with. What then, it may be said, has brought them into such universal disrepute among us? In a pyramid or obelisk of marble, we know that the materials are expensive, and that the labor which wrought them into that shape must have been still more so. In a pyramid or obelisk of yew, we know that the materials could cost very little, and the labor still less. The former are ennobled by their expense, the latter degraded by their cheapness. In the cabbage garden of a tallow chandler, we may sometimes perhaps have seen as many columns and vases and other ornaments in yew as there are in marble and porphyry at Versailles. It is this vulgarity which has disgraced them. The rich and the great, the proud and the vain will not admit into their gardens an ornament which the meanest of the people can have as well as they. The taste for these ornaments came originally from France, where, notwithstanding that 413 inconstancy of fashion with which we sometimes reproach the natives of that country, it still continues in good repute. In France, the condition of the inferior ranks of people is seldom so happy as it frequently is in England, and you will there seldom find even pyramids and obelisks of yew in the garden of a tallow chandler. Such ornaments, not having in that country been degraded by their vulgarity, have not yet been excluded from the gardens of princes and lords. The works of the great masters in statuary and painting, it is to be observed, never produce their effect by deception. They never are, and it never is intended that they should be, mistaken for the real objects which they represent. Painted statuary may sometimes deceive an inattentive eye. Proper statuary never does. The little pieces of perspective in painting, which it is intended should please by deception, represent always some very simple, as well as insignificant, objects. A roll of paper, for example, or the steps of a staircase, in the dark corner of some passage or gallery. They are generally the works too of some very inferior artists. After being seen once, and producing the little surprise which it is meant they should excite, together with the mirth which commonly accompanies it, they never please more, but appear to be ever after insipid and tiresome. The proper pleasure which we derive from those two imitative arts, so far from being the effect of deception, is altogether incompatible with it. That pleasure is founded altogether upon our wonder at seeing an object of one kind represent so well an object of a very different kind, and upon our admiration of the art which surmounts so happily that disparity which nature had established between them. The nobler works of statuary and painting appear to us a sort of wonderful phenomena, differing in this respect from the wonderful phenomena of nature, that they carry, as it were, their own explication along with them, and demonstrate, even to the eye, the way and manner in which they are produced. The eye, even of an unskillful spectator, immediately discerns, in some measure, how it is that a certain modification of figure in statuary and of brighter and darker colors in painting can represent, with so much truth and vivacity, the actions, passions, and behavior of men, as well as a great variety of other objects. The pleasing wonder of ignorance is accompanied with the still more pleasing satisfaction of science. We wonder and are amazed at the effect, and we are pleased ourselves, and happy to find that we can comprehend, in some measure, how that wonderful effect is produced upon us. A good looking-glass represents the objects which are set before it with much more truth and vivacity than either statuary or painting. But though the science of optics may explain to the understanding, the looking-glass itself does not at all demonstrate to the eye how this effect is brought about. It may excite the wonder of ignorance, and in a clown who had never beheld a looking-glass before, I have seen that wonder rise almost to rapture and ecstasy, but it cannot give the satisfaction of science. In all looking-glasses the effects are produced by the same means, applied exactly in the same manner. In every different statue and picture the effects are produced, though by similar, yet not by the same means, and those means too are applied in a different manner in each. Every good statue and picture is a fresh wonder, which at the same time carries, in some measure, its own explication along with it. After a little use and experience, all looking-glasses cease to be wonders altogether, and even the ignorant become so familiar with them as not to think that their effects require any explication. A looking-glass, besides, can represent only present objects, and when the wonder is once fairly over, we choose, in all cases, rather to contemplate the substance than to gaze at the shadow. One's own face becomes then the most agreeable object which a looking-glass can represent to us, and the only object which we do not soon grow weary with looking at. It is the only present object of which we can see only the shadow. Whether handsome or ugly, whether old or young, it is the face of a friend always, of which the features correspond exactly with whatever sentiment, emotion, or passion we may happen at that moment to feel. In statuary, the means by which the wonderful effect is brought about appear more simple and obvious than in painting, where the disparity between the imitating and the imitated object being much greater, the art which can conquer that greater disparity appears evidently, and almost to the eye, to be founded upon a much deeper science, or upon principles much more abstruse and profound. Even in the meanest subjects, we can often trace with pleasure the ingenious means by which painting surmounts this disparity. But we cannot do this in statuary, because the disparity not being so great, the means do not appear so ingenious. And it is upon this account that in painting we are often delighted with the representation of many things, which in statuary would appear insipid and not worth the looking at. It ought to be observed, however, that though in statuary the art of imitation appears, in many respects, inferior to what it is in painting, yet, in a room ornamented with both statues and pictures of nearly equal merit, we shall generally find that the statues draw off our eye from the pictures. There is generally but one or little more than one point of view from which a picture can be seen with advantage, and it always presents to the eye precisely the same object. There are many different points of view from which a statue may be seen with equal advantage, and from each it presents a different object. There is more variety in the pleasure which we receive from a good statue than in that which we receive from a good picture, and one statue may frequently be the subject of many good pictures or drawings, all different 415 from one another. The shadowy relief and projection of a picture, besides, is much flattened and seems almost to vanish away altogether when brought into comparison with the real and solid body which stands by it. How nearly soever these two arts may seem to be akin, they accord so very ill with one another that their different productions ought, perhaps, scarce ever to be seen together. Part II. After the pleasures which arise from the gratification of the bodily appetites, there seem to be none more natural to man than music and dancing. In the progress of art and improvement, they are, perhaps, the first and earliest pleasures of his own invention, for those which arise from the gratification of the bodily appetites cannot be said to be his own invention. No nation has yet been discovered so uncivilized as to be altogether without them. It seems even to be amongst the most barbarous nations that the use and practice of them is both most frequent and most universal, as among the Negroes of Africa and the savage tribes of America. In civilized nations, the inferior ranks of people have very little leisure, and the superior ranks have many other amusements. Neither the one nor the other, therefore, can spend much of their time in music and dancing. Among savage nations, the great body of the people have frequently great intervals of leisure, and they have scarce any other amusement. They naturally, therefore, spend a great part of their time in almost the only one they have. What the ancients called rhythmus, what we call time or measure, is the connecting principle of those two arts, music consisting in a succession of a certain sort of sounds, and dancing in a succession of a certain sort of steps, gestures, and motions, regulated according to time or measure, and thereby formed into a sort of whole or system, which in the one art is called a song or tune, and in the other a dance, the time or measure of the dance corresponding always exactly with that of the song or tune which accompanies and directs it. 1. The author's observations on the affinity between music, dancing, and poetry are annexed to the end of part III of this essay. The human voice, as it is always the best, so it would naturally be the first and earliest of all musical instruments. In singing, or in its first attempts towards singing, it would naturally employ sounds as similar as possible to those which it had been accustomed to. That is, it would employ words of some kind or other, pronouncing them only in time and measure, and generally with a more melodious tone than had been usual in common conversation. Those words, however, might not, and probably would not, for a long time have any meaning, but might resemble the syllables which we make use of in fal-feing, or the 416 derry-down-down of our common ballads, and serve only to assist the voice in forming sounds proper to be modulated into melody, and to be lengthened or shortened according to the time and measure of the tune. This rude form of vocal music, as it is by far the most simple and obvious, so it naturally would be the first and earliest. In the succession of ages it could not fail to occur, that in room of those unmeaning or musical words, if I may call them so, might be substituted words which expressed some sense or meaning, and of which the pronunciation might coincide as exactly with the time and measure of the tune, as that of the musical words had done before. Hence the origin of verse or poetry. The verse would for a long time be rude and imperfect. When the meaning words fell short of the measure required, they would frequently be eked out with the unmeaning ones, as is sometimes done in our common ballads. When the public ear came to be so refined as to reject, in all serious poetry, the unmeaning words altogether, there would still be a liberty assumed of altering and corrupting, upon many occasions, the pronunciation of the meaning ones, for the sake of accommodating them to the measure. The syllables which composed them would, for this purpose, sometimes be improperly lengthened, and sometimes improperly shortened, and though no unmeaning words were made use of, yet an unmeaning syllable would sometimes be stuck to the beginning, to the end, or into the middle of a word. All these expedients we find frequently employed in the verses even of Chaucer, the father of the English poetry. Many ages might pass away before verse was commonly composed with such correctness that the usual and proper pronunciation of the words alone, and without any other artifice, subjected the voice to the observation of a time and measure, of the same kind with the time and measure of the science of music. The verse would naturally express some sense which suited the grave or gay, the joyous or melancholy humor of the tune which it was sung to. Being as it were blended and united with that tune, it would seem to give sense and meaning to what otherwise might not appear to have any, or at least any which could be clearly understood without the accompaniment of such an explication. A pantomime dance may frequently answer the same purpose, and by representing some adventure in love or war, may seem to give sense and meaning to music, which might not otherwise appear to have any. It is more natural to mimic, by gestures and motions, the adventures of common life, than to express them in verse or poetry. The thought itself is more obvious, and the execution is much more easy. If this mimicry was accompanied by music, it would of its own accord, and almost without any intention of doing so, accommodate, in some measure, its different steps and movements to the time and measure of the tune, especially if the same person both sung the tune 417 and performed the mimicry, as is said to be frequently the case among savage nations of Africa and America. Pantomime dancing might in this manner serve to give a distinct sense and meaning to music many ages before the invention, or at least before the common use of poetry. We hear little, accordingly, of the poetry of the savage nations who inhabit Africa and America, but a great deal of their pantomime dances. Poetry, however, is capable of expressing many things fully and distinctly, which dancing either cannot represent at all, or can represent but obscurely and imperfectly, such as the reasonings and judgments of the understanding, the ideas, fancies, and suspicions of the imagination, the sentiments, emotions, and passions of the heart. In the power of expressing a meaning with clearness and distinctness, dancing is superior to music, and poetry to dancing. Of those three sister arts, which originally, perhaps, went always together, and which at all times go frequently together, there are two which can subsist alone, and separate from their natural companions, and one which cannot. In the distinct observation of what the ancients called rhythmus, of what we call time and measure, consists the essence both of dancing and of poetry or verse, or the characteristical quality which distinguishes the former from all other motion and action, and the latter from all other discourse. But concerning the proportion between those intervals and divisions of duration which constitute what is called time and measure, the ear, it would seem, can judge with much more precision than the eye, and poetry, in the same manner as music, addresses itself to the ear, whereas dancing addresses itself to the eye. In dancing, the rhythmus, the proper proportion, the time and measure of its motions cannot distinctly be perceived unless they are marked by the more distinct time and measure of music. It is otherwise in poetry. No accompaniment is necessary to mark the measure of good verse. Music and poetry, therefore, can each of them subsist alone. Dancing always requires the accompaniment of music. It is instrumental music which can best subsist apart and separate from both poetry and dancing. Vocal music, though it may, and frequently does, consist of notes which have no distinct sense or meaning, yet naturally calls for the support of poetry. But music, married to immortal verse, as Milton says, or even to words of any kind which have a distinct sense or meaning, is necessarily and essentially imitative. Whatever be the meaning of those words, though, like many of the songs of ancient Greece, as well as some of those of more modern times, they may express merely some maxims of prudence and morality, or may contain merely the simple narrative of some important event. Yet even in such didactic and historical songs, there will still be imitation. There will still be a thing of one kind, which by art is made to 418 resemble a thing of a very different kind. There will still be music imitating discourse. There will still be rhythmus and melody, shaped and fashioned into the form either of a good moral counsel or of an amusing and interesting story. In this first species of imitation, which being essential to, is therefore inseparable from, all such vocal music, there may be, and there commonly is, added a second. The words may, and commonly do, express the situation of some particular person, and all the sentiments and passions which he feels from that situation. It is a joyous companion who gives vent to the gaiety and mirth with which wine, festivity, and good company inspire him. It is a lover who complains, or hopes, or fears, or despairs. It is a generous man who expresses either his gratitude for the favors or his indignation at the injuries which may have been done to him. It is a warrior who prepares himself to confront danger and who provokes or desires his enemy. It is a person in prosperity who humbly returns thanks for the goodness, or one in affliction who with contrition implores the mercy and forgiveness of that invisible power to whom he looks up as the director of all the events of human life. The situation may comprehend not only one, but two, three, or more persons. It may excite in them all either similar or opposite sentiments. What is a subject of sorrow to one, being an occasion of joy and triumph to another, and they may all express, sometimes separately and sometimes together, the particular way in which each of them is affected, as in a duo, trio, or a chorus. All this it may, and it frequently has been said, is unnatural, nothing being more so than to sing when we are anxious to persuade, or in earnest to express any very serious purpose. But it should be remembered that to make a thing of one kind resemble another thing of a very different kind is the very circumstance which, in all the imitative arts, constitutes the merits of imitation, and that to shape, and as it were to bend, the measure and the melody of music, so as to imitate the tone and the language of counsel and conversation, the accent and the style of emotion and passion, is to make a thing of one kind resemble another thing of a very different kind. The tone and the movements of music, though naturally very different from those of conversation and passion, may, however, be so managed as to seem to resemble them. On account of the great disparity between the imitating and the imitated object, the mind in this, as in the other cases, cannot only be contented, but delighted, and even charmed and transported, with such an imperfect resemblance as can be had. Such imitative music, therefore, when sung to words which explain and determine its meaning, may frequently appear to be a very perfect imitation. It is upon this account that even the incomplete music of a recitative seems to express sometimes all the sedateness and composure of serious but calm discourse, and sometimes all the 419 exquisite sensibility of the most interesting passion. The more complete music of an air is still superior, and in the imitation of the more animated passions, has one great advantage over every sort of discourse, whether prose or poetry, which is not sung to music. In a person who is either much depressed by grief or enlivened by joy, who is strongly affected either with love or hatred, with gratitude or resentment, with admiration or contempt, there is commonly one thought or idea which dwells upon his mind, which continually haunts him, which, when he has chased it away, immediately returns upon him, and which in company makes him absent and inattentive. He can think but of one object, and he cannot repeat to them that object so frequently as it recurs upon him. He takes refuge in solitude, where he can with freedom either indulge the ecstasy or give way to the agony of the agreeable or disagreeable passion which agitates him, and where he can repeat to himself, which he does sometimes mentally and sometimes even aloud, and almost always in the same words, the particular thought which either delights or distresses him. Neither prose nor poetry can venture to imitate those almost endless repetitions of passion. They may describe them as I do now, but they dare not imitate them. They would become most insufferably tiresome if they did. The music of a passionate air not only may, but frequently does, imitate them, and it never makes its way so directly or so irresistibly to the heart as when it does so. It is upon this account that the words of an air, especially of a passionate one, though they are seldom very long, yet are scarce ever sung straight on to the end, like those of a recitative, but are almost always broken into parts, which are transposed and repeated again and again, according to the fancy or judgment of the composer. It is by means of such repetitions only that music can exert those peculiar powers of imitation which distinguish it, and in which it excels all the other imitative arts. With poetry and eloquence, it has accordingly been often observed, produce their effect always by a connected variety and succession of different thoughts and ideas, but music frequently produces its effects by a repetition of the same idea and the same sense, expressed in the same, or nearly the same, combination of sounds, though at first perhaps it may make scarce any impression upon us, yet by being repeated again and again, it comes at last gradually, and by little and little, to move, to agitate, and to transport us. To these powers of imitating, music naturally, or rather necessarily, joins the happiest choice in the objects of its imitation. The sentiments and passions which music can best imitate are those which unite and bind men together in society. The social, the decent, the virtuous, the interesting and affecting, the amiable and agreeable, the awful and respectable, the noble, elevating, and commanding passions. Grief and distress are interesting and affecting. Humanity and compassion, joy and admiration are amiable and agreeable. Devotion is awful and respectable. The generous contempt of danger, the honorable indignation at injustice are noble, elevating, and commanding. But it is these and such like passions which music is fittest for imitating, and which it in fact most frequently imitates. They are, if I may say so, all musical passions. Their natural tones are all clear, distinct, and almost melodious, and they naturally express themselves in a language which is distinguished by pauses at regular and almost equal intervals, and which, upon that account, can more easily be adapted to the regular returns of the correspondent periods of a tune. The passions, on the contrary, which drive men from one another, the unsocial, the hateful, the indecent, the vicious passions, cannot easily be imitated by music. The voice of furious anger, for example, is harsh and discordant. Its periods are all irregular, sometimes very long and sometimes very short, and distinguished by no regular pauses. The obscure and almost inarticulate grumblings of black malice and envy, the screaming outcries of dastardly fear, the hideous growlings of brutal and implacable revenge, are all equally discordant. It is with difficulty that music can imitate any of those passions, and the music which does imitate them is not the most agreeable. A whole entertainment may consist, without any impropriety, of the imitation of the social and amiable passions. It would be a strange entertainment which consisted altogether in the imitation of the odious and the vicious. A single song expresses almost always some social, agreeable, or interesting passion. In an opera, the unsocial and disagreeable are sometimes introduced, but it is rarely, and as discords are introduced into harmony, to set off by their contrast the superior beauty of the opposite passions. What Plato said of virtue, that it was of all beauties the brightest, may with some sort of truth be said of the proper and natural objects of musical imitation. They are either the sentiments and passions, in the exercise of which consist both the glory and the happiness of human life, or they are those from which it derives its most delicious pleasures and most enlivening joys, or, at the worst and the lowest, they are those by which it calls upon our indulgence and compassionate assistance to its unavoidable weaknesses, distresses, and misfortunes. To the merit of its imitation, and to that of its happy choice in the objects which it imitates, the great merits of statuary and painting, music joins another peculiar and exquisite merit of its own. Statuary and painting cannot be said to add any new beauties of their own to the beauties of nature which they imitate. They may assemble a greater number of those beauties and group them in a more agreeable manner than they are commonly, or perhaps ever, to be found in nature. It may perhaps be true, what the artists are so very fond of telling us, that no woman ever equaled, in all the parts of her body, the beauty of the Venus of Medicis, nor any man that of the Apollo of Belvedere. But they must allow, surely, that there is no particular 421 beauty in any part or feature of those two famous statues, which is not at least equaled, if not much excelled, by what is to be found in many living subjects. But music, by arranging, and as it were bending to its own time and measure, whatever sentiments and passions it expresses, not only assembles and groups, as well as statuary and painting, the different beauties of nature which it imitates, but it clothes them, besides, with a new and an exquisite beauty of its own. It clothes them with melody and harmony, which, like a transparent mantle, far from concealing any beauty, serve only to give a brighter color, a more enlivening luster, and a more engaging grace to every beauty which they enfold. To these two different sorts of imitation, to that general one, by which music is made to resemble discourse, and to that particular one, by which it is made to express the sentiments and feelings with which a particular situation inspires a particular person, there is frequently joined a third. The person who sings may join to this double imitation of the singer the additional imitation of the actor, and express, not only by the modulation and cadence of his voice, but by his countenance, by his attitudes, by his gestures, and by his motions, the sentiments and feelings of the person whose situation is painted in the song. Even in private company, though a song may sometimes perhaps be said to be well sung, it can never be said to be well performed, unless the singer does something of this kind, and there is no comparison between the effect of what is sung coldly from a music book at the end of a harpsichord and of what is not only sung, but acted with proper freedom, animation, and boldness. An opera actor does no more than this, and an imitation which is so pleasing, and which appears even so natural in private society, ought not to appear forced, unnatural, or disagreeable upon the stage. In a good opera actor, not only the modulations and pauses of his voice, but every motion and gesture, every variation, either in the air of his head or in the attitude of his body, correspond to the time and measure of music. They correspond to the expression of the sentiment or passion which the music imitates, and that expression necessarily corresponds to this time and measure. Music is as it were the soul which animates him, which informs every feature of his countenance, and even directs every movement of his eyes. Like the musical expression of a song, his action adds to the natural grace of the sentiment or action which it imitates, a new and peculiar grace of its own, the exquisite and engaging grace of those gestures and motions, of those airs and attitudes which are directed by the movement, by the time and measure of music. This grace heightens and enlivens that expression. Nothing can be more deeply affecting than the interesting scenes of the serious opera, when to good poetry and good music, to the poetry of Metastasio and the music of Pergolese, is added the 422 execution of a good actor. In the serious opera, indeed, the action is too often sacrificed to the music, the castrati, who perform the principal parts, being always the most insipid and miserable actors. The sprightly airs of the comic opera are, in the same manner, in the highest degree enlivening and diverting. Though they do not make us laugh so loud as we sometimes do at the scenes of the common comedy, they make us smile more frequently, and the agreeable gaiety, the temperate joy, if I may call it so, with which they inspire us, is not only an elegant, but a most delicious pleasure. The deep distress and the great passions of tragedy are capable of producing some effect, though it should be but indifferently acted. It is not so with the lighter misfortunes and less affecting situations of comedy. Unless it is at least tolerably acted, it is altogether insupportable. But the castrati are scarce, ever tolerable actors. They are accordingly seldom admitted to play in the comic opera, which, being upon that account commonly better performed than the serious, appears to many people the better entertainment of the two. The imitative powers of instrumental are much inferior to those of vocal music. Its melodious but unmeaning and inarticulated sounds cannot, like the articulations of the human voice, relate distinctly the circumstances of any particular story, or describe the different situations which those circumstances produced, or even express clearly, and so as to be understood by every hearer, the various sentiments and passions which the parties concerned felt from these situations. Even its imitation of other sounds, the objects which it can certainly best imitate, is commonly so indistinct that alone, and without any explication, it might not readily suggest to us what was the imitated object. The rocking of a cradle is supposed to be imitated in that concerto of Corelli, which is said to have been composed for the Nativity, but unless we were told beforehand, it might not readily occur to us what it meant to imitate, or whether it meant to imitate anything at all. And this imitation, which, though perhaps as successful as any other, is by no means the distinguished beauty of that admired composition, might only appear to us a singular and odd passage in music. The ringing of bells and the singing of the lark and nightingale are imitated in the symphony of instrumental music, which Mr. Handel has composed for the Allegro and Penseroso of Milton. These are not only sounds, but musical sounds, and may therefore be supposed to be more within the compass of the powers of musical imitation. It is accordingly universally acknowledged that in these imitations this great master has been remarkably successful, and yet, unless the verses of Milton explain the meaning of the music, it might not even in this case readily occur to us what it meant to imitate, or whether it meant to imitate anything at all. With the explication of the words, indeed, the imitation appears what it certainly is, a very fine one, but without 423, that explication it might perhaps appear only a singular passage, which had less connection either with what went before or with what came after it than any other in the music. Instrumental music is said sometimes to imitate motion, but in reality it only either imitates the particular sounds which accompany certain motions, or it produces sounds of which the time and measure bear some correspondence to the variations, to the pauses and interruptions, to the successive accelerations and retardations of the motion which it means to imitate. It is in this way that it sometimes attempts to express the march and array of an army, the confusion and hurry of a battle, and see in all these cases, however, its imitation is so very indistinct that without the accompaniment of some other art, to explain and interpret its meaning, it would be almost always unintelligible, and we could scarce ever know with certainty either what it meant to imitate or whether it meant to imitate anything at all. In the imitative arts, though it is by no means necessary that the imitating should so exactly resemble the imitated object, that the one should sometimes be mistaken for the other, it is, however, necessary that they should resemble at least so far that the one should always readily suggest the other. It would be a strange picture which required an inscription at the foot to tell us not only what particular person it meant to represent, but whether it meant to represent a man or a horse, or whether it meant to be a picture at all and to represent anything. The imitations of instrumental music may, in some respects, be said to resemble such pictures. There is, however, this very essential difference between them, that the picture would not be much mended by the inscription, whereas, by what may be considered as very little more than such an inscription, instrumental music, though it cannot always even then perhaps be said properly to imitate, may, however, produce all the effects of the finest and most perfect imitation. In order to explain how this is brought about, it will not be necessary to descend into any great depth of philosophical speculation. That train of thoughts and ideas which is continually passing through the mind does not always move on with the same pace, if I may say so, or with the same order and connection. When we are gay and cheerful, its motion is brisker and more lively, our thoughts succeed one another more rapidly, and those which immediately follow one another seem frequently either to have but little connection, or to be connected rather by their opposition than by their mutual resemblance. As in this wanton and playful disposition of mind, we hate to dwell long upon the same thought, so we do not much care to pursue resembling thoughts, and the variety of contrast is more agreeable to us than the sameness of resemblance. It is quite otherwise when we are melancholy and desponding. We then frequently find ourselves haunted, as it were, by some thought which we would gladly chase away, but 424 which constantly pursues us, and which admits no followers, attendants, or companions, but such as are of its own kindred and complexion. A slow succession of resembling or closely connected thoughts is the characteristic of this disposition of mind. A quick succession of thoughts, frequently contrasted, and in general very slightly connected, is the characteristic of the other. What may be called the natural state of the mind, the state in which we are neither elated nor dejected, the state of sedateness, tranquility, and composure, holds a sort of middle place between those two opposite extremes. Our thoughts may succeed one another more slowly and with a more distinct connection than in the one, but more quickly and with a greater variety than in the other. Acute sounds are naturally gay, sprightly, and enlivening. Grave sounds solemn, awful, and melancholy. There seems too to be some natural connection between acuteness in tune and quickness in time or succession, as well as between gravity and slowness. An acute sound seems to fly off more quickly than a grave one. The treble is more cheerful than the bass. Its notes likewise commonly succeed one another more rapidly. But instrumental music, by a proper arrangement, by a quicker or slower succession of acute and grave, of resembling and contrasted sounds, can not only accommodate itself to the gay, the sedate, or the melancholy mood, but if the mind is so far vacant as not to be disturbed by any disorderly passion, it can, at least for the moment, and to a certain degree, produce every possible modification of each of those moods or dispositions. We all readily distinguish the cheerful, the gay, and the sprightly music, from the melancholy, the plaintive, and the affecting, and both these from what holds a sort of middle place between them, the sedate, the tranquil, and the composing. And we are all sensible that, in the natural and ordinary state of the mind, music can, by a sort of incantation, soothe and charm us into some degree of that particular mood or disposition which accords with its own character and temper. In a concert of instrumental music, the attention is engaged, with pleasure and delight, to listen to a combination of the most agreeable and melodious sounds, which follow one another, sometimes with a quicker and sometimes with a slower succession, and in which those that immediately follow one another sometimes exactly or nearly resemble, and sometimes contrast with one another in tune, in time, and in order of arrangement, the mind being thus successively occupied by a train of objects, of which the nature, succession, and connection correspond, sometimes to the gay, sometimes to the tranquil, and sometimes to the melancholy mood or disposition. It is itself successively led into each of those moods or dispositions, and is thus brought into a sort of harmony or concord with the music which so agreeably engages its attention. 425. It is not, however, by imitation properly that instrumental music produces this effect. Instrumental music does not imitate, as vocal music, as painting, or as dancing would imitate a gay, a sedate, or a melancholy person. It does not tell us, as any of those other arts could tell us, a pleasant, a serious, or a melancholy story. It is not, as in vocal music, in painting, or in dancing, by sympathy with the gaiety, the sedateness, or the melancholy and distress of some other person, that instrumental music soothes us into each of these dispositions. It becomes itself a gay, a sedate, or a melancholy object, and the mind naturally assumes the mood or disposition which at the time corresponds to the object which engages its attention. Whatever we feel from instrumental music is an original and not a sympathetic feeling. It is our own gaiety, sedateness, or melancholy, not the reflected disposition of another person. When we follow the winding alleys of some happily situated and well laid out garden, we are presented with a succession of landscapes, which are sometimes gay, sometimes gloomy, and sometimes calm and serene. If the mind is in its natural state, it suits itself to the objects which successively present themselves, and varies in some degree its mood, and present humor with every variation of the scene. It would be improper, however, to say that those scenes imitated the gay, the calm, or the melancholy mood of the mind. They may produce in their turn each of those moods, but they cannot imitate any of them. Instrumental music, in the same manner, though it can excite all those different dispositions, cannot imitate any of them. There are no two things in nature more perfectly disparate than sound and sentiment, and it is impossible by any human power to fashion the one into anything that bears any real resemblance to the other. This power of exciting and varying the different moods and dispositions of the mind, which instrumental music really possesses to a very considerable degree, has been the principal source of its reputation for those great imitative powers which have been ascribed to it. Painting, says an author, more capable of feeling strongly than of analyzing accurately, Mr. Rousseau of Geneva, painting, which presents its imitations not to the imagination but to the senses, and to only one of the senses, can represent nothing besides the objects of sight. Music, one might imagine, should be equally confined to those of hearing. It imitates, however, everything, even those objects which are perceivable by sight only. By a delusion that seems almost inconceivable, it can, as it were, put the eye into the ear, and the greatest wonder of an art which acts only by motion and succession is that it can imitate rest and repose. Night, sleep, solitude, and silence are all within the compass of musical imitation. Though all nature should be asleep, the person who contemplates it is awake, and the art of the musician consists in substituting, in the room of an 426 image of what is not the object of hearing, that of the movements which its presence would excite in the mind of the spectator. That is, of the effects which it would produce upon his mood and disposition. The musician, continues the same author, will sometimes not only agitate the waves of the sea, blow up the flames of a conflagration, make the rain fall, the rivulets flow and swell the torrents, but he will paint the horrors of a hideous desert, darken the walls of a subterraneous dungeon, calm the tempest, restore serenity and tranquility to the air and the sky, and shed from the orchestra a new freshness over the groves and the fields. He will not directly represent any of these objects, but he will excite in the mind the same movements which it would feel from seeing them. Upon this very eloquent description of Mr. Rousseau, I must observe that without the accompaniment of the scenery and action of the opera, without the assistance either of the scene painter or of the poet, or of both, the instrumental music of the orchestra could produce none of the effects which are here ascribed to it, and we could never know, we could never even guess, which of the gay, melancholy, or tranquil objects above mentioned it meant to represent to us, or whether it meant to represent any of them, and not merely to entertain us with a concert of gay, melancholy, or tranquil music, or, as the ancients called them, of the diastaltic, of the systaltic, or of the middle music. With that accompaniment, indeed, though it cannot always even then, perhaps, be said properly to imitate, yet by supporting the imitation of some other art, it may produce all the same effects upon us as if itself had imitated in the finest and most perfect manner. Whatever be the object or situation which the scene painter represents upon the theatre, the music of the orchestra, by disposing the mind to the same sort of mood and temper which it would feel from the presence of that object, or from sympathy with the person who was placed in that situation, can greatly enhance the effect of that imitation. It can accommodate itself to every diversity of scene. The melancholy of the man who, upon some great occasion, only finds himself alone in the darkness, the silence and solitude of the night, is very different from that of one who, upon a like occasion, finds himself in the midst of some dreary and inhospitable desert. And even in this situation, his feelings would not be the same as if he was shut up in a subterraneous dungeon. The different degrees of precision with which the music of the orchestra can accommodate itself to each of those diversities must depend upon the taste, the sensibility, the fancy and imagination of the composer. It may sometimes, perhaps, contribute to this precision that it should imitate, as well as it can, the sounds which either naturally accompany or which might be supposed to accompany the particular objects represented. The symphony in the French opera of Alcyone, which imitated the violence of the winds and the dashing of the waves, in the 427 Tempest, which was to drown Qua, is much commended by contemporary writers. That in the opera of Is, which imitated that murmuring in the leaves of the oaks of Dodona, which might be supposed to precede the miraculous pronunciation of the oracle, and that in the opera of Amadis, of which the dismal accents imitated the sounds which might be supposed to accompany the opening of the tomb of Ardari before the apparition of the ghost of that warrior, are still more celebrated. Instrumental music, however, without violating too much its own melody and harmony, can imitate but imperfectly the sounds of natural objects, of which the greater part have neither melody nor harmony. Great reserve, great discretion, and a very nice discernment are requisite in order to introduce with propriety such imperfect imitations, either into poetry or music. When repeated too often, when continued too long, they appear to be what they really are, mere tricks, in which very inferior artist, if he will only give himself the trouble to attend to them, can easily equal the greatest. I have seen a Latin translation of Mr. Pope's Ode on St. Cecilia's Day, which in this respect very much excelled the original. Such imitations are still easier in music. Both in the one art and in the other, the difficulty is not in making them as well as they are capable of being made, but in knowing when and how far to make them at all, but to be able to accommodate the temper and character of the music to every peculiarity of the scene and situation with such exact precision, that the one shall produce the very same effect upon the mind as the other, is not one of those tricks in which an inferior artist can easily equal the greatest. It is an art which requires all the judgment, knowledge, and invention of the most consummate master. It is upon this art, and not upon its imperfect imitation, either of real or imaginary sounds, that the great effects of instrumental music depend. Such imitations ought perhaps to be admitted only so far as they may sometimes contribute to ascertain the meaning, and thereby to enhance the effects of this art. By endeavoring to extend the effects of scenery beyond what the nature of the thing will admit of, it has been much abused, and in the common, as well as in the musical drama, many imitations have been attempted, which, after the first and second time we have seen them, necessarily appear ridiculous. Such are the thunder rumbling from the mustard bowl, and the snow of paper and thick hail of peas, so finely exposed by Mr. Pope. Such imitations resemble those of painted statuary. They may surprise at first, but they disgust ever after, and appear evidently such simple and easy tricks as are fit only for the amusement of children and their nurses at a puppet show. The thunder of either theatre ought certainly never to be louder than that which the orchestra is capable of producing, and their most dreadful tempests ought never to exceed what the scene painter is capable of representing. In such imitations, there may be an art which merits 428 some degree of esteem and admiration. In the other, there can be none which merits any. This abuse of scenery has both subsisted much longer and been carried to a much greater degree of extravagance in the musical than in the common drama. In France, it has been long banished from the latter, but it still continues not only to be tolerated, but to be admired and applauded in the former. In the French operas, not only thunder and lightning, storms and tempests are commonly represented in the ridiculous manner above mentioned, but all the marvelous, all the supernatural of epic poetry, all the metamorphoses of mythology, all the wonders of witchcraft and magic, everything that is most unfit to be represented upon the stage, are every day exhibited with the most complete approbation and applause of that ingenious nation. The music of the orchestra producing upon the audience nearly the same effect which a better and more artful imitation would produce, hinders them from feeling, at least in its full force, the ridicule of those childish and awkward imitations which necessarily abound in that extravagant scenery. And in reality such imitations, though no doubt ridiculous everywhere, yet certainly appear somewhat less so in the musical than they would in the common drama. The Italian opera, before it was reformed by Apostolo, Zeno, and Metastasio, was in this respect equally extravagant, and was upon that account the subject of the agreeable raillery of Mr. Addison in several different papers of The Spectator. Even since that Reformation, it still continues to be a rule that the scene should change at least with every act, and the unity of place never was a more sacred law in the common drama than the violation of it has become in the musical. The latter seems in reality to require both a more picturesque and a more varied scenery than is at all necessary for the former. In an opera, as the music supports the effect of the scenery, so the scenery often serves to determine the character and to explain the meaning of the music. It ought to vary, therefore, as that character varies. The pleasure of an opera, besides, is in its nature more a sensual pleasure than that of a common comedy or tragedy. The latter produce their effect principally by means of the imagination. In the closet, accordingly, their effect is not much inferior to what it is upon the stage. But the effect of an opera is seldom very great in the closet. It addresses itself more to the external senses, and as it soothes the ear by its melody and harmony, so we feel that it ought to dazzle the eye with the splendor of its scenery. In an opera, the instrumental music of the orchestra supports the imitation both of the poet and of the actor, as well as of the scene painter. The overture disposes the mind to that mood which fits it for the opening of the piece. The music between the acts keeps up the impression which the foregoing had made, and prepares us for that which the following is to make. When the orchestra interrupts, as it 429 frequently does, either the recitative or the air, it is in order either to enforce the effect of what had gone before, or to put the mind in the mood which fits it for hearing what is to come after. Both in the recitatives and in the airs it accompanies and directs the voice, and often brings it back to the proper tone and modulation when it is upon the point of wandering away from them. And the correctness of the best vocal music is owing in a great measure to the guidance of instrumental, though in all these cases it supports the imitation of another art. Yet in all of them it may be said rather to diminish than to increase the resemblance between the imitating and the imitated object. Nothing can be more unlike to what really passes in the world than that persons engaged in the most interesting situations, both of public and private life, in sorrow, in disappointment, in distress, in despair, should, in all that they say and do, be constantly accompanied with a fine concert of instrumental music. Were we to reflect upon it, such accompaniment must in all cases diminish the probability of the action and render the representation still less like nature than it otherwise would be. It is not by imitation, therefore, that instrumental music supports and enforces the imitations of the other arts, but it is by producing upon the mind, in consequence of other powers, the same sort of effect which the most exact imitation of nature, which the most perfect observation of probability could produce. To produce this effect is, in such entertainments, the sole end and purpose of that imitation and observation. If it can be equally well produced by other means, this end and purpose may be equally well answered. But if instrumental music can seldom be said to be properly imitative, even when it is employed to support the imitation of some other art, it is commonly still less so when it is employed alone. Why should it embarrass its melody and harmony, or constrain its time and measure, by attempting an imitation which, without the accompaniment of some other art to explain and interpret its meaning, nobody is likely to understand? In the most approved instrumental music, accordingly, in the overtures of Handel and the concertos of Corelli, there is little or no imitation, and where there is any, it is the source of but a very small part of the merit of those compositions. Without any imitation, instrumental music can produce very considerable effects, though its powers over the heart and affections are, no doubt, much inferior to those of vocal music. It has, however, considerable powers. By the sweetness of its sounds it awakens agreeably and calls upon the attention. By their connection and affinity, it naturally detains that attention, which follows easily a series of agreeable sounds, which have all a certain relation both to a common, fundamental, or leading note, called the key note, and to a certain succession or combination of notes, called the song or composition. By means of this relation, each foregoing sound seems to introduce, and as it were prepare the mind for the following. By its 430 rhythms, by its time and measure, it disposes that succession of sounds into a certain arrangement, which renders the whole more easy to be comprehended and remembered. Time and measure are to instrumental music what order and method are to discourse. They break it into proper parts and divisions, by which we are enabled both to remember better what is gone before, and frequently to foresee somewhat of what is to come after. We frequently foresee the return of a period which we know must correspond to another, which we remember to have gone before. And according to the saying of an ancient philosopher and musician, the enjoyment of music arises partly from memory and partly from foresight. When the measure, after having been continued so long as to satisfy us, changes to another, that variety, which thus disappoints, becomes more agreeable to us than the uniformity which would have gratified our expectation. But without this order and method, we could remember very little of what had gone before, and we could foresee still less of what was to come after, and the whole enjoyment of music would be equal to little more than the effect of the particular sounds which rung in our ears at every particular instant. By means of this order and method it is, during the progress of the entertainment, equal to the effect of all that we remember and of all that we foresee, and at the conclusion of the entertainment, to the combined and accumulated effect of all the different parts of which the whole was composed. A well-composed concerto of instrumental music, by the number and variety of the instruments, by the variety of the parts which are performed by them, and the perfect concord or correspondence of all these different parts, by the exact harmony or coincidence of all the different sounds which are heard at the same time, and by that happy variety of measure which regulates the succession of those which are heard at different times, presents an object so agreeable, so great, so various, and so interesting, that alone, and without suggesting any other object, either by imitation or otherwise, it can occupy, and as it were fill up, completely the whole capacity of the mind, so as to leave no part of its attention vacant for thinking of anything else. In the contemplation of that immense variety of agreeable and melodious sounds, arranged and digested, both in their coincidence and in their succession, into so complete and regular a system, the mind in reality enjoys not only a very great sensual, but a very high intellectual pleasure, not unlike that which it derives from the contemplation of a great system in any other science. A full concerto of such instrumental music not only does not require, but it does not admit of any accompaniment. A song or a dance, by demanding an attention which we have not to spare, would disturb, instead of heightening, the effect of the music. They may often very properly succeed, but they cannot accompany it. That music seldom means to tell any particular story, or to imitate any 431 particular event, or in general to suggest any particular object, distinct from that combination of sounds of which itself is composed. Its meaning, therefore, may be said to be complete in itself, and to require no interpreters to explain it. What is called the subject of such music is merely, as has already been said, a certain leading combination of notes, to which it frequently returns, and to which all its digressions and variations bear a certain affinity. It is altogether different from what is called the subject of a poem or a picture, which is always something which is not either in the poem or in the picture, or something distinct from that combination, either of words on the one hand or of colors on the other, of which they are respectively composed. The subject of a composition of instrumental music is part of that composition. The subject of a poem or picture is part of neither. The effect of instrumental music upon the mind has been called its expression. In the feeling it is frequently not unlike the effect of what is called the expression of painting, and is sometimes equally interesting. But the effect of the expression of painting arises always from the thought of something which, though distinctly and clearly suggested by the drawing and coloring of the picture, is altogether different from that drawing and coloring. It arises sometimes from sympathy with, sometimes from antipathy and aversion to, the sentiments, emotions, and passions which the countenance, the action, the air and attitude of the persons represented suggest. The melody and harmony of instrumental music, on the contrary, do not distinctly and clearly suggest anything that is different from that melody and harmony. Whatever effect it produces is the immediate effect of that melody and harmony, and not of something else which is signified and suggested by them. They in fact signify and suggest nothing. It may be proper to say that the complete art of painting, the complete merit of a picture, is composed of three distinct arts or merits, that of drawing, that of coloring, and that of expression. But to say, as Mr. Addison does, that the complete art of a musician, the complete merit of a piece of music, is composed or made up of three distinct arts or merits, that of melody, that of harmony, and that of expression, is to say, that it is made up of melody and harmony, and of the immediate and necessary effect of melody and harmony. The division is by no means logical. Expression in painting is not the necessary effect, either of good drawing or of good coloring, or of both together. A picture may be both finely drawn and finely colored, and yet have very little expression. But that effect upon the mind, which is called expression in music, is the immediate and necessary effect of good melody. In the power of producing this effect consists the essential characteristic which distinguishes such melody from what is bad or indifferent. Harmony may enforce the effect of good melody, but without good melody, the most skillful harmony can produce no effect, which deserves the name 432 of expression. It can do little more than fatigue and confound the ear. A painter may possess, in a very eminent degree, the talents of drawing and coloring, and yet possess that of expression in a very inferior degree. Such a painter, too, may have great merit. In the judgment of Dupiles, even the celebrated Titian was a painter of this kind. But to say that a musician possessed the talents of melody and harmony in a very eminent degree, and that of expression in a very inferior one, would be to say that in his works the cause was not followed by its necessary and proportionable effect. A musician may be a very skillful harmonist, and yet be defective in the talents of melody, air, and expression. His songs may be dull and without effect. Such a musician, too, may have a certain degree of merit, not unlike that of a man of great learning, who wants fancy, taste, and invention. Instrumental music, therefore, though it may, no doubt, be considered in some respects as an imitative art, is certainly less so than any other which merits that appellation. It can imitate but a few objects, and even these so imperfectly, that without the accompaniment of some other art, its imitation is scarce ever intelligible. Imitation is by no means essential to it, and the principal effect it is capable of producing arises from powers altogether different from those of imitation. The imitative powers of dancing are much superior to those of instrumental music, and are at least equal, perhaps superior, to those of any other art. Like instrumental music, however, it is not necessarily or essentially imitative, and it can produce very agreeable effects without imitating anything. In the greater part of our common dances, there is little or no imitation, and they consist almost entirely of a succession of such steps, gestures, and motions, regulated by the time and measure of music, as either display extraordinary grace or require extraordinary agility. Even some of our dances, which are said to have been originally imitative, have, in the way in which we practice them, almost ceased to be so. The minuet, in which the woman, after passing and repassing the man several times, first gives him up one hand, then the other, and then both hands, is said to have been originally a Moorish dance, which emblematically represented the passion of love. Many of my readers may have frequently danced this dance, and in the opinion of all who saw them, with great grace and propriety, though neither they nor the spectators once thought of the allegorical meaning which it originally intended to express. A certain measured, cadenced step, commonly called a dancing step, which keeps time with, and as it were beats the measure of, the music which accompanies and directs it, is the essential characteristic which 433 distinguishes a dance from every other sort of motion. When the dancer, moving with a step of this kind, and observing this time and measure, imitates either the ordinary or the more important actions of human life, he shapes and fashions, as it were, a thing of one kind into the resemblance of another thing of a very different kind. His art conquers the disparity which nature has placed between the imitating and the imitated object, and has upon that account some degree of that sort of merit which belongs to all the imitative arts. This disparity, indeed, is not so great as in some other of those arts, nor consequently the merit of the imitation which conquers it. Nobody would compare the merit of a good imitative dancer to that of a good painter or statuary. The dancer, however, may have a very considerable degree of merit, and his imitation perhaps may sometimes be capable of giving us as much pleasure as that of either of the other two artists. All the subjects, either of statuary or of history painting, are within the compass of his imitative powers, and in representing them, his art has even some advantage over both the other two. Statuary and history painting can represent but a single instant of the action which they mean to imitate, The causes which prepared, the consequences which followed, the situation of that single instant are altogether beyond the compass of their imitation. A pantomime dance can represent distinctly those causes and consequences. It is not confined to the situation of a single instant, but like epic poetry, it can represent all the events of a long story and exhibit a long train and succession of connected and interesting situations. It is capable, therefore, of affecting us much more than either statuary or painting. The ancient Romans used to shed tears at the representations of their pantomimes, as we do at that of the most interesting tragedies, an effect which is altogether beyond the powers of statuary or painting. The ancient Greeks appear to have been a nation of dancers, and both their common and their stage dances seem to have been all imitative. The stage dances of the ancient Romans appear to have been equally so. Among that grave people, it was reckoned indecent to dance in private societies, and they could therefore have no common dances, and among both nations imitation seems to have been considered as essential to dancing. It is quite otherwise in modern times. Though we have pantomime dances upon the stage, yet the greater part even of our stage dances are not pantomime, and cannot well be said to imitate anything. The greater part of our common dances either never were pantomime, or, with a very few exceptions, have almost all ceased to be so. This remarkable difference of character between the ancient and the modern dances seems to be the natural effect of a correspondent difference in that of the music, which has accompanied and directed both the one and the other. 434 In modern times, we almost always dance to instrumental music, which being itself not imitative, the greater part of the dances which it directs, and as it were inspires, have ceased to be so. In ancient times, on the contrary, they seem to have danced almost always to vocal music, which being necessarily and essentially imitative, their dances became so too. The ancients seem to have had little or nothing of what is properly called instrumental music, or of music composed not to be sung by the voice, but to be played upon instruments, and both their wind and stringed instruments seem to have served only as an accompaniment and direction to the voice. In the country it frequently happens that a company of young people take a fancy to dance, though they have neither fiddler nor piper to dance to. A lady undertakes to sing while the rest of the company dance. In most cases she sings the notes only, without the words, and then the voice being little more than a musical instrument, the dance is performed in the usual way, without any imitation. But if she sings the words, and if in those words there happens to be somewhat more than ordinary spirit and humor, immediately all the company, especially all the best dancers, and all those who dance most at their ease, become more or less pantomimes, and by their gestures and motions express, as well as they can, the meaning and story of the song. This would be still more the case if the same person both danced and sung, a practice very common among the ancients. It requires good lungs and a vigorous constitution, but with these advantages and long practice, the very highest dances may be performed in this manner. I have seen a Negro dance to his own song, the war dance of his own country, with such vehemence of action and expression that the whole company, gentlemen as well as ladies, got up upon chairs and tables to be as much as possible out of the way of his fury. In the Greek language, there are two verbs which both signify to dance, each of which has its proper derivatives, signifying a dance and a dancer. In the greater part of Greek authors, these two sets of words, like all others which are nearly synonymous, are frequently confounded and used promiscuously. According to the best critics, however, in strict propriety, one of these verbs signifies to dance and sing at the same time, or to dance to one's own music. The other to dance without singing, or to dance to the music of other people. There is said too to be a correspondent difference in the signification of their respective derivatives. In the choruses of the ancient Greek tragedies, consisting sometimes of more than 50 persons, some piped and some sung, but all danced, and danced to their own muse. Of the affinity between music, dancing, and poetry. In the second part of the preceding essay, I have mentioned the connection between the two arts of music and dancing, formed by the rhythmus, as the ancients termed it, or, as we call it, the tune or measure that equally regulates both. It is not, however, every sort of step, gesture, or motion of which the correspondence with the tune or measure of music will constitute a dance. It must be a step, gesture, or motion of a particular sort. In a good opera actor, not only the modulations and pauses of his voice, but every motion and gesture, every variation, either in the air of his head or in the attitude of his body, correspond to the time and measure of music. The best opera actor, however, is not, according to the language of any country in Europe, understood to dance, yet in the performance of his part, he makes use of what is called the stage step, but even this step is not understood to be a dancing step. Though the eye of the most ordinary spectator readily distinguishes between what is called a dancing step and any other step, gesture, or motion, yet it may not perhaps be very easy to express what it is which constitutes this distinction. To ascertain exactly the precise limits at which the one species begins and the other ends, or to give an accurate definition of this very frivolous matter, might perhaps require more thought and attention than the very small importance of the subject may seem to deserve. Were I, however, to attempt to do this, I should observe that though in performing any ordinary action, in walking, for example, from the one end of the room to the other, a person may show both grace and agility, yet if he betrays the least intention of showing either, he is sure of offending more or less, and we never fail to accuse him of some degree of vanity and affectation. In the performance of any such ordinary action, every person wishes to appear to be solely occupied about the proper purpose of the action. If he means to show either grace or agility, he is careful to conceal that meaning, and he is very seldom successful in doing so. He offends, however, just in proportion as he betrays it, and he almost always betrays it. In dancing, on the contrary, every person professes, and avows, as it were, the intention of displaying some degree either of grace or of agility, or of both. The display of one or other, or both of these qualities, is in reality the proper purpose of the action, and there can never be any disagreeable vanity or affectation in following 436 out the proper purpose of any action. When we say of any particular person that he gives himself many affected airs and graces in dancing, we mean either that he gives himself airs and graces which are unsuitable to the nature of the dance, or that he executes awkwardly, perhaps exaggerates too much, the most common fault in dancing, the airs and graces which are suitable to it. Every dance is in reality a succession of airs and graces of some kind or other, and of airs and graces which, if I may say so, profess themselves to be such. The steps, gestures, and motions which, as it were, avow the intention of exhibiting a succession of such airs and graces are the steps, the gestures, and the motions which are peculiar to dancing, and when these are performed to the time and the measure of music, they constitute what is properly called a dance. But though every sort of step, gesture, or motion, even though performed to the time and measure of music, will not alone make a dance, yet almost any sort of sound, provided it is repeated with a distinct rhythmus or according to a distinct time and measure, though without any variation as to gravity or acuteness, will make a sort of music, no doubt indeed, an imperfect one. Drums, cymbals, and so far as I have observed, all other instruments of percussion have only one note. This note, however, when repeated with a certain rhythmus or according to a certain time and measure, and sometimes, in order to mark more distinctly that time and measure, with some little variation as to loudness and lowness, though without any as to acuteness and gravity, does certainly make a sort of music, which is frequently far from being disagreeable, and which even sometimes produces considerable effects. The simple note of such instruments, it is true, is generally a very clear, or what is called a melodious, sound. It does not, however, seem indispensably necessary that it should be so. The sound of the muffled drum, when it beats the dead march, is far from being either clear or melodious, and yet it certainly produces a species of music which is sometimes affecting. Even in the performance of the most humble of all artists, of the man who drums upon the table with his fingers, we may sometimes distinguish the measure, and perhaps a little of the humor, of some favorite song, and we must allow that even he makes some sort of music. Without a proper step and motion, the observation of tune alone will not make a dance. Time alone, without tune, will make some sort of music. That exact observation of tune, or of the proper intervals of gravity and acuteness, which constitutes the great beauty of all perfect music, constitutes likewise its great difficulty. The time or measure of a song are simple matters, which even a coarse and unpracticed ear is capable of distinguishing and comprehending. But to distinguish and comprehend all the variations of the tune, and to conceive with precision the exact proportion of every note, is what the finest and most cultivate ear is frequently no more than capable of performing. In the singing of the common people, we may generally remark a distinct enough observation of time, but a very imperfect one of tune. To discover and to distinguish with precision the proper intervals of tune must have been a work of long experience and much observation. In the theoretical treatises upon music, what the authors have to say upon time is commonly discussed in a single chapter of no great length or difficulty. The theory of tune fills commonly all the rest of the volume, and has long ago become both an extensive and an abstruse science, which is often but imperfectly comprehended even by intelligent artists. In the first rude efforts of uncivilized nations towards singing, the niceties of tune could be but little attended to. I have, upon this account, been frequently disposed to doubt of the great antiquity of those national songs, which it is pretended have been delivered down from age to age by a sort of oral tradition, without having been ever noted or distinctly recorded for many successive generations. The measure, the humor of the song might perhaps have been delivered down in this manner, but it seems scarcely possible that the precise notes of the tune should have been so preserved. The method of singing some of what we reckon our old Scotch songs has undergone great alterations within the compass of my memory, and it may have undergone still greater before. The distinction between the sounds or tones of singing and those of speaking seems to be of the same kind with that between the steps, gestures, and motions of dancing, and those of any other ordinary action. Though in speaking, a person may show a very agreeable tone of voice, yet if he seems to intend to show it, if he appears to listen to the sound of his own voice, and as it were to tune it into a pleasing modulation, he never fails to offend, as guilty of a most disagreeable affectation. In speaking, as in every other ordinary action, we expect and require that the speaker should attend only to the proper purpose of the action, the clear and distinct expression of what he has to say. In singing, on the contrary, every person professes the intention to please by the tone and cadence of his voice, and he not only appears to be guilty of no disagreeable affectation in doing so, but we expect and require that he should do so. To please by the choice and arrangement of agreeable sounds is the proper purpose of all music, vocal as well as instrumental, and we always expect and require that every person should attend to the proper purpose of whatever action he is performing. A person may appear to sing, as well as to dance, affectedly. He may endeavor to please by sounds and tones which are unsuitable to the nature of the song, or he may dwell too much on those which are suitable to it, or in some other way he may show an overweening conceit of his own abilities, beyond what seems to be warranted by his performance. The disagreeable affectation appears 438 to consist always, not in attempting to please by a proper, but by some improper modulation of the voice. It was early discovered that the vibrations of chords or strings, which either in their lengths, or in their densities, or in their degrees of tension, bear a certain proportion to one another, produce sounds which correspond exactly, or, as the musicians say, are the unisons of those sounds or tones of the human voice which the ear approves of. In singing, this discovery has enabled musicians to speak with distinctness and precision concerning the musical sounds or tones of the human voice. They can always precisely ascertain what are the particular sounds or tones which they mean, by ascertaining what are the proportions of the strings of which the vibrations produce the unisons of those sounds or tones. What are called the intervals, that is, the differences in point of gravity and acuteness between the sounds or tones of a singing voice, are much greater and more distinct than those of the speaking voice. Though the former, therefore, can be measured and appreciated by the proportions of chords or strings, the latter cannot. The nicest instruments cannot express the extreme minuteness of these intervals. The heptamered of Mr. Sauveur could express an interval so small as the seventh part of what is called a comma, the smallest interval that is admitted in modern music. Yet even this instrument, we are informed by Mr. Duclos, could not express the minuteness of the intervals in the pronunciation of the Chinese language. Of all the languages in the world, that of which the pronunciation is said to approach the nearest to singing, or in which the intervals are said to be the greatest. As the sounds or tones of the singing voice, therefore, can be ascertained or appropriated, while those of the speaking voice cannot. The former are capable of being noted or recorded, while the latter are not. Adam Smith. On the external senses. The senses by which we perceive external objects are commonly reckoned 5 in number, viz., seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. Of these, the 4 first mentioned are each of them confined to particular parts or organs of the body. The sense of seeing is confined to the eyes, that of hearing to the ears, that of smelling to the nostrils, and that of tasting to the palate. The sense of touching alone, 439, seems not to be confined to any particular organ, but to be diffused through almost every part of the body. If we accept the hair and the nails of the fingers and toes, I believe through every part of it. I shall say a few words concerning each of these senses, beginning with the last, proceeding backwards in the opposite order to that in which they are commonly enumerated. Of the sense of touching. The objects of touch always present themselves as pressing upon, or as resisting the particular part of the body which perceives them, or by which we perceive them. When I lay my hand upon the table presses upon my hand, or resists the further motion of my hand, in the same manner as my hand presses upon the table. But pressure or resistance necessarily supposes externality in the thing which presses or resists. The table could not press upon or resist the further motion of my hand if it was not external to my hand. I feel it accordingly as something which is not merely an affection of the hand, but altogether external to and independent of my hand. The agreeable, indifferent, or painful sensation of pressure, accordingly as I happen to press hardly or softly, I feel, no doubt, as affections of my hand. But the thing which presses and which resists I feel as something altogether different from those affections, as external to my hand, and as being altogether independent of it. In moving my hand along the table, it soon comes, in every direction, to a place where this pressure or resistance ceases. This place we call the boundary, or end of the table, of which the extent and figure are determined by the extent and direction of the lines or surfaces which constitute this boundary or end. It is in this manner that a man born blind, or who has lost his sight so early that he has no remembrance of visible objects, may form the most distinct idea of the extent and figure of all the different parts of his own body, and of every other tangible object which he has an opportunity of handling and examining. When he lays his hand upon his foot, as his hand feels the pressure or resistance of his foot, so his foot feels that of his hand. They are both external to one another, but they are, neither of them, altogether so external to him. He feels in both, and he naturally considers them as parts of himself, or at least as something which belongs to him, and which, for his own comfort, it is necessary that he should take some care of. When he lays his hand upon the table, though his hand feels the pressure of the table does not feel, at least he does not know that it feels, the pressure of his hand. He feels it therefore as something external, not only to his hand, but to himself, as something which makes no part of himself, and in the state and condition of which he has not necessarily any concern. 440. When he lays his hand upon the body either of another man, or of any other animal, though he knows, or at least may know, that they feel the pressure of his hand as much as he feels that of their body. Yet as this feeling is altogether external to him, he frequently gives no attention to it, and at no time takes any further concern in it than he is obliged to do by that fellow feeling which nature has, for the wisest purposes, implanted in man, not only towards all other men, but though no doubt in a much weaker degree, towards all other animals. Having destined him to be the governing animal in this world, it seems to have been her benevolent intention to inspire him with some degree of respect, even for the meanest and weakest of his subjects. This power or quality of resistance we call solidity, and the thing which possesses it, the solid body or thing. As we feel it as something altogether external to us, so we necessarily conceive it as something altogether independent of us. We consider it, therefore, as what we call a substance, or as a thing that subsists by itself and independent of any other thing. Solid and substantial, accordingly, are two words which, in common language, are considered either as altogether or as nearly synonymous. Solidity necessarily supposes some degree of extension, and that in all the three directions of length, breadth, and thickness. All the solid bodies, of which we have any experience, have some degree of such bulk or magnitude. It seems to be essential to their nature, and without it, we cannot even conceive how they should be capable of pressure or resistance, or are the powers by which they are made known to us, and by which alone they are capable of acting upon our own and upon all other bodies. Extension, at least any sensible extension, supposes divisibility. The body may be so hard that our strength is not sufficient to break it. We still suppose, however, that if a sufficient force were applied, it might be so broken, and at any rate, we can always, in fancy at least, imagine it to be divided into two or more parts. Every solid and extended body, if it be not infinite, as the universe may be conceived to be, must have some shape or figure, or be bounded by certain lines and surfaces. Every such body must likewise be conceived as capable both of motion and of rest, both of altering its situation with regard to other surrounding bodies, and of remaining in the same situation. That bodies of small or moderate bulk are capable of both motion and rest, we have constant experience. Great masses, perhaps, are according to the ordinary habits of the imagination, supposed to be more fitted for rest than for motion. Provided a sufficient force could be applied, however, we have no difficulty in conceiving that the greatest and most unwieldy masses might be made capable of motion. Philosophy teaches us, and by reasons to which it is scarcely possible to 441 refuse our assent, that the earth itself, and bodies much larger than the earth, are not only movable, but are at all times actually in motion, and continually altering their situation in respect to other surrounding bodies, with a rapidity that almost passes all human comprehension. In the system of the universe, at least according to the imperfect notions which we have hitherto been able to attain concerning it, the great difficulty seems to be not to find the most enormous masses in motion, but to find the smallest particle of matter that is perfectly at rest with regard to all other surrounding bodies. These four qualities, or attributes of extension, divisibility, figure, and mobility, or the capacity of motion or rest, seem necessarily involved in the idea or conception of a solid substance. They are, in reality, inseparable from that idea or conception, and the solid substance cannot possibly be conceived to exist without them. No other qualities or attributes seem to be involved, in the same manner, in this our idea or conception of solidity. It would, however, be rash from thence to conclude that the solid substance can, as such, possess no other qualities or attributes. This rash conclusion, notwithstanding, has been not only drawn, but insisted upon as an axiom of indubitable certainty by philosophers of very eminent reputation. Of these external and resisting substances, some yield easily and change their figure, at least in some degree, in consequence of the pressure of our hand. Others neither yield nor change their figure, in any respect, in consequence of the utmost pressure which our hand alone is capable of giving them. The former we call soft, the latter hard bodies. In some bodies, the parts are so very easily separable that they not only yield to a very moderate pressure, but easily receive the pressing body within them, and without much resistance allow it to traverse their extent in every possible direction. These are called fluid, in contradistinction to those of which the parts not being so easily separable are upon that account peculiarly called solid bodies, as if they possessed, in a more distinct and perceptible manner, the characteristical quality of solidity or the power of resistance. Water, however, one of the fluids with which we are most familiar, when confined on all sides, as in a hollow globe of metal, which is first filled with it, and then sealed hermetically, has been found to resist pressure as much as the very hardest, or what we commonly call the most solid bodies. Some fluids yield so very easily to the slightest pressure that upon ordinary occasions we are scarcely sensible of their resistance, and are upon that account little disposed to conceive them as bodies or as things capable of pressure and resistance. There was a time, as we may learn from Aristotle and Lucretius, when it was supposed to require some degree of philosophy to demonstrate that air was a real solid body, or capable of pressure and resistance. What in ancient 442 times, and in vulgar apprehensions, was supposed to be doubtful with regard to air, still continues to be so with regard to light, of which the rays, however condensed or concentrated, have never appeared capable of making the smallest resistance to the motion of other bodies, the characteristical power or quality of what are called bodies or solid substances. Some philosophers accordingly doubt, and some even deny, that light is a material or corporeal substance. Though all bodies or solid substances resist, yet all those with which we are acquainted appear to be more or less compressible, or capable of having, without any diminution in the quantity of their matter, their bulk more or less reduced within a smaller space than that which they usually occupy. An experiment of the Florentine Academy was supposed to have fully demonstrated that water was absolutely incompressible. The same experiment, however, having been repeated with more care and accuracy, it appears that water, though it strongly resists compression, is, however, when a sufficient force is applied, like all other bodies, in some degree liable to it. Air, on the contrary, by the application of a very moderate force, is easily reducible within a much smaller portion of space than that which it usually occupies. The condensing engine, and what is founded upon it, the wind gun, sufficiently demonstrate this, and even without the help of such ingenious and expensive machines, we may easily satisfy ourselves of the truth of this proportion, by squeezing a full-blown bladder of which the neck is well tied. The hardness or softness of bodies, or the greater or smaller force with which they resist any change of shape, seems to depend altogether upon the stronger or weaker degree of cohesion with which their parts are mutually attracted to one another. The greater or smaller force with which they resist compression may, upon many occasions, be owing partly to the same cause, but it may likewise be owing to the greater or smaller proportion of empty space comprehended within their dimensions, or intermixed with the solid parts which compose them. A body which comprehended no empty space within its dimensions, which, through all its parts, was completely filled with the resisting substance, we are naturally disposed to conceive as something which would be absolutely incompressible, and which would resist, with unconquerable force, every attempt to reduce it within narrower dimensions. If the solid and resisting substance, without moving out of its place, should admit into the same place another solid and resisting substance, it would from that moment, in our apprehension, cease to be a solid and resisting substance, and would no longer appear to possess that quality by which alone it is made known to us, and which we therefore consider as constituting its nature and essence, and as altogether inseparable from it. Hence our notion of what has been called impenetrability of matter, or of the absolute impossibility that 443 solid resisting substances should occupy the same place at the same time. This doctrine, which is as old as Leucippus, Democritus, and Epicurus, was in the last century revived by Gassendi, and has since been adopted by Newton and the far greater part of his followers. It may at present be considered as the established system, or as the system that is most in fashion, and most approved of by the greater part of the philosophers of Europe. Though it has been opposed by several puzzling arguments, drawn from that species of metaphysics which confounds everything and explains nothing, it seems upon the whole to be the most simple, the most distinct, and the most comprehensible account that has yet been given of the phenomena which are meant to be explained by it. I shall only observe that whatever system may be adopted concerning the hardness or softness, the fluidity or solidity, the compressibility or incompressibility of the resisting substance, the certainty of our distinct sense and feeling of its externality, or of its entire independency upon the organ which perceives it, or by which we perceive it, cannot in the smallest degree be affected by any such system. I shall not therefore attempt to give any further account of such systems. Heat and cold being felt by almost every part of the human body, have commonly been ranked along with solidity and resistance among the qualities which are the objects of touch. It is not, however, I think, in our language proper to say that we touch, but that we feel the qualities of heat and cold. The word feeling, though in many cases we use it as synonymous to touching, has, however, a much more extensive signification and is frequently employed to denote our internal as well as our external affections. We feel hunger and thirst, we feel joy and sorrow, we feel love and hatred. Heat and cold, in reality, though they may frequently be perceived by the same parts of the human body, constitute an order of sensations altogether different from those which are the proper objects of touch. They are naturally felt, not as pressing upon the organ, but as in the organ. What we feel while we stand in the sunshine during a hot, or in the shade during a frosty day, is evidently felt, not as pressing upon the body, but as in the body. It does not necessarily suggest the presence of any external object, nor could we from thence alone infer the existence of any such object. It is a sensation which neither does nor can exist anywhere but either in the organ which feels it, or in the unknown principle of perception, whatever that may be, which feels in that organ or by means of that organ. When we lay our hand upon a table, which is either heated or cooled a good deal beyond the actual temperature of our hand, we have two distinct perceptions. First, that of the solid or resisting table, which is necessarily felt as something external to, and independent of, the hand which feels it. And secondly, 444, that of the heat or cold, which by the contact of the table is excited in our hand, and which is naturally felt as nowhere but in our hand, or in the principle of perception which feels in our hand. But though the sensations of heat and cold do not necessarily suggest the presence of any external object, we soon learn from experience that they are commonly excited by some such object, sometimes by the temperature of some external body immediately in contact with our own body, and sometimes by some body at either a moderate or a great distance from us, as by the fire in a chamber or by the sun in a summer's day. By the frequency and uniformity of this experience, by the custom and habit of thought which that frequency and uniformity necessarily occasion, the internal sensation and the external cause of that sensation come in our conception to be so strictly connected that in our ordinary and careless way of thinking, we are apt to consider them as almost one and the same thing, and therefore denote them by one and the same word. The confusion, however, is in this case more in the word than in the thought, for in reality we still retain some notion of the distinction, though we do not always evolve it with that accuracy which a very slight degree of attention might enable us to do. When we move our hand, for example, along the surface of a very hot or of a very cold table, though we say that the table is hot or cold in every part of it, we never mean that, in any part of it, it feels the sensations either of heat or of cold, but that in every part of it, it possesses the power of exciting one or other of those sensations in our bodies. The philosophers who have taken so much pains to prove that there is no heat in the fire, meaning that the sensation or feeling of heat is not in the fire, have labored to refute an opinion which the most ignorant of mankind never entertained. But the same word being, in common language, employed to signify both the sensation and the power of exciting that sensation, they, without knowing it perhaps, or intending it, have taken advantage of this ambiguity, and have triumphed in their own superiority, when by irresistible arguments they establish an opinion which, in words indeed, is diametrically opposite to the most obvious judgments of mankind, but which in reality is perfectly agreeable to those judgments. Of the sense of tasting. When we taste any solid or liquid substance, we have always two distinct perceptions. First, that of the solid or liquid body, which is naturally felt as pressing upon, and therefore as external to, and independent of, the organ which feels it, and secondly, that of particular taste, relish or savor which it excites in the palate or organ of tasting, and which is naturally felt, not as pressing upon, as external to, or as independent of that organ, but as altogether in the organ, and nowhere but in the organ, or in the principle of perception which feels in 445 that organ. When we say that the food which we eat has an agreeable or disagreeable taste in every part of it, we do not thereby mean that it has the feeling or sensation of taste in any part of it, but that in every part of it, it has the power of exciting that feeling or sensation in our palates. Though in this case we denote by the same word in the same manner, and for the same reason as in the case of heat and cold, both the sensation and the power of exciting that sensation, this ambiguity of language misleads the natural judgments of mankind, in the one case as little as in the other. Nobody ever fancies that our food feels its own agreeable or disagreeable taste. Of the sense of smelling. Every smell or odor is naturally felt as in the nostrils, not as pressing upon or resisting the organ, not as in any respect external to or independent of the organ, but as altogether in the organ, and nowhere else but in the organ or in the principle of perception which feels in that organ. We soon learn from experience, however, that this sensation is commonly excited by some external body, by a flower, for example, of which the absence removes, and the presence brings back the sensation. This external body we consider as the cause of this sensation, and we denominate by the same words both the sensation and the power by which the external body produces this sensation. But when we say that the smell is in the flower, we do not thereby mean that the flower itself has any feeling of the sensation which we feel, but that it has the power of exciting this sensation in our nostrils, or in the principle of perception which feels in our nostrils. Though this sensation and the power by which it is excited are thus denoted by the same word, this ambiguity of language misleads, in this case, the natural judgments of mankind as little as in the two preceding. Of the sense of hearing. Every sound is naturally felt as in the ear, the organ of hearing. Sound is not naturally felt as resisting or pressing upon the organ, or as in any respect external to or independent of the organ. We naturally feel it as an affection of our ear, as something which is altogether in our ear, and nowhere but in our ear, or in the principle of perception which feels in our ear. We soon learn from experience, indeed, that the sensation is frequently excited by bodies at a considerable distance from us, often at a much greater distance than those ever are which excite the sensation of smelling. We learn too from experience that this sound or sensation in our ears receives different modifications according to the distance and direction of the body which originally causes it. The sensation is stronger, the sound is louder when that body is near. The sensation is weaker, the sound is lower when that body is at a distance. The sound or sensation too undergoes some 446 variation according as the body is placed on the right hand or on the left, before or behind us. In common language we frequently say that the sound seems to come from a great or from a small distance, from the right hand or from the left, from before or from behind us. We frequently say too that we hear a sound at a great or small distance, on our right hand or on our left. The real sound, however, the sensation in our ear, can never be heard or felt anywhere but in our ear. It can never change its place. It is incapable of motion, and can come, therefore, neither from the right nor from the left, neither from before nor from behind us. The ear can feel or hear nowhere but where it is, and cannot stretch out its powers of perception either to a great or to a small distance, either to the right or to the left. By all such phrases, we in reality mean nothing but to express our opinion concerning either the distance or the direction of the body which excites the sensation of sound. When we say that the sound is in the bell, we do not mean that the bell hears its own sound, or that anything like our sensation is in the bell, but that it possesses the power of exciting that sensation in our organ of hearing. Though in this, as well as in some other cases, we express by the same word both the sensation and the power of exciting that sensation. This ambiguity of language occasions scarce any confusion in the thought, and when the different meanings of the word are properly distinguished, the opinions of the vulgar and those of the philosopher, though apparently opposite, on examination turn out to be exactly the same. These four classes of secondary qualities, as philosophers have called them, or to speak more properly, these four classes of sensations, heat and cold, taste, smell, and sound, being felt not as resisting or pressing upon the organ, but as in the organ, are not naturally perceived as external and independent substances, or even as qualities of such substances, but as mere affections of the organ, and what can exist nowhere but in the organ. They do not possess, nor can we even conceive them as capable of possessing, any one of the qualities, which we consider as essential to, and inseparable from, external solid and independent substances. First, they have no extension. They are neither long nor short. They are neither broad nor narrow. They are neither deep nor shallow. The bodies which excite them, the spaces within which they may be perceived, may possess any of those dimensions, but the sensations themselves can possess none of them. When we say of a note in music that it is long or short, we mean that it is so in point of duration. In point of extension, we cannot even conceive that it should be either the one or the other. Secondly, those sensations have no figure. They are neither round nor square, though the bodies which excite them, though the spaces within which they may be perceived, may be either the one or the other. 447. Thirdly, those sensations are incapable of motion. The bodies which excite them may be moved to a greater or to a smaller distance. The sensations become fainter in the one case and stronger in the other. Those bodies may change their direction with regard to the organ of sensation. If the change be considerable, the sensations undergo some sensible variation in consequence of it. But still, we never ascribe motion to the sensations. Even when the person who feels any of those sensations, and consequently the organ by which he feels them, changes his situation, we never, even in this case, say that the sensation moves or is moved. It seems to exist always, where alone it is capable of existing, in the organ which feels it. We never even ascribe to those sensations the attribute of rest, because we never say that anything is at rest, unless we suppose it capable of motion. We never say that anything does not change its situation with regard to other things, unless we can suppose it to be capable of changing that situation. Fourthly, those sensations, as they have no extension, so they can have no divisibility. We cannot even conceive that a degree of heat or cold, that a smell, a taste, or a sound should be divided, in the same manner as the solid and extended substance may be divided, into two halves, or into four quarters, or into any number of parts. But though all these sensations are equally incapable of division, there are three of them, taste, smell, and sound, which seem capable of a certain composition and decomposition. A skillful cook will, by his taste, perhaps, sometimes distinguish the different ingredients, which enter into the composition of a new sauce, and of which the simple tastes make up the compound one of the sauce. A skillful perfumer may, perhaps, sometimes be able to do the same thing with regard to a new scent. In a concert of vocal and instrumental music, an acute and experienced ear readily distinguishes all the different sounds which strike upon it at the same time, and which may, therefore, be considered as making up one compound sound. Is it by nature or by experience that we learn to distinguish between simple and compound sensations of this kind? I am disposed to believe that it is altogether by experience, and that naturally all tastes, smells, and sounds, which affect the organ of sensation at the same time, are felt as simple and uncompounded sensations. It is altogether by experience, I think, that we learn to observe the different affinities and resemblances which the compound sensation bears to the different simple ones which compose it, and to judge that the different causes which excite those different simple sensations enter into the composition of that cause which excites the compounded one. It is sufficiently evident that this composition and decomposition is altogether different from that union and separation of parts, which constitutes the divisibility of solid extension. 448. The sensations of heat and cold seem incapable even of this species of composition and decomposition. The sensations of heat and cold may be stronger at one time and weaker at another. They may differ in degree, but they cannot differ in kind. The sensations of taste, smell, and sound frequently differ not only in degree, but in kind. They are not only stronger and weaker, but some tastes are sweet and some bitter, some smells are agreeable and some offensive, some sounds are acute and some grave, and each of these different kinds or qualities, too, is capable of an immense variety of modifications. It is the combination of such simple sensations, as differ not only in degree but in kind, which constitutes the compounded sensation. These four classes of sensations, therefore, having none of the qualities which are essential to, and inseparable from, the solid, external, and independent substances which excite them, cannot be qualities or modifications of those substances. In reality, we do not naturally consider them as such, though in the way in which we express ourselves on the subject, there is frequently a good deal of ambiguity and confusion. When the different meanings of words, however, are fairly distinguished, these sensations are, even by the most ignorant and illiterate, understood to be not the qualities, but merely the effects of the solid, external, and independent substances upon the sensible and living organ, or upon the principle of perception which feels in that organ. Philosophers, however, have not in general supposed that those exciting bodies produce those sensations immediately, but by the intervention of one, two, or more intermediate causes. In the sensation of taste, for example, though the exciting body presses upon the organ of sensation, this pressure is not supposed to be the immediate cause of the sensation of taste. Certain juices of the exciting body are supposed to enter the pores of the palate, and to excite, in the irritable and sensible fibers of that organ, certain motions or vibrations, which produce there the sensation of taste. But how those juices should excite such motions, or how such motions should produce, either in the organ or in the principle of perception which feels in the organ, the sensation of taste, or a sensation which not only does not bear the smallest resemblance to any motion, but which itself seems incapable of all motion, no philosopher has yet attempted, nor probably ever will attempt, to explain to us. The sensations of heat and cold, of smell and sound, are frequently excited by bodies at a distance, sometimes at a great distance, from the organ which feels them. But it is a very ancient and well-established axiom in metaphysics that nothing can act where it is not, and this axiom, it must, I think, be acknowledged, is at least perfectly agreeable to our natural and usual habits of thinking. The sun, the great source of both heat and light, is at an immense 449 distance from us. His rays, however, traversing, with inconceivable rapidity, the immensity of the intervening regions. As they convey the sensation of light to our eyes, so they convey that of heat to all the sensible parts of our body. They even convey the power of exciting that sensation to all the other bodies that surround us. They warm the earth and air, we say, that is, they convey to the earth and the air the power of exciting that sensation in our bodies. A common fire produces, in the same manner, all the same effects, though the sphere of its action is confined within much narrower limits. The odoriferous body, which is generally too at some distance from us, is supposed to act upon our organs by means of certain small particles of matter, called effluvia, which being sent forth in all possible directions and drawn into our nostrils by the inspiration of breathing, produce there the sensation of smell. The minuteness of those small particles of matter, however, must surpass all human comprehension. Enclose in a gold box, for a few hours, a small quantity of musk. Take out the musk, and clean the box with soap and water as carefully as it is possible. Nothing can be supposed to remain in the box, but such effluvia as, having penetrated into its interior pores, may have escaped the effects of this cleansing. The box, however, will retain the smell of musk for many, I do not know for how many years. And these effluvia, how minute soever we may suppose them, must have had the powers of subdividing themselves, and of emitting other effluvia of the same kind, continually and without any interruption during so long a period. The nicest balance, however, which human art has ever been able to invent, will not show the smallest increase of weight in the gold box immediately after it has been thus carefully cleaned. The sensation of sound is frequently felt at a much greater distance from the sounding than that of smell ever is from the odoriferous body. The vibrations of the sounding body, however, are supposed to produce certain correspondent vibrations and pulses in the surrounding atmosphere, which being propagated in all directions, reach our organ of hearing and produce there the sensation of sound. There are not many philosophical doctrines, perhaps, established upon a more probable foundation than that of the propagation of sound by means of the pulses or vibrations of the air. The experiment of the bell, which, in an exhausted receiver, produces no sensible sound, would alone render this doctrine somewhat more than probable. But this great probability is still further confirmed by the computations of Sir Isaac Newton, who has shown that what is called the velocity of sound, or the time which passes between the commencement of the action of the sounding body and that of the sensation in our ear, is perfectly suitable to the velocity with which the pulses and vibrations of an elastic fluid of the same density with the air are naturally propagated. Dr. 450 Benjamin Franklin has made objections to this doctrine, but I think without success. Such are the intermediate causes by which philosophers have endeavored to connect the sensation in our organs with the distant bodies which excite them. How those intermediate causes, by the different motions and vibrations which they may be supposed to excite on our organs, produce there those different sensations, none of which bear the smallest resemblance to vibration or motion of any kind, no philosopher has yet attempted to explain to us. Of the sense of seeing. Dr. Berkeley, in his new theory of vision, one of the finest examples of philosophical analysis that is to be found, either in our own or in any other language, has explained so very distinctly the nature of the objects of sight, their dissimilitude to, as well as their correspondence and connection with those of touch, that I have scarcely anything to add to what he has already done. It is only in order to render some things, which I shall have occasion to say hereafter, intelligible to such readers as may not have had an opportunity of studying his book, that I have presumed to treat of the same subject after so great a master. Whatever I shall say upon it, if not directly borrowed from Dr. Berkeley, has at least been suggested by what he has already said. That the objects of sight are not perceived as resisting or pressing upon the organ which perceives them is sufficiently obvious. They cannot therefore suggest, at least in the same manner as the objects of touch, their externality and independency of existence. We are apt, however, to imagine that we see objects at a distance from us, and that consequently the externality of their existence is immediately perceived by our sight. But if we consider that the distance of any object from the eye is a line turned endways to it, and that this line must consequently appear to it but as one point, we shall be sensible that distance from the eye cannot be the immediate object of sight, but that all visible objects must naturally be perceived as close upon the organ, or more properly, perhaps, like all other sensations, as in the organ which perceives them. That the objects of sight are all painted in the bottom of the eye, upon a membrane called the retina, pretty much in the same manner as the like objects are painted in a camera obscura, is well known to whoever has the slightest tincture of the science of optics. And the principle of perception, it is probable, originally perceives them as existing in that part of the organ, and nowhere but in that part of the organ. No optician, accordingly, no person who has ever bestowed any moderate degree of attention upon the nature of vision, has ever pretended that distance from the eye was the immediate object of sight. How it is that, by 451 means of our sight, we learn to judge of such distances, opticians have endeavored to explain in several different ways. I shall not, however, at present, stop to examine their systems. The objects of touch are solidity, and those modifications of solidity which we consider as essential to it and inseparable from it: solid extension, figure, divisibility, and mobility. The objects of sight are color, and those modifications of color which, in the same manner, we consider as essential to it and inseparable from it: colored extension, figure, divisibility, and mobility. When we open our eyes, the sensible colored objects which present themselves to us must all have a certain extension, or must occupy a certain portion of the visible surface which appears before us. They must too have all a certain figure, or must be bounded by certain visible lines, which mark upon that surface the extent of their respective dimensions. Every sensible portion of this visible or colored extension must be conceived as divisible, or as separable into 2, 3, or more parts. Every portion too of this visible or colored surface must be conceived as movable, or as capable of changing its situation, and of assuming a different arrangement with regard to the other portions of the same surface. Color, the visible, bears no resemblance to solidity, the tangible object. A man born blind, or who has lost his sight so early as to have no remembrance of visible objects, can form no idea or conception of color. Touch alone can never help him to it. I have heard, indeed, of some persons who had lost their sight after the age of manhood, and who had learned to distinguish by the touch alone the different colors of cloths or silks, the goods which it happened to be their business to deal in. The powers by which different bodies excite in the organs of sight the sensations of different colors probably depend upon some difference in the nature, configuration, and arrangement of the parts which compose their respective surfaces. This difference may, to a very nice and delicate touch, make some difference in the feeling, sufficient to enable a person, much interested in the case, to make this distinction in some degree, though probably in a very imperfect and inaccurate one. A man born blind might possibly be taught to make the same distinctions. But though he might thus be able to name the different colors which those different surfaces reflected, though he might thus have some imperfect notion of the remote causes of the sensations, he could have no better idea of the sensations themselves than that other blind man mentioned by Mr. Locke had, who said that he imagined the color of scarlet resembled the sound of a trumpet. A man born deaf may, in the same manner, be taught to speak articulately. He is taught how to shape and dispose of his organs, so as to pronounce each letter, syllable, and word. But still, though he may have some imperfect idea of the remote causes of 452, the sounds which he himself utters, of the remote causes of the sensations which he himself excites in other people, he can have none of those sounds or sensations themselves. If it were possible, in the same manner, that a man could be born without the sense of touching, that of seeing could never alone suggest to him the idea of solidity, or enable him to form any notion of the external and resisting substance. It is probable, however, not only that no man, but that no animal was ever born without the sense of touching, which seems essential to, and inseparable from, the nature of animal life and existence. It is unnecessary, therefore, to throw away any reasoning, or to hazard any conjectures about what might be the effects of what I look upon as altogether an impossible supposition. The eye, when pressed upon by any external and solid substance, feels, no doubt, that pressure and resistance, and suggests to us, in the same manner as every other feeling part of the body, the external and independent existence of that solid substance. But in this case, the eye acts not as the organ of sight, but as an organ of touch, for the eye possesses the sense of touching in common with almost all the other parts of the body. The extension, figure, divisibility, and mobility of color, the sole object of sight, though, on account of their correspondence and connection with the extension, figure, divisibility, and mobility of solidity, they are called by the same name, yet seem to bear no sort of resemblance to their namesakes. As color and solidity bear no sort of resemblance to one another, so neither can their respective modifications. Dr. Berkeley very justly observes that though we can conceive either a colored or a solid line to be prolonged indefinitely, yet we cannot conceive the one to be added to the other. We cannot, even in imagination, conceive an object of touch to be prolonged into an object of sight, or an object of sight into an object of touch. The objects of sight and those of touch constitute two worlds, which, though they have a most important correspondence and connection with one another, bear no sort of resemblance to one another. The tangible world, as well as all the different parts which compose it, has three dimensions: length, breadth, and depth. The visible world, as well as all the different parts which compose it, has only two: length and breadth. It presents to us only a plane or surface, which, by certain shades and combinations of color, suggests and represents to us, in the same manner as a picture does, certain tangible objects which have no color, and which therefore can bear no resemblance to those shades and combinations of color. Those shades and combinations suggest those different tangible objects as at different distances, according to certain rules of perspective, which it is, perhaps, not very easy to say how it is that we learn, whether by some particular instinct or by some application of either reason or experience, which 453 has become so perfectly habitual to us that we are scarcely sensible when we make use of it. The distinctness of this perspective, the precision and accuracy with which, by means of it, we are capable of judging concerning the distance of different tangible objects, is greater or less, exactly in proportion as this distinctness, as this precision and accuracy are of more or less importance to us. We can judge of the distance of near objects, of the chairs and tables, for example, in the chamber where we are sitting, with the most perfect precision and accuracy. And if in broad daylight we ever stumble over any of them, it must be, not from any error in the sight, but from some defect in the attention. The precision and accuracy of our judgment concerning such near objects are of the utmost importance to us, and constitute the great advantage which a man who sees has over one who is unfortunately blind. As the distance increases, the distinctness of this perspective, the precision and accuracy of our judgment gradually diminish. Of the tangible objects which are even at the moderate distance of 1, 2, or 3 miles from the eye, we are frequently at a loss to determine which is nearest and which remotest. It is seldom of much importance to us to judge with precision concerning the situation of the tangible objects which are even at this moderate distance. As the distance increases, our judgments become more and more uncertain, and at a very great distance, such as that of the fixed stars, it becomes altogether uncertain. The most precise knowledge of the relative situation of such objects could be of no other use to the inquirer than to satisfy the most unnecessary curiosity. The distances at which different men can by sight distinguish, with some degree of precision, the situation of the tangible objects which the visible ones represent, is very different, and this difference, though it, no doubt, may sometimes depend upon some difference in the original configuration of their eyes, yet seems frequently to arise altogether from the different customs and habits which their respective occupations have led them to contract. Men of letters, who live much in their closets and have seldom occasion to look at very distant objects, are seldom far-sighted. Mariners, on the contrary, almost always are, those especially who have made many distant voyages, in which they have been the greater part of their time out of sight of land, and have in daylight been constantly looking out towards the horizon for the appearance of some ship, or of some distant shore. It often astonishes a landsman to observe with what precision a sailor can distinguish in the offing, not only the appearance of a ship which is altogether invisible to the landsman, but the number of her masts, the direction of her course, and the rate of her sailing. If she is a ship of his acquaintance, he frequently can tell her name, before the landsman has been able to discover even the appearance of a ship. 454 visible objects, color, and all its different modifications, are in themselves mere shadows or pictures, which seem to float, as it were, before the organ of sight. In themselves, and independent of their connection with the tangible objects which they represent, they are of no importance to us, and can essentially neither benefit us nor hurt us. Even while we see them, we are seldom thinking of them. Even when we appear to be looking at them with the greatest earnestness, our whole attention is frequently employed, not upon them, but upon the tangible objects represented by them. It is because almost our whole attention is employed, not upon the visible and representing, but upon the tangible and represented objects, that in our imaginations we are apt to ascribe to the former a degree of magnitude which does not belong to them, but which belongs altogether to the latter. If you shut one eye and hold immediately before the other a small circle of plain glass, of not more than half an inch in diameter, you may see through that circle the most extensive prospects, lawns and woods, and arms of the sea, and distant mountains. You are apt to imagine that the landscape which is thus presented to you, that the visible picture which you thus see, is immensely great and extensive. The tangible objects which this visible picture represents, undoubtedly, are so. But the visible picture which represents them can be no greater than the little visible circle through which you see it. If while you are looking through this circle, you could conceive a fairy hand and a fairy pencil to come between your eye and the glass, that pencil could delineate upon that little glass the outline of all those extensive lawns and woods, and arms of the sea and distant mountains, in the full and the exact dimensions with which they are really seen by the naked eye. Every visible object which covers from the eye any other visible object must appear at least as large as that other visible object. It must occupy at least an equal portion of that visible plane or surface which is at that time presented to the eye. Opticians accordingly tell us that all the visible objects which are seen under equal angles must to the eye appear equally large. But the visible object, which covers from the eye any other visible object, must necessarily be seen under angles at least equally large as those under which that other object is seen. When I hold up my finger, however, before my eye, it appears to cover the greater part of the visible chamber in which I am sitting. It should therefore appear as large as the greater part of that visible chamber. But because I know that the tangible finger bears but a very small proportion to the greater part of the tangible chamber, I am apt to fancy that the visible finger bears but a like proportion to the greater part of the visible chamber. My judgment corrects my eyesight, and in my fancy reduces the visible object, which represents the little tangible one, below its real visible dimensions, and on the 455 contrary, it augments the visible object, which represents the great tangible one a good deal beyond those dimensions, my attention being generally altogether occupied about the tangible and represented, and not at all about the visible and representing objects. My careless fancy bestows upon the latter a proportion which does not in the least belong to them, but which belongs altogether to the former. It is because the visible object, which covers any other visible object, must always appear at least as large as that other object, that opticians tell us that the sphere of our vision appears to the eye always equally large, and that when we hold our hand before our eye in such a manner that we see nothing but the inside of the hand, we still see precisely the same number of visible points. The sphere of our vision is still as completely filled. The retina of the eye is as entirely covered with the object which is thus presented to it, as when we survey the most extensive horizon. A young gentleman who was born with a cataract upon each of his eyes was in 1728 couched by Mr. Cheselden, and by that means, for the first time, made to see distinctly. At first, says the operator, he could bear but very little sight, and the things he saw he thought extremely large. But upon seeing things larger, those first seen he conceived less, never being able to imagine any lines beyond the bounds he saw. The room he was in, he said, he knew to be but part of the house, yet he could not conceive that the whole house would look bigger. It was unavoidable that he should at first conceive that no visible object could be greater, could present to his eye a greater number of visible points, or could more completely fill the comprehension of that organ than the narrowest sphere of his vision. And when that sphere came to be enlarged, he still could not conceive that the visible objects which it presented could be larger than those which he had first seen. He must probably by this time have been in some degree habituated to the connection between visible and tangible objects, and enabled to conceive that visible object to be small, which represented a small tangible object, and that to be great, which represented a great one. The great objects did not appear to his sight greater than the small ones had done before, but the small ones, which, having filled the whole sphere of his vision, had before appeared as large as possible, being now known to represent much smaller tangible objects, seemed in his conception to grow smaller. He had begun now to employ his attention more about the tangible and represented than about the visible and representing objects, and he was beginning to ascribe to the latter the proportions and dimensions which properly belonged altogether to the former. As we frequently ascribe to the objects of sight a magnitude and proportion which does not really belong to them, but to the objects of 456 touch which they represent, so we likewise ascribe to them a steadiness of appearance, which as little belongs to them, but which they derive altogether from their connection with the same objects of touch. The chair which now stands at the farther end of the room, I am apt to imagine, appears to my eye as large as it did when it stood close by me, when it was seen under angles at least 4 times larger than those under which it is seen at present, and when it must have occupied, at least, 16 times that portion which it occupies at present, of the visible plane or surface which is now before my eyes. But as I know that the magnitude of the tangible and represented chair, the principal object of my attention, is the same in both situations, I ascribe to the visible and representing chair, though now reduced to less than the 16th part of its former dimensions, a steadiness of appearance which certainly belongs not in any respect to it, but altogether to the tangible and represented one. As we approach to or retire from, the tangible object which any visible one represents, the visible object gradually augments in the one case and diminishes in the other. To speak accurately, it is not the same visible object which we see at different distances, but a succession of visible objects, which, though they all resemble one another, those especially which follow near after one another, yet are all really different and distinct. But as we know that the tangible object which they represent remains always the same, we ascribe to them too a sameness which belongs altogether to it. And we fancy that we see the same tree at a mile, at half a mile, and at a few yards' distance. At those different distances, however, the visible objects are so very widely different that we are sensible of a change in their appearance. But still, as the tangible objects which they represent remain invariably the same, we ascribe a sort of sameness even to them too. It has been said that no man ever saw the same visible object twice, and this, though no doubt an exaggeration, is in reality much less so than at first view it appears to be. Though I am apt to fancy that all the chairs and tables and other little pieces of furniture in the room where I am sitting appear to my eye always the same, yet their appearance is in reality continually varying, not only according to every variation in their situation and distance with regard to where I am sitting, but according to every, even the most insensible variation in the altitude of my body, in the movement of my head, or even in that of my eyes. The perspective necessarily varies according to all, even the smallest of these variations, and consequently the appearance of the objects which that perspective presents to me. Observe what difficulty a portrait painter finds in getting the person who sits for his picture to present to him precisely that view of the countenance from which the first outline was drawn. The painter is scarce ever completely satisfied with the situation of the face, which is presented to 457 him, and finds that it is scarcely ever precisely the same with that from which he rapidly sketched the first outline. He endeavors, as well as he can, to correct the difference from memory, from fancy, and from a sort of art of approximation, by which he strives to express as nearly as he can the ordinary effect of the look, air, and character of the person whose picture he is drawing. The person who draws from a statue which is altogether immovable feels a difficulty, though no doubt in a less degree, of the same kind. It arises altogether from the difficulty which he finds in placing his own eye precisely in the same situation during the whole time which he employs in completing his drawing. This difficulty is more than doubled upon the painter who draws from a living subject. The statue never is the cause of any variation or unsteadiness in its own appearance. The living subject frequently is. The benevolent purpose of nature in bestowing upon us the sense of seeing is evidently to inform us concerning the situation and distance of the tangible objects which surround us. Upon the knowledge of this distance and situation depends the whole conduct of human life, in the most trifling as well as in the most important transactions. Even animal motion depends upon it, and without it we could neither move nor even sit still with complete security. The objects of sight, as Dr. Berkeley finely observes, constitute a sort of language which the author of nature addresses to our eyes, and by which he informs us of many things, which it is of the utmost importance to us to know. As in common language, the words or sounds bear no resemblance to the thing which they denote, so, in this other language, the visible objects bear no sort of resemblance to the tangible object which they represent, and of whose relative situation, with regard both to ourselves and to one another, they inform us. He acknowledges, however, that though scarcely any word be by nature better fitted to express one meaning than any other meaning, yet that certain visible objects are better fitted than others to represent certain tangible objects. A visible square, for example, is better fitted than a visible circle to represent a tangible square. There is, perhaps, strictly speaking, no such thing as either a visible cube or a visible globe, the objects of sight being all naturally presented to the eye as upon one surface. But still there are certain combinations of colors which are fitted to represent to the eye both the near and the distant, both the advancing and the receding lines, angles, and surfaces of the tangible cube, and there are others fitted to represent, in the same manner, both the near and the receding surface of the tangible globe. The combination which represents the tangible cube would not be fit to represent the tangible globe, and that which represents the tangible globe would not be fit to represent the tangible cube. Though there may, therefore, be no resemblance between visible and tangible 458 objects, there seems to be some affinity or correspondence between them sufficient to make each visible object fitter to represent a certain precise tangible object than any other tangible object. But the greater part of words seem to have no sort of affinity or correspondence with the meanings or ideas which they express, and if custom had so ordered it, they might with equal propriety have been made use of to express any other meanings or ideas. Dr. Berkeley, with that happiness of illustration which scarcely ever deserts him, remarks that this in reality is no more than what happens in common language, and that though letters bear no sort of resemblance to the words which they denote, yet that the same combination of letters which represents one word would not always be fit to represent another, and that each word is always best represented by its own proper combination of letters. The comparison, however, it must be observed, is here totally changed. The connection between visible and tangible objects was first illustrated by comparing it with that between spoken language and the meanings or ideas which spoken language suggests to us, and it is now illustrated by the connection between written language and spoken language, which is altogether different. Even this second illustration, besides, will not apply perfectly to the case. When custom, indeed, has perfectly ascertained the powers of each letter, when it has ascertained, for example, that the first letter of the alphabet shall always represent such a sound, and the second letter such another sound, each word comes then to be more properly represented by one certain combination of written letters or characters than it could be by any other combination. But still, the characters themselves are altogether arbitrary and have no sort of affinity or correspondence with the articulate sounds which they denote. The character which marks the first letter of the alphabet, for example, if custom had so ordered it, might, with perfect propriety, have been made use of to express the sound which we now annex to the second, and the character of the second to express that which we now annex to the first. But the visible characters which represent to our eyes the tangible globe could not so well represent the tangible cube, nor could those which represent the tangible cube so properly represent the tangible globe. There is evidently, therefore, a certain affinity and correspondence between each visible object and the precise tangible object represented by it, much superior to what takes place either between written and spoken language, or between spoken language and the ideas or meanings which it suggests. The language which nature addresses to our eyes has evidently a fitness of representation, an aptitude for signifying the precise things which it denotes, much superior to that of any of the artificial languages which human art and ingenuity have ever been able to invent. 459. That this affinity and correspondence, however, between visible and tangible objects could not alone, and without the assistance of observation and experience, teach us, by any effort of reason, to infer what was the precise tangible object which each visible one represented. If it is not sufficiently evident from what has been already said, it must be completely so from the remarks of Mr. Cheselden upon the young gentleman above mentioned, whom he had couched for a cataract. Though we say of this gentleman that he was blind, observes Mr. Cheselden, as we do of all people who have ripe cataracts, yet they are never so blind from that cause but that they can discern day from night, and for the most part, in a strong light, distinguish black, white, and scarlet, but they cannot perceive the shape of anything, for the light by which these perceptions are made, being let in obliquely through aqueous humor or the anterior surface of the crystalline, by which the rays cannot be brought into a focus upon the retina, they can discern in no other manner than a sound eye can through a glass of broken jelly, where a great variety of surfaces so differently refract the light, that the several distinct pencils of rays cannot be collected by the eye into their proper foci, wherefore the shape of an object in such a case cannot be at all discerned though the color may. And thus it was with this young gentleman, who, though he knew those colors asunder in a good light, yet when he saw them after he was couched, the faint ideas he had of them before were not sufficient for him to know them by afterwards, and therefore he did not think them the same which he had before known by those names. This young gentleman, therefore, had some advantage over one who from a state of total blindness had been made for the first time to see. He had some imperfect notion of the distinction of colors, and he must have known that those colors had some sort of connection with the tangible objects which he had been accustomed to feel. But had he emerged from total blindness, he could have learnt this connection only from a very long course of observation and experience. How little this advantage availed him, however, we may learn partly from the passages of Mr. Cheselden's narrative, already quoted, and still more from the following. When he first saw, says that ingenious operator, he was so far from making any judgment about distances that he thought all objects whatever touched his eyes, as he expressed, as what he felt did his skin, and thought no objects so agreeable as those which were smooth and regular, though he could form no judgment of their shape, or guess what it was in any object that was pleasing to him. He knew not the shape of any thing, nor any one thing from another, however different in shape or magnitude. But upon being told what things were, whose form he before knew from feeling, he would carefully observe, that he might know them again. But having too many 460 objects to learn at once, he forgot many of them, and as he said, at first learned to know, and again forgot 1,000 things in a day. One particular only, though it may appear trifling, I will relate. Having often forgot which was the cat, and which was the dog, he was ashamed to ask, but catching the cat, which he knew by feeling, he was observed to look at her steadfastly, and then setting her down, said, "So, puss, I shall know you another time." When the young gentleman said that the objects which he saw touched his eyes, he certainly could not mean that they pressed upon or resisted his eyes, for the objects of sight never act upon the organ in any way that resembles pressure or resistance. He could mean no more than that they were close upon his eyes, or, to speak more properly, perhaps, that they were in his eyes. A deaf man, who was made all at once to hear, might in the same manner naturally enough say that the sounds which he heard touched his ears, meaning that he felt them as close upon his ears, or, to speak perhaps more properly, as in his ears. Mr. Cheselden adds afterwards, "We thought he soon knew what pictures represented which were showed to him, but we found afterwards we were mistaken. For about 2 months after he was couched, he discovered at once they represented solid bodies, when to that time he considered them only as parti-colored planes or surfaces, diversified with variety of paints. But even then he was no less surprised, expecting the pictures would feel like the things they represented, and was amazed when he found those parts, which by their light and shadow appeared now round and uneven, felt only flat like the rest, and asked which was the lying sense, feeling, or seeing. Painting, though by combinations of light and shade, similar to those which nature makes use of in the visible objects which she presents to our eyes, it endeavors to imitate those objects. Yet it never has been able to equal the perspective of nature, or to give to its productions that force and distinctness of relief and rejection which nature bestows upon hers." When the young gentleman was just beginning to understand the strong and distinct perspective of nature, the faint and feeble perspective of painting made no impression upon him, and the picture appeared to him what it really was, a plain surface bedaubed with different colors. When he became more familiar with the perspective of nature, the inferiority of that of painting did not hinder him from discovering its resemblance to that of nature. In the perspective of nature, he had always found that the situation and distance of the tangible and represented objects corresponded exactly to what the visible and representing ones suggested to him. He expected to find the same thing in the similar, though inferior perspective of painting, and was disappointed when he found that the visible and tangible objects had not, in this case, their usual correspondence. 461, in a year after seeing, adds Mr. Cheselden, the young gentleman being carried upon Epsom Downs, and observing a large prospect, he was exceedingly delighted with it, and called it a new kind of seeing. He had now, it is evident, come to understand completely the language of vision. The visible objects which this noble prospect presented to him did not now appear as touching or as close upon his eye. They did not now appear of the same magnitude with those small objects to which, for some time after the operation, he had been accustomed in the little chamber where he was confined. Those new visible objects at once, and as it were of their own accord, assumed both the distance and the magnitude of the great tangible objects which they represented. He had now, therefore, it would seem, become completely master of the language of vision, and he had become so in the course of a year, a much shorter period than that in which any person, arrived at the age of manhood, could completely acquire any foreign language. It would appear, too, that he had made very considerable progress even in the 2 first months. He began at that early period to understand even the feeble perspective of painting, and though at first he could not distinguish it from the strong perspective of nature, yet he could not have been thus imposed upon by so imperfect an imitation, if the great principles of vision had not beforehand been deeply impressed upon his mind, and if he had not, either by the association of ideas or by some other unknown principle, been strongly determined to expect certain tangible objects in consequence of the visible ones which had been presented to him. This rapid progress, however, may perhaps be accounted for from that fitness of representation which has already been taken notice of between visible and tangible objects. In this language of nature, it may be said, the analogies are more perfect. The etymologies, the declensions and conjugations, if one may say so, are more regular than those of any human language. The rules are fewer, and those rules admit of no exceptions. But though it may have been altogether by the slow paces of observation and experience that this young gentleman acquired the knowledge of the connection between visible and tangible objects, we cannot from thence with certainty infer that young children have not some instinctive perception of the same kind. In him this instinctive power, not having been exerted at the proper season, may, from disuse, have gone gradually to decay, and at last have been completely obliterated. Or, perhaps, what seems likewise very possible, some feeble and unobserved remains of it may have somewhat facilitated his acquisition of what he might otherwise have found it much more difficult to acquire a knowledge of. That antecedent to all experience, the young of at least the greater part of animals possess some instinctive perception of this kind, seems abundantly evident. The hen never feeds her young by dropping the 462 food into their bills, as the linnet and thrush feed theirs. Almost as soon as her chickens are hatched, she does not feed them, but carries them to the field to feed, where they walk about at their ease, it would seem, and appear to have the most distinct perception of all the tangible objects which surround them. We may often see them, accordingly, by the straightest road, run to and pick up any little grains which she shows them, even at the distance of several yards, and they no sooner come into the light than they seem to understand this language of vision as well as they ever do afterwards. The young of the partridge and of the grouse seem to have, at the same early period, the most distinct perceptions of the same kind. The young partridge, almost as soon as it comes from the shell, runs about among long grass and corn, the young grouse among long heath, and would both most essentially hurt themselves if they had not the most acute, as well as distinct perception of the tangible objects which not only surround them, but press upon them on all sides. This is the case, too, with the young of the goose, of the duck, and so far as I have been able to observe, with those of at least the greater part of the birds which make their nests upon the ground, with the greater part of those which are ranked by Linnaeus in the orders of the hen and the goose, and of many of those long-shanked and wading birds which he places in the order that he distinguishes by the name of grawl A. The young of those birds that build their nests in bushes, upon trees, in the holes and crevices of high walls, upon high rocks and precipices, and other places of difficult access, of the greater part of those ranked by Linnaeus in the orders of the hawk, the magpie, and the sparrow, seem to come blind from the shell, and to continue so for at least some days thereafter. Till they are able to fly, they are fed by the joint labor of both parents. As soon as that period arrives, however, and probably for some time before, they evidently enjoy all the powers of vision in the most complete perfection, and can distinguish with most exact precision the shape and proportion of the tangible objects which every visible one represents. In so short a period, they cannot be supposed to have acquired those powers from experience, and must therefore derive them from some instinctive suggestion. The sight of birds seems to be both more prompt and more acute than that of any other animals. Without hurting themselves, they dart into the thickest and most thorny bushes, fly with the utmost rapidity through the most intricate forests, and while they are soaring aloft in the air, discover upon the ground the insects and grains upon which they feed. The young of several sorts of quadrupeds seem, like those of the greater part of birds, which make their nests upon the ground, to enjoy as soon as they come into the world the faculty of seeing as completely as they ever do afterwards. The day or the day after they are dropped, the calf follows the cow and the foal the mare to the field, and though 463 from timidity they seldom remove far from the mother, yet they seem to walk about at their ease, which they could not do unless they could distinguish, with some degree of precision, the shape and proportion of the tangible objects which each visible one represents. The degree of precision, however, with which the horse is capable of making this distinction seems at no period of his life to be very complete. He is at all times apt to startle at many visible objects, which, if they distinctly suggested to him the real shape and proportion of the tangible objects which they represent, could not be the objects of fear. At the trunk or root of an old tree, for example, which happens to be laid by the roadside, at a great stone, or the fragment of a rock which happens to lie near the way where he is going, to reconcile him even to a single object of this kind, which has once alarmed him, frequently requires some skill, as well as much patience and good temper in the rider. Such powers of sight, however, as nature has thought proper to render him capable of acquiring, he seems to enjoy from the beginning in as great perfection as he ever does afterwards. The young of other quadrupeds, like those of the birds which make their nests in places of difficult access, come blind into the world. Their sight, however, soon opens, and as soon as it does so, they seem to enjoy it in the most complete perfection, as we may all observe in the puppy and the kitten. The same thing, I believe, may be said of all other beasts of prey, at least of all those concerning which I have been able to collect any distinct information. They come blind into the world, but as soon as their sight opens, they appear to enjoy it in the most complete perfection. It seems difficult to suppose that man is the only animal of which the young are not endowed with some instinctive perception of this kind. The young of the human species, however, continue so long in a state of entire dependency, they must be so long carried about in the arms of their mothers or of their nurses, that such an instinctive perception may seem less necessary to them than to any other race of animals. Before it could be of any use to them, observation and experience may, by the known principle of the association of ideas, have sufficiently connected in their young minds each visible object with the corresponding tangible one which it is fitted to represent. Nature, it may be said, never bestows upon any animal any faculty which is not either necessary or useful, and an instinct of this kind would be altogether useless to an animal which must necessarily acquire the knowledge which the instinct is given to supply, long before that instinct could be of any use to it. Children, however, appear at so very early a period to know the distance, the shape, and magnitude of the different tangible objects which are presented to them, that I am disposed to believe that even they may have some instinctive perception of this kind, though possibly in a much weaker degree than the greater part 464 of other animals. A child that is scarcely a month old stretches out its hands to feel any little plaything that is presented to it. It distinguishes its nurse and the other people who are much about it from strangers. It clings to the former and turns away from the latter. Hold a small looking-glass before a child of not more than 2 or 3 months old, and it will stretch out its little arms behind the glass in order to feel the child which it sees and which it imagines is at the back of the glass. It is deceived, no doubt, but even this sort of deception sufficiently demonstrates that it has a tolerably distinct apprehension of the ordinary perspective of vision, which it cannot well have learnt from observation and experience. Do any of our other senses, antecedently to such observation and experience, instinctively suggest to us some conception of the solid and resisting substances which excite their respective sensations, though these sensations bear no sort of resemblance to those substances? The sense of tasting certainly does not. Before we can feel the sensation, the solid and resisting substance which excites it must be pressed against the organs of taste, and must consequently be perceived by them. Antecedently to observation and experience, therefore, the sense of tasting can never be said instinctively to suggest some conception of that substance. It may perhaps be otherwise with the sense of smelling. The young of all suckling animals, of the mammalia of Linnaeus, whether they are born with sight or without it, yet as soon as they come into the world apply to the nipple of the mother in order to suck. In doing this, they are evidently directed by the smell. The smell appears either to excite the appetite for the proper food, or at least to direct the newborn animal to the place where that food is to be found. It may perhaps do both the one and the other. That when the stomach is empty, the smell of agreeable food excites and irritates the appetite is what we all must have frequently experienced. But the stomach of every newborn animal is necessarily empty. While in the womb it is nourished, not by the mouth, but by the navel string. Children have been born apparently in the most perfect health and vigor, and have applied to suck in the usual manner, but immediately or soon after have thrown up the milk, and in the course of a few hours have died vomiting and in convulsions. Upon opening their bodies, it has been found that the intestinal tube or canal had never been opened or pierced in the whole extent of its length, but like a sac, admitted of no passage beyond a particular place. It could not have been in any respect by the mouth, therefore, but altogether by the navel string, that such children had been nourished and fed up to the degree of health and vigor in which they were born. Every animal, while in the womb, seems to draw its nourishment, more like a vegetable from the root than like an anima from the mouth, and that nourishment seems to be conveyed to all the different parts of the body by tubes and canals in many respects different from those which afterwards perform the same function. As soon as it comes into the world, this new set of tubes and canals, which the providential care of nature had for a long time before been gradually preparing, is all at once and instantaneously opened. They are all empty, and they require to be filled. An uneasy sensation accompanies the one situation, and an agreeable one the other. The smell of the substance which is fitted for filling them increases and irritates that uneasy sensation, and produces in the infant hunger or the appetite for food. But all the appetites which take their origin from a certain state of the body seem to suggest the means of their own gratification, and even long before experience, some anticipation or preconception of the pleasure which attends that gratification. In the appetite for sex, which frequently, I am disposed to believe almost always, comes a long time before the age of puberty, this is perfectly and distinctly evident. The appetite for food suggests to the newborn infant the operation of sucking, the only means by which it can possibly gratifying that appetite. It is continually sucking. It sucks whatever is presented to its mouth. It sucks even when there is nothing presented to its mouth, and some anticipation or preconception of the pleasure which it is to enjoy in sucking seems to make it delight in putting its mouth into the shape and configuration by which it alone can enjoy that pleasure. There are other appetites in which the most unexperienced imagination produces a similar effect upon the organs which nature has provided for their gratification. The smell not only excites the appetite, but directs to the object which can alone gratify that appetite. But by suggesting the direction towards that object, the smell must necessarily suggest some notion of distance and externality, which are necessarily involved in the idea of direction, in the idea of the line of motion by which the distance can best be overcome, and the mouth brought into contact with the unknown substance, which is the object of the appetite. That the smell should alone suggest any preconception of the shape or magnitude of the external body to which it directs seems not very probable. The sensation of smell seems to have no sort of affinity or correspondence with shape or magnitude, and whatever preconception the infant may have of these, and it may very probably have some such preconception, is likely to be suggested not so much directly by the smell and indirectly by the appetite excited by that smell, as by the principle which teaches the child to mold its mouth into the conformation and action of sucking, even before it reaches the object to which alone that conformation and action can be usefully applied. The smell, however, as it suggests the direction by which the external body must be approached, must suggest at least some vague idea or preconception of the existence of that body, of the thing to which it directs, though not perhaps of the precise shape and magnitude of that thing. The infant, too, feeling its mouth attracted and drawn, as it were towards that external body, must conceive the smell which thus draws and attracts it, as something belonging to or proceeding from that body, or what is afterwards denominated and obscurely understood to be as a sort of quality or attribute of that body. The smell, too, may very probably suggest some even tolerably distinct perception of the taste of the food to which it directs. The respective objects of our different external senses seem, indeed, the greater part of them, to bear no sort of resemblance to one another. Color bears no sort of resemblance to solidity, nor to heat, nor to cold, nor to sound, nor to smell, nor to taste. To this general rule, however, there seems to be one, and perhaps but one exception. The sensations of smell and taste seem evidently to bear some sort of resemblance to one another. Smell appears to have been given to us by nature as the director of taste. It announces, as it were, before trial, what is likely to be the taste of the food which is set before us. Though perceived by a different organ, it seems in many cases to be but a weaker sensation, nearly of the same kind with that of the taste which that announces. It is very natural to suppose, therefore, that the smell may suggest to the infant some tolerably distinct preconception of the taste of the food which it announces, and may, even before experience, make its mouth, as we say, water for that food. That numerous division of animals which Linnaeus ranks under the class of worms have, scarcely any of them, any head. They neither see nor hear, have neither eyes nor ears, but many of them have the power of self-motion and appear to move about in search of their food. They can be directed in this search by no other sense than that of smelling. The most accurate microscopical observations, however, have never been able to discover in such animals any distinct organ of smell. They have a mouth and a stomach, but no nostrils. The organ of taste, it is probable, has in them a sensibility of the same kind with that which the olfactory nerves have in more perfect animals. They may, as it were, taste at a distance, and be attracted to their food by an affection of the same organ by which they afterwards enjoy it. And smell and taste may in them be no otherwise distinguished than as weaker or stronger sensations derived from the same organ. The sensations of heat and cold, when excited by the pressure of some body either heated or cooled beyond the actual temperature of our own organs, cannot be said, antecedently to observation and experience, instinctively to suggest any conception of the solid and resisting substance which excites them. What was said of the sense of taste may very properly be said here. Before we can feel those sensations, 467, the pressure of the external body which excites them must necessarily suggest not only some conception, but the most distinct conviction of its own external and independent existence. It may be otherwise, perhaps, when those sensations are either of them excited by the temperature of the external air. In a calm day when there is no wind, we scarcely perceive the external air as a solid body, and the sensations of heat and cold, it may be thought, are then felt merely as affections of our own body, without any reference to anything external. Several cases, however, may be conceived in which it must be allowed, I imagine, that those sensations, even when excited in this manner, must suggest some vague notion of some external thing or substance which excites them. A newborn animal, which had the power of self-motion, and which felt its body, either agreeably or disagreeably, more heated or more cooled on the one side than on the other, would, I imagine, instinctively and antecedently to all observation and experience, endeavor to move towards the side in which it felt the agreeable, and to withdraw from that in which it felt the disagreeable sensation. But the very desire of motion supposes some notion or preconception of externality, and the desire to move towards the side of the agreeable or from that of the disagreeable sensation supposes at least some vague notion of some external thing or place which is the cause of those respective sensations. The degrees of heat and cold which are agreeable, it has been found from experience, are likewise healthful, and those which are disagreeable, unwholesome. The degree of their unwholesomeness, too, seems to be pretty much in proportion to that of their disagreeableness. If either of them is so disagreeable as to be painful, it is generally destructive, and that, too, in a very short period of time. Those sensations appear to have been given us for the preservation of our own bodies. They necessarily excite the desire of changing our situation when it is unwholesome or destructive, and when it is healthy, they allow us, or rather they entice us, to remain in it. But the desire of changing our situation necessarily supposes some idea of externality, or of motion into a place different from that in which we actually are, and even the desire of remaining in the same place supposes some idea of at least the possibility of changing. Those sensations could not well have answered the intention of nature, had they not thus instinctively suggested some vague notion of external existence. That sound, the object of the sense of hearing, though perceived itself as in the ear, and nowhere but in the ear, may likewise, instinctively and antecedently to all observation and experience, obscurely suggest some vague notion of some external substance or thing which excites it, I am much disposed to believe. I acknowledge, however, that I have not been able to recollect any one instance in which this sense seems so distinctly to produce this effect, as that of seeing, that 468 of smelling, and even that of heat and cold, appear to do in some particular cases. Unusual and unexpected sound alarms always, and disposes us to look about for some external substance or thing as the cause which excites it, or from which it proceeds. Sound, however, considered merely as a sensation, or as an affection of the organ of hearing, can in most cases neither benefit nor hurt us. It may be agreeable or disagreeable, but in its own nature it does not seem to announce anything beyond the immediate feeling. It should not therefore excite any alarm. Alarm is always the fear of some uncertain evil beyond what is immediately felt, and from some unknown and external cause. But all animals, and men among the rest, feel some degree of this alarm start, are roused and rendered circumspect and attentive by unusual and unexpected sound. This effect, too, is produced so readily and so instantaneously that it bears every mark of an instinctive suggestion of an impression immediately struck by the hand of nature, which does not wait for any recollection of past observation and experience. The hare, and all those other timid animals to whom flight is the only defense, are supposed to possess the sense of hearing in the highest degree of activeness. It seems to be the sense in which cowards are very likely to excel. The three senses of seeing, hearing, and smelling seem to be given to us by nature, not so much in order to inform us concerning the actual situation of our bodies, as concerning that of those other external bodies, which, though at some distance from us, may sooner or later affect the actual situation and eventually either benefit or hurt us. Of the affinity between certain English and Italian verses. The measure of the verses, of which the octave of the Italians, their terzetti, and the greater part of their sonnets are composed, seems to be as nearly the same with that of the English heroic rhyme, as the different genius and pronunciation of the two languages will permit. The English heroic rhyme is supposed to consist sometimes of 10 and sometimes of 11 syllables, of 10 when the verse ends with a single, and of 11 when it ends with a double rhyme. The correspondent Italian verse is supposed to consist sometimes of 469 sometimes of 11, and sometimes of 12 syllables, according as it happens to end with a single, a double, or a triple rhyme. The rhyme ought naturally to fall upon the last syllable of the verse. It is proper likewise that it should fall upon an accented syllable in order to render it more sensible. When, therefore, the accent happens to fall not upon the last syllable, but upon that immediately before it, the rhyme must fall both upon the accented syllable and upon that which is not accented. It must be a double rhyme. In the Italian language, when the accent falls neither upon the last syllable nor upon that immediately before it, but upon the third syllable from the end, the rhyme must fall upon all the three. It must be a triple rhyme, and the verse is supposed to consist of 12 syllables. Forse era ver, non pero credibile and c. Triple rhymes are not admitted into English heroic verse. In the Italian language, the accent falls much more rarely, either upon the third syllable from the end of a word or upon the last syllable, than it does upon the one immediately before the last. In reality, this second syllable from the end seems, in that language, to be its most common and natural place. The Italian heroic poetry, therefore, is composed principally of double rhymes, or of verses supposed to consist of 11 syllables. Triple rhymes occur but seldom, and single rhymes still more seldom. In the English language, the accent falls frequently upon the last syllable of the word. Our language, besides, abounds in words of one syllable, the greater part of which do, for there are few which do not, admit of being accented. Words of one syllable are most frequently the concluding words of English rhymes. For both these reasons, English heroic rhyme is principally composed of single rhymes, or of verses supposed to consist of 10 syllables. Double rhymes occur almost as rarely in it as either single or triple do in the Italian. The rarity of double rhymes in English heroic verse makes them appear odd and awkward and even ludicrous when they occur. By the best writers, therefore, they are reserved for light and ludicrous occasions, when, in order to humor their subject, they stoop to a more familiar style than usual. When Mr. Pope says, "Worth makes the man, and want of it the fellow. The rest is all but leather or prunello." He means, in compliance with his subject, to condescend a good deal below the stateliness of his diction on the essay on man. Double rhymes abound more in Dryden than in Pope, and in Butler's Hudibras more than in Dryden. The rarity both of single and of triple rhyme in Italian heroic verse gives them the same odd and ludicrous air which double rhymes have 470 in English verse. In Italian, triple rhymes occur more frequently than single rhymes. The slippery, or if I may be allowed to use a very low, but a very expressive word, the glib pronunciation of the triple rhyme, verso sotruciolo, seems to depart less from the ordinary movement of the double rhyme than the abrupt ending of the single rhyme, verso tronco e cadent, of the verse that appears to be cut off and to fall short of the usual measure. Single rhymes accordingly appear in Italian verse much more burlesque than triple rhymes. Single rhymes occur very rarely in Ariosto, but frequently in the more burlesque poem of Rixardetto. Triple rhymes occur much oftener in all the best writers. It is thus that what in English appears to be the verse of the greatest gravity and dignity appears in Italian to be the most burlesque and ludicrous, for no other reason, I apprehend, but because in the one language it is the ordinary verse, whereas in the other it departs most from the movements of ordinary verse. The common Italian heroic poetry being composed of double rhymes, it can admit both of single and of triple rhymes, which seem to recede from the common movement on opposite sides to nearly equal distances. The common English heroic poetry, consisting of single rhymes, it can admit of double, but it cannot admit of triple rhymes, which would recede so far from the common movements as to appear perfectly burlesque and ridiculous. In English, when a word accented upon the third syllable from the end happens to make the last word of a verse, the rhyme falls upon the last syllable only. It is a single rhyme, and the verse consists of no more than 10 syllables. But as the last syllable is not accented, it is an imperfect rhyme, which, however, when confined to the second verse of the couplet, and even there introduced but rarely, may have a very agreeable grace, and the line may even seem to run more easy and natural by means of it. But of this fram, the bearings and the ties, the strict connections, nice dependencies, and see. When by a well-accented syllable in the end of the first line of a couplet, it has once been clearly ascertained what the rhyme is to be, a very slight allusion to it, such as can be made by a syllable of the same termination that is not accented, may often be sufficient to mark the coincidence in the second line. A word of this kind in the end of the first line seldom succeeds so well. Inhabitants of Old Jerusalem were Jebusites, the town so called from them. A couplet in which both verses were terminated in this manner would be extremely disagreeable and offensive. In counting the syllables, even of verses which to the ear appear sufficiently correct, a considerable indulgence must frequently be given, 471 before they can, in either language, be reduced to the precise number of 10, 11, or 12, according to the nature of the rhyme. In the following couplet, for example, there are, strictly speaking, 14 syllables in the first line and 12 in the second. And many a humorous, many an amorous lay was sung by many a bard on many a day. By the rapidity, however, or, if I may use a very low word a second time, by the glibness of the pronunciation, those 14 syllables in the first line and those 12 in the second appear to take up the time, but of 10 ordinary syllables. The words mania, though they plainly consist of 3 distinct syllables or sounds, which are all pronounced successively or the one after the other, yet pass as but 2 syllables, as do likewise these words humorous and amorous. The words heaven and given in the same manner consist each of them of 2 syllables, which, how rapidly soever they may be pronounced, cannot be pronounced but successively or the one after the other. In verse, however, they are considered as consisting but of 1 syllable. In counting the syllables of the Italian heroic verse, still greater indulgences must be allowed. 3 vowels must there frequently be counted as making but 1 syllable, though they are all pronounced, rapidly indeed, but in succession or the one after the other, and though no 2 of them are supposed to make a diphthong. In these licenses, too, the Italians seem not to be very regular, and the same concourse of vowels which in one place makes but 1 syllable will in another sometimes make 2. There are even some words which in the end of a verse are constantly counted for 2 syllables, but which in any other part of it are never counted for more than 1, such as the words siu, chu, siu, chu. Ruscelli observes that in the Italian heroic verse the accent ought to fall upon the 4th, the 6th, the 8th, and the 10th syllables, and that if it falls upon the 3rd, the 5th, the 7th, or the 9th syllables, it will spoil the verse. In English, if the accent falls upon any of the above-mentioned odd syllables, it equally spoils the verse. Bowed their stiff necks, loaden with stormy blasts. Though a line of Milton has not the ordinary movement of an English heroic verse, the accent falls upon the 3rd and 6th syllables. In Italian frequently, and in English sometimes, an accent is with great grace thrown upon the 1st syllable, in which case it seldom happens that any other syllable is accented before the 4th. Canto l'armée, pious el capitano. First in these fields I try the sylvan strains. Both in English and in Italian, the 2nd syllable may be accent with great grace, and it generally is so when the 1st syllable is not accented. Ian van el inferno e lui es oppose, Ian vano. Es armo di Asia, e di liberal popol mistu and si. Let us, since life can little more supply, than just to look about us, and to die and see. Both in English and in Italian verse, an accent, though it must never be misplaced, may sometimes be omitted with great grace. In the last of the above-quoted English verses, there is no accent upon the 8th syllable, the conjunction, and not admitting of any. In the following Italian verse, there is no accent upon the 6th syllable. O musa tu, ci di cadaci allori and si. The preposition di will as little admit of an accent as the conjunction, and, in this case, however, when the even syllable is not accented, neither of the odd syllables immediately before or behind it must be accented. Neither in English nor in Italian can 2 accents running be omitted. It must be observed that in Italian there are 2 accents, the grave and the acute. The grave accent is always marked by a slight stroke over the syllable to which it belongs. The acute accent has no mark. The English language knows no distinction between the grave and the acute accents. The same author observes that in the Italian verse the pause, or what the grammarians call the caesura, may with propriety be introduced after either the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, or the 7th syllables. The like observations have been made by several different writers upon the English heroic verse. Dobie admires particularly the verse in which there are 2 pauses, one after the 5th and another after the 9th syllable. The example he gives is from Petrarch. Nel dolce tempo della prima edade, and si. In this verse, the 2nd pause, which he says comes after the 9th syllable, in reality comes in between the 2 vowels, which, in the Italian way of counting syllables, compose the 9th syllable. It may be doubtful, therefore, whether this pause may not be considered as coming after the 8th syllable. I do not recollect any good English verse in which the pause comes in after the 9th syllable. We have many in which it comes in after the 8th. Yet oft, before his infant eyes, would run and see. In which verse there are 2 pauses, one after the 2nd, and the other after the 8th syllable. I have observed many Italian verses in which the pause comes after the second syllable. Both the English and the Italian heroic verse, perhaps, are not so 473 properly composed of a certain number of syllables, which vary according to the nature of the rhyme, as of a certain number of intervals, of 5 invariably, each of which is equal in length, or time, to 2 ordinary distinct syllables, though it may sometimes contain more, of which the extraordinary shortness compensates the extraordinary number. The close frequently of each of those intervals, but always of every second interval, is marked by a distinct accent. This accent may frequently, with great grace, fall upon the beginning of the first interval, after which it cannot, without spoiling the verse, fall anywhere but upon the close of an interval. The syllable or syllables which come after the accent that closes the 5th interval are never accented. They make no distinct interval, but are considered as a sort of excrescence of the verse, and are in a manner counted for nothing. The end. As to become the natural object of the joyous congratulations and sympathetic attentions of mankind, is in this manner the circumstance which gives to prosperity all its dazzling splendor. So nothing darkens so much the gloom of adversity as to feel that our misfortunes are the objects, not of the fellow feeling, but of the contempt and aversion of our brethren. It is upon this account that the most dreadful calamities are not always those which it is most difficult to support. It is often more mortifying to appear in public under small disasters than under great misfortunes. The first excite no sympathy, but the second, though they may excite none that approaches to the anguish of the sufferer, call forth, however, a very lively compassion. The sentiments of the spectators are, in this last case, less wide of those of the sufferer, and their imperfect fellow-feeling lends him some assistance in supporting his misery. Before a gay assembly, a gentleman would be more mortified to appear covered with filth and rags than with blood and wounds. This last situation would interest their pity, the other would provoke their laughter. The judge who orders a criminal to be set in the pillory dishonors him more than if he had condemned him to the scaffold. The great prince, who some years ago caned a general officer at the head of his army, disgraced him irrecoverably. The punishment would have been much less had he shot him through his body. By the laws of honor, to strike with a cane dishonors, to strike with a sword does not, for an obvious reason. Those slighter punishments, when inflicted on a gentleman, to whom dishonor is the greatest of all evils, come to be regarded among a humane and generous people as the most dreadful of any. With regard to persons of that rank, therefore, they are universally laid aside, and the law, while 56 it takes their life upon many occasions, respects their honor upon almost all. To scourge a person of quality, or to set him in the pillory, upon account of any crime whatever, is a brutality of which no European government, except that of Russia, is capable. A brave man is not rendered contemptible by being brought to the scaffold. He is, by being set in the pillory. His behavior in the one situation may gain him universal esteem and admiration. No behavior in the other can render him agreeable. The sympathy of the spectators supports him in the one case and saves him from that shame, that consciousness that his misery is felt by himself only, which is of all sentiments the most unsupportable. There is no sympathy in the other, or if there is any, it is not with his pain, which is a trifle, but with his consciousness of the want of sympathy with which this pain is attended. It is with his shame, not with his sorrow. Those who pity him blush and hang down their heads for him. He droops in the same manner and feels himself irrecoverably degraded by the punishment, though not by the crime. The man, on the contrary, who dies with resolution, as he is naturally regarded with the erect aspect of esteem and approbation, so he wears himself the same undaunted countenance, and if the crime does not deprive him of the respect of others, the punishment never will. He has no suspicion that his situation is the object of contempt or derision to anybody, and he can, with propriety, assume the air, not only of perfect serenity, but of triumph and exultation. Great dangers, says the Cardinal de Retz, have their charms, because there is some glory to be got, even when we miscarry. But moderate dangers have nothing but what is horrible, because the loss of reputation always attends the want of success. His maxim has the same foundation with what we have been just now observing with regard to punishments. Human virtue is superior to pain, to poverty, to danger, and to death, nor does it even require its utmost efforts to despise them. but to have its misery exposed to insult and derision, to be led in triumph, to be set up for the hand of scorn to point at, is a situation in which its constancy is much more apt to fail. Compared with the contempt of mankind, all other external evils are easily supported. Chap of the corruption of our moral sentiments, which is occasioned by this disposition to admire the rich and the great, and to despise or neglect persons of poor and mean condition. This disposition to admire, and almost to worship, the rich and the powerful, and to despise or at least to neglect persons of poor and mean condition, though necessary both to establish and to maintain the 57 distinction of ranks and the order of society, is, at the same time, the great and most universal cause of the corruption of our moral sentiments, that wealth and greatness are often regarded with the respect and admiration which are due only to wisdom and virtue, and that the contempt, of which vice and folly are the only proper objects, is often most unjustly bestowed upon poverty and weakness, has been the complaint of moralists in all ages. We desire both to be respectable and to be respected. We dread both to be contemptible and to be contemned. But upon coming into the world, we soon find that wisdom and virtue are by no means the sole objects of respect, nor vice and folly of contempt. We frequently see the respectful attentions of the world more strongly directed towards the rich and the great than towards the wise and the virtuous. We see frequently the vices and follies of the powerful much less despised than the poverty and weakness of the innocent. To deserve, to acquire, and to enjoy the respect and admiration of mankind are the great objects of ambition and emulation. Two different roads are presented to us, equally leading to the attainment of this so much desired object. The one, by the study of wisdom and the practice of virtue, the other, by the acquisition of wealth and greatness. Two different characters are presented to our emulation, the one of proud ambition and ostentatious avidity, the other of humble modesty and equitable justice. Two different models, two different pictures are held out to us, according to which we may fashion our own character and behavior, the one more gaudy and glittering in its coloring, the other more correct and more exquisitely beautiful in its outline, the one forcing itself upon the notice of every wandering eye, the other attracting the attention of scarce anybody, but the most studious and careful observer. They are the wise and the virtuous chiefly, a select, though I am afraid, but a small party, who are the real and steady admirers of wisdom and virtue. The great mob of mankind are the admirers and worshippers, and what may seem more extraordinary, most frequently the disinterested admirers and worshippers of wealth and greatness. The respect which we feel for wisdom and virtue is, no doubt, different from that which we conceive for wealth and greatness, and it requires no very nice discernment to distinguish the difference. But notwithstanding this difference, those sentiments bear a very considerable resemblance to one another. In some particular features they are, no doubt, different, but in the general air of the countenance, they seem to be so very nearly the same that inattentive observers are very apt to mistake the one for the other. In equal degrees of merit, there is scarce any man who does not respect more the rich and the great than the poor and the humble. With most men, the presumption and vanity of the former are much more admired than the real and solid merit of the latter. It is scarce 58 agreeable to good morals, or even to good language, perhaps, to say that mere wealth and greatness, abstracted from merit and virtue, deserve our respect. We must acknowledge, however, that they almost constantly obtain it, and that they may, therefore, be considered as, in some respects, the natural objects of it. Those exalted stations may, no doubt, be completely degraded by vice and folly. But the vice and folly must be very great before they can operate this complete degradation. The profligacy of a man of fashion is looked upon with much less contempt and aversion than that of a man of meaner condition. In the latter, a single transgression of the rules of temperance and propriety is commonly more resented than the constant and avowed contempt of them ever is in the former. In the middling and inferior stations of life, the road to virtue and that to fortune, to such fortune, at least, as men in such stations can reasonably expect to acquire, are happily, in most cases, very nearly the same. In all the middling and inferior professions, real and solid professional abilities, joined to prudent just, firm, and temperate conduct can very seldom fail of success. Abilities will even sometimes prevail where the conduct is by no means correct. Either habitual imprudence, however, or injustice, or weakness, or profligacy will always cloud and sometimes depress altogether the most splendid professional abilities. Men in the inferior and middling stations of life, besides, can never be great enough to be above the law, which must generally overawe them into some sort of respect for, at least, the more important rules of justice. The success of such people, too, almost always depends upon the favor and good opinion of their neighbors and equals, and without a tolerably regular conduct, these can very seldom be obtained. The good old proverb, therefore, that honesty is the best policy, holds, in such situations, almost always perfectly true. In such situations, therefore, we may generally expect a considerable degree of virtue, and fortunately for the good morals of society, these are the situations of the greater part of mankind. In the superior stations of life, the case is unhappily not always the same. In the courts of princes, in the drawing rooms of the great, where success and preferment depend not upon the esteem of intelligent and well-informed equals, but upon the fanciful and foolish favor of ignorant, presumptuous, and proud superiors. Flattery and falsehood, too, often prevail over merit and abilities. In such societies, the abilities to please are more regarded than the abilities to serve. In quiet and peaceable times, when the storm is at a distance, the prince or great man wishes only to be amused, and is even apt to fancy that he has scarce any occasion for the service of any body, or that those who amuse him are sufficiently able to serve him. The external graces, the frivolous accomplishments of that impertinent and foolish thing called a man of fashion, are commonly more admired than the solid and masculine virtues of a warrior, a statesman, a philosopher, or a legislator. All the great and awful virtues, all the virtues which can fit, either for the council, the senate, or the field, are by the insolent and insignificant flatterers, who commonly figure the most in such corrupted societies, held in the utmost contempt and derision. When the Duke of Sully was called upon by Louis XIII to give his advice in some great emergency, he observed the favorites and courtiers whispering to one another and smiling at his unfashionable appearance. "Whenever your Majesty's father," said the old warrior and statesman, "did me the honor to consult me, he ordered the buffoons of the court to retire into the antechamber." It is from our disposition to admire, and consequently to imitate, the rich and the great, that they are enabled to set, or to lade, what is called the fashion. Their dress is the fashionable dress, the language of their conversation, the fashionable style, their air and deportment, the fashionable behavior. Even their vices and follies are fashionable, and the greater part of men are proud to imitate and resemble them in the very qualities which dishonor and degrade them. Vain men often give themselves airs of a fashionable profligacy, which in their hearts they do not approve of, and of which, perhaps, they are really not guilty. They desire to be praised for what they themselves do not think praiseworthy, and are ashamed of unfashionable virtues which they sometimes practice in secret, and for which they have secretly some degree of real veneration. There are hypocrites of wealth and greatness, as well as of religion and virtue, and a vain man is as apt to pretend to be what he is not, in the one way, as a cunning man is in the other. He assumes the equipage and splendid way of living of his superiors, without considering that whatever may be praiseworthy in any of these derives its whole merit and propriety from its suitableness to that situation and fortune which both require and can easily support the expense. Many a poor man places his glory in being thought rich, without considering that the duties, if one may call such follies by so venerable a name, which that reputation imposes upon him, must soon reduce him to beggary and render his situation still more unlike that of those whom he admires and imitates than it had been originally. To attain to this envied situation, the candidates for fortune, too, frequently abandon the paths of virtue, for unhappily the road which leads to the one and that which leads to the other lie sometimes in very opposite directions. But the ambitious man flatters himself that, in the splendid situation to which he advances, he will have so many means of commanding the respect and admiration of mankind, and will be enabled to act with such superior propriety and grace that the luster of his future conduct will entirely cover or efface the foulness of the steps by which he arrived at that elevation. In many governments, the candidates for the highest stations are above the law, and if they 60 can attain the object of their ambition, they have no fear of being called to account for the means by which they acquired it. They often endeavor, therefore, not only by fraud and falsehood, the ordinary and vulgar arts of intrigue and cabal, but sometimes by the perpetration of the most enormous crimes, by murder and assassination, by rebellion and civil war, to supplant and destroy those who oppose or stand in the way of their greatness. They more frequently miscarry than succeed, and commonly gain nothing but the disgraceful punishment which is due to their crimes. But though they should be so lucky as to attain that wished-for greatness, they are always most miserably disappointed in the happiness which they expect to enjoy in it. It is not ease or pleasure, but always honor of one kind or another, though frequently an honor very ill understood, that the ambitious man really pursues. But the honor of his exalted station appears, both in his own eyes and in those of other people, polluted and denied by the baseness of the means through which he rose to it. Though by the profusion of every liberal expense, though by excessive indulgence in every profligate pleasure, the wretched but usual resource of ruined characters, though by the hurry of public business, or by the prouder and more dazzling tumult of war, he may endeavor to efface, both from his own memory and from that of other people, the remembrance of what he has done, that remembrance never fails to pursue him. He invokes in vain the dark and dismal powers of forgetfulness and oblivion. He remembers himself what he has done, and that remembrance tells him that other people must likewise remember it. Amidst all the gaudy pomp of the most ostentatious greatness, amidst the venal and vile adulation of the great and of the learned, amidst the more innocent, though more foolish, acclamations of the common people, amidst all the pride of conquest and the triumph of successful war, he is still secretly pursued by avenging furies of shame and remorse, and while glory seems to surround him on all sides, he himself, in his own imagination, sees black and foul infamy fast pursuing him, and every moment ready to overtake him from behind. Even the great Caesar, though he had the magnanimity to dismiss his guards, could not dismiss his suspicions. The remembrance of Pharsalia still haunted and pursued him. When, at the request of the Senate, he had the generosity to pardon Marcellus, he told that assembly that he was not unaware of the designs which were carrying on against his life, but that, as he had lived long enough both for nature and for glory, he was contented to die and therefore despised all conspiracies. He had perhaps lived long enough for nature, but the man who felt himself the object of such deadly resentment from those whose favor he wished to gain, and whom he still wished to consider as his friends, had certainly lived too long for real glory, or for all the happiness which he could ever hope to enjoy in the love and esteem of his equals. 61. Part II of merit and demerit, or of the objects of reward and punishment. SEC. Of the sense of merit and demerit. Introduction. There is another set of qualities ascribed to the actions and conduct of mankind, distinct from their propriety or impropriety, their decency or ungracefulness, and which are the objects of a distinct species of approbation and disapprobation. These are merit and demerit, the qualities of deserving reward and of deserving punishment. It has already been observed that the sentiment or affection of the heart, from which any action proceeds, and upon which its whole virtue or vice depends, may be considered under two different aspects or in two different relations. First, in relation to the cause or object which excites it, and secondly, in relation to the end which it proposes or to the effect which it tends to produce, that upon the suitableness or unsuitableness, upon the proportion or disproportion, which the affection seems to bear to the cause or object which excites it, depends the propriety or impropriety, the decency or ungracefulness of the consequent action, and that upon the beneficial or hurtful effects which the affection proposes or tends to produce, depends the merit or demerit, the good or ill desert of the action to which it gives occasion. Wherein consists our sense of the propriety or impropriety of actions has been explained in the former part of this discourse. We come now to consider wherein consists that of their good or ill desert. Chap, that whatever appears to be the proper object of gratitude appears to deserve reward, and that, in the same manner, whatever appears to be the proper object of resentment appears to deserve punishment. To us, therefore, that action must appear to deserve reward, which appears to be the proper and approved object of that sentiment, which most immediately and directly prompts us to reward, or to do good to another. And in the same manner, that action must appear to deserve punishment, which appears to be the proper and approved object of that sentiment, which most immediately and directly prompts us to punish, or to inflict evil upon another. The sentiment which most immediately and directly prompts us to reward is gratitude. That which most immediately and directly prompts us to punish is resentment. 62. To us, therefore, that action must appear to deserve reward, which appears to be the proper and approved object of gratitude, as, on the other hand, that action must appear to deserve punishment, which appears to be the proper and approved object of resentment. To reward is to recompense, to remunerate, to return good for good received. To punish, too, is to recompense, to remunerate, though in a different manner. It is to return evil for evil that has been done. There are some other passions, besides gratitude and resentment, which interest us in the happiness or misery of others, but there are none which so directly excite us as to be instruments of either. The love and esteem which grow upon acquaintance and habitual approbation necessarily lead us to be pleased with the good fortune of the man who is the object of such agreeable emotions, and consequently to be willing to lend a hand to promote it. Our love, however, is fully satisfied, though his good fortune should be brought about without our assistance. All that this passion desires is to see him happy without regarding who was the author of his prosperity. But gratitude is not to be satisfied in this manner. If the person to whom we owe many obligations is made happy without our assistance, though it pleases our love, it does not content our gratitude. Till we have recompensed him, till we ourselves have been instrumental in promoting his happiness, we feel ourselves still loaded with that debt which his past services have laid upon us. The hatred and dislike, in the same manner, which grow upon the habitual disapprobation, would often lead us to take a malicious pleasure in the misfortune of the man, whose conduct and character excites so painful a passion. But though dislike and hatred harden us against all sympathy, and sometimes dispose us even to rejoice at the distress of another, yet, if there is no resentment in the case, if neither we nor our friends have received any great personal provocation, these passions would not naturally lead us to wish to be instrumental in bringing it about. Though we could fear no punishment in consequence of our having had some hand in it, we would rather that it should happen by other means. To one under the dominion of violent hatred, it would be agreeable, perhaps, to hear that the person whom he abhorred and detested was killed by some accident. But if he had the least spark of justice, which, though this passion is not very favorable to virtue, he might still have, it would hurt him excessively to have been himself, even without design, the occasion of this misfortune. Much more would the very thought of voluntarily contributing to it shock him beyond all measure. He would reject with horror even the imagination of so execrable a design. And if he could imagine himself capable of such an enormity, he would begin to regard to himself in the same odious light in which he had considered the person who was the object of his dislike. But it is quite otherwise with resentment. If the person 63 who had done us some great injury, who had murdered our father or our brother, for example, should soon afterwards die of a fever, or even be brought to the scaffold upon account of some other crime, though it might soothe our hatred, it would not fully gratify our resentment. Resentment would prompt us to desire not only that he should be punished, but that he should be punished by our means, and upon account of that particular injury which he had done to us. Resentment cannot be fully gratified unless the offender is not only made to grieve in his turn, but to grieve for that particular wrong which we have suffered from him. He must be made to repent and be sorry for this very action, that others, through fear of the like punishment, may be terrified from being guilty of the like offense. The natural gratification of this passion tends, of its own accord, to produce all the political ends of punishment, the correction of the criminal and example to the public. Gratitude and resentment, therefore, are the sentiments which most immediately and directly prompt to reward and to punish. To us, therefore, he must appear to deserve reward, who appears to be the proper and approved object of gratitude, and he to deserve punishment, who appears to be that of resentment. Chap. II. Of the proper objects of gratitude and resentment. To be the proper and approved object either of gratitude or resentment can mean nothing but to be the object of that gratitude and of that resentment which naturally seems proper and is approved of. But these, as well as all the other passions of human nature, seem proper and are approved of, when the heart of every impartial spectator entirely sympathizes with them, when every indifferent bystander entirely enters into and goes along with them. He therefore appears to deserve reward, who to some person or persons is the natural object of a gratitude which every human heart is disposed to beat time to, and thereby applaud. And he, on the other hand, appears to deserve punishment, who in the same manner is to some person or persons the natural object of a resentment which the breast of every reasonable man is ready to adopt and sympathize with. To us, surely, that action must appear to deserve reward, which everybody who knows of it would wish to reward, and therefore delights to see rewarded, and that action must as surely appear to deserve punishment, which everybody who hears of it is angry with, and upon that account rejoices to see. Punish as we sympathize with the joy of our companions, when in prosperity, so we join with them in the complacency and satisfaction with which they naturally regard whatever is the cause of their good fortune. 64. We enter into the love and affection which they conceive for it, and begin to love it too. We should be sorry for their sakes if it was destroyed, or even if it was placed at too great a distance from them, and out of the reach of their care and protection, though they should lose nothing by its absence, except the pleasure of seeing it. If it is man who has thus been the fortunate instrument of the happiness of his brethren, this is still more peculiarly the case. When we see one man assisted, protected, relieved by another, our sympathy with the joy of the person who receives the benefit serves only to animate our fellow feeling with his gratitude towards him who bestows it. When we look upon the person who is the cause of his pleasure with the eyes with which we imagine he must look upon him, his benefactor seems to stand before us in the most engaging and amiable light. We readily therefore sympathize with the grateful affection which he conceives for a person to whom he has been so much obliged, and consequently applaud the returns which he is disposed to make for the good offices conferred upon him. As we entirely enter into the affection from which these returns proceed, they necessarily seem every way proper and suitable to their object. Chap. That where there is no approbation of the conduct of the person who confers the benefit, there is little sympathy with the gratitude of him who receives it, and that, on the contrary, where there is no disapprobation of the motives of the person who does the mischief, there is no sort of sympathy with the resentment of him who suffers it. It is to be observed, however, that how beneficial soever on the one hand, or hurtful soever on the other, the actions or intentions of the person who acts may have been to the person who is, if I may say so, acted upon, yet if in the one case there appears to have been no propriety in the motives of the agent, if we cannot enter into the affections which influenced his conduct, we have little sympathy with the gratitude of the person who receives benefit, or if, in the other case, there appears to have been no impropriety in the motives of the agent, if, on the contrary, the affections which influenced his conduct are such as we must necessarily enter into, we can have no sort of sympathy with the resentment of the person who suffers. Little gratitude seems due in the one case, and all sort of resentment seems unjust in the other. The one action seems to merit little reward, the other to deserve no punishment. Chap. IV. Recapitulation of the foregoing chapters. But when to the beneficent tendency of the action is joined the propriety of the affection from which it proceeds, when we entirely sympathize and go along with the motives of the agent, the love which we conceive for him upon his own account enhances and enlivens our fellow feeling with the gratitude of those who owe their prosperity to his good conduct. His actions seem then to demand, and if I may say so, to call aloud for a proportionable recompense. we then entirely enter into that gratitude which prompts to bestow it. The benefactor seems then to be the proper object of reward, when we thus entirely sympathize with and approve of that sentiment which prompts to reward him. When we approve of and go along with the affection from which the action proceeds, we must necessarily approve of the action and regard the person towards whom it is directed as its proper and suitable object. But when to the hurtfulness of the action is joined the impropriety of the affection from whence it proceeds, when our heart rejects with 68 abhorrence all fellow feeling with the motives of the agent, we then heartily and entirely sympathize with the resentment of the sufferer. Such actions seem then to deserve, and if I may say so, to call aloud for, a proportionable punishment, and we entirely enter into, and thereby approve of, that resentment which prompts to inflict it. The offender necessarily seems then to be the proper object of punishment, when we thus entirely sympathize with, and thereby approve of, that sentiment which prompts to punish. In this case, too, when we approve, and go along with, the affection from which the action proceeds, we must necessarily approve the action, and regard the person against whom it is directed as its proper and suitable object. Chap v. The analysis of the sense of merit and demerit. As we cannot indeed enter thoroughly into the gratitude of the person who receives the benefit, unless we beforehand approve of the motives of the benefactor, so, upon this account, the sense of merit seems to be a compounded sentiment, and to be made up of two distinct emotions, a direct sympathy with the sentiments of the agents, and an indirect sympathy with the gratitude of those who receive the benefit of his actions. We may, upon many different occasions, plainly distinguish those two different emotions combining and uniting together in our sense of the good desert of a particular character or action. When we read in history concerning actions of proper and beneficent greatness of mind, how eagerly do we enter into such designs, how much are we animated by that high-spirited generosity which directs them, how keen are we for their success, how grieved at their disappointment. In imagination, we become the very person whose actions are represented to us. We transport ourselves in fancy to the scenes of those distant and forgotten adventures, and imagine ourselves acting the part of a Scipio or a Camillus, a Timoleon or an Aristides. So far our sentiments are founded upon the direct sympathy with the person who acts, nor is the indirect sympathy with those who receive the benefit of such actions less sensibly felt. Whenever we place ourselves in the situation of these last, with what warm and affectionate fellow feeling do we enter into their gratitude towards those who served them so essentially. We embrace, as it were, their benefactor along with them. Our heart 69 readily sympathizes with the highest transports of their grateful affection. No honors, no rewards, we think, can be too great for them to bestow upon him. When they make this proper return for his services, we heartily applaud and go along with them, but are shocked beyond all measure if by their conduct they appear to have little sense of the obligations conferred upon them. Our whole sense, in short, of the merit and good desert of such actions, of the propriety and fitness of recompensing them, and making the person who performed them rejoice in his turn, arises from the sympathetic emotions of gratitude and love, with which, when we bring home to our own breast the situation of those principally concerned, we feel ourselves naturally transported towards the man who could act with such proper and noble beneficence. As we cannot indeed enter into the resentment of the sufferer unless our heart beforehand disapproves the motives of the agent and renounces all fellow feeling with them, so upon this account the sense of demerit, as well as that of merit, seems to be a compounded sentiment, and to be made up of two distinct emotions, a direct antipathy to the sentiments of the agent and an indirect sympathy with the resentment of the sufferer. We may here too, upon many different occasions, plainly distinguish those two different emotions combining and uniting together in our sense of the ill desert of a particular character or action. When we read in history concerning the perfidy and cruelty of a Borgia or a Nero, our heart rises up against the detestable sentiments which influenced their conduct, and renounces with horror and abomination all fellow feeling with such execrable motives. So far our sentiments are founded upon the direct antipathy to the affections of the agent, and the indirect sympathy with the resentment of the sufferers is still more sensibly felt. When we bring home to ourselves the situation of the persons whom those scourges of mankind insulted, murdered, or betrayed, what indignation do we not feel against such insolent and inhuman oppressors of the earth? Our sympathy with the unavoidable distress of the innocent sufferers is not more real nor more lively than our fellow feeling with their just and natural resentment. The former sentiment only heightens the latter, and the idea of their distress serves only to inflame and blow up our animosity against those who occasioned it. When we think of the anguish of the sufferers, we take part with them more earnestly against their oppressors. We enter with more eagerness into all their schemes of vengeance, and feel ourselves every 70 moment wreaking, in imagination, upon such violators of the laws of society, that punishment which our sympathetic indignation tells us is due to their crimes. Our sense of the horror and dreadful atrocity of such conduct, the delight which we take in hearing that it was properly punished, the indignation which we feel when it escapes this due retaliation, our whole sense and feeling, in short, of its ill desert, of the propriety and fitness of inflicting evil upon the person who is guilty of it, and of making him grieve in his turn, arises from the sympathetic indignation which naturally boils up in the breast of the spectator, whenever he thoroughly brings home to himself the case of the sufferer. 2. To ascribe in this manner our natural sense of the ill desert of human actions to a sympathy with the resentment of the sufferer may seem, to the greater part of the people, to be a degradation of that sentiment. Resentment is commonly regarded as so odious a passion that they will be apt to think it impossible that so laudable a principle as the sense of the ill desert of vice should in any respect be founded upon it. They will be more willing, perhaps, to admit that our sense of the merit of good actions is founded upon a sympathy with the gratitude of the persons who receive the benefit of them, because gratitude, as well as all the other benevolent passions, is regarded as an amiable principle which can take nothing from the worth of whatever is founded upon it. Gratitude and resentment, however, are in every respect, it is evident, counterparts to one another, and if our sense of merit arises from a sympathy with the one, our sense of demerit can scarce miss to proceed from a fellow feeling with the other. Let it be considered, too, that resentment, though in the degree in which we too often see it, the most odious, perhaps, of all the passions, is not disapproved of when properly humbled and entirely brought down to the level of the sympathetic indignation of the spectator. When we who are the bystanders feel that our own animosity entirely corresponds with that of the sufferer, when the resentment of this last does not in any respect go beyond our own, when no word, no gesture escapes him that denotes an emotion more violent than what we can keep time to, and when he never aims at inflicting any punishment beyond what we should rejoice to see inflicted, or what we ourselves would upon this account even desire to be the instruments of inflicting, it is impossible that we should not entirely approve of his sentiment. Our own emotion in this case must, in our eyes, undoubtedly justify his. And as experience teaches us how much the greater part of mankind are incapable of this moderation, and how great an effort must be made in order to bring down the rude and undisciplined impulse of resentment to this suitable temper, we cannot avoid conceiving a considerable degree of esteem and admiration for one who appears capable of exerting so much self-command over one of the most ungovernable passions of his nature. When indeed the animosity of the sufferer exceeds, as it almost always does, that we can go along with, as we cannot enter into it, we necessarily disapprove of it. We even disapprove of it more than we should of an equal excess of almost any other passion derived from the imagination. And this too violent resentment, instead of carrying us along with it, becomes itself the object of our resentment and indignation. We enter into the opposite resentment of the person who is the object of this unjust emotion and who is in danger of suffering from it. Revenge, therefore, the excess of resentment, appears to be the most detestable of all the passions, and is the object of the horror and indignation of everybody. And as in the way in which this passion commonly discovers itself among mankind, it is excessive 100 times for once that it is immoderate, we are very apt to consider it as altogether odious and detestable, because, in its most ordinary appearances it is so. Nature, however, even in the present depraved state of mankind, does not seem to have dealt so unkindly with us, as to have endowed us with any principle which is wholly and in every respect evil, or which, in no degree and in no direction, can be the proper object of praise and approbation. Upon some occasions, we are sensible that this passion, which is generally too strong, may likewise be too weak. We sometimes complain that a particular person shows too little spirit and has too little sense of the injuries that have been done to him, and we are as ready to despise him for the defect as to hate him for the excess of this passion. The inspired writers would not surely have talked so frequently or so strongly of the wrath and anger of God, if they had regarded every degree of those passions as vicious and evil, even in so weak and imperfect a creature as man. Let it be considered, too, that the present inquiry is not concerning a matter of right, if I may say so, but concerning a matter of fact. We are not at present examining upon what principles a perfect being would approve of the punishment of bad actions, but upon what principles so weak and imperfect a creature as man actually and in fact approves of it. The principles which I have just now mentioned, it is evident, have a very great effect upon his sentiments, and it seems wisely ordered that it should be so. The very existence of society requires that unmerited and unprovoked malice should be restrained by proper punishments, and consequently that to inflict those punishments should be regarded as a proper and laudable action. Though man, therefore, be naturally endowed with a desire of the welfare and preservation of society, yet the author of nature has not entrusted it to his reason to find out that a certain application of punishments is the proper means of attaining this end, but has endowed him with an immediate and instinctive approbation of that very application which is most proper to attain it. The economy of nature is in this respect exactly of a piece with what it is upon many other occasions. With regard to all those ends which, upon account of their peculiar importance, may be regarded, if such an expression is allowable, as the favorite ends of nature, she has constantly in this manner not only endowed mankind with an appetite for the end which she proposes, but likewise with an appetite for the means by which alone this end can be brought about, for their own sakes and independent of their tendency to produce it. Thus self-preservation and the propagation of the species are the great ends which nature seems to have proposed in the formation of all animals. Mankind are endowed with a desire of those ends and an aversion to the contrary, with a love of life and a dread of dissolution, with a desire of the continuance and perpetuity of the species, and with an aversion to the thoughts of its entire extinction. But though we are in this manner endowed with a very strong desire of those ends, it has not been entrusted to the slow and uncertain determinations of our reason to find out the proper means of bringing them about. Nature has directed us to the greater part of these by original and immediate instincts. Hunger, thirst, the passion which unites the two sexes, the love of pleasure and the dread of pain, prompt us to apply those means for their own sakes, and without any consideration of their tendency to those beneficent ends which the great director of nature intended to produce by them. Before I conclude this note, I must take notice of a difference between the approbation of propriety and that of merit or beneficence. Before we approve of the sentiments of any person as proper and suitable to their objects, we must not only be affected in the same manner as he is, but we must perceive this harmony and correspondence of sentiments between him and ourselves. Thus, though upon hearing of a misfortune that had befallen my friend, I should conceive precisely that degree of concern which he gives way to, yet till I am informed of the manner in which he behaves, till I perceive the harmony between his emotions and mine, I cannot be said to approve of the sentiments which influence his behavior. The approbation of propriety, therefore, requires not only that we should entirely sympathize with the person who acts, but that we should perceive this perfect concord between his sentiments and our own. On the contrary, when I hear of a benefit that has been bestowed upon another person, let him who has received it be affected in what manner he pleases. If, by bringing his case home to myself, I feel gratitude arise in my own breast, I necessarily approve of the conduct of his benefactor, and regard it as meritorious, and the proper object of reward. Whether the person who has received the benefit conceives gratitude or not, cannot, it is evident, in any degree alter our sentiments with regard to the merit of him who has bestowed it. No actual correspondence of sentiments, therefore, is here required. It is sufficient that if he was grateful, they would correspond, and our sense of merit is often founded upon one of those elusive sympathies, by which, when we bring home to ourselves the case of another, we are often affected in a manner in which the person principally concerned is incapable of being affected. There is a similar difference between our disapprobation of demerit and that of impropriety. Sect II of justice and beneficence. Chap. Comparison of those two virtues. Actions of a beneficent tendency, which proceed from proper motives, seem alone to require reward, because such alone are the approved objects of gratitude or excite the sympathetic gratitude of the spectator. Actions of a hurtful tendency, which proceed from improper motives, seem alone to deserve punishment, because such alone are the approved objects of resentment or excite the sympathetic resentment of the spectator. Beneficence is always free, it cannot be extorted by force. The mere 71 want of it exposes to no punishment, because the mere want of beneficence tends to do no real positive evil. It may disappoint of the 72 good which might reasonably have been expected, and upon that account it may justly excite dislike and disapprobation. It cannot, however, provoke any resentment which mankind will go along with. The man who does not recompense his benefactor when he has it in his power, and when his benefactor needs his assistance, is, no doubt, guilty of the blackest ingratitude. The heart of every impartial spectator rejects all fellow feeling with the selfishness of his motives, and he is the proper object of the highest disapprobation. But still, he does no positive hurt to anybody. He only does not do that good which in propriety he ought to have done. He is the object of hatred, a passion which is naturally excited by impropriety of sentiment and behavior, not of resentment, a passion which is never properly called forth, but by actions which tend to do real and positive hurt to some particular persons. His want of gratitude, therefore, cannot be punished. To oblige him by force to perform what in gratitude he ought to perform, and what every impartial spectator would approve of him for performing, would, if possible, be still more improper than his neglecting to perform it. His benefactor would dishonor himself if he attempted by violence to constrain him to gratitude, and it would be impertinent for any third person, who was not the superior of either, to intermeddle. But of all the duties of beneficence, those which gratitude recommends to us approach nearest to what is called a perfect and complete obligation. What friendship, what generosity, what charity would prompt us to do with universal approbation is still more free and can still less be extorted by force than the duties of gratitude. We talk of the debt of gratitude, not of charity or generosity, nor even of friendship, when friendship is mere esteem and has not been enhanced and complicated with gratitude for good offices. Resentment seems to have been given us by nature for defense, and for defense only. It is the safeguard of justice and the security of innocence. It prompts us to beat off the mischief which is attempted to be done to us, and to retaliate that which is already done, that the 73 offender may be made to repent of his injustice, and that others, through fear of the like punishment, may be terrified from being guilty of the like offense. It must be reserved, therefore, for these purposes, nor can the spectator ever go along with it when it is exerted for any other. But the mere want of the beneficent virtues, though it may disappoint us of the good which might reasonably be expected, neither does, nor attempts to do, any mischief from which we can have occasion to defend ourselves. There is, however, another virtue, of which the observance is not left to the freedom of our own wills, which may be extorted by force, and of which the violation exposes to resentment and consequently to punishment. This virtue is justice. The violation of justice is injury. It does real and positive hurt to some particular persons from motives which are naturally disapproved of. It is, therefore, the proper object of resentment and of punishment, which is the natural consequence of resentment. As mankind go along with and approve of the violence employed to avenge the hurt which is done by injustice, so they much more go along with and approve of, that which is employed to prevent and beat off the injury, and to restrain the offender from hurting his neighbors. The person himself who meditates an injustice is sensible of this, and feels that force may, with the utmost propriety, be made use of, both by the person whom he is about to injure and by others, either to obstruct the execution of his crime or to punish him when he has executed it. And upon this is founded that remarkable distinction between justice and all the other social virtues, which has of late been particularly insisted upon by an author of very great and original genius, that we feel ourselves to be under a stricter obligation to act according to justice than agreeably to friendship, charity, or generosity, that the practice of these last-mentioned virtues seems to be left in some measure to our own choice, but that somehow or other we feel ourselves to be in a peculiar manner tied, bound, and obliged to the observation of justice. We feel, that is to say, that force may, with the utmost propriety, and with the approbation of all mankind, be made use of to constrain us to observe the rules of the one, but not to follow the precepts of the other. We must always, however, carefully distinguish what is only blamable or the proper object of disapprobation from what force may be employed either to punish or to prevent. That seems blamable which falls short of that ordinary degree of proper beneficence which experience teaches us to expect of everybody, and on the contrary, that seems praiseworthy which goes beyond it. The ordinary degree itself seems neither blamable nor praiseworthy. A father, a son, a brother, who behaves to the correspondent relation neither better nor worse than the greater part of men commonly do, seems properly to deserve neither praise nor blame. He who surprises us by extraordinary and unexpected, though still proper and suitable kindness, or on the contrary, by extraordinary and unexpected as well as unsuitable unkindness, seems praiseworthy in the one case and blamable in the other. Even the most ordinary degree of kindness or beneficence, however, cannot among equals be extorted by force. Among equals, each individual is naturally an antecedent to the institution of civil government, regarded as having a right both to defend himself from injuries and to exact a certain degree of punishment for those which have been done to him. Every generous spectator not only approves of his conduct when he does this, but enters so far into his sentiments as often to be willing to assist him. When one man attacks, or robs, or attempts to murder another, all the neighbors take the alarm, and think that they do right when they run, either to revenge the person who has been injured, or to defend him who is in danger of being so. But when a father fails in the ordinary degree of parental affection towards a son, when a son seems to want that filial reverence which might be expected to his father, when brothers are without the usual degree of brotherly affection, when a man shuts his breast against compassion and refuses to relieve the misery of his fellow creatures, when he can with the greatest ease, in all these cases, though everybody blames the conduct, nobody imagines that those who might have reason, perhaps, to expect more kindness, have any right to extort it by force. The sufferer can only complain, and the spectator can intermeddle no other way than by advice and persuasion. Upon all such occasions, for equals to use force against one another would be thought the highest degree of insolence and presumption. A superior may indeed, sometimes, with universal approbation, oblige those under his jurisdiction to behave, in this respect, with a certain degree of propriety to one another. The laws of all civilized nations oblige parents to maintain their children, and children to maintain their parents, and impose upon men many other duties of beneficence. The civil magistrate is entrusted with the power not only of preserving the public peace by restraining injustice, but of promoting the prosperity of the commonwealth by establishing good discipline and by discouraging every sort of vice and impropriety. He may prescribe rules, therefore, which not only prohibit mutual injuries among fellow citizens, but command mutual good offices to a certain degree. When the sovereign commands what is merely indifferent, and what, antecedent to his orders, might have been omitted without any blame, it becomes not only blamable but punishable to disobey him. When he commands, therefore, what, antecedent to any such order, could not have been omitted without the greatest blame, it surely becomes much more punishable to be wanting in obedience. Of all the duties of a lawgiver, however, this perhaps is that which it requires the greatest delicacy and reserve to execute with propriety and judgment. To 75, neglect it altogether exposes the Commonwealth to many gross disorders and shocking enormities, and to push it too far is destructive of all liberty, security, and justice. Though the mere want of beneficence seems to merit no punishment from equals, the greater exertions of that virtue appear to deserve the highest reward. By being productive of the greatest good, they are the natural and approved objects of the liveliest gratitude. Though the breach of justice, on the contrary, exposes to punishment, the observance of the rules of that virtue seems scarce to deserve any reward. There is, no doubt, a propriety in the practice of justice, and it merits, upon that account, all the approbation which is due to propriety. But as it does no real positive good, it is entitled to very little gratitude. Mere justice is, upon most occasions, but a negative virtue, and only hinders us from hurting our neighbor. The man who barely abstains from violating either the person, or the estate, or the reputation of his neighbors, has surely very little positive merit. He fulfills, however, all the rules of what is peculiarly called justice, and does everything which his equals can with propriety force him to do, or which they can punish him for not doing. We may often fulfill all the rules of justice by sitting still and doing nothing. As every man doth, so shall it be done to him, and retaliation seems to be the great law which is dictated to us by nature. Beneficence and generosity we think due to the generous and beneficent. Those whose hearts never open to the feelings of humanity should, we think, be shut out in the same manner from the affections of all their fellow creatures, and be allowed to live in the midst of society, as in a great desert where there is nobody to care for them or to inquire after them. The violator of the laws of justice ought to be made to feel himself that evil which he has done to another, and since no regard to the sufferings of his brethren is capable of restraining him, he ought to be overawed by the fear of his own. The man who is barely innocent, who only observes the laws of justice with regard to others, and merely abstains from hurting his neighbors, can merit only that his neighbors in their turn should respect his innocence, and that the same laws should be religiously observed with regard to him. Chap. II of the sense of justice, of remorse, and of the consciousness of merit. There can be no proper motive for hurting our neighbor. There can be no incitement to do evil to another, which mankind will go along with, except just indignation for evil which that other has done to us. To disturb his happiness merely because it stands in the way of our own, to take from him what is of real use to him merely because its 76 may be of equal or of more use to us, or to indulge, in this manner, at the expense of other people, the natural preference which every man has for his own happiness above that of other people, is what no impartial spectator can go along with. Every man is, no doubt, by nature, first and principally recommended to his own care, and as he is fitter to take care of himself than of any other person, it is fit and right that it should be so. Every man, therefore, is much more deeply interested in whatever immediately concerns himself than in what concerns any other man, and to hear, perhaps, of the death of another person with whom we have no particular connection will give us less concern, will spoil our stomach or break our rest much less than a very insignificant disaster which has befallen ourselves. But though the ruin of our neighbor may affect us much less than a very small misfortune of our own, we must not ruin him to prevent that small misfortune, nor even to prevent our own ruin. We must here, as in all other cases, view ourselves not so much according to that light in which we may naturally appear to ourselves, as according to that in which we naturally appear to others. Though every man may, according to the proverb, be the whole world to himself, to the rest of mankind he is a most insignificant part of it. Though his own happiness may be of more importance to him than that of all the world besides, to every other person it is of no more consequence than that of any other man. Though it may be true, therefore, that every individual in his own breast naturally prefers himself to all mankind, yet he dares not look mankind in the face and avow that he acts according to this principle. He feels that in this preference they can never go along with him, and that how natural soever it may be to him, it must always appear excessive and extravagant to them. When he views himself in the light in which he is conscious that others will view him, He sees that to them he is but one of the multitude, in no respect better than any other in it. If he would act so as that the impartial spectator may enter into the principles of his conduct, which is what of all things he has the greatest desire to do, he must, upon this, as upon all other occasions, humble the arrogance of his self-love, and bring it down to something which other men can go along with. They will indulge it so far as to allow him to be more anxious about, and to pursue with more earnest assiduity, his own happiness than that of any other person. Thus far, whenever they place themselves in his situation, they will readily go along with him. In the race for wealth, for honors and preferments, he may run as hard as he can, and strain every nerve and every muscle, in order to outstrip all his competitors. But if he should jostle or throw down any of them, the indulgence of the spectators is entirely at an end. It is a violation of fair play, which they cannot admit of. This man is to them, in every respect, as good as he. They do not enter into that self-love by which he prefers himself so 77 much to this other, and cannot go along with the motive from which he hurt him. They readily, therefore, sympathize with the natural resentment of the injured, and the offender becomes the object of their hatred and indignation. He is sensible that he becomes so, and feels that those sentiments are ready to burst out against him. As the greater and more irreparable the evil that is done, the resentment of the sufferer runs naturally the higher. So does likewise the sympathetic indignation of the spectator, as well as the sense of guilt in the agent. Death is the greatest evil which one man can inflict upon another, and excites the highest degree of resentment in those who are immediately connected with the slain. Murder, therefore, is the most atrocious of all crimes which affect individuals only in the sight both of mankind and of the person who has committed it. To be deprived of that which we are possessed of is a greater evil than to be disappointed of what we have only the expectation. Breach of property, therefore, theft and robbery, which take from us what we are possessed of, are greater crimes than breach of contract, which only disappoints us of what we expected. The most sacred laws of justice, therefore, those whose violation seems to call loudest for vengeance and punishment, are the laws which guard the life and person of our neighbor. The next are those which guard his property and possessions, and last of all come those which guard what are called his personal rights, or what is due to him from the promises of others. The violator of the more sacred laws of justice can never reflect on the sentiments which mankind must entertain with regard to him, without seeing all the agonies of shame and horror and consternation. When his passion is gratified, and he begins coolly to reflect on his past conduct, he can enter into none of the motives which influenced it. They appear now as detestable to him as they did always to other people. By sympathizing with the hatred and abhorrence which other men must entertain for him, he becomes in some measure the object of his own hatred and abhorrence. The situation of the person who suffered by his injustice now calls upon his pity. He is grieved at the thought of it, regrets the unhappy effects of his own conduct, and feels at the same time that they have rendered him the proper object of the resentment and indignation of mankind, and of what is the natural consequence of resentment, vengeance, and punishment. The thought of this perpetually haunts him and fills him with terror and amazement. He dares no longer look society in the face, but imagines himself as it were rejected and thrown out from the affections of all mankind. He cannot hope for the consolation of sympathy in this, his greatest and most dreadful distress. The remembrance of his crimes has shut out all fellow feeling with him from the hearts of his fellow creatures. The sentiments which they entertain with regard to him are the very thing which he is most afraid of. Everything seems 78 hostile, and he would be glad to fly to some inhospitable desert, where he might never more behold the face of a human creature, nor read in the countenance of mankind the condemnation of his crimes. But solitude is still more dreadful than society. His own thoughts can present him with nothing but what is black, unfortunate, and disastrous, the melancholy forebodings of incomprehensible misery and ruin. The horror of solitude drives him back into society, and he comes again into the presence of mankind, astonished to appear before them, loaded with shame and distracted with fear, in order to supplicate some little protection from the countenance of those very judges, who he knows have already all unanimously condemned him. Such is the nature of that sentiment which is properly called remorse, of all the sentiments which can enter the human heart the most dreadful. It is made up of shame from the sense of the impropriety of past conduct, of grief for the effects of it, of pity for those who suffer by it, and of the dread and terror of punishment from the consciousness of the justly provoked resentment of all rational creatures. The opposite behavior naturally inspires the opposite sentiment. The man who, not from frivolous fancy, but from proper motives, has performed a generous action, when he looks forward to those whom he has served, feels himself to be the natural object of their love and gratitude, and by sympathy with them, of the esteem and approbation of all mankind. And when he looks backward to the motive from which he acted, and surveys it in the light in which the indifferent spectator will survey it, he still continues to enter into it, and applauds himself by sympathy with the approbation of this supposed impartial judge. In both these points of view, his own conduct appears to him every way agreeable. His mind, at the thought of it, is filled with cheerfulness, serenity, and composure. He is in friendship and harmony with all mankind, and looks upon his fellow creatures with confidence and benevolent satisfaction, secure that he has rendered himself worthy of their most favorable regards. In the combination of all these sentiments consists the consciousness of merit or of deserved reward. Chap. Of the utility of this constitution of nature. It is thus that man, who can subsist only in society, was fitted by nature to that situation for which he was made. All the members of human society stand in need of each other's assistance, and are likewise exposed to mutual injuries. Where the necessary assistance is reciprocally afforded from love, from gratitude, from friendship and esteem, the society flourishes and is happy. All the different members of it are bound together by the agreeable bands of love and affection, 79, and are, as it were, thereby drawn to one common center of mutual good offices. But though the necessary assistance should not be afforded from such generous and disinterested motives, though among the different members of the society there should be no mutual love and affection, the society, though less happy and agreeable, will not necessarily be dissolved. Society may subsist among different men, as among different merchants, from a sense of its utility, without any mutual love or affection. And though no man in it should owe any obligation or be bound in gratitude to any other, it may still be upheld by a mercenary exchange of good offices according to an agreed valuation. Society, however, cannot subsist among those who are at all times ready to hurt and injure one another. The moment that injury begins, the moment that mutual resentment and animosity take place, all the bands of it are broke asunder, and the different members of which it consisted are, as it were, dissipated and scattered abroad by the violence and opposition of their discordant affections. If there is any society among robbers and murderers, they must at least, according to the trite observation, abstain from robbing and murdering one another. Beneficence, therefore, is less essential to the existence of society than justice. Society may subsist, though not in the most comfortable state, without beneficence, but the prevalence of injustice must utterly destroy it. Though nature, therefore, exhorts mankind to acts of beneficence, by the pleasing consciousness of deserved reward, she has not thought it necessary to guard and enforce the practice of it by the terrors of merited punishment, in case it should be neglected. It is the ornament which embellishes, not the foundation which supports, the building, and which it was, therefore, sufficient to recommend, but by no means necessary to impose. Justice, on the contrary, is the main pillar that upholds the whole edifice. If it is removed, the immense fabric of human society, that fabric which to raise and support seems in this world, if I may say so, to have been the peculiar and darling care of nature, must in a moment crumble into atoms. In order to enforce the observation of justice, therefore, nature has implanted in the human breast that consciousness of ill desert, those terrors of merited punishment which attend upon its violation, as the great safeguards of the association of mankind, to protect the weak, to curb the violent, and to chastise the guilty. Men, though naturally sympathetic, feel so little for another, with whom they have no particular connection, in comparison of what they feel for themselves. The misery of one, who is merely their fellow creature, is of so little importance to them in comparison even of a small conveniency of their own. They have it so much in their power to hurt him, and may have so many temptations to do so, that if this principle did not stand up within them in his 80 defense, and overawe them into a respect for his innocence, they would, like wild beasts, be at all times ready to fly upon him, and a man would enter an assembly of men as he enters a den of lions. In every part of the universe, we observe means adjusted with the nicest artifice to the ends which they are intended to produce, and in the mechanism of a plant or animal body, admire how everything is contrived for advancing the two great purposes of nature, the support of the individual and the propagation of the species. But in these, and in all such objects, we still distinguish the efficient from the final cause of their several motions and organizations. The digestion of the food, the circulation of the blood, and the secretion of the several juices which are drawn from it, are operations all of them necessary for the great purposes of animal life. Yet we never endeavor to account for them from those purposes as from their efficient causes, nor imagine that the blood circulates, or that the food digests of its own accord, and with a view or intention to the purposes of circulation or digestion. The wheels of the watch are all admirably adjusted to the end for which it was made, the pointing of the hour. All their various motions conspire in the nicest manner to produce this effect. If they were endowed with a desire and intention to produce it, they could not do it better. Yet we never ascribe any such desire or intention to them, but to the watchmaker, and we know that they are put into motion by a spring, which intends the effect it produces as little as they do. But though, in accounting for the operations of bodies, we never fail to distinguish in this manner the efficient from the final cause, in accounting for those of the mind, we are very apt to confound these two different things with one another. When by natural principles we are led to advance those ends which a refined and enlightened reason would recommend to us, we are very apt to impute to that reason, as to their efficient cause, the sentiments and actions by which we advance those ends, and to imagine that to be the wisdom of man, which in reality is the wisdom of God. Upon a superficial view, this cause seems sufficient to produce the effects which are ascribed to it, and the system of human nature seems to be more simple and agreeable when all its different operations are thus deduced from a single principle. As society cannot subsist unless the laws of justice are tolerably observed, as no social intercourse can take place among men who do not generally abstain from injuring one another, the consideration of this necessity, it has been thought, was the ground upon which we approved of the enforcement of the laws of justice by the punishment of those who violated them. Man, it has been said, has a natural love for society and desires that the union of mankind should be preserved for its own sake, and though he himself was to derive no benefit from it, the orderly and flourishing state of society is agreeable to him, and he takes delight in contemplating it. Its disorder and confusion, on the 81 contrary, is the object of his aversion, and he is chagrined at whatever tends to produce it. He is sensible, too, that his own interest is connected with the prosperity of society, and that the happiness, perhaps the preservation of his existence, depends upon its preservation. Upon every account, therefore, he has an abhorrence at whatever can tend to destroy society, and is willing to make use of every means which can hinder so hated and so dreadful an event. Injustice necessarily tends to destroy it. Every appearance of injustice, therefore, alarms him, and he runs, if I may say so, to stop the progress of what, if allowed to go on, would quickly put an end to everything that is dear to him. If he cannot restrain it by gentle and fair means, he must bear it down by force and violence, and at any rate must put a stop to its further progress. Hence it is, they say, that he often approves of the enforcement of the laws of justice, even by the capital punishment of those who violate them. The disturber of the public peace is hereby removed out of the world, and others are terrified by his fate from imitating his example. Such is the account commonly given of our approbation of the punishment of injustice, and so far this account is undoubtedly true, that we frequently have occasion to confirm our natural sense of the propriety and fitness of punishment by reflecting how necessary it is for preserving the order of society. When the guilty is about to suffer that just retaliation, which the natural indignation of mankind tells them is due to his crimes, when the insolence of his injustice is broken and humbled by the terror of his approaching punishment, when he ceases to be an object of fear, with the generous and humane, he begins to be an object of pity. The thought of what he is about to suffer extinguishes their resentment for the sufferings of others to which he has given occasion. They are disposed to pardon and forgive him, and to save him from that punishment, which in all their cool hours they had considered as the retribution due to such crimes. Here, therefore, they have occasion to call to their assistance the consideration of the general interest of society. They counterbalance the impulse of this weak and partial humanity by the dictates of a humanity that is more generous and comprehensive. They reflect that mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent, and opposed to the emotions of compassion which they feel for a particular person, a more enlarged compassion which they feel for mankind. Sometimes, too, we have occasion to defend the propriety of observing the general rules of justice by the consideration of their necessity to the support of society. We frequently hear the young and the licentious ridiculing the most sacred rules of morality, and professing, sometimes from the corruption, but more frequently from the vanity of their hearts, the most abominable maxims of conduct. Our indignation rouses, and we are eager to refute and expose such detestable 82 principles. But though it is their intrinsic hatefulness and detestableness which originally inflames us against them, we are unwilling to assign this as the sole reason why we condemn them, or to pretend that it is merely because we ourselves hate and detest them. The reason, we think, would not appear to be conclusive. Yet why should it not, if we hate and detest them, because they are the natural and proper objects of hatred and detestation? But when they are asked why we should not act in such or such a manner, the very question seems to suppose that, to those who ask it, this manner of acting does not appear to be for its own sake the natural and proper object of those sentiments. We must show them, therefore, that it ought to be so for the sake of something else. Upon this account, we generally cast about for other arguments, and the consideration which first occurs to us is the disorder and confusion of society which would result from the universal prevalence of such practices. We seldom fail, therefore, to insist upon this topic. But though it commonly requires no great discernment to see the destructive tendency of all licentious practices to the welfare of society, it is seldom this consideration which first animates us against them. All men, even the most stupid and unthinking, abhor fraud, perfidy, and injustice, and delight to see them punished. But few men have reflected upon the necessity of justice to the existence of society, how obvious soever that necessity may appear to be. That it is not a regard to the preservation of society which originally interests us in the punishment of crimes committed against individuals may be demonstrated by many obvious considerations. The concern which we take in the fortune and happiness of individuals does not, in common cases, arise from that which we take in the fortune and happiness of society. We are no more concerned for the destruction or loss of a single man, because this man is a member or part of society, and because we should be concerned for the destruction of society, than we are concerned for the loss of a single guinea, because this guinea is a part of 1,000 guineas, and because we should be concerned for the loss of the whole sum. In neither case does our regard for the individuals arise from our regard for the multitude, but in both cases our regard for the multitude is compounded and made up of the particular regards which we feel for the different individuals of which it is composed. As when a small sum is unjustly taken from us, we do not so much prosecute the injury from a regard to the preservation of our whole fortune, as from a regard to that particular sum which we have lost. So when a single man is injured or destroyed, we demand the punishment of the wrong that has been done to him, not so much from a concern for the general interest of society, as from a concern for that very individual who has been injured. It is to be observed, however, that this concern does not necessarily include 83 in it any degree of those exquisite sentiments which are commonly called love, esteem, and affection, and by which we distinguish our particular friends and acquaintance. The concern which is requisite for this is no more than the general fellow-feeling which we have with every man merely because he is our fellow creature. We enter into the resentment even of an odious person when he is injured by those to whom he has given no provocation. Our disapprobation of his ordinary character and conduct does not in this case altogether prevent our fellow feeling with his natural indignation, though with those who are not either extremely candid or who have not been accustomed to correct and regulate their natural sentiments by general rules, it is very apt to damp it. Upon some occasions, indeed, we both punish and approve of punishment, merely from a view to the general interest of society, which, we imagine, cannot otherwise be secured. Of this kind are all the punishments inflicted for breaches of what is called either civil police or military discipline. Such crimes do not immediately or directly hurt any particular person, but their remote consequences, it is supposed, do produce, or might produce, either a considerable inconveniency or a great disorder in the society. A sentinel, for example, who falls asleep upon his watch, suffers death by the laws of war, because such carelessness might endanger the whole army. This severity may, upon many occasions, appear necessary, and for that reason just and proper. When the preservation of an individual is inconsistent with the safety of a multitude, nothing can be more just than that the many should be preferred to the one. Yet this punishment, how necessary soever, always appears to be excessively severe. The natural atrocity of the crime seems to be so little, and the punishment so great, that it is with great difficulty that our heart can reconcile itself to it. Though such carelessness appears very blamable, yet the thought of this crime does not naturally excite any such resentment as would prompt us to take such dreadful revenge. A man of humanity must recollect himself, must make an effort, and exert his whole firmness and resolution before he can bring himself either to inflict it or to go along with it when it is inflicted by others. It is not, however, in this manner that he looks upon the just punishment of an ungrateful murderer or parricide. His heart in this case applauds with ardor, and even with transport, the just retaliation which seems due to such detestable crimes, and which, if by any accident they should happen to escape, he would be highly enraged and disappointed. The very different sentiments with which the spectator views those different punishments is a proof that his approbation of the one is far from being founded upon the same principles with that of the other. He looks upon the sentinel as an unfortunate victim, who indeed must and ought to be devoted to the safety of numbers, but whom still in his heart he will be glad to save, and he is only sorry that the interest of the many should oppose it. But if the murderer should escape from punishment, it would excite his highest indignation, and he would call upon God to avenge, in another world, that crime which the injustice of mankind had neglected to chastise upon earth. For it well deserves to be taken notice of, that we are so far from imagining that injustice ought to be punished in this life, merely on account of the order of society, which cannot otherwise be maintained, that nature teaches us to hope, and religion, we suppose, authorizes us to expect, that it will be punished, even in a life to come. Our sense of its ill desert pursues it, if I may say so, even beyond the grave, though the example of its punishment there cannot serve to deter the rest of mankind, who see it not, who know it not, from being guilty of the like practices here. The justice of God, however, we think, still requires that he should hereafter avenge the injuries of the widow and the fatherless, who are here so often insulted with impunity. In every religion and in every superstition that the world has ever beheld, accordingly, there has been a Tartarus as well as an Elysium, a place provided for the punishment of the wicked, as well as one for the reward of the just. Sect of the influence of fortune upon the sentiments of mankind, with regard to the merit or demerit of their actions. Introduction. Whatever praise or blame can be due to any action, must belong either first to the intention or affection of the heart, from which it proceeds, or secondly to the external action or movement of the body, which this affection gives occasion to, or lastly to the good or bad consequences, which actually and in fact proceed from it. These three different things constitute the whole nature and circumstances of the action, and must be the foundation of whatever quality can belong to it. That the two last of these three circumstances cannot be the foundation of any praise or blame is abundantly evident, nor has the contrary ever been asserted by any body. The external action or movement of the body is often the same in the most innocent and in the most blamable actions. He who shoots a bird and he who shoots a man, both of them perform the same external movement, each of them draws the trigger of a gun. The consequences which actually, and in fact, happen to proceed from any action are, if possible, still more indifferent either to praise or blame than even the external movement of the body. As they depend, not upon the agent, but upon fortune, they cannot be 85 the proper foundation for any sentiment, of which his character and conduct are the objects. The only consequences for which he can be answerable, or by which he can deserve either approbation or disapprobation of any kind, are those which were some way or other intended, or those which, at least, show some agreeable or disagreeable quality in the intention of the heart, from which he acted, to the intention or affection of the heart, therefore, to the propriety or impropriety, to the beneficence or hurtfulness of the design, all praise or blame, all approbation or disapprobation of any kind, which can justly be bestowed upon any action must ultimately belong. When this maxim is thus proposed, in abstract and general terms, there is nobody who does not agree to it. Its self-evident justice is acknowledged by all the world, and there is not a dissenting voice among all mankind. Everybody allows that how different soever the accidental, the unintended and unforeseen consequences of different actions, yet, if the intentions or affections from which they arose were, on the one hand, equally proper and equally beneficent, or, on the other, equally improper and equally malevolent, the merit or demerit of the actions is still the same, and the agent is equally the suitable object either of gratitude or of resentment. But how well soever we may seem to be persuaded of the truth of this equitable maxim, when we consider it after this manner, in abstract, yet when we come to particular cases, the actual consequences which happen to proceed from any action have a very great effect upon our sentiments concerning its merit or demerit, and almost always either enhance or diminish our sense of both. Scarce, in any one instance, perhaps, will our sentiments be found, after examination, to be entirely regulated by this rule, which we all acknowledge ought entirely to regulate them. This irregularity of sentiment, which every body feels, which scarce any body is sufficiently aware of, and which nobody is willing to acknowledge, I proceed now to explain, and I shall consider first the cause which gives occasion to it, or the mechanism by which nature produces it. Secondly, the extent of its influence. And last of all, the end which it answers, or the purpose which the author of nature seems to have intended by it. Chap of the causes of this influence of fortune. The causes of pain and pleasure, whatever they are or however they operate, seem to be the objects which in all animals immediately excite those two passions of gratitude and resentment. They are excited by inanimated as well as by animated objects. We are angry for a 86 moment, even at the stone that hurts us. A child beats it, a dog barks at it, a choleric man is apt to curse it. The least reflection, indeed, corrects this sentiment, and we soon become sensible that what has no feeling is a very improper object of revenge. When the mischief, however, is very great, the object which caused it becomes disagreeable to us ever after, and we take pleasure to burn or destroy it. We should treat, in this manner, the instrument which had accidentally been the cause of the death of a friend, and we should often think ourselves guilty of a sort of inhumanity if we neglected to vent this absurd sort of vengeance upon it. We conceive, in the same manner, a sort of gratitude for those inanimated objects, which have been the causes of great or frequent pleasure to us. The sailor who, as soon as he got ashore, should mend his fire with the plank upon which he had just escaped from a shipwreck, would seem to be guilty of an unnatural action. We should expect that he would rather preserve it with care and affection as a monument that was, in some measure, dear to him. A man grows fond of a snuff-box, of a penknife, of a staff which he has long made use of, and conceives something like a real love and affection for them. If he breaks or loses them, he is vexed out of all proportion to the value of the damage. The house which we have long lived in, the tree, whose verdure and shade we have long enjoyed, are both looked upon with a sort of respect that seems due to such benefactors. The decay of the one, or the ruin of the other, affects us with a kind of melancholy, though we should sustain no loss by it. The dryads and the lares of the ancients, a sort of genii of trees and houses, were probably first suggested by this sort of affection, which the authors of those superstitions felt for such objects, and which seemed unreasonable if there was nothing animated about them. But before anything can be the proper object of gratitude or resentment, it must not only be the cause of pleasure or pain, it must likewise be capable of feeling them. Without this other quality, those passions cannot vent themselves with any sort of satisfaction upon it. As they are excited by the causes of pleasure and pain, so their gratification consists in retaliating those sensations upon what gave occasion to them, which it is to no purpose to attempt upon what has no sensibility. Animals, therefore, are less improper objects of gratitude and resentment than animated objects. The dog that bites, the ox that gores, are both of them punished. If they have been the causes of the death of any person, neither the public nor the relations of the slain can be satisfied unless they are put to death in their turn. Nor is this merely for the security of the living, but in some measure to revenge the injury of the dead. Those animals, on the contrary, that have been remarkably serviceable to their masters, become the objects of a very lively gratitude. We are shocked at the brutality of that officer, 87 mentioned in the Turkish Spy, who stabbed the horse that had carried him across an arm of the sea, lest that animal should afterwards distinguish some other person by a similar adventure. But though animals are not only the causes of pleasure and pain, but are also capable of feeling those sensations, they are still far from being complete and perfect objects, either of gratitude or resentment, and those passions still feel that there is something wanting to their entire gratification. What gratitude chiefly desires is not only to make the benefactor feel pleasure in his turn, but to make him conscious that he meets with this reward on account of his past conduct, to make him pleased with that conduct, and to satisfy him that the person upon whom he bestowed his good offices was not unworthy of them. What most of all charms us in our benefactor is the concord between his sentiments and our own, with regard to what interests us so nearly as the worth of our own character and the esteem that is due to us. We are delighted to find a person who values us as we value ourselves and distinguishes us from the rest of mankind, with an attention not unlike that with which we distinguish ourselves. To maintain in him these agreeable and flattering sentiments is one of the chief ends proposed by the returns we are disposed to make to him. A generous mind often disdains the interested thought of extorting new favors from its benefactor by what may be called the importunities of its gratitude. But to preserve and to increase his esteem is an interest which the greatest mind does not think unworthy of its attention. And this is the foundation of what I formerly observed, and when we cannot enter into the motives of our benefactor, when his conduct and character appear unworthy of our approbation, let his services have been ever so great, our gratitude is always sensibly diminished. We are less flattered by the distinction, and to preserve the esteem of so weak or so worthless a patron seems to be an object which does not deserve to be pursued for its own sake. The object, on the contrary, which resentment is chiefly intent upon, is not so much to make our enemy feel pain in his turn, as to make him conscious that he feels it upon account of his past conduct, to make him repent of that conduct, and to make him sensible that the person whom he injured did not deserve to be treated in that manner. What chiefly enrages us against the man who injures or insults us is the little account which he seems to make of us, the unreasonable preference which he gives to himself above us, and that absurd self-love by which he seems to imagine that other people may be sacrificed at any time to his conveniency or his humor. The glaring impropriety of his conduct, the gross insolence and injustice which it seems to involve in it, often shock and exasperate us more than all the mischief which we have suffered. To bring him back to a more just sense of what is due to other people, to make him sensible of what he owes us, and of the wrong that he has 88 done to us, is frequently the principal end proposed in our revenge, which is always imperfect when it cannot accomplish this. When our enemy appears to have done us no injury, when we are sensible that he acted quite properly, that in his situation we should have done the same thing, and that we deserved from him all the mischief we met with. In that case, if we have the least spark either of candor or justice, we can entertain no sort of resentment. Before anything, therefore, can be the complete and proper object either of gratitude or resentment, it must possess three different qualifications. First, it must be the cause of pleasure in the one case and of pain in the other. Secondly, it must be capable of feeling those sensations. And thirdly, it must not only have produced those sensations, but it must have produced them from design, and from a design that is approved of in the one case and disapproved of in the other. It is by the first qualification that any object is capable of exciting those passions. It is by the second that it is in any respect capable of gratifying them. The third qualification is not only necessary for their complete satisfaction, but as it gives a pleasure or pain that is both exquisite and peculiar, it is likewise an additional exciting cause of those passions. As what gives pleasure or pain, therefore, either in one way or another, is the sole exciting cause of gratitude and resentment, though the intentions of any person should be ever so proper and beneficent, on the one hand, or ever so improper and malevolent on the other. Yet, if he has failed in producing either the good or the evil which he intended, as one of the exciting causes is wanting in both cases, less gratitude seems due to him in the one, and less resentment in the other. And on the contrary, though in the intentions of any person there was either no laudable degree of benevolence on the one hand, or no blamable degree of malice on the other, yet, if his actions should produce either great good or great evil, as one of the exciting causes takes place upon both these occasions, some gratitude is apt to arise towards him in the one, and some resentment in the other. A shadow of merit seems to fall upon him in the first, a shadow of demerit in the second. And as the consequences of actions are altogether under the empire of fortune, hence arises her influence upon the sentiments of mankind with regard to merit and demerit. Chap. II. Of the extent of this influence of fortune. The effect of this influence of fortune is, first, to diminish our sense of the merit or demerit of those actions which arose from the most laudable or blamable intentions, when they fail of producing their proposed effects, and secondly, to increase our sense of the merit or demerit of 89 actions, beyond what is due to the motives or affections from which they proceed, when they accidentally give occasion either to extraordinary pleasure or pain. Even the merit of talents and abilities which some accident has hindered from producing their effects, seems in some measure imperfect, even to those who are fully convinced of their capacity to produce them. The general who has been hindered by the envy of ministers from gaining some great advantage over the enemies of his country regrets the loss of the opportunity for ever after. Nor is it only upon account of the public that he regrets it. He laments that he was hindered from performing an action which would have added a new luster to his character in his own eyes, as well as in those of every other person. It satisfies neither himself nor others to reflect that the plan or design was all that depended on him, that no greater capacity was required to execute it than what was necessary to concert it, that he was allowed to be every way capable of executing it, and that had he been permitted to go on, success was infallible. He still did not execute it, and though he might deserve all the approbation which is due to a magnanimous and great design, he still wanted the actual merit of having performed a great action. To take the management of any affair of public concern from the man who has almost brought it to a conclusion is regarded as the most invidious injustice. As he had done so much, he should, we think, have been allowed to acquire the complete merit of putting an end to it. It was objected to Pompey that he came in upon the victories of Lucullus and gathered those laurels which were due to the fortune and valor of another. The glory of Lucullus, it seems, was less complete even in the opinion of his own friends, when he was not permitted to finish that conquest which his conduct and courage had put in the power of almost any man to finish. It mortifies an architect when his plans are either not executed at all, or when they are so far altered as to spoil the effect of the building. The plan, however, is all that depends upon the architect. The whole of his genius is, to good judges, as completely discovered in that as in the actual execution. But a plan does not, even to the most intelligent, give the same pleasure as a noble and magnificent building. They may discover as much both of taste and genius in the one as in the other, but their effects are still vastly different, and the amusement derived from the first never approaches to the wonder and admiration which are sometimes excited by the second. We may believe of many men that their talents are 91 superior to those of Caesar and Alexander, and that in the same situations they would perform still greater actions. In the meantime, however, we do not behold them with that astonishment and admiration with which those two heroes have been regarded in all ages and nations. The calm judgments of the mind may approve of them more, but they want the splendor of great actions to dazzle and transport it. The superiority of virtues and talents has not, even upon those who acknowledge that superiority, the same effect with the superiority of achievements. As the merit of an unsuccessful attempt to do good seems thus, in the eyes of ungrateful mankind, to be diminished by the miscarriage, so does likewise the demerit of an unsuccessful attempt to do evil. The design to commit a crime, how clearly soever it may be proved, is scarce ever punished with the same severity as the actual commission of it. The case of treason is perhaps the only exception. That crime immediately affecting the being of the government itself, the government is naturally more jealous of it than of any other. In the punishment of treason, the sovereign resents the injuries which are immediately done to himself. In the punishment of other crimes, he resents those which are done to other men. It is his own resentment which he indulges in the one case. It is that of his subjects which by sympathy he enters into in the other. In the first case, therefore, as he judges in his own cause, he is very apt to be more violent and sanguinary in his punishments than the impartial spectator can approve of. His resentment, too, rises here upon smaller occasions, and does not always, as in other cases, wait for the perpetration of the crime, or even for the attempt to commit it. A treasonable concert, though nothing has been done, or even attempted in consequence of it, nay, a treasonable conversation, is in many countries punished in the same manner as the actual commission of treason. With regard to all other crimes, the mere design, upon which no attempt has followed, is seldom punished at all, and is never punished severely. A criminal design and a criminal action, it may be said indeed, do not necessarily suppose the same degree of depravity, and ought not therefore to be subjected to the same punishment. We are capable, it may be said, of resolving, and even of taking measures to execute many things which, when it comes to the point, we feel ourselves altogether incapable of executing. But this reason can have no place when the design has been carried the length of the last attempt. The man, however, who fires a pistol at his enemy but misses him, is punished with death by the laws of scarce any country. By the old law of Scotland, though he should wound him, yet, unless death ensues within a certain time, the assassin is not liable to the last punishment. The resentment of mankind, however, runs so high against this crime, their terror for the man who shows himself capable of committing it is so great, that the mere attempt to 92 committed ought in all countries to be capital. The attempt to commit smaller crimes is almost always punished very lightly, and sometimes is not punished at all. The thief, whose hand has been caught in his neighbor's pocket before he had taken anything out of it, is punished with ignominy only. If he had got time to take away an handkerchief, he might have been put to death. The housebreaker, who has been found setting a ladder to his neighbor's window, but had not got into it, is not exposed to the capital punishment. The attempt to ravish is not punished as a rape. The attempt to seduce a married woman is not punished at all, though seduction is punished severely. Our resentment against the person who only attempted to do a mischief is seldom so strong as to bear us out in inflicting the same punishment upon him, which we should have thought due if he had actually done it. In the one case, the joy of our deliverance alleviates our sense of the atrocity of his conduct. In the other, the grief of our misfortune increases it. His real demerit, however, is undoubtedly the same in both cases, since his intentions were equally criminal, and there is in this respect, therefore, an irregularity in the sentiments of all men, and a consequent relaxation of discipline in the laws of, I believe, all nations of the most civilized, as well as of the most barbarous. The humanity of a civilized people disposes them either to dispense with or to mitigate punishments, wherever their natural indignation is not goaded on by the consequences of the crime. Barbarians, on the other hand, when no actual consequence has happened from any action, are not apt to be very delicate or inquisitive about the motives. The person himself who either from passion or from the influence of bad company has resolved, and perhaps taken measures to perpetrate some crime, but who has fortunately been prevented by an accident which put it out of his power, is sure, if he has any remains of conscience, to regard this event all his life, after as a great and signal deliverance. He can never think of it without returning thanks to heaven for having been thus graciously pleased to save him from the guilt in which he was just ready to plunge himself, and to hinder him from rendering all the rest of his life a scene of horror, remorse, and repentance. But though his hands are innocent, he is conscious that his heart is equally guilty, as if he had actually executed what he was so fully resolved upon. It gives great ease to his conscience, however, to consider that the crime was not executed, though he knows that the failure arose from no virtue in him. He still considers himself as less deserving of punishment and resentment, and this good fortune either diminishes or takes away altogether all sense of guilt. To remember how much he was resolved upon it has no other effect than to make him regard his escape as the greater and more miraculous, for he still fancies that he has escaped, and he looks back upon the danger to which his peace of mind was exposed, with that terror with which 193 who is in safety may sometimes remember the hazard he was in of falling over a precipice, and shudder with horror at the thought. But though in general we are averse to enter into the unsocial and malevolent affections, though we lay it down for a rule that we ought never to approve of their gratification, unless so far as the malicious and unjust intention of the person against whom they are directed renders him their proper object. Yet, upon some occasions, we relax of this severity. When the negligence of one man has occasioned some unintended damage to another, we generally enter so far into the resentment of the sufferer as to approve of his inflicting a punishment upon the offender much beyond what the offense would have appeared to deserve, had no such unlucky consequence followed from it. 94. There is a degree of negligence which would appear to deserve some chastisement, though it should occasion no damage to any body. Thus, if a person should throw a large stone over a wall into a public street without giving warning to those who might be passing by, and without regarding where it was likely to fall, he would undoubtedly deserve some chastisement. A very accurate police would punish so absurd an action, even though it had done no mischief. The person who has been guilty of it shows an insolent contempt of the happiness and safety of others. There is real injustice in his conduct. He wantonly exposes his neighbor to what no man in his senses would choose to expose himself, and evidently wants that sense of what is due to his fellow creatures, which is the basis of justice and of society. Gross negligence, therefore, is, in the law, said to be almost equal to malicious design. Lata culpa prop dolem est. When any unlucky consequences happen from such carelessness, the person who has been guilty of it is often punished as if he had really intended those consequences, and his conduct, which was only thoughtless and insolent, and what deserved some chastisement, is considered as atrocious and as liable to the severest punishment. Thus, if, by the imprudent action above mentioned, he should accidentally kill a man, he is, by the laws of many countries, particularly by the old law of Scotland, liable to the last punishment. And though this is no doubt excessively severe, it is not altogether inconsistent with our natural sentiments. Our just indignation against the folly and inhumanity of his conduct is exasperated by our sympathy with the unfortunate sufferer. Nothing, however, would appear more shocking to our natural sense of equity than to bring a man to the scaffold merely for having thrown a stone carelessly into the street without hurting anybody. The folly and inhumanity of his conduct, however, would in this case be the same, but still, our sentiments would be very different. The consideration of this difference may satisfy us how much the indignation, even of the spectator, is apt to be animated by the actual consequences of the action. In cases of this kind, there will, if I am not mistaken, be found a great degree of severity in the laws of almost all nations, as I have already observed that in those of an opposite kind there was a very general relaxation of discipline. There is another degree of negligence which does not involve in it any sort of injustice. The person who is guilty of it treats his neighbor as he treats himself, means no harm to anybody, and is far from entertaining any insolent contempt for the safety and happiness of others. He is not, however, so careful and circumspect in his conduct as he ought to be, and deserves upon this account some degree of blame and censure, but no sort of punishment. Yet if, by a negligence, culpa levis, of this kind he should occasion some damage to another person, he is by the laws of, I believe, all countries, obliged to compensate it. 95. And though this is, no doubt, a real punishment, and what no mortal would have thought of inflicting upon him, had it not been for the unlucky accident which his conduct gave occasion to, yet this decision of the law is approved of by the natural sentiments of all mankind. Nothing, we think, can be more just than that one man should not suffer by the carelessness of another, and that the damage occasioned by blamable negligence should be made up by the person who was guilty of it. There is another species of negligence, culpa levissima, which consists merely in a want of the most anxious timidity and circumspection with regard to all the possible consequences of our actions. The want of this painful attention, when no bad consequences follow from it, is so far from being regarded as blamable that the contrary quality is rather considered as such. That timid circumspection, which is afraid of everything, is never regarded as a virtue, but as a quality which more than any other incapacitates for action and business. Yet when, from a want of this excessive care, a person happens to occasion some damage to another, he is often by the law obliged to compensate it. Thus, by the Aquilian law, the man, who not being able to manage a horse that had accidentally taken fright, should happen to ride down his neighbor's slave, is obliged to compensate the damage. When an accident of this kind happens, we are apt to think that he ought not to have rode such a horse, and to regard his attempting it as an unpardonable levity, though without this accident we should not only have made no such reflection, but should have regarded his refusing. It has the effect of timid weakness and of an anxiety about merely possible events, which it is to no purpose to be aware of. The person himself, who by an accident even of this kind has involuntarily hurt another, seems to have some sense of his own ill desert with regard to him. He naturally runs up to the sufferer to express his concern for what has happened, and to make every acknowledgment in his power. If he has any sensibility, he necessarily desires to compensate the damage, and to do everything he can to appease that animal resentment which he is sensible will be apt to arise in the breast of the sufferer. To make no apology, to offer no atonement, is regarded as the highest brutality. Yet why should he make an apology more than any other person? Why should he, since he was equally innocent with any other bystander, be thus singled out from among all mankind to make up for the bad fortune of another? This task would surely never be imposed upon him, did not even the impartial spectator feel some indulgence for what may be regarded as the unjust resentment of that other. Chap of the final cause of this irregularity of sentiments. Such is the effect of the good or bad consequence of actions upon the sentiments both of the person who performs them and of others, and thus fortune, which governs the world, has some influence where we should be least willing to allow her any, and directs in some measure the sentiments of mankind, with regard to the character and conduct both of themselves and others. That the world judges by the event, and not by the design, has been in all ages the complaint, and is the great discouragement of virtue. Everybody agrees to the general maxim, that as the event does not depend on the agent, it ought to have no influence upon our sentiments, with regard to the merit or propriety of his conduct. But when we come to particulars, we find that our sentiments are scarce in any one instance exactly conformable to what this equitable maxim would direct. The happy or unprosperous event of any action is not only apt to give us a good or bad opinion of the prudence with which it was conducted, but almost always too animates our gratitude or resentment, our sense of the merit or demerit of the design. Nature, however, when she implanted the seeds of this irregularity in the human breast, seems, as upon all other occasions, to have intended the happiness and perfection of the species. If the hurtfulness of the design, if the malevolence of the affection, were alone the causes which excited our resentment, we should feel all the furies of that passion against any person in whose breast we suspected or believed such designs or affections were harbored, though they had never broke out into any actions. Sentiments, thoughts, intentions would become the objects of punishment, and if the indignation of mankind run as high against them as against actions, if the baseness of the thought which had given birth to no action seemed in the eyes of the world as much to call aloud for vengeance as the baseness of the action, every court of judicature would become a real inquisition. There would be no safety for the most innocent and circumspect conduct. Bad wishes, bad views, bad designs might still be suspected, and while these excited the same indignation with bad conduct, while bad intentions were as much resented as bad actions, they would equally expose the person to punishment and resentment. Actions, therefore, which either produce actual evil or attempt to produce it, and thereby put us in the immediate fear of it, are by the author of nature rendered the only proper and approved objects of human punishment and resentment. Sentiments, designs, affections, though it is from these that according to cool reason human actions derive their whole merit or demerit, are placed by the great judge of hearts beyond the limits of every human jurisdiction, and are reserved for the cognizance of his own unerring tribunal. That necessary rule of justice, therefore, that 97 men in this life are liable to punishment for their actions only, not for their designs and intentions, is founded upon this salutary and useful irregularity in human sentiments concerning merit or demerit, which at first sight appears so absurd and unaccountable. But every part of nature, when attentively surveyed, equally demonstrates the providential care of its author, and we may admire the wisdom and goodness of God even in the weakness and folly of men. Nor is that irregularity of sentiments altogether without its utility, by which the merit of an unsuccessful attempt to serve, and much more that of mere good inclinations and kind wishes, appears to be imperfect. Man was made for action, and to promote by the exertion of his faculties such changes in the external circumstances, both of himself and others, as may seem most favorable to the happiness of all. He must not be satisfied with indolent benevolence, nor fancy himself the friend of mankind, because in his heart he wishes well to the prosperity of the world, that he may call forth the whole vigor of his soul, and strain every nerve, in order to produce those ends which it is the purpose of his being to advance. Nature has taught him that neither himself nor mankind can be fully satisfied with his conduct, nor bestow upon it the full measure of applause unless he has actually produced them. He is made to know that the praise of good intentions without the merit of good offices will be but of little avail to excite either the loudest acclamations of the world or even the highest degree of self-applause. The man who has performed no single action of importance, but whose whole conversation and deportment express the justest, the noblest, and most generous sentiments, can be entitled to demand no very high reward, even though his inutility should be owing to nothing but the want of an opportunity to serve. We can still refuse it him without blame. We can still ask him, "What have you done? What actual service can you produce to entitle you to so great a recompense? We esteem you and love you, but we owe you nothing." To reward, indeed, that latent virtue which has been useless only for want of an opportunity to serve, to bestow upon it those honors and preferments, which, though in some measure it may be said to deserve them, it could not with propriety have insisted upon, is the effect of the most divine benevolence. To punish, on the contrary, for the affections of the heart only, where no crime has been committed, is the most insolent and barbarous tyranny. The benevolent affections seem to deserve most praise, when they do not wait till it becomes almost a crime for them not to exert themselves. The malevolent, on the contrary, can scarce be too tardy, too slow, or deliberate. It is even of considerable importance that the evil which is done without design should be regarded as a misfortune to the doer as well as to the sufferer. Man is thereby taught to reverence the happiness of his brethren, to tremble lest he should, even unknowingly, do anything 98 that can hurt them, and to dread that animal resentment which, he feels, is ready to burst out against him, if he should, without design, be the unhappy instrument of their calamity. As in the ancient heathen religion, that holy ground which had been consecrated to some god was not to be trod upon but upon solemn and necessary occasions, and the man who had even ignorantly violated it became piacular from that moment, and until proper atonement should be made, incurred the vengeance of that powerful and invisible being to whom it had been set apart. So, by the wisdom of nature, the happiness of every innocent man is in the same manner rendered holy, consecrated, and hedged round against the approach of every other man, not to be wantonly trod upon, not even to be, in any respect, ignorantly and involuntarily violated, without requiring some expiation, some atonement in proportion to the greatness of such undesigned violation. A man of humanity who accidentally and without the smallest degree of blamable negligence has been the cause of the death of another man feels himself piacular, though not guilty. During his whole life, he considers this accident as one of the greatest misfortunes that could have befallen him. If the family of the slain is poor, and he himself in tolerable circumstances, he immediately takes them under his protection, and without any other merit, thinks them entitled to every degree of favor and kindness. If they are in better circumstances, he endeavors by every submission, by every expression of sorrow, by rendering them every good office which he can devise or they accept of, to atone for what has happened, and to propitiate, as much as possible, their, perhaps natural, though no doubt most unjust resentment, for the great, though involuntary, offense which he has given unto them. The distress which an innocent person feels, who, by some accident, has been led to do something which, if it had been done with knowledge and design, would have justly exposed him to the deepest reproach, has given occasion to some of the finest and most interesting scenes, both of the ancient and of the modern drama. It is this fallacious sense of guilt, if I may call it so, which constitutes the whole distress of Oedipus and Jocasta upon the Greek, of Monimia and Isabella upon the English theatre. They are all in the highest degree piacular, though not one of them is in the smallest degree guilty. Notwithstanding, however, all these seeming irregularities of sentiment, if man should unfortunately either give occasion to those evils which he did not intend, or fail in producing that good which he intended, nature has not left his innocence altogether without consolation, nor his virtue altogether without reward. He then calls to his assistance that just and equitable maxim, that those events which did not depend upon our conduct ought not to diminish the esteem that is due to us. He summons up his whole magnanimity and firmness of 99 soul, and strives to regard himself, not in the light in which he at present appears, but in that in which he ought to appear, in which he would have appeared had his generous designs been crowned with success, and in which he would still appear, notwithstanding their miscarriage, if the sentiments of mankind were either altogether candid and equitable, or even perfectly consistent with themselves. The more candid and humane part of mankind entirely go along with the efforts which he thus makes to support himself in his own opinion. They exert their whole generosity and greatness of mind to correct in themselves this irregularity of human nature, and endeavor to regard his unfortunate magnanimity in the same light in which, had it been successful, they would, without any such generous exertion, have naturally been disposed to consider it. Part of the foundation of our judgments concerning our own sentiments and conduct, and of the sense of duty. Chap of the principle of self-approbation and of self-disapprobation. In the two foregoing parts of this discourse, I have chiefly considered the origin and foundation of our judgments concerning the sentiments and conduct of others. I come now to consider more particularly the origin of those concerning our own. The principle by which we naturally either approve or disapprove of our own conduct seems to be altogether the same with that by which we exercise the like judgments concerning the conduct of other people. We either approve or disapprove of the conduct of another man according as we feel that, when we bring his case home to ourselves, we either can or cannot entirely sympathize with the sentiments and motives which directed it. And in the same manner, we either approve or disapprove of our own conduct, according as we feel that, when we place ourselves in the situation of another man, and view it, as it were, with his eyes and from his station, we either can or cannot entirely enter into and sympathize with the sentiments and motives which influenced it. We can never survey our own sentiments and motives, we can never form any judgment concerning them, unless we remove ourselves, as it were, from our own natural station, and endeavor to view them as at a certain distance from us. But we can do this in no other way than by endeavoring to view them with the eyes of other people, or as other people are likely to view them. Whatever judgment we can form concerning them, accordingly, must always bear some secret reference, either to what are, or to what, upon a certain condition, 100 would be, or to what, we imagine, ought to be the judgment of others. We endeavor to examine our own conduct as we imagine any other fair and impartial spectator would examine it. If, upon placing ourselves in his situation, we thoroughly enter into all the passions and motives which influenced it, we approve of it, by sympathy with the approbation of this supposed equitable judge. If otherwise, we enter into his disapprobation and condemn it. Were it possible that a human creature could grow up to manhood in some solitary place, without any communication with his own species, he could no more think of his own character, of the propriety or demerit of his own sentiments and conduct, of the beauty or deformity of his own mind, than of the beauty or deformity of his own face. All these are objects which he cannot easily see, which naturally he does not look at, and with regard to which he is provided with no mirror which can present them to his view. Bring him into society, and he is immediately provided with the mirror which he wanted before. It is placed in the countenance and behavior of those he lives with, which always mark when they enter into and when they disapprove of his sentiments. And it is here that he first views the propriety and impropriety of his own passions, the beauty and deformity of his own mind. To a man who from his birth was a stranger to society, the objects of his passions, the external bodies which either pleased or hurt him, would occupy his whole attention. The passions themselves, the desires or aversions, the joys or sorrows, which those objects excited, though of all things the most immediately present to him, could scarce ever be the objects of his thoughts. The idea of them could never interest him so much as to call upon his attentive consideration. The consideration of his joy could in him excite no new joy, nor that of his sorrow any new sorrow, though the consideration of the causes of those passions might often excite both. Bring him into society, and all his own passions will immediately become the causes of new passions. He will observe that mankind approve of some of them and are disgusted by others. He will be elevated in the one case and cast down in the other. His desires and aversions, his joys and sorrows, will now often become the causes of new desires and new aversions, new joys and new sorrows. They will now therefore interest him deeply and often call upon his most attentive consideration. Our first ideas of personal beauty and deformity are drawn from the shape and appearance of others, not from our own. We soon become sensible, however, that others exercise the same criticism upon us. We are pleased when they approve of our figure, and are disobliged when they seem to be disgusted. We become anxious to know how far our appearance deserves either their blame or approbation. We examine our persons limb by limb, and by placing ourselves before a looking-glass, or by some such expedient, endeavor as much as 101 possible to view ourselves at the distance and with the eyes of other people. If after this examination we are satisfied with our own appearance, we can more easily support the most disadvantageous judgments of others. If, on the contrary, we are sensible that we are the natural objects of distaste, every appearance of their disapprobation mortifies us beyond all measure. A man who is tolerably handsome will allow you to laugh at any little irregularity in his person, but all such jokes are commonly unsupportable to one who is really deformed. It is evident, however, that we are anxious about our own beauty and deformity only upon account of its effect upon others. If we had no connection with society, we should be altogether indifferent about either. In the same manner, our first moral criticisms are exercised upon the characters and conduct of other people, and we are all very forward to observe how each of these affects us. But we soon learn that other people are equally frank with regard to our own. We become anxious to know how far we deserve their censure or applause, and whether to them we must necessarily appear those agreeable or disagreeable creatures which they represent us. We begin, upon this account, to examine our own passions and conduct, and to consider how these must appear to them, by considering how they would appear to us if, in their situation, we suppose ourselves the spectators of our own behavior and endeavor to imagine what effect it would, in this light, produce upon us. This is the only looking-glass by which we can, in some measure, with the eyes of other people, scrutinize the propriety of our own conduct. If in this view it pleases us, we are tolerably satisfied. We can be more indifferent about the applause, and in some measure despise the censure of the world, secure that, however misunderstood or misrepresented, we are the natural and proper objects of approbation. On the contrary, if we are doubtful about it, we are often, upon that very account, more anxious to gain their approbation, and provided we have not already, as they say, shaken hands with infamy, we are altogether distracted at the thoughts of their censure, which then strikes us with double severity. When I endeavor to examine my own conduct, when I endeavor to pass sentence upon it, and either to approve or condemn it, it is evident that in all such cases I divide myself, as it were, into two persons, and that I, the examiner and judge, represent a different character from that other I, the person whose conduct is examined into and judged of. The first is the spectator, whose sentiments with regard to my own conduct I endeavor to enter into, by placing myself in his situation and by considering how it would appear to me when seen from that particular point of view. The second is the agent, the person whom I properly call myself, and of whose conduct, under the character of a spectator, I was endeavoring to form some opinion. The first is the judge, the second the person judged of, but that the 102 judge should, in every respect, be the same with the person judged of, is as impossible as that the cause should, in every respect, be the same with the effect. To be amiable and to be meritorious, that is, to deserve love and to deserve reward, are the great characters of virtue, and to be odious and punishable of vice. But all these characters have an immediate reference to the sentiments of others. Virtue is not said to be amiable or to be meritorious, because it is the object of its own love or of its own gratitude, but because it excites those sentiments in other men. The consciousness that it is the object of such favorable regards is the source of that inward tranquility and self-satisfaction with which it is naturally attended, as the suspicion of the contrary gives occasion to the torments of vice. What so great happiness as to be beloved, and to know that we deserve to be beloved? What so great misery as to be hated, and to know that we deserve to be hated? Chap I of the love of praise, and of that of praiseworthiness, and of the dread of blame, and of that of blameworthiness. Man naturally desires, not only to be loved, but to be lovely, or to be that thing which is the natural and proper object of love. He naturally dreads, not only to be hated, but to be hateful, or to be that thing which is the natural and proper object of hatred. He desires not only praise, but praiseworthiness, or to be that thing which, though it should be praised by nobody, is, however, the natural and proper object of praise. He dreads not only blame, but blameworthiness, or to be that thing which, though it should be blamed by nobody, is, however, the natural and proper object of blame. The love of praiseworthiness is by no means derived altogether from the love of praise. Those two principles, though they resemble one another, though they are connected and often blended with one another, are yet, in many respects, distinct and independent of one another. The love and admiration which we naturally conceive for those whose character and conduct we approve of, necessarily dispose us to desire to become ourselves the objects of the like agreeable sentiments, and to be as amiable and as admirable as those whom we love and admire the most. Emulation, the anxious desire that we ourselves should excel, is originally founded in our admiration of the excellence of others. Neither can we be satisfied with being merely admired for what other people are admired. We must at least believe ourselves to be admirable for what they are admirable. But in order to attain this satisfaction, we must become the impartial spectators of our own character and conduct. We must endeavor to view them with the eyes of other 103 people, or as other people are likely to view them. When seen in this light, if they appear to us as we wish, we are happy and contented. But it greatly confirms this happiness and contentment when we find that other people, viewing them with those very eyes with which we, in imagination only, were endeavoring to view them, see them precisely in the same light in which we ourselves had seen them. Their approbation necessarily confirms our own self-approbation. Their praise necessarily strengthens our own sense of our own praiseworthiness. In this case, so far is the love of praiseworthiness from being derived altogether from that of praise, that the love of praise seems, at least in a great measure, to be derived from that of praiseworthiness. The most sincere praise can give little pleasure when it cannot be considered as some sort of proof of praiseworthiness. It is by no means sufficient that, from ignorance or mistake, esteem and admiration should in some way or other be bestowed upon us. If we are conscious that we do not deserve to be so favorably thought of, and that if the truth were known, we should be regarded with very different sentiments, our satisfaction is far from being complete. The man who applauds us either for actions which we did not perform, or for motives which had no sort of influence upon our conduct, applauds not us, but another person. We can derive no sort of satisfaction from his praises. To us, they should be more mortifying than any censure, and should perpetually call to our minds the most humbling of all reflections, the reflection of what we ought to be, but what we are not. A woman who paints could derive, one should imagine, but little vanity from the compliments that are paid to her complexion. These, we should expect, ought rather to put her in mind of the sentiments which her real complexion would excite, and mortify her the more by the contrast. To be pleased with such groundless applause is a proof of the most superficial levity and weakness. It is what is properly called vanity, and is the foundation of the most ridiculous and contemptible vices, the vices of affectation and common lying, follies which, if experience did not teach us how common they are, one should imagine the least spark of common sense would save us from. The foolish liar, who endeavors to excite the admiration of the company by the relation of adventures which never had any existence, the important coxcomb, who gives himself airs of rank and distinction which he well knows he has no just pretensions to, are both of them, no doubt, pleased with the applause which they fancy they meet with. But their vanity arises from so gross an illusion of the imagination that it is difficult to conceive how any rational creature should be imposed upon by it. When they place themselves in the situation of those whom they fancy they have deceived, they are struck with the highest admiration for their own persons. They look upon themselves, not in that light in which they know they ought to appear to their companions, but in that in which they believe their 104 companions actually look upon them. Their superficial weakness and trivial folly hinder them from ever turning their eyes inwards, or from seeing themselves in that despicable point of view in which their own consciences must tell them that they would appear to every body if the real truth should ever come to be known. As ignorant and groundless praise can give no solid joy, no satisfaction that will bear any serious examination, so on the contrary, it often gives real comfort to reflect that though no praise should actually be bestowed upon us, our conduct, however, has been such as to deserve it, and has been in every respect suitable to those measures and rules by which praise and approbation are naturally and commonly bestowed. We are pleased not only with praise, but with having done what is praiseworthy. We are pleased to think that we have rendered ourselves the natural objects of approbation, though no approbation should ever actually be bestowed upon us, and we are mortified to reflect that we have justly merited the blame of those we live with, though that sentiment should never actually be exerted against us. The man who is conscious to himself that he has exactly observed those measures of conduct which experience informs him are generally agreeable, reflects with satisfaction on the propriety of his own behavior. When he views it in the light in which the impartial spectator would view it, he thoroughly enters into all the motives which influenced it. He looks back upon every part of it with pleasure and approbation, and though mankind should never be acquainted with what he has done, he regards himself, not so much according to the light in which they actually regard him, as according to that in which they would regard him if they were better informed. He anticipates the applause and admiration which in this case would be bestowed upon him, and he applauds and admires himself by sympathy with sentiments, which do not indeed actually take place, but which the ignorance of the public alone hinders from taking place, which he knows are the natural and ordinary effects of such conduct, which his imagination strongly connects with it, and which he has acquired a habit of conceiving as something that naturally and in propriety ought to follow from it. Men have voluntarily thrown away life to acquire after death a renown which they could no longer enjoy. Their imagination, in the meantime, anticipated that fame which was in future times to be bestowed upon them. Those applauses which they were never to hear rung in their ears, the thoughts of that admiration, whose effects they were never to feel, played about their hearts, banished from their breasts the strongest of all natural fears, and transported them to perform actions which seem almost beyond the reach of human nature. But in point of reality, There is surely no great difference between that approbation which is not to be bestowed till we can no longer enjoy it, and that which, indeed, is never to be bestowed, but which would be bestowed, if the world was ever made to 105, understand properly the real circumstances of our behavior. If the one often produces such violent effects, we cannot wonder that the other should always be highly regarded. Nature, when she formed man for society, endowed him with an original desire to please and an original aversion to offend his brethren. She taught him to feel pleasure in their favorable and pain in their unfavorable regard. She rendered their approbation most flattering and most agreeable to him for its own sake, and their disapprobation most mortifying and most offensive. But this desire of the approbation and this aversion to the disapprobation of his brethren would not alone have rendered him fit for that society for which he was made. Nature, accordingly, has endowed him not only with a desire of being approved of, but with a desire of being what ought to be approved of, or of being what he himself approves of in other men. The first desire could only have made him wish to appear to be fit for society. The second was necessary in order to render him anxious to be really fit. The first could only have prompted him to the affectation of virtue and to the concealment of vice. The second was necessary in order to inspire him with the real love of virtue and with the real abhorrence of vice. In every well-formed mind, this second desire seems to be the strongest of the two. It is only the weakest and most superficial of mankind who can be much delighted with that praise which they themselves know to be altogether unmerited. A weak man may sometimes be pleased with it, but a wise man rejects it upon all occasions. But though a wise man feels little pleasure from praise where he knows there is no praiseworthiness, he often feels the highest in doing what he knows to be praiseworthy, though he knows equally well that no praise is ever to be bestowed upon it. To obtain the approbation of mankind, where no approbation is due, can never be an object of any importance to him. To obtain that approbation where it is really due may sometimes be an object of no great importance to him, but to be that thing which deserves approbation must always be an object of the highest. To desire, or even to accept of praise, where no praise is due, can be the effect only of the most contemptible vanity. To desire it where it is really due is to desire no more than that a most essential act of justice should be done to us. The love of just fame, of true glory, even for its own sake, and independent of any advantage which he can derive from it, is not unworthy even of a wise man. He sometimes, however, neglects and even despises it, and he is never more apt to do so than when he has the most perfect assurance of the perfect propriety of every part of his own conduct. His self-approbation, in this case, stands in need of no confirmation from the approbation of other men. It is alone sufficient, and he is contented with it. This self-approbation, if not the only, is at least the principal object, 106, about which he can or ought to be anxious. The love of it is the love of virtue. As the love and admiration, which we naturally conceive for some characters, dispose us to wish to become ourselves the proper objects of such agreeable sentiments, so the hatred and contempt which we as naturally conceive for others dispose us, perhaps still more strongly, to dread the very thought of resembling them in any respect. Neither is it, in this case too, so much the thought of being hated and despised that we are afraid of, as that of being hateful and despicable. We dread the thought of doing anything which can render us the just and proper objects of the hatred and contempt of our fellow creatures, even though we had the most perfect security that those sentiments were never actually to be exerted against us. The man who has broke through all those measures of conduct, which can alone render him agreeable to mankind, though he should have the most perfect assurance that what he had done was forever to be concealed from every human eye, it is all to no purpose. When he looks back upon it, and views it in the light in which the impartial spectator would view it, he finds that he can enter into none of the motives which influenced it. He is abashed and confounded at the thoughts of it, and necessarily feels a very high degree of that shame which he would be exposed to if his actions should ever come to be generally known. His imagination, in this case too, anticipates the contempt and derision from which nothing saves him but the ignorance of those he lives with. He still feels that he is the natural object of these sentiments, and still trembles at the thought of what he would suffer if they were ever actually exerted against him. But if what he had been guilty of was not merely one of those improprieties which are the objects of simple disapprobation, but one of those enormous crimes which excite detestation and resentment, he could never think of it, as long as he had any sensibility left, without feeling all the agony of horror and remorse. And though he could be assured that no man was ever to know it, and could even bring himself to believe that there was no God to revenge it, he would still feel enough of both these sentiments to embitter the whole of his life. He would still regard himself as the natural object of the hatred and indignation of all his fellow creatures. And if his heart was not grown callous by the habit of crimes, he could not think without terror and astonishment even of the manner in which mankind would look upon him, of what would be the expression of their countenance and of their eyes, if the dreadful truth should ever come to be known. These natural pangs of an affrighted conscience are the demons, the avenging furies, which in this life haunt the guilty, which allow them neither quiet nor repose, which often drive them to despair and distraction, from which no assurance of secrecy can protect them, from which no principles of irreligion can entirely deliver them, and from which 107 nothing can free them but the vilest and most abject of all states, a complete insensibility to honor and infamy, to vice and virtue. Men of the most detestable characters, who, in the execution of the most dreadful crimes, had taken their measures so coolly as to avoid even the suspicion of guilt, have sometimes been driven, by the horror of their situation, to discover, of their own accord, what no human sagacity could ever have investigated. By acknowledging their guilt, by submitting themselves to the resentment of their offended fellow citizens, and by thus satiating that vengeance of which they were sensible that they had become the proper objects, they hoped, by their death, to reconcile themselves, at least in their own imagination, to the natural sentiments of mankind, to be able to consider themselves as less worthy of hatred and resentment, to atone in some measure for their crimes, and by thus becoming the objects rather of compassion than of horror, if possible, to die in peace and with the forgiveness of all their fellow creatures. Compared to what they felt before the discovery, even the thought of this, it seems, was happiness. In such cases, the horror of blameworthiness seems, even in persons who cannot be suspected of any extraordinary delicacy or sensibility of character, completely to conquer the dread of blame. In order to allay that horror, in order to pacify in some degree the remorse of their own consciences, they voluntarily submitted themselves both to the reproach and to the punishment which they knew were due to their crimes, but which at the same time they might easily have avoided. They are the most frivolous and superficial of mankind, only who can be much delighted with that praise which they themselves know to be altogether unmerited. Unmerited reproach, however, is frequently capable of mortifying very severely even men of more than ordinary constancy. Men of the most ordinary constancy, indeed, easily learn to despise those foolish tales which are so frequently circulated in society, and which, from their own absurdity and falsehood, never fail to die away in the course of a few weeks or of a few days. But an innocent man, though of more than ordinary constancy, is often not only shocked, but most severely mortified by the serious, though false, imputation of a crime, especially when that imputation happens unfortunately to be supported by some circumstances which gave it an air of probability. He is humbled to find that anybody should think so meanly of his character as to suppose him capable of being guilty of it. Though perfectly conscious of his own innocence, the very imputation seems often, even in his own imagination, to throw a shadow of disgrace and dishonor upon his character. His just indignation, too, at so very gross an injury, which, however, it may frequently be improper and sometimes even impossible to revenge, is itself a very painful sensation. There is no greater tormentor of the human breast than violent resentment, which cannot be gratified. An innocent man, brought to 108 the scaffold by the false imputation of an infamous or odious crime, suffers the most cruel misfortune which it is possible for innocence to suffer. The agony of his mind may, in this case, frequently be greater than that of those who suffer for the like crimes of which they have been actually guilty. Profligate criminals, such as common thieves and highwaymen, have frequently little sense of the baseness of their own conduct, and consequently no remorse. Without troubling themselves about the justice or injustice of the punishment, they have always been accustomed to look upon the gibbet as a lot very likely to fall to them. When it does fall to them, therefore, they consider themselves only as not quite so lucky as some of their companions, and submit to their fortune without any other uneasiness than what may arise from the fear of death, a fear which, even by such worthless wretches we frequently see, can be so easily and so very completely conquered. The innocent man, on the contrary, over and above the uneasiness which this fear may occasion, is tormented by his own indignation at the injustice which has been done to him. He is struck with horror at the thoughts of the infamy which the punishment may shed upon his memory, and foresees, with the most exquisite anguish, that he is hereafter to be remembered by his dearest friends and relations, not with regret and affection, but with shame, and even with horror for his supposed disgraceful conduct. And the shades of death appear to close round him with a darker and more melancholy gloom than naturally belongs to them. Such fatal accidents, for the tranquillity of mankind, it is to be hoped, happen very rarely in any country, but they happen sometimes in all countries, even in those where justice is in general very well administered. The unfortunate Carlos, a man of much more than ordinary constancy, broke upon the wheel and burnt at Thalaus for the supposed murder of his own son, of which he was perfectly innocent, seemed, with his last breath, to deprecate not so much the cruelty of the punishment as the disgrace which the imputation might bring upon his memory. After he had been broke, and was just going to be thrown into the fire, the monk, who attended the execution, exhorted him to confess the crime for which he had been condemned. "My father," said Carlos, "can you yourself bring yourself to believe that I am guilty?" To persons in such unfortunate circumstances, that humble philosophy which confines its views to this life can afford, perhaps, but little consolation. Everything that could render either life or death respectable is taken from them. They are condemned to death and to everlasting infamy. Religion can alone afford them any effectual comfort. She alone can tell them that it is of little importance what man may think of their conduct, while the all-seeing judge of the world approves of it. She alone can present to them the view of another world, a world of more candor, humanity, and justice than the present, where their 109 innocence is in due time to be declared, and their virtue to be finally rewarded. And the same great principle which can alone strike terror into triumphant vice affords the only effectual consolation to disgraced and insulted innocence. In smaller offenses, as well as in greater crimes, it frequently happens that a person of sensibility is much more hurt by the unjust imputation than the real criminal is by the actual guilt. A woman of gallantry laughs even at the well-founded surmises which are circulated concerning her conduct. The worst-founded surmise of the same kind is a mortal stab to an innocent virgin. The person who is deliberately guilty of a disgraceful action, we may lay it down, I believe, as a general rule, can seldom have much sense of the disgrace, and the person who is habitually guilty of it can scarce ever have any. When every man, even of middling understanding, so readily despises unmerited applause, how it comes to pass that unmerited reproach should often be capable of mortifying so severely men of the soundest and best judgment, may, perhaps, deserve some consideration. Pain, I have already had occasion to observe, is in almost all cases a more pungent sensation than the opposite and correspondent pleasure. The one, almost always, depresses us much more below the ordinary, or what may be called the natural, state of our happiness, than the other ever raises us above it. A man of sensibility is apt to be more humiliated by just censure than he is ever elevated by just applause. Unmerited applause a wise man rejects with contempt upon all occasions, but he often feels very severely the injustice of unmerited censure. By suffering himself to be applauded for what he has not performed, by assuming a merit which does not belong to him, he feels that he is guilty of a mean falsehood, and deserves, not the admiration, but the contempt of those very persons who, by mistake, had been led to admire him. It may, perhaps, give him some well-founded pleasure to find that he has been, by many people, thought capable of performing what he did not perform. But though he may be obliged to his friends for their good opinion, he would think himself guilty of the greatest baseness if he did not immediately undeceive them. It gives him little pleasure to look upon himself in the light in which other people actually look upon him, when he is conscious that, if they knew the truth, they would look upon him in a very different light. A weak man, however, is often much delighted with viewing himself in this false and delusive light. He assumes the merit of every laudable action that is ascribed to him, and pretends to that of many which nobody ever thought of ascribing to him. He pretends to have done what he never did, to have written what another wrote, to have invented what another discovered, and is led into all the miserable vices of plagiarism and common lying. But though no man of 110 middling good sense can derive much pleasure from the imputation of a laudable action which he never performed, yet a wise man may suffer great pain from the serious imputation of a crime which he never committed. Nature, in this case, has rendered the pain not only more pungent than the opposite and correspondent pleasure, but she has rendered it so in a much greater than the ordinary degree. A denial rids a man at once of the foolish and ridiculous pleasure, but it will not always rid him of the pain. When he refuses the merit which is ascribed to him, nobody doubts his veracity. It may be doubted when he denies the crime which he is accused of. He is at once enraged at the falsehood of the imputation and mortified to find that any credit should be given to it. He feels that his character is not sufficient to protect him. He feels that his brethren, far from looking upon him in that light in which he anxiously desires to be viewed by them, think him capable of being guilty of what he is accused of. He knows perfectly that he has not been guilty. He knows perfectly what he has done, but perhaps scarce any man can know perfectly what he himself is capable of doing. What the peculiar constitution of his own mind may or may not admit of is perhaps more or less a matter of doubt to every man. The trust and good opinion of his friends and neighbors tends more than anything to relieve him from this most disagreeable doubt, their distrust and unfavorable opinion to increase it. He may think himself very confident that their unfavorable judgment is wrong, but this confidence can seldom be so great as to hinder that judgment from making some impression upon him, and the greater his sensibility, the greater his delicacy, the greater his worth. In short, this impression is likely to be the greater. The agreement or disagreement, both of the sentiments and judgments of other people with our own, is, in all cases, it must be observed, of more or less importance to us, exactly in proportion as we ourselves are more or less uncertain about the propriety of our own sentiments, about the accuracy of our own judgments. A man of sensibility may sometimes feel great uneasiness lest he should have yielded too much even to what may be called an honorable passion, to his just indignation, perhaps, at the injury which may have been done either to himself or to his friend. He is anxiously afraid lest, meaning only to act with spirit and to do justice, he may, from the too great vehemence of his emotion, have done a real injury to some other person, who, though not innocent, may not have been altogether so guilty as he at first apprehended. The opinion of other people becomes, in this case, of the utmost importance to him. Their approbation is the most healing balsam, their disapprobation the bitterest and most tormenting poison that can be poured into his uneasy mind. When he is perfectly satisfied with every part of his own conduct, the judgment of other people is often of less importance to H. There are some very noble and beautiful arts, in which the degree of excellence can be determined only by a certain nicety of taste, of which the decisions, however, appear always in some measure uncertain. There are others in which the success admits either of clear demonstration or very satisfactory proof. Among the candidates for excellence in those different arts, the anxiety about the public opinion is always much greater in the former than in the latter. The beauty of poetry is a matter of such nicety that a young beginner can scarce ever be certain that he has attained it. Nothing delights him so much, therefore, as the favorable judgments of his friends and of the public, and nothing mortifies him so severely as the contrary. The one establishes, the other shakes, the good opinion which he is anxious to entertain concerning his own performances. Experience and success may in time give him a little more confidence in his own judgment. He is at all times, however, liable to be most severely mortified by the unfavorable judgments of the public. Racine was so disgusted by the indifferent success of his pièce, the finest tragedy, perhaps, that is extant in any language, that, though in the vigor of his life, and at the height of his abilities, he resolved to write no more for the stage. That great poet used frequently to tell his son that the most paltry and impertinent criticism had always given him more pain than the highest and justest eulogy had ever given him pleasure. The extreme sensibility of Voltaire to the slightest censure of the same kind is well known to every body. The Dunciad of Mr. Pope is an everlasting monument of how much the most correct, as well as the most elegant and harmonious of all the English poets, had been hurt by the criticisms of the lowest and most contemptible authors. Gray, who joins to the sublimity of Milton the elegance and harmony of Pope, and to whom nothing is wanting to render him, perhaps, the first poet in the English language, but to have written a little more, is said to have been so much hurt by a foolish and impertinent parody of two of his finest odes, that he never afterwards attempted any considerable work. Those men of letters who value themselves upon what is called fine writing in prose approach somewhat to the sensibility of poets. Mathematicians, on the contrary, who may have the most perfect assurance, both of the truth and of the importance of their discoveries, are frequently very indifferent about the reception which they may meet with from the public. The two greatest mathematicians that I ever had the honor to be known to, and I believe, the two greatest that have lived in my time, Dr. Robert Simpson of Glasgow and Dr. Matthew Stewart of Edinburgh, never seemed to feel even the slightest uneasiness from the neglect with which the ignorance of the public received some of their most valuable works. The great work of Sir Isaac Newton, his Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, have been told, was for several years neglected by the public. The tranquility of that great man, it is probable, never suffered, upon that account, the interruption of a single quarter of an hour. Natural philosophers, in their independency upon the public opinion, approach nearly to mathematicians, and in their judgments concerning the merit of their own discoveries and observations, enjoy some degree of the same security and tranquility. The morals of those different classes of men of letters are, perhaps, sometimes somewhat affected by this very great difference in their situation with regard to the public. Mathematicians and natural philosophers, from their independency upon the public opinion, have little temptation to form themselves into factions and cabals, either for the support of their own reputation or for the depression of that of their rivals. They are almost always men of the most amiable simplicity of manners, who live in good harmony with one another, are the friends of one another's reputation, enter into no intrigue in order to secure the public applause, but are pleased when their works are approved of, without being either much vexed or very angry when they are neglected. It is not always the same case with poets, or with those who value themselves upon what is called fine writing. They are very apt to divide themselves into a sort of literary faction, each cabal being often avowedly, and almost always secretly, the mortal enemy of the reputation of every other, and employing all the mean arts of intrigue and solicitation to preoccupy the public opinion in favor of the works of its own members, and against those of its enemies and rivals. In France, Desprez and Racine did not think it below them to set themselves at the head of a literary cabal in order to depress the reputation, first of Quinault and Perrault, and afterwards of Fontenelle and La Motte, and even to treat the good La Fontaine with a species of most disrespectful kindness. In England, the amiable Mr. Addison did not think it unworthy of his gentle and modest character to set himself at the head of a little cabal of the same kind, in order to keep down the rising reputation of Mr. Pope. Mr. Fontenelle, in writing the lives and characters of the members of the Academy of Sciences, a society of mathematicians and natural philosophers, has frequent opportunities of celebrating the amiable simplicity of their manners, a quality which, he observes, was so universal among them as to be characteristical, rather of that whole class of men of letters than of any individual. Mr. 500 Lambert, in writing the lives and characters of the members of the French Academy, a society of poets and fine writers, or of those who are supposed to be such, seems not to have had such frequent opportunities of making any remark of this kind, and nowhere pretends to represent this amiable quality as characteristical of that class of men of letters whom he celebrates. 113. Our uncertainty concerning our own merit, and our anxiety to think favorably of it, should together naturally enough make us desirous to know the opinion of other people concerning it, to be more than ordinarily elevated when that opinion is favorable, and to be more than ordinarily mortified when it is otherwise. But they should not make us desirous either of obtaining the favorable or of avoiding the unfavorable opinion by intrigue and cabal. When a man has bribed all the judges, the most unanimous decision of the court, though it may gain him his lawsuit, cannot give him any assurance that he was in the right. And had he carried on his lawsuit merely to satisfy himself that he was in the right, he never would have bribed the judges. But though he wished to find himself in the right, he wished likewise to gain his lawsuit, and therefore he bribed the judges. Praise were of no consequence to us, but as a proof of our own praiseworthiness, we never should endeavor to obtain it by unfair means. But though to wise men it is, at least in doubtful cases, of principal consequence upon this account, it is likewise of some consequence upon its own account, and therefore we cannot indeed upon such occasions call them wise men, but men very much above the common level have sometimes attempted both to obtain praise and to avoid blame by very unfair means. Praise and blame express what actually are, praiseworthiness and blameworthiness what naturally ought to be, the sentiments of other people with regard to our character and conduct. The love of praise is the desire of obtaining the favorable sentiments of our brethren. The love of praiseworthiness is the desire of rendering ourselves the proper objects of those sentiments. So far those two principles resemble and are akin to one another. The like affinity and resemblance take place between dread of blame and that of blameworthiness. The man who desires to do, or who actually does, a praiseworthy action may likewise desire the praise which is due to it, and sometimes, perhaps, more than is due to it. The two principles are in this case blended together. How far his conduct may have been influenced by the one, and how far by the other, may frequently be unknown even to himself. It must almost always be so to other people. They who are disposed to lessen the merit of his conduct impute it chiefly or altogether to the mere love of praise, or to what they call mere vanity. They who are disposed to think more favorably of it impute it chiefly or altogether to the love of praiseworthiness, to the love of what is really honorable and noble in human conduct, to the desire, not merely of obtaining, but of deserving the approbation and applause of his brethren. The imagination of the spectator throws upon it either the one color or the other, according either to his habits of thinking, or to the favor or dislike which he may bear to the person whose conduct he is considering. 114. Some splenetic philosophers, in judging of human nature, have done as peevish individuals are apt to do in judging of the conduct of one another, and have imputed to the love of praise, or to what they call vanity, every action which ought to be ascribed to that of praiseworthiness. I shall hereafter have occasion to give an account of some of their systems, and shall not at present stop to examine them. Very few men can be satisfied with their own private consciousness that they have attained those qualities or performed those actions which they admire and think praiseworthy in other people, unless it is, at the same time, generally acknowledged that they possess the one or have performed the other, or, in other words, unless they have actually obtained that praise which they think due both to the one and to the other. In this respect, however, men differ considerably from one another. Some seem indifferent about the praise, when in their own minds they are perfectly satisfied that they have attained the praiseworthiness. Others appear much less anxious about the praiseworthiness than about the praise. No man can be completely, or even tolerably satisfied with having avoided everything blameworthy in his conduct, unless he has likewise avoided the blame or the reproach. A wise man may frequently neglect praise, even when he has best deserved it, but in all matters of serious consequence, he will most carefully endeavor so to regulate his conduct as to avoid, not only blameworthiness, but as much as possible, every probable imputation of blame. He will never, indeed, avoid blame by doing anything which he judges blameworthy, by omitting any part of his duty, or by neglecting any opportunity of doing anything which he judges to be really and greatly praiseworthy. But with these modifications, he will most anxiously and carefully avoid it. To show much anxiety about praise, even for praiseworthy actions, is seldom a mark of great wisdom, but generally of some degree of weakness. But in being anxious to avoid the shadow of blame or reproach, there may be no weakness, but frequently there may be the most praiseworthy prudence. Many people, says Cicero, despise glory, who are yet most severely mortified by unjust reproach, and that most inconsistently. This inconsistency, however, seems to be founded in the unalterable principles of human nature. The all-wise author of nature has, in this manner, taught man to respect the sentiments and judgments of his brethren, to be more or less pleased when they approve of his conduct, and to be more or less hurt when they disapprove of it. He has made man, if I may say so, the immediate judge of mankind, and has, in this respect, as in many others, created him after his own image, and appointed him his vicegerent upon earth, to superintend the behavior of his brethren. They are taught by nature to acknowledge that power and jurisdiction which 115 has thus been conferred upon him, to be more or less humbled and mortified when they have incurred his censure, and to be more or less elated when they have obtained his applause. But though man has, in this manner, been rendered the immediate judge of mankind, he has been rendered so only in the first instance, and an appeal lies from his sentence to a much higher tribunal, to the tribunal of their own consciences, to that of the supposed impartial and well-informed spectator, to that of the man within the breast. The great judge and arbiter of their conduct, the jurisdictions of those two tribunals are founded upon principles which, though in some respects resembling and akin, are, however, in reality different and distinct. The jurisdiction of the man without is founded altogether in the desire of actual praise and in the aversion to actual blame. The jurisdiction of the man within is founded altogether in the desire of praiseworthiness and in the aversion to blameworthiness, in the desire of possessing those qualities and performing those actions which we love and admire in other people, and in the dread of possessing those qualities and performing those actions which we hate and despise in other people. If the man without should applaud us, either for actions which we have not performed or for motives which had no influence upon us, the man within can immediately humble that pride and elevation of mind which such groundless acclamations might otherwise occasion, by telling us that as we know that we do not deserve them, we render ourselves despicable by accepting them. If, on the contrary, the man without should reproach us, either for actions which we never performed, or for motives which had no influence upon those which we may have performed, the man within may immediately correct this false judgment, and assure us that we are by no means the proper objects of that censure which has so unjustly been bestowed upon us. But in this and in some other cases, the man within seems sometimes, as it were, astonished and confounded by the vehemence and clamor of the man without. The violence and loudness with which blame is sometimes poured out upon us seems to stupefy and benumb our natural sense of praiseworthiness and blameworthiness, and the judgments of the man within, though not, perhaps, absolutely altered or perverted, are, however, so much shaken in the steadiness and firmness of their decision that their natural effect, in securing the tranquility of the mind, is frequently, in a great measure, destroyed. We scarce dare to absolve ourselves when all our brethren appear loudly to condemn us. The supposed impartial spectator of our conduct seems to give his opinion in our favor with fear and hesitation, when that of all the real spectators, when that of all those with whose eyes and from whose station he endeavors to consider it, is unanimously and violently against us. In such cases, this demigod within the breast appears, like the demigods of the poets, though 116 partly of immortal, yet partly too of mortal extraction. When his judgments are steadily and firmly directed by the sense of praiseworthiness and blameworthiness, he seems to act suitably to his divine extraction. But when he suffers himself to be astonished and confounded by the judgments of ignorant and weak man, he discovers his connection with mortality and appears to act suitably rather to the human than to the divine part of his origin. In such cases, the only effectual consolation of humbled and afflicted man lies in an appeal to a still higher tribunal, to that of the all-seeing judge of the world, whose eye can never be deceived, and whose judgments can never be perverted. A firm confidence in the unerring rectitude of this great tribunal, before which his innocence is in due time to be declared, and his virtue to be finally rewarded, can alone support him under the weakness and despondency of his own mind, under the perturbation and astonishment of the man within the breast, whom nature has set up, as in this life, the great guardian not only of his innocence, but of his tranquility. Our happiness in this life is thus, upon many occasions, dependent upon the humble hope and expectation of a life to come, a hope and expectation deeply rooted in human nature, which can alone support its lofty ideas of its own dignity, can alone illumine the dreary prospect of its continually approaching mortality, and maintain its cheerfulness under all the heaviest calamities to which, from the disorders of this life, it may sometimes be exposed. That there is a world to come, where exact justice will be done to every man, where every man will be ranked with those who, in the moral and intellectual qualities, are really his equals, where the owner of those humble talents and virtues which, from being depressed by fortunes, had, in this life, no opportunity of displaying themselves, which were unknown, not only to the public, but which he himself could scarce be sure that he possessed, and for which even the man within the breast could scarce venture to afford him any distinct and clear testimony, where that modest, silent, and unknown merit will be placed upon a level, and sometimes above those who, in this world, had enjoyed the highest reputation, and who, from the advantage of their situation, had been enabled to perform the most splendid and dazzling actions, is a doctrine, in every respect so venerable, so comfortable to the weakness, so flattering to the grandeur of human nature, that the virtuous man who has the misfortune to doubt of it cannot possibly avoid wishing most earnestly and anxiously to believe it. It could never have been exposed to the derision of the scoffer had not the distribution of rewards and punishments, which some of its most zealous assertors have taught us was to be made in that world to come, been too frequently in direct opposition to all our moral sentiments. That the assiduous courtier is often more favored than the faithful and active servant, that attendance and adulation are often shorter 117 and surer roads to preferment than merit or service, and that a campaign at Versailles or St. James's is often worth two either in Germany or Flanders, is a complaint which we have all heard from many a venerable but discontented old officer. But what is considered as the greatest reproach even to the weakness of earthly sovereigns has been ascribed as an act of justice to divine perfection, and the duties of devotion, the public and private worship of the deity, have been represented, even by men of virtue and abilities, as the sole virtues which can either entitle to reward or exempt from punishment in the life to come. They were the virtues, perhaps, most suitable to their station, and in which they themselves chiefly excelled, and we are all naturally disposed to overrate the excellencies of our own characters. In the discourse which the eloquent and philosophical Massillon pronounced, on giving his benediction to the standards of the regiment of Catinat, there is the following address to the officers: "What is most deplorable in your situation, gentlemen, is that in a life hard and painful, in which the services and the duties sometimes go beyond the rigor and severity of the most austere cloisters, you suffer always in vain for the life to come, and frequently even for this life. Alas, the solitary monk in his cell, obliged to mortify the flesh and to subject it to the spirit, is supported by the hope of an assured recompense, and by the secret unction of that grace which softens the yoke of the Lord. But you, on the bed of death, can you dare to represent to him your fatigues and the daily hardships of your employment? Can you dare to solicit him for any recompense? And in all the exertions that you have made, in all the violences that you have done to yourselves, what is there that he ought to place to his own account? The best days of your life, however, have been sacrificed to your profession, and 10 years' service has more worn out your body than would, perhaps, have done a whole life of repentance and mortification. Alas, my brother, one single day of those sufferings consecrated to the Lord would, perhaps, have obtained you an eternal happiness. One single action, painful to nature, and offered up to him, would, perhaps, have secured to you the inheritance of the saints, and you have done all this, and in vain, for this world. To compare, in this manner, the futile mortifications of a monastery to the ennobling hardships and hazards of war, to suppose that one day or 1 hour employed in the former should, in the eye of the great judge of the world, have more merit than a whole life spent honorably in the latter, is surely contrary to all our moral sentiments, to all the principles by which nature has taught us to regulate our contempt or admiration. It is this spirit, however, which, while it has reserved the celestial regions for monks and friars, or for those whose conduct and conversation resembled those of monks and friars, has condemned to the infernal all the heroes, all the statesmen and lawgivers, all the poets 118 and philosophers of former ages, all those who have invented, improved, or excelled in the arts, which contribute to the subsistence, to the conveniency, or to the ornament of human life, all the great protectors, instructors, and benefactors of mankind, all those to whom our natural sense of praiseworthiness forces us to ascribe the highest merit and most exalted virtue. Can we wonder that so strange an application of this most respectable doctrine should sometimes have exposed it to contempt and derision, with those at least who had themselves, perhaps, no great taste or turn for the devout and contemplative virtues? 3. Vous y grilles sage, et docte Platon. Divine Homer, eloquent Ciceron, etc. See Voltaire. Chap of the influence and authority of conscience. But though the approbation of his own conscience can scarce, upon some extraordinary occasions, content the weakness of man, though the testimony of the supposed impartial spectator of the great inmate of the breast cannot always alone support him, yet the influence and authority of this principle is, upon all occasions, very great, and it is only by consulting this judge within that we can ever see what relates to ourselves in its proper shape and dimensions, or that we can ever make any proper comparison between our own interests and those of other people. As to the eye of the body, objects appear great or small, not so much according to their real dimensions as according to the nearness or distance of their situation. So do they likewise to what may be called the natural eye of the mind, and we remedy the defects of both these organs pretty much in the same manner. In my present situation, an immense landscape of lawns and woods and distant mountains seems to do no more than cover the little window which I write by, and to be out of all proportion less than the chamber in which I am sitting. I can form a just comparison between those great objects and the little objects around me in no other way than by transporting myself, at least in fancy, to a different station, from whence I can survey both at nearly equal distances and thereby form some judgment of their real proportions. Habit and experience have taught me to do this so easily and so readily that I am scarce sensible that I do it, and a man must be, in some measure, acquainted with the philosophy of vision before he can be thoroughly convinced how little those distant objects would appear to the eye, if the imagination, from a knowledge of their real magnitudes, did not swell and dilate them. In the same manner, to the selfish and original passions of human nature, the loss or gain of a very small interest of our own appears to be of vastly more importance, excites a much more passionate joy or 119 sorrow, a much more ardent desire or aversion than the greatest concern of another with whom we have no particular connection. His interests, as long as they are surveyed from this station, can never be put into the balance with our own, can never restrain us from doing whatever may tend to promote our own, how ruinous soever to him. Before we can make any proper comparison of those opposite interests, we must change our position. We must view them, neither from our own place nor yet from his, neither with our own eyes nor yet with his, but from the place and with the eyes of a third person, who has no particular connection with either, and who judges with impartiality between us. Here too, habit and experience have taught us to do this so easily and so readily that we are scarce sensible that we do it, and it requires, in this case too, some degree of reflection, and even of philosophy, to convince us how little interest we should take in the greatest concerns of our neighbor, how little we should be affected by whatever relates to him, if the sense of propriety and justice did not correct the otherwise natural inequality of our sentiments. Let us suppose that the great empire of China, with all its myriads of inhabitants, was suddenly swallowed up by an earthquake, and let us consider how a man of humanity in Europe, who had no sort of connection with that part of the world, would be affected upon receiving intelligence of this dreadful calamity. He would, I imagine, first of all, express very strongly his sorrow for the misfortune of that unhappy people. He would make many melancholy reflections upon the precariousness of human life, and the vanity of all the labors of man, which could thus be annihilated in a moment. He would, too, perhaps, if he was a man of speculation, enter into many reasonings concerning the effects which this disaster might produce upon the commerce of Europe and the trade and business of the world in general. And when all this fine philosophy was over, when all these humane sentiments had been once fairly expressed, he would pursue his business or his pleasure, take his repose or his diversion, with the same ease and tranquillity as if no such accident had happened. The most frivolous disaster which could befall himself would occasion a more real disturbance. If he was to lose his little finger tomorrow, he would not sleep tonight. But provided he never saw them, he will snore with the most profound security over the ruin of 100 millions of his brethren, and the destruction of that immense multitude seems plainly an object less interesting to him than this paltry misfortune of his own. To prevent, therefore, this paltry misfortune to himself, would a man of humanity be willing to sacrifice the lives of 100 millions of his brethren, provided he had never seen them? Human nature startles with horror at the thought, and the world, in its greatest depravity and corruption, never produced such a villain as could be capable of entertaining it. But what makes this 120 difference? When our passive feelings are almost always so sordid and so selfish, how comes it that our active principles should often be so generous and so noble? When we are always so much more deeply affected by whatever concerns ourselves than by whatever concerns other men, what is it which prompts the generous, upon all occasions, and the mean upon many, to sacrifice their own interests to the greater interests of others? It is not the soft power of humanity, it is not that feeble spark of benevolence which nature has lighted up in the human heart that is thus capable of counteracting the strongest impulses of self-love. It is a stronger power, a more forcible motive, which exerts itself upon such occasions. It is reason, principle, conscience, the inhabitant of the breast, the man within, the great judge and arbiter of our conduct. It is he who, whenever we are about to act so as to affect the happiness of others, calls to us, with a voice capable of astonishing the most presumptuous of our passions, that we are but one of the multitude, in no respect better than any other in it. And when we prefer ourselves so shamefully and so blindly to others, we become the proper objects of resentment, abhorrence, and execration. It is from him only that we learn the real littleness of ourselves, and of whatever relates to ourselves, and the natural misrepresentations of self-love can be corrected only by the eye of this impartial spectator. It is he who shows us the propriety of generosity and the deformity of injustice, the propriety of resigning the greatest interests of our own for the yet greater interests of others, and the deformity of doing the smallest injury to another in order to obtain the greatest benefit to ourselves. It is not the love of our neighbor, it is not the love of mankind, which upon many occasions prompts us to the practice of those divine virtues. It is a stronger love, a more powerful affection, which generally takes place upon such occasions, the love of what is honorable and noble, of the grandeur and dignity and superiority of our own characters. When the happiness or misery of others depends in any respect upon our conduct, we dare not, as self-love might suggest to us, prefer the interest of one to that of many. The man within immediately calls to us that we value ourselves too much and other people too little, and that, by doing so, we render ourselves the proper object of the contempt and indignation of our brethren. Neither is this sentiment confined to men of extraordinary magnanimity and virtue. It is deeply impressed upon every tolerably good soldier, who feels that he would become the scorn of his companions if he could be supposed capable of shrinking from danger, or of hesitating either to expose or to throw away his life when the good of the service required it. One individual must never prefer himself so much even to any other individual as to hurt or injure that other in order to benefit himself, though the benefit to the one should be much greater than the hurt or 121 injury to the other. The poor man must neither defraud nor steal from the rich, though the acquisition might be much more beneficial to the one than the loss could be hurtful to the other. The man within immediately calls to him in this case too, that he is no better than his neighbor, and that by his unjust preference he renders himself the proper object of the contempt and indignation of mankind, as well as of the punishment which that contempt and indignation must naturally dispose them to inflict, for having thus violated one of those sacred rules, upon the tolerable observation of which depend the whole security and peace of human society. There is no commonly honest man who does not more dread the inward disgrace of such an action, the indelible stain which it would forever stamp upon his own mind, than the greatest external calamity which, without any fault of his own, could possibly befall him, and who does not inwardly feel the truth of that great Stoical maxim, that for one man to deprive another unjustly of anything, or unjustly to promote his own advantage by the loss or disadvantage of another, is more contrary to nature than death, than poverty, than pain, than all the misfortunes which can affect him, either in his body or in his external circumstances. When the happiness or misery of others, indeed, in no respect depends upon our conduct, when our interests are altogether separated and detached from theirs, so that there is neither connection nor competition between them, we do not always think it so necessary to restrain either our natural and perhaps improper anxiety about our own affairs, or our natural and perhaps equally improper indifference about those of other men. The most vulgar education teaches us to act, upon all important occasions, with some sort of impartiality between ourselves and others, and even the ordinary commerce of the world is capable of adjusting our active principles to some degree of propriety. But it is the most artificial and refined education only, it has been said, which can correct the inequalities of our passive feelings, and we must for this purpose, it has been pretended, have recourse to the severest, as well as to the profoundest philosophy. Two different sets of philosophers have attempted to teach us this hardest of all the lessons of morality. One set have labored to increase our sensibility to the interests of others, another to diminish that to our own. The first would have us feel for others as we naturally feel for ourselves. The second would have us feel for ourselves as we naturally feel for others. Both, perhaps, have carried their doctrines a good deal beyond the just standard of nature and propriety. It is never objected to us that we have too little fellow feeling with the joy of success. Wherever envy does not prevent it, the favor which we bear to prosperity is rather apt to be too great, and the same moralists who blame us for want of sufficient sympathy with the miserable reproach us for the levity with which we are too apt to admire and almost to worship the fortunate and the powerful. Among the moralists who endeavor to correct the natural inequality of our passive feelings by diminishing our sensibility to what peculiarly concerns ourselves, we may count all the ancient sects of philosophers, but particularly the ancient Stoics. Man, according to the Stoics, 123 ought to regard himself, not as something separated and detached, but as a citizen of the world, a member of the vast commonwealth of nature. To the interest of this great community, he ought at all times to be willing that his own little interest should be sacrificed. Whatever concerns himself ought to affect him no more than whatever concerns any other equally important part of this immense system. We should view ourselves not in the light in which our own selfish passions are apt to place us, but in the light in which any other citizen of the world would view us. What befalls ourselves we should regard as what befalls our neighbor, or, what comes to the same thing, as our neighbor regards what befalls us. When our neighbor, says Epictetus, loses his wife or his son, there is nobody who is not sensible that this is a human calamity, a natural event altogether according to the ordinary course of things. But when the same thing happens to ourselves, then we cry out, as if we had suffered the most dreadful misfortune. We ought, however, to remember how we were affected when this accident happened to another, and such as we were in his case, such ought we to be in our own. Those private misfortunes, for which our feelings are apt to go beyond the bounds of propriety, are of two different kinds. They are either such as affect us only indirectly, by affecting in the first place some other persons who are particularly dear to us, such as our parents, our children, our brothers and sisters, our intimate friends, or they are such as affect ourselves immediately and directly, either in our body, in our fortune, or in our reputation, such as pain, sickness, approaching death, poverty, disgrace, etc. In misfortunes of the first kind, our emotions may, no doubt, go very much beyond what exact propriety will admit of, but they may likewise fall short of it, and they frequently do so. The man who should feel no more for the death or distress of his own father or son than for those of any other man's father or son would appear neither a good son nor a good father. Such unnatural indifference, far from exciting our applause, would incur our highest disapprobation. Of these domestic affections, however, some are most apt to offend by their excess, and others by their defect. Nature, for the wisest purposes, has rendered in most men, perhaps in all men, parental tenderness a much stronger affection than filial piety. The continuance and propagation of the species depend altogether upon the former, and not upon the latter. In ordinary cases, the existence and preservation of the child depend altogether upon the care of the parents. Those of the parents seldom depend upon that of the child. Nature, therefore, has rendered the former affection so strong that it generally requires not to be excited, but to be moderated, and moralists seldom endeavor to teach us how to indulge, but generally how to restrain our fondness, our excessive attachment, the unjust preference which we 124 are disposed to our own children above those of other people. They exhort us, on the contrary, to an affectionate attention to our parents, and to make a proper return to them in their old age for the kindness which they had shown to us in our infancy and youth. In the Decalogue, we are commanded to honor our fathers and mothers. No mention is made of the love of our children. Nature has sufficiently prepared us for the performance of this latter duty. Men are seldom accused of affecting to be fonder of their children than they really are. They have sometimes been suspected of displaying their piety to their parents with too much ostentation. The ostentatious sorrow of widows has, for a like reason, been suspected of insincerity. We should respect, could we believe it sincere, even the excess of such kind affections, and though we might not perfectly approve, we should not severely condemn it. That it appears praiseworthy, at least in the eyes of those who affect it, the very affectation is a proof. Even the excess of those kind affections which are most apt to offend by their excess, though it may appear blamable, never appears odious. We blame the excessive fondness and anxiety of a parent as something which may, in the end, prove hurtful to the child, and which, in the meantime, is excessively inconvenient to the parent. But we easily pardon it, and never regard it with hatred and detestation. But the defect of this usually excessive affection appears always peculiarly odious. The man who appears to feel nothing for his own children, but who treats them upon all occasions with unmerited severity and harshness, seems of all brutes the most detestable. The sense of propriety, so far from requiring us to eradicate altogether that extraordinary sensibility which we naturally feel for the misfortunes of our nearest connections, is always much more offended by the defect than it ever is by the excess of that sensibility. The stoical apathy is, in such cases, never agreeable, and all the metaphysical sophism by which it is supported can seldom serve any other purpose than to blow up the hard insensibility of a coxcomb to 10 times its native impertinence. The poets and romance writers who best paint the refinements and delicacies of love and friendship, and of all other private and domestic affections, Racine and Voltaire, Richardson, Moravaux, and Riccoboni, are, in such cases, much better instructors than the philosophers Zeno, Chrysippus, or Epictetus. That moderated sensibility to the misfortunes of others, which does not disqualify us for the performance of any duty, the melancholy and affectionate remembrance of our departed friends, the pang, as Gray says, to secret sorrow, dear, are by no means undelicious sensations. Though they outwardly wear the features of pain and grief, they are all inwardly stamped with the ennobling characters of virtue and of self-approbation. It is otherwise in the misfortunes which affect ourselves immediately 125 and directly, either in our body, in our fortune, or in our reputation. The sense of propriety is much more apt to be offended by the excess than by the defect of our sensibility, and there are but few cases in which we can approach too near to the stoical apathy and indifference. That we have very little fellow-feeling with any of the passions which take their origin from the body has already been observed. That pain which is occasioned by an evident cause, such as the cutting or tearing of the flesh, is perhaps the affection of the body with which the spectator feels the most lively sympathy. The approaching death of his neighbor, too, seldom fails to affect him a good deal. In both cases, however, he feels so very little in comparison of what the person principally concerned feels, that the latter can scarce ever offend the former by appearing to suffer with too much ease. The mere want of fortune, mere poverty, excites little compassion. Its complaints are too apt to be the objects rather of contempt than of fellow feeling. We despise a beggar, and though his importunities may extort an alms from us, he is scarce ever the object of any serious commiseration. The fall from riches to poverty, as it commonly occasions the most real distress to the sufferer, so it seldom fails to excite the most sincere commiseration in the spectator. Though in the present state of society, this misfortune can seldom happen without some misconduct, and some very considerable misconduct too, in the sufferer. Yet he is almost always so much pitied that he is scarce ever allowed to fall into the lowest state of poverty, but by the means of his friends, frequently by the indulgence of those very creditors who have much reason to complain of his imprudence, is almost always supported in some degree of decent, though humble, mediocrity. To persons under such misfortunes, we could, perhaps, easily pardon some degree of weakness, but at the same time, they who carry the firmest countenance, who accommodate themselves with the greatest ease to their new situation, who seem to feel no humiliation from the change, but to rest their rank in the society, not upon their fortune, but upon their character and conduct, are always the most approved of, and command our highest and most affectionate admiration. As of all the external misfortunes which can affect an innocent man immediately and directly, the undeserved loss of reputation is certainly the greatest. So a considerable degree of sensibility to whatever can bring on so great a calamity does not always appear ungraceful or disagreeable. We often esteem a young man the more when he resents, though with some degree of violence, any unjust reproach that may have been thrown upon his character or his honor. The affliction of an innocent young lady, on account of the groundless surmises which may have been circulated concerning her conduct, appears often perfectly amiable. Persons of an advanced age, whom long experience of the folly and injustice of the world has taught to pay little regard, 126 either to its censure or to its applause, neglect and despise obloquy, and do not even deign to honor its futile authors with any serious resentment. This indifference, which is founded altogether on a firm confidence in their own well-tried and well-established characters, would be disagreeable in young people, who neither can nor ought to have any such confidence. It might in them be supposed to forebode, in their advancing years, a most improper insensibility to real honor and infamy of character.